Welcome to Gamers Without Borders. Watch, game, learn, and donate. Really excited about this charity Rainbow Six Siege tournament. We have 12 teams competing. I'm Jackie Jing, and very excited because I'm working with two of my favorite people, Jacob and Jess. Okay, we're gonna move your little monitors in here. My two robots are just gonna okay, there we go. They're very, very good with instruction, but I'm really excited to see both of you in our little cyberpunk UNICEF world here. How are you both doing? How you feeling this morning?
Good. It's shocking that it's been like 3 months since we saw you in Sweden, Jackie. Like, it doesn't feel like it was 3 months ago, but it's really good to see you back again.
It's good to get some Siege under the belt. That's all I care about. Get some good gaming, some good teams, and some new players. That's what I care.
Oh my gosh, I want to hug both of you. I miss both of you so much. I'm like, the robot, allow me to hug them? Robot! Okay, they're not listening to me now, but I'm telling you right now, they're usually very, very receptive, but we have a lot to talk about here. Let's talk about today's tournament, and it benefits 6 different charities, and I want to give a special shout out to them. So first, UNICEF, then Gavi, Direct Relief, International Medical Corps, King Solomon Humanitarian Aid and Relief, and the UN Refugee Agency. So a big thank you again to the charities putting on this tournament. And we have a very interesting format for this tournament, actually, Jess and Jacob. I believe we have 3 regions competing: Europe, North America, and Latin America. And there's 4 teams from each region. In this double elimination bracket best of 3 tournament, the grand final, though, is a best of 5. And the team from the upper bracket final, they will have a 1 map advantage. So very cool. And we gotta talk about money, right, folks? Let's take a look at the prize pool here. First from each region takes $250,000, second $125K, third gets $75K, and fourth gets $50,000. We were doing rehearsal, and I thought that was a period, and I had to double check. So I was like,
welcome to how the Europeans decide to style everything. I know, right?
I know. Jess, is that what it's like for
It is. No, for Australians, no. We use the comma. So when I moved to Europe, it was something I had to get used to. I was like, $50? I was like, oh, okay. I was like, that's pretty cheap.
Quite.
No.
Yeah.
I know. During rehearsal, I read that, and our producer was like, no. We're talking about
that's the big bucks.
Thousands of dollars. Exactly. Yeah. So money and glory on the line for our competitors. But Justin, Jacob, let's talk about the teams that we're going to be seeing here. It is quite the mix, actually. Let's start off with LATAM. And Jess, I don't even know where to start. We have some familiar names here, and then a couple that I'm like, oh, I don't really know much about them.
Yeah, I mean, the top row will probably draw everyone's eyes. It might be our FaZe clan. Everyone knows them as being the staple of, the Latin American region or the Brazilian region as a whole. And then at the bottom, we've got some nice little introduction of Furious and Escolinha do Bubu. I think we'll just call him Escolinha from now. I think my accent is going to butcher it regardless. So I'm glad I'm not going to be casting that one.
But yeah, better than me. You definitely
Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, the Latin American region, full of gunners. I actually think they have a really strong chance at this one.
And Jacob, tell me, what are you thinking about the LATAM lineup here?
Other than MIBR and FaZe Clan, obviously 2 very known commodities, I'm just always excited when we get to see a Latin American tournament feature a team that isn't full of Brazilians, because we've seen the streak they've been on for the past couple of years at this rate. So to see Furious and specifically players from Argentina and Paraguay enter a tournament like this, I do love the variety, because we know what Brazil's capable of, but let's see if we can't shine a light on some countries that usually don't get the same kind of attention.
And I want to talk about Europe a little bit. So we're talking about Heroic, WYLDE, Victus, Rogue. Jess, who are the standouts for you when you hear those 4 teams?
I mean, girl, don't make me say it. My man Spoit, they finally announced him. That's on Rogue, of course. They did a little bit of a leakage here and there. We all knew it was coming. This is going to be his debut tournament, and I think that's insanely important. Why? Because, I mean, out of all the places he could debut, it's for a boatload of cash for charity. So I think that's really admirable, and I'm glad that he's right on the books to do it.
Oh, I cannot wait to see him in action. Jacob, what are you thinking looking at the European teams?
other than Heroic, who went to the Charlotte Major, there's not really any other team in this tournament that was able to compete at our most recent international LAN event, aside from them, and they didn't do as hot. They had travel problems they ran into, there were some peripheral issues, and now they're at a point where they're trying to like just wipe that chip off their shoulder and see what they can't do heading into the next stage of the European League. I've always been kind of rooting for them back behind the scenes, and when Heroic came into the scene, grabbed them and said, you know what? We're your support backbone now. I always wanted to see if there's something that they can do, and now they're at a point where they definitely can reach that full potential. It's just a matter of whether they do it here, if it happens in the next stage of European League. I guess we'll find out.
Okay, and talking about the European League, we are going to dial in on that even more because our first matchup today, it begins with the European bracket. So we're working to get the European bracket up on your screen, and Jess, can you break it down for me? How does this all work?
I mean, look, for those who don't understand how usual double elims work, just look at the top, look at the bottom, and guess what? You got a second chance. You know, batter a swing, and you get another chance. And that's exactly what a couple of these teams will have to try and do. Lower bracket runs if they do lose their first or even second match to be able to make it to those grand finals. I think the favorites will come out, the ones that will be really scooting across the upper finals there. But again, it'll be those who are able to battle through either part of this bracket. And for European one, I know this is mirrored across all of the regions, so this will look the same regardless of what region is playing.
Okay, so again, we are starting with Europe, and let's just roll up the schedule for today so we can break it down for everyone. We do have a fixed schedule, so make sure you take a look because there's very specific times on there, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm in the US. I think that Jacob's like mountain time. I'm like PT. Yep. Jess, I don't even know what Italy time is. So really, you gotta write this down.
1:30 CEST for Spacestation and Parabellum. The reason I point that out is that's when it starts. I have all of my caffeine ready to go because by the time that ends, it could be in the early hours of the morning. So if you're a European fan, please do get your caffeine ready. I'll be sitting there right next to you.
Yeah, so again, really quick, we do start with Heroic versus WYLDE out of Europe, then FaZe versus Escolinha from LATAM, and then Spacestation Gaming versus PB Parabellum from NA. All right, so we're getting very close to starting this first matchup, but very quickly, we do have a word from Direct Release Heather Bennett. So please roll the video.
My career at Direct Release started about 12 years ago. I had previously been working at a healthcare facility in San Diego, California, and was contacted by Direct Relief after wildfires had happened throughout the county. And Direct Relief offered humanitarian assistance in the form of medicines and supplies to the organization I was working for. So that's how I was introduced to Direct Relief and was quickly kind of excited about the organization and made a career transition to work there. So Direct Relief, as you said, is a humanitarian organization. We're based in California, but we provide medicines and medical supplies to all 50 US states, as well as to 100 countries around the world. We do this on an everyday basis, free of charge, just to make sure that people who are in vulnerable situations or in poverty or after disasters have access to healthcare services and resources that they need to stay healthy. We actually work very closely with a lot of the pharmaceutical companies, the healthcare companies that produce medicines around the world. Get those medical supplies to Direct Relief, and then we in turn provide those to hospitals, healthcare centers throughout the world. As I said, free of charge, just to make sure that people have that medicines that they need. So it's really just about partnerships. It's about partnering with companies to receive donations of goods and services, and then it's supplying those same items to people around the world. Yeah, so as we all know, people who especially have chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma or hypertension, they need medicines to stay healthy and to stay alive. So it's really, focusing on people who need those sort of resources. And after there's a disaster, we know that those people with chronic conditions very quickly go into acute crisis when they don't have their medications. So we always want to make sure that resource, that door is always open for people to receive, even if they can't afford to buy it, to make that available to them so they can just make sure to, keep living a healthy life. it's been such an incredible experience to be part of Gamers Without Borders, and for us it's really about allowing people to participate. So having the participation of people around the world playing games and being part of Gamers Without Borders, it's opening those doors to be able to share the work and share the just the excitement of being able to help people with so many people through Gamers Without Borders. I think first of all, just being aware of what the situation is, being aware of how people are affected around the world, being part of direct relief. The financial contributions from Gamers Without Borders is wonderful, but really it's just about bringing along a community to be part of change and to be part of helping other people around the world. If people care about other people getting medicine and being healthy, that would be great to donate to direct relief. But really, I think it's more important for people to find what they're passionate about. There's other great charities that work on, animals or shelter or, cancer. And so it's really about people finding what they're passionate about and being able to lean in. And if direct relief is appealing, that's wonderful. But really, it's just about giving back and being part of a philanthropic community.
And again, that was Direct Relief's Heather Bennett. Thank you so much for that amazing interview. And our teams, they are getting ready. They are very close. So everyone, do not worry. We will get to Heroic versus Wild in a hot second. We're almost into the map selection process. So excited about this match. Oh, don't even need to stall. We're getting it rolling. So just tell me what you're thinking. Yeah, thanks.
I want this to roll out as well, because I actually think the ban methodology that they're using here is different from what people might be used to. Usually we get the ban, pick, ban, decider, those types of, ways of doing the map ban. I actually think it goes ban again. So we'll see. But the first two bans coming out will be Villa and Chalet. And you know what? I actually prefer in a tournament like this that you do get rid of the more technical maps, play a little bit more puggy, because that's the way that you're going to be able to take your natural fundamental skill and be able to run with it. And there we go, 2 more bans. I think this is going to be the map ban kind of method here, Jacob. I could be wrong, but it looks like it.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I swear, I still want more Skyscraper and more Border play, just because I feel like we haven't seen enough of it since those got reintroduced. So I'm sad those are gone. If teams are watching this, please don't ban those. Let's actually see more of those as the tournament progresses. But we start with Cafe. I'm down for that. I feel like this is a map that we've seen Heroic try, but not necessarily to a very good extent before. I want more Cafe, and I want more massive maps. So maybe we see a bank come back into this rotation at some point too. I don't really know what Wild goes for, because what we've seen from this Wild team, if they head for Oregon, cool. This Wild squad with Corey and Aces on it has only ever played in one thing with those 2 players on it, and that was the qualifier that landed them in this tournament here. So we can't even look back at a lot of ban statistics for them, because there just isn't a lot of data to pull from. We can look at Heroic. We can't really do the same for Wild.
I'm going to jump in there, and I'm going to say that with the last couple of bans, and of course Clubhouse being the decider there, is that you have to try and balance your analysis here and thinking of wow, these teams want to win this and they want to make it to the finals and then obviously beyond. And then they have to balance how many other tournaments they're playing as well. So how much do you show here? How much do you hide? You think about further down the line, of course, upper and lower bracket as well. So for me, again, taking out the technical maps, especially earlier in the tournament, for me is going to be key for them. Cafe Oregon, they're just staples, especially Oregon. I call it Borregon. People probably agree. And Clubhouse being the decider, should we even get there, also a fundamental of the map pool. So outside of all the maps, maybe map number 1 will be probably the most quote-unquote technical of all the maps.
All right. Well, Justin Jacob, it's been so fun. I'm like, aw, our pre-show, it's out of the way. But thank you for your amazing analysis as always. But I believe our teams are almost ready to go. So I'm going to hand it over to Ace and Dez in the Cyberpunk basement. Go, robots, go. Come on, robots. There we go. Okay, sorry. Sometimes I need a little motivation. Okay.
I wasn't sure then if we were being called the robots, Tim, and I should have gone, thank you, Jackie, for throwing to us for this game. Not quite required, apparently, but here we are, Tim. It feels like it's been about a hot month since we've done a cast, but here we are for a lovely best of 3 between not just Rogue and Wild, but also old teammates coming head-to-head. Can't wait to see how it shakes down.
Absolutely not. I mean, I'm quite used to being called a bot, in fairness, Des. So I'd have probably just,
By me.
I'd have probably just rolled with it. I'd just kept that one going. But yeah, as you say, there's some big storylines here between these two. A lot going on from both sides that, you know, we haven't necessarily seen before. We get Heroic in a situation where maybe they're going to play a little bit more freely. We know they've got players like Sloth who give him a chance to go out of a window. He's going to take it. And I think that's the sort of players that we're probably likely to see a few of today. And then, like you say, seeing Corey and Aces leading that Wild squad and just exactly how they shape up, that's going to be fascinating.
That's it. For me, it's those two old boys in Corey and Aces coming up against some of their old teammates as well. It's a little bit of rivalry. They've also gone, hey, look, hey, who's your new friend? Oh, it's a guy called Spoit. Who's this nerd? It's the guy that's about to put you all in a grave if you're not too careful. Everyone is super excited to see what he's up to as well, so we'll see how that one shakes down a little bit later on. But at least for now, looking at this game, we'll talk more about that much later on, of course. When it comes to Heroic and Wild coming up against each other, for Heroic, what I really want to see from them is a turnaround from what we saw back last time round at the major we had just recently. They got to LAN, we spoke to them there, they said, look, we're really stressed, we're not playing the way that we should be, things weren't going the way they would have expected. So fingers crossed, they're back on form, and Wild here have got something to show.
Well, I think for Heroic, it is fair to say, and I'm not going to give them this pass forever, but it was definitely down to it being the first line. They had terrible travel on the way there, which I know has happened to teams before. I think back to OGA Pit and SSG's travel out there, that was a nightmare. You know, it happens, but Heroic haven't had to deal with it before. They've gone in there, no practice, you know, very little going on for them, and they've just had to go straight into the games. And then I think just the whole process and how intense it is and everything maybe played a part as well. But the thing is, if I know the Heroic guys, they're going to go into the next one, and I think they will go into the next one much better prepared.
Absolutely. And just as a heads up, because some of you I no doubt are thinking, guys, we really want to see Spoit, we want to see what he can do. Well, there is also a B stream on the go at the same time, where if you do want to see that second game, I believe that is Victor's coming up against Rogue over there, Tim. Here we've got Wild coming up against Heroic, so you do have 2 sets of games to watch at the same time. Fingers crossed while one's in a bit of downtime, the other one's still running. You can jump across and see what is going on. But here on this stream again, we are focusing on that Heroic versus Wild matchup. And as a reminder, Tim, it is that double elimination bracket as well. If you lose here, it's not all over and done with yet. The winners of both games go through to play against each other tomorrow, I believe. The losers also will then play off again for a second chance to fight their way back through that lower bracket to build up towards a grand final on Sunday. So over the next 4 days, absolutely tons of siege to come, sorry.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm wondering, Des, how many times we're going to hear the S word over the next couple of days, the next on both streams. We maybe need to get a Spoit counter. We maybe need to get something up there for how many times.
I thought you were going somewhere else with that one, Tim.
No, absolutely.
I was like, I'm not dropping any naughty words. Don't be silly.
No, not this time, Des. I didn't even think about that. No, you know, Spoit is going to be a little bit of a, you know, a focal point for this tour. It's first opportunity to see him out with Rogue. We've got it's the whole Bolo effect. You know, that player that you've been waiting to get into the professional arena, and then bang, he's arrived. Is he going to perform? Bolo, of course, recently winning his first invitational, and I'm not suggesting that's going to be the trajectory immediately for Spoit, but it's going to be fascinating to see what happens, and I think there's going to be plenty of focus on him over the next couple of days.
No, I'm really excited to see, especially Azami. New operator in the game, now allowed. No, we're not seeing Sens yet as well. They're not in the live server just yet, but Azami is in. Now, there's a thing like what Jeff spoke about, you know, thinking about it, your tier 1 leagues are just around the corner. Do you want to show everything in a charity tournament? Probably not, but to some level, you still want to be bringing it out and putting down the goods and showing what you can do. So chances are we will see a bit of Azami coming out at some point today, and I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I'd have thought. The thing is, it's a good opportunity to test it, isn't it? You know, it may not be the final plan for it, but it's a good opportunity to just dip your toe in the water and see exactly how does this work out. Does that work? Does it not? Where are the powerful spots? Let's give it a whirl. You know, you're sort of somewhere between scrim and official match here. You know, you've got a lot of money for charity on the line, which I'm sure the teams are going to be wanting to fight for, so, you know, that it's heading towards good causes for them. But at the same time, like you say, they don't want to give absolutely everything away up front.
They do not. Well, with another wonderful animation flashing across your screen, Jackie has done a wonderful job of getting this city all souped out for us. We're into game, boys and girls. Heroic versus Wild in game number 1 coming up, and Fink is going to start out as the first ban.
Not too much of a surprise there, Des. Obviously, we've seen the prevalence of the LMG meta. You've only got to watch my ranked games over the last week or so to know the prevalence of the LMG meta. Even I'm starting to get kills, Des. So, there's a heavy threat there coming in from Finker when I've been getting her on the main. So that's going to be the first one. Nomad is going to be our second. Starting on Cafe, of course. So that sounds about right, really, for Heroic, because guess what? It's going to give Sloth plenty of opportunity to get out of those windows and doors.
Absolutely. Back at the Major, we saw a couple of teams actually banning Nomad away and then bringing along an absolute ton of Claymores. The patch that came through a few months ago now did introduce a number of operators having 2 Claymores in back pocket rather than just the 1. And some teams would really go to the nines to use that in case you'd see a Nomad plus 4 Claymores being brought along just to restrict those more aggressive teams. So I think here, Heroic are trying to prep themselves for their defensive side. They can get aggressive and try and maybe slow Wild down by forcing them to bring along more of those Claymores to try and disrupt the aggressors.
Well, we are just about ready to get underway in our first A-stream matchup here between Heroic and Wild. It's going to be round 1 that we head into, and it's going to be a mining and fireplace hold to begin with Wild on the defense. Now, as you said, obviously there's a couple of standout names on Wild. Corey Aces, we're all familiar. They are, of course, joined by 3 others, and this is a squad that looks like it could certainly be one for the future. You got BZ, you got Jay, and you got G Salar. They are looking good. Like we've always seen them, as we said, through the qualifiers, but they've got the wins, they've got here to the tournament, and I'm fascinated to see this team.
Yeah, Wild, as an org for the longest time, been kind of circling around a tier 3 sort of circuit, hoping to push their way through tier 2. What better way to do that than with 2 former pros as well? Aces, as we know, left Rogue recently, didn't get himself on a team back in tier 1, so this is where he's found himself, and Corey did step away for a good while, took an actual break from the game, but has slowly worked his way back in, so it could be a really interesting first showing, seeing how they step up against a tier 1 team. But Tim, here we are on Cafe. The guys setting up on the top floor here for a downstairs defense. It is the fireplace and mining sites. Keen to see what the game plan is. Very commonly you'll see this full vertical setup coming in, which is exactly what we've got. Holding in around storage, forming like a perimeter here, reinforcements coming down, shields on the way through, a bit of gadgetry to support you as well. Just all with the intent of really slowing Heroic down on the top floor, clear that they want to get in the first place to establish vertical control over the site itself. I say that, Tim. Maybe they're even just thinking about going straight in Route 101 to the window.
That's what I'm thinking here. Benja's lining up. He's open, and that is indeed exactly what's going to happen. We expected aggression out of Heroic, and that's what they're going to bring us here. But it's Wild who come out immediately on top, managing to get themselves 2 frags to Heroic's 1, and that leaves us now in a 4v2 as Aces manages to get another, and it's falling apart quickly here, Des, as Heroic find themselves with only 1 left alive. It's Grizzly. He's got his track stingers out, but those are the least of his problems right now as he faces up to 4 players from the Wild side still alive. He's going to dip himself back outside and start trying to use a little bit of that 2 minutes. There comes the attempt at a jump out, and we're going to see the kill come in from Grizzly. Not going to get away with that one so easily, but Grizzly, he keeps on battling. He's going to get the draw now.
Yeah, beautiful read onto Corey on the jump out there as well, but an even better read by Wild overall so far. All of them vaulting in through the window. You had Jay upstairs sat on minibar who was like, well, I've got holes at my feet. I can see you coming through. It's all too free for me to spray down here and find a couple of kills, and that just completely shut Heroic down. Grizzly has managed to find 2, but he is down to a slither of HP. A single bullet. It's going to be Jay yet again on that vertical angle, just doing the goods. And this is that angle I was talking about, Tim. He got 2 on there jumping through the window, completely shut the attack down. A really good read by Wild to shut down Heroic's aggression.
I've absolutely no idea how Grizzly managed to survive for as long as he did there. He just seemed to be taking bullet after bullet, but just kept swinging, kept himself in the fight, but ultimately it wasn't enough. I think that we'll see Heroic probably calm things down a little bit for round 2. They were obviously just taking the opportunity to get themselves in a little bit of shock and awe and maybe just put Wild on the back foot there, but Wild were ready for it, Des. They were braced, they were prepared, they had their angles, and they came out massively on top of that rush.
Yeah, I think often it used to be said the best time to rush is in the first rounds, catch them off guard, you know, really set the pace, because then you're wondering, oh, okay, are they going to do it again in round two? You're seeing any kind of crazy hijinks. You don't normally expect teams to be that on the money from the off, so at least Heroic gave it a good go. Well, with that first round, then now move up to the top floor. It's going to be Bar and Cocktail. Jay taking a few shotgun blasts on his way through there, unfortunately, I think, as he ran past Aces, who was inside a bar, getting a few things opened up. A very similar defense to last time. It's worth noting. The key difference for me is that Storage itself, leaning in towards Piano, has been fully reinforced off and electrified. In the last round, half of it was left soft. There was a shield inside of Storage to be able to challenge inside of Piano, but Wilde are just saying here, nope, doors are closed, locks are sealed. You guys, I'm afraid, simply cannot get in.
I mean, I'd be tempted to say the same thing after that first round, because they've really put a stone wall up against them there, and they've really given them the message that there is absolutely not going to be a way through their defence. They're going to be winning the gunfights, and they are going to be coming out on top. So no surprise to see Wild setting themselves up quite ready for that fight. We're going to have immediate pressure towards Piano. We've got Uno on top of the bakery roof as well. I think he's joined by the Maverick of Gorgona. Sloth's going to be on his way up, so there's going to be a mounting pressure coming in towards Piano to see how those initial Wild defences hold up.
Looking very typical as well, isn't it, right? You got Gorg and Uno out here holding off towards this kind of west balcony. You got Sloth looking to challenge inside of Piano as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see one of those two players, likely the Maverick of Gorgona, getting on the minibar window to be able to get a lovely angle through onto Pixel, as you're seeing right now. Thank you very much, Marciu. And that's when Uno, with all the drone work done, should now go and join his team upstairs as they look to get a drop down into red. But you just saw the Aruni a second ago by the hell door, looking to challenge up here onto the new hatch balcony. So Sloth's got to be very, very careful. He doesn't walk in blind there and lose his life.
It's a long time since we've been able to say thank you, Marciu, Des.
I know, right?
I've had the pleasure of being joined by Marciu for quite a while, so welcome to the Observing. And we're going to... a little screen shake for us as well. Thank you, you're welcome, buddy. So Sloth, he's going to be working his way in from Cigar. He's got himself established. Now he can start looking out towards Cocktail. A lot of drawing being done. Look how open that bar is, though. Every surface has been blasted away there to give those long lines of sight, but it's Sloth who comes away on top, getting that opener with a nice nade on to BZ. That cleared him. He was playing in Maestro spot, was the Valkyrie, and he was just sitting in there watching those black eye cameras, trying to feed information. So that could be a really crucial kill for Heroic, because it's just going to remove that element of Wild knowing exactly what they're doing, and it's just going to maybe put Wild on the back foot a little bit in this final minute.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's coming to the point where they're saying, okay, we've lost one, but we've held on for the longest amount of time. Now Ace is the one looking to get aggressive, but now loses out from the skylight. That's your 101 there. You got to know those angles, and he's been punished. 2, 3 kills reigning for the side of Heroic. GCLF finds Wilde to let all by himself. Benja just comes up from white and finishes him off as well. A very comfortable second round for Heroic.
Yeah, looking good for them there. Just a complete... The thing is, we've got to write off round one to a degree. They rushed in through the window. They tried to see if they could just, you know, cheese it out effectively. The smoke canisters went down. They went looking for a plant, no doubt, and it didn't pay off. So now... round 2 onwards is where you start looking at it thinking, right, okay, fair enough. Heroic have now turned up to play. It's getting a bit more serious, and they did very, very well there. They were able to dismantle that defence one piece at a time effectively. As you say, Ace is just overexposing himself to a popular angle on Skylight. Got to be careful of that Wild here, because Heroic are a team that will take advantage every single time you offer them an opportunity like that.
Absolutely. Again, just showing that real caliber, the sort of thing that got them a top spot in EUL at the end of stage 1. And sadly didn't really correlate into a performance at the major, but hey, these things take time. That was their first land. We'll see how things build moving forwards. Speaking of moving forwards, in round 3, we are going to our third site of the game. I do wonder if we're going to see all 4 in this first half, Tim, because this third site is Reading and Fireplace. After this round, they could well step down into Kitchen, treating Mining as a little bit of a surprise, kind of coming out of nowhere. But on this site, you're going to see much the same we spoke about before. A hold on the upstairs, a fully reinforced off-storage area as well with the Aruni, helping to provide a little bit of anti-ranged utility here, taking some of those nades out the sky, hopefully, or at the very least, slowing the side of Heroic down. So Heroic have got to work their way across that 3rd floor, get vertical control, and then look for their plant, most likely inside of Reading.
I think you're right, Des. I think we probably will see all 4 sites to begin with. It plays into what I said before the game, really. This is an opportunity for these teams, especially WYLDE, who've got as a team together with Aces and Corey sort of limited competitive experience as a roster. It's a great opportunity for them to be able to just test what works, get through those sites, have a look at them all and see exactly what's what. So for the time being, though, it is going to be the mid-floor of Reading that they're going to be attacking onto here, Heroic. And for now, I would imagine they're going to try to get themselves established in the top floor. That's not where the drones are going. Gorgona's throw a little bit short. Needs to put a little bit more on that one.
Just a little bit more, Tim. Just a tiny bit more. But here he comes on the step through. This is the game where normally if you were attacking into the top floor, you'd be greeted here from the pixel angle at the end of the white hallway. They'd be trying to do some damage. But that vertical angle, I was going to say, Jay, exposed there by Benja as he stepped in on the sledge. I know we were speaking about Spoit a lot, but I was using Benja as a good reference earlier on. His first stage was only in stage 3. He stepped in, one of 3 players to get above 100 kills, a 1.12 rating, another young gunner that so far has shown there is a lot of merit in picking up these young gunners and adding them into a squad that's already got established members on and just letting them fly.
It is indeed, you know, as we said, am I going to bring the word out again, Des? Of course, we're going to be seeing Spoit over the course of the weekend. We'll see if he can maybe follow in the footsteps of Benja, and there are other players coming into the league as well that are maybe going to have similar trajectories. Benja, for the time being, extends that reputation of finding the kills, gets himself a 2K up on the top floor, and that is going to give Heroic complete control over the top floor, and this is going to get a little bit dicey for WYLDE now as they try to hold on. Coming into the final minute, they are going to have shots raining down on for them from above.
Kind of the game starting to live up to their name already. Absolutely a very aggressive charge forward and 2 big kills coming out for Heroic. They've got that vertical control they're looking for now, Tim. They see a man just underneath, but Benja is like, forget about the kills. I'm here to smash some floorboards to pieces, boys. And he's getting on with that in emphatic fashion here. Open up into the hallway, inside of sight. And now the team know, right, 5 versus 3, boys. We've got about 35 seconds to play with. We've got the vertical control. We've got the drones in. We know what we need to be doing here now. And he's just trying to find this last man. I think, nope. Gets the bulletproof instead. So now Jay is looking to do a bit of damage when this drop around pillars comes through.
Aces and G-Slaw just stacking up on white stairs there, potentially looking at a retake of the top floor. I think the thought has crossed their mind, but there's just not really going to be an opportunity as Benja continues to dump those nades down in on there. And Grizzly, he's going to get a kill. Sloth and Benja finish it off. 3K for Benja on the round, and that is going to be Heroic, locking down round 3 and giving themselves a 2-1 lead.
It's just like we were talking about him about 60 seconds ago, Tim. They haven't always got to be named Spoit. They can have many other names. And Benja, again, is one of these players that just keeps on delivering the goods. Call him a baker if you wish. In that case there, it was that really aggressive push across that top floor. And being willing to not get stuck and go, oh, there's a shield there, guys. We've got to get rid of the shield. No, he was willing to take that aggressive step forward and get control quickly. It's a bit of confidence. It's a bit of risk. But the payoff was massive because they had so much time to then get set up for what was their eventual round end. Now, Tim, I spoke about it a few times already. We're finally seeing it coming out here. Jay picking up the Azami finally in round 4 for a bar and cocktail defense.
Well, let's keep a close eye on exactly where those gadgets are deployed. We'll see, obviously, for anybody unfamiliar with his army, if you've maybe, you know, coming back to Siege or you've not played before, you've not seen this operator in action. She's got some kunai blades that she can whip across 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. She can throw them across the entire map if she wants to. And when they hit a surface, they're going to expand into, there you go, thank you very much, a circular shield. And it's just going to provide cover. Now, that is bulletproof. It can be smashed with 3 melee hits, or it can be taken down with any sort of soft destruction, so your grenades, your ash charge, your Zephyr, explosive canisters, any of that will take that out, but it just provides that mobile cover that you can just completely change the geography of a site, really.
I'm a little bit nervous about the cover behind that Keeper barrier coming out from the minibar window. I kind of feel like that leaves you a little bit too exposed, and the castle barricade going off late was an interesting one. Rather than getting it blown away, they wanted to recover that actually. So of course that now goes into the back pocket of BZ. That's interesting, a nice thing I haven't really seen a team try and do before, being so desperate to protect a castle barricade. But hey, if it works, what is the complaint? Worth noting as well for Azami, of course, she gets those Keeper barriers back on charge, so you can't just immediately run out and set up and drop down 3 or 4 of them. I think he's just got the 3rd or 4th one back online now, so he's going to keep on building up his setup there inside of Piano. It's like a sprawl. You just can't stop it. In fact, Marcio, can we take take a look inside a piano, please, just to see what he's done with that third one. I'm pretty sure he's got it angled somewhat towards the window. Okay, interesting. So he's got himself a bit of a deeper angle here. So actually, he's now got 2 or 3 positions that he can play in around these barriers, where normally you put something like a Maestro cam, he can play around here very securely.
And that's what's so interesting about those gadgets. Stage would be a position normally completely unplayable, but those keeper barriers now just providing that option potentially, but it's not gone well, Des. Heroic, they've got themselves a couple of kills. They are on top of things here. G-Slaw just looking to fight his way back in. Aces as well on the shotgun there. He is going to find one on Cocktail Balcony. Flashbang comes in, but he's able to get out of the way of it, so he knows that he's got one out on East Rappel. G-Slaw just looking to try and cover that angle off for him. It's a 2v2 now, as WYLDE have been able to fight their way back into this fantastically, but unfortunately for us as spectators looking on, we wanted to see exactly how the keeper barriers went, and they were sort of circumvented really, and there comes a great kill from G-Slaw as Grizzly tries to move his way around, and all of a sudden Uno finds himself in a clutch situation when it looked like Heroic were so far on top of this round.
It did, yeah. I think once they've kind of like used all the Candelas, so on and so forth out of the Ying, that was it. Lights out. You've kind of played your trump card and it hasn't paid off for them. And I know we didn't see the Azami actively involved in that, but the sheer presence of her, I think, just deterred the side of Heroic away. Either that or they never had the intent to push in the first place, but it sounds far more exciting when you put it the first way, Tim. They just chose instead to go more drop down red, ignore piano altogether, step your way forward and basically go around the Azami in that case. And it looked like it was going to work out for them, but that shotgun kill that came from Aces up on towards Heaven is enough to close this round out by the looks of it, with the Uno being the only one left trying to win against 2 members that admittedly are on about half HP.
He knows where one is as the shots rain in from Pixel. Going to take a few pot shots through the soft wall there, as you say. 7 seconds left to go. Unlikely to find his 2 targets as WYLDE were just going to rotate around that top floor and keep themselves away from him. So they close out the round and bring us back to 2-2 here on Cafe. Interesting alternative use of the keeper barriers that we saw towards the end of the round there, Des, as well. And that's potentially closing off pathways. Almost like a castle barricade, but just not quite as permanent. You know, taking a lot fewer hits to clear out that keeper barricade. But in a last-ditch situation, if you choose not to take it out, he's then crouching to get through that space. Does that leave him more exposed? Is he ready for the fight the same? You know, there's so many things that are going to play into that operator.
Like I said as well in the round, it's interesting seeing the castle being doubled up around those Azami barricades as well, because I think when you had the castle barricade in the window, then you had potentially 2 of those keeper barriers to get through. You can see why teams on Twitter over the last couple of months have been like, oh my god, she's so obnoxious, especially when paired up with something like that. Also throw in, say, for example, the Aruni, and again, there just becomes more and more layers of things for you to have to try and force your way through. Fortunately, WYLDE are going to try it once again here. They're going again with the same sort of lineup, a couple of changes coming in, but you are going to be seeing the Aruni, the castle, and the Azami once again. So for the side of WYLDE, there is a lot to work through.
Going to see the first keeper barricade in a similar position to the one that we did last time, except I think it's going to be used probably the opposite way around this time. Rather than trying to play it on stage, I think we're going to see that used more to peek around onto the windows. We'll see as the round progresses. Of course, the stage windows have been castled off as well, as you said, as being used in tandem there to create these real sort of safe spaces almost. Benja on the sledge. He's going to be super important potentially. He's going to get himself up to the roof for the time being, but the run out, there's an attempt made, but Grizzly, he's going to find the kill onto Corey, and this is it. Heroic may well have banned out the Nomad to give Sloth the opportunity to get out of those windows, but they've got to be careful that it's not used against them.
That's exactly it, right? I mean, you saw Grizzly earlier on. He was just ready for Corey's jump out back in. I want to say it was round 1. Like, teams at this level will be aware of that. When you've scrimmed so many tier 3, tier 2 teams on your way through to the top, you've been jumped out on more times than you care to count. You're ready for that level of aggression, which I think is exactly what we saw there. But the forest being put to good use by Grizzly. We did see it in the last round as well. Just being used here to chew through some of that longer range utility that's not so easy to clear. Now that he's droned out that one castle, but the bulletproof, that is sat inside of White Hallway, that's going to be the next target. The thing is, Tim, we've seen teams literally go to war to get rid of that kind of camera before, where they're having to throw everything at it. Nades, Flores drones, you name it, and the defenders even equally really kind of lock down around it and try and stop that from happening.
Look at this at the minute. Just Jay played in there behind those 3 keepers. Now then, we're going to see the first one taken down by a Rotero drone, but he's got a kunai knife in hand ready to whip it into the chair again, and it's just going to replace that barrier for him. But it doesn't matter. Not used to maximum effect again. Des Sloth able to get in, get the angle. But the big question for me with his army, it's not about the kills that you gain because of those barriers. It's about the time you waste. And we are at 1 minute 45 gone. They've only just got themselves into piano. Let's not forget that Heroic here are attacking onto Reading and Fireplace. That Azami has wasted an awful lot of time in there.
The thing is, Tim, they've got rid of that, and now they've got to go and clear Cocktail as well, which is normally where defenders hold down. So it's just adding another layer of defense to what defenders normally had inside of Storage and then inside of Cocktail as well. Aces is lurking on White Stairs here, so I hope to God Heroic are paying attention and know that there's a good chance that he's sat down there right now. He's just daring, waiting for that chance to step up and get aggressive. The red pings are even coming through, so they know what's going on. Slow Pete coming through, and it's all too easy for Giesler. Why'd you make it so easy for him? Ace is going aggressive, gets punished by Gorgona, and now Heroic. Yes, they're short on time, but there's only 2 left on the field for Wild.
As you say, it's up to BZ and Giesler here to get themselves something going. Benja's opening up those vertical angles, and this is where the pressure's really going to come from Heroic now. They don't have all the time in the world, but they can start pushing them around with some vertical angles. But this could be a clever position from BZ. He's just going to be watching in through trains for the potential drop from the hatch. He knows that's going to be one of the quickest ways for them to get into sight. He's able to cover off the rotation, but Uno manages to get him in a direct trade. 4 seconds left to go. Going to have to get the diffuser down. It's in the hands of Gorgona. I'm not sure he's going to get into sight. He does not, and somehow Giesler manages to hold on and get himself the round based on time.
Yeah, that should not be happening for Heroic. 3 versus 1. You had, what, 35 seconds on the clock in a 4 versus 2? You should be winning rounds like that every single day of the week, and they'll be kicking themselves that it's not up 3-2 to Heroic right now, but for Wild, they're the ones sat at the 3-2. And you, again, just saw the composure there coming out of those Heroic members in dealing with the early aggression. I do want to touch on those keeper barriers again, Tim, because when I first saw the setup, I was like, well, you might be covered down towards Cigar's shop, but you're not really covered from the minibar window. And how we saw Jay die there was he kind of shielded himself away from the minibar window behind the shield, but in the process exposed himself to a swing coming out from the top of red stairs. So although I like the idea of the setup, I do think it also restricts you very heavily in where you can actually play. Maybe a couple of adjustments needed there to make that a much more secure spot to play in.
All right, here we go then. Heading into round 6 is going to be final defensive round for Wild. I'll tell you what, Des, they've got to be pretty happy with what's gone so far. Interesting to see that they haven't taken Kitchen as a site. They've used Bar twice. Personally, I'd be saying get yourself down to that bottom floor instead of one of those bar defenses maybe, but it's gone well for them so far. 3-2 on the scoreboard, and they're going to be heading back to Train and Mining for their final site. They're going to be holding on to the top floor again. We don't have the Azami this time, so the piano hold is going to change up a little bit. They've tried it for 2 rounds, not really seen too much success, so deciding to go in a different direction.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, here for Wild, I think you walk out of this at a 3-3 split, you're not going to be too disappointed. And it feels like we say that every time that we're on Castle. Again, we know that the game generally is, or at least feels for most, that it's moved towards being quite attacker-leaning. Repick really working in towards that. Azami, many kind of reason, might throw that back the other way, and we've seen a couple of round wins by Wild to suggest that actually, yes, she does have quite an impact in those sort of situations. But I think knowing the 3-3 split, that's kind of the expectation where most games go these days, whether it's at the top level or even down in Tier 2 and Tier 3.
Jay's just going to be holding himself inside of that cigar shop now. Gorgona just peppers a couple of bullets in there, but I don't think he knew that the man was present. Jay's actually going to take the sacrifice of about 25 HP there just to get himself away. I think he maybe thinks that one of the Heroic players was still on the window rappel, so he didn't want to expose himself to that angle and decided instead to use that impact nade and just get himself out of dodge down the hatch. Could have been a good idea, because right now Heroic are swarming all over the top floor like ants on a cake at a picnic. As they are getting right in there and trying to find those opening kills. They've done this top floor clearance so well previously, but this time Sloth, he's going to lose out. He's going to find himself downed on the Iana. There could be an opportunity to pick him up, but still not an ideal start for Heroic.
Nah, and think about it in most games, Tim. This wouldn't be an issue if you had a Thinker on side. You'd be like, oh, okay, let's pop the boost. Teammate back on their feet. A little bit of extra heal. Onwards, we march. But that's going to slow them down for a good 15, 20 seconds there. He is now back on his feet, was rezzed up. But again, it's just slowly stripping away the time from the team that has shown in that last round that time can really work against them. They can't get the plant down in time. It can sting them from time to time. So really here, it's got to start seeing Heroic get a bit of a jiggle on.
Going to be coming into the final minute now then as WYLDE try to hold on, and they're looking pretty good at the minute. They've lost that top floor, so there's going to be a little bit more pressure for them, but Aces has still got hold of red stairs, which could be a pivotal position, especially if Heroic are looking for the plant inside of the mining room. He's supported by BZ on the smoke as well, and Jay just inside of pillars, so a lot of attention being paid over there by WYLDE, but Uno, he's going to open things up. Nice vertical kill down onto BZ, who was playing inside of sight. That's going to be a good start. He finds him from red stairs actually, but he has no idea that Aces is there, and Aces sees that diffuser drop cleanly onto the stairs, and with only 20 seconds left to go, Aces has got enough experience to know that he just needs to play his position here and try and prevent that diffuser from being picked up. 14 seconds left to go. Benja finds G-Sled, but the kills come in. 2v2. They're trying to get themselves inside the site, but I think clock could be the issue again for Heroic here, Des. They're rushing. There's no option but for Grizzly to try and throw this diffuser down, but surely the kill will come in from WYLDE. He manages to get it down, but it's a fraction of a second too late as Jay closes it out, and that's going to be the round for WYLDE. 4-2 on the half.
Yeah, man, cool. Ace is the terror of red stairs. Jesus. Like, it took Gorgonas to come from below to finally flush him out after they'd thrown, what, 3 people at him? He got the entry. Then he had one man that was sat at the top of red stairs trying to challenge. Sloth comes through from Cigar Shop to also try and go for a challenge and just completely loses the gunfight, which Aces collects for free. Again, it took a long time for them to get that back, but after you've lost 2 members, you've lost about 30 seconds doing the red stairs dance with Aces, that round is already done and dusted.
We're going to be heading into the second half of our game here as Heroic head onto the defense. We'll see how happy they are with those 2 attacking rounds, but I'm going to give a guess that maybe not very. I'm interested to see what Heroic bring to the table now, though. Of course, taking the Nomad ban to begin with, it's just signaling that we're going to see some aggression coming out of Heroic here. They're going to be looking to get themselves out of windows, out of doors, have the run outs, just make WYLDE feel really uncomfortable outside of the map, let alone trying to get in. And Cafe's a difficult one to deal with that because you've got those long rappels there. You've got to get yourself all the way from the base up to the rooftop, and you're exposed for a lot of that time. WYLDE, though, they really should have read into this. They should have seen that Nomad ban. The reputation of Heroic is no secret, so I'd expect them to be ready.
Yeah, the one side to think about it is, as you kind of mentioned about trying to get up in their faces, that's exactly what will happen for both sides, I think. Because Heroic, with that Nomad ban coming away, are the ones who want to be utilising that. All that said, they have got a very dug-in comp here, right? Sat again, like we did see for WYLDE, behind the Azami and the Castle. The Wamai still joining on side. More anti-nade utility in the form of the Jaeger, and also screaming here in behind a Mute. Like, that's going to slow the Flores down and nothing else as well, and stop them getting rid of utility with those drones for free. So this could be a real sticking point for the side of the attackers, who will need to use a lot of range utility to get these things cleared away. That's why you've got the Ash. That's arguably why you've got 4 nades coming on side as well. They really want to make sure they don't get impeded here by these Azami setups.
Drones going in then. WYLDE just looking to get themselves as much information as Heroic were playing behind at times. There we go. You can see Ace is just putting that to use. He sees the man just dipping out of reading, but we'll get back to safety before that challenge can come out. But it's something that WYLDE need to think about here. If Heroic are playing underneath, looking to hold those verticals, they need to be careful. There's no nitro left in the hand of Uno, so that's not going to be too much of a threat. But with that shotgun, holes can be opened up easily enough to give that vertical denial that Heroic might be looking for on the defense. Benja, for the time being, going to be playing at couches, going to be holding a real long angle there, and the keeper barricades as well, just making it difficult for them to get in here. But Aces, he manages to find his man. That's a very long shot through onto Benja.
Absolutely, this is nade tucks in and catches Grizzly, gets his way through. A triple kill for Aces in the round. You thought this man might be done, well, he's telling you here, he ain't quite done yet. Pulling all the work in for WYLDE, who surely move up to a 5-2 scoreline here on Cafe, Tim. Bearing in mind, again, it's a best of 3. There is still a long way to go, but what a wonderful start for WYLDE. 5-2, and looking well on their way to a potential closeout here. Just 2 more rounds required, Tim.
First attacking round that we see Wild. They get in, they get opening kills, they get diffused down. Great performance from them, as you say, looking sharp here. Aces particularly going fantastically well at the minute, getting himself up towards double figures inside of that round and just really starting to dominate Heroic at the minute. Just put them on the back foot, and they're just struggling to find anything, any room to breathe here, anything to get going. I mean, that long angle that Benja was holding through from couches, and Ace is just able to shut him down from that cocktail window. He's really firing today. This time, we're going to be seeing Kitchen for the first time today, round 8, and Heroic are going to take us all the way down to the bottom floor.
This is the funny part, right, is you look up and down the leaderboards on the left and right-hand side of your screen. Aces is kind of the one anomaly that's standing ahead, Benja lagging in just behind him as well. But outside of that, excluding BZ and Gorgona, everyone is getting involved in this game. It's not like it's coming down to the old boys of Corey and Aces to do it all by themselves. You're still seeing Jay and Gslag really getting involved in the game and making an impact as well. Everyone is. And that is what I think makes for a really exciting team-based game. You know, it's all fun seeing someone walk constant 2Ks, 3Ks, 4Ks. It doesn't always make for the best game. So what you're seeing here, I think, is a really interesting use of setups, of team-based play, of running that clock down, really showing the beautiful side of Siege, in my opinion.
Exactly that. It's the rounds that get won, you know, aside from direct kills, that can be the most fascinating. Grizzly, he's ready for that aggression coming out of Corey, I think. While they're maybe just getting a little bit overconfident, just trying to send that knock in to surprise them there, to catch Heroic on the back foot, but they won't get away with it. Grizzly does take a lot of damage inside a court check, to be fair, but he's going to hold his position for the time being. If Wild are able to get themselves aggressive, send a second man through there, they almost certainly clear that position out.
Someone's a bit of knock-knock there, Tim. I'm doing the joke to you now. Knock-knock.
Who's there?
Knock Corey. He was gone far too early from this round, mate. 5 versus 4 then, after Grizzly, I think, almost got caught blindsided by him, but wasn't quite taken out in time. It does mean here they've also got to worry about VIP, and already with smokes coming out, Tim, you got tracks going down, all this inside 60 seconds. It's very explosive.
It certainly is. Aces is looking to get back on those drones just after the first minute, but it is now a strong advantage for Heroic. They don't spot out Gorgona, who's able to make the peak from White Stairs. Grizzly manages to get a second with only a fraction of health left. He's really maximising those hit points there as he takes them into a 5v2, and Heroic seem to have woken up in round 8 here and are starting to fight back. They're going to need to continue, because even with this round, they will still find themselves a couple of rounds adrift. Now then, they know that there's a man inside a VIP. I don't think, honestly, that gives them that much information. They'll have known that he was there anyway. They can do nothing about him, as Benja, the man inside VIP, even though he was spotted out, still manages to get that kill, leaving BZ now in a 1v5.
I think Aces there was chasing shadows as well, right? The call would have come, Grizzly in coats, if you're doing damage. Okay, so he swings in there and goes for him, but nope. Benja is across towards restaurant side and gets an absolute freebie. BZ, as you say, is left all alone here, held in by this kind of 3-point angle coming up from Heroic. They haven't been able to deal with this player that sat on White Stairs. It's an easy closeout. Heroic can start a bit of a fight back. 5-3 with a flawless round in round 8.
Just exactly what Heroic needed there, I think. You know, it was perfectly timed for them. Really strong round, flawless coming out, and just sets them up now to start on that comeback trail. But the way that Wild have been looking at the minute, I think that we are going to see a good, solid response come out of them over the next couple of rounds. I don't think they're just going to roll over. They've definitely been on top of things so far, so they'll be looking to get themselves that match point opportunity. If they can do it here and now on Reading Room, then all the better for them. They've attacked bar successfully. They've failed on Kitchen. So this one for me leans in the favour of Wild, given that they've already done a top floor clearance very well. They've taken that site, they've got the diffuser down, they've shown a real capability to do that. I think they will probably do the same here, where we're going to have quite a long period of time for Heroic to hold on to that mid floor whilst they've got that vertical pressure above them.
What I found really interesting seeing the Azami so far is every round she's present in, everything becomes about her. Where the attack starts, what it avoids, defenders pile utility around those keeper barriers. She really just kind of become the center of the universe in that round. So let's keep an eye on Sloth and see where he puts down those keepers. If they're putting more standard positions looking in towards the bar, for example, then sure, you'll find it's just part of a normal setup. But like it's looking at here, I think this is already screaming towards it's going to be another piano hold coming through.
Sloth deploys a couple of the keeper barricades inside of Piano there. An interestingly different one from the one we saw from WYLDE. So this is what I love about when new operators come in. It's, you know, yes, the teams are both using them and in sort of similar ways, but you just get those small variances, those difference of ideas about how exactly best to go about it. Sloth placing one over towards small bar as well as on the stage area, but whereas WYLDE just tried to lock down the entirety of stage. Now then, Jay, he's on the knock this time and he's looking to get himself up towards mining door. He does have an opportunity. Drone is going to go in and that might just signal his presence because no, there we go. He sees his man Uno take all the damage, but somehow Uno able to swing 180 and get the down onto Jay.
That's unreal. I mean, admittedly, Jay had a much smaller space to work with, like the width of a stairway, whereas Uno had a whole room that he could work his way through. But my God, what a swing out of Uno. Doesn't get the finish off as Jay is now back up on his feet. But that'll be a nice reminder for Jay. Don't step up here unless you really know what you're going for.
Worth noting, we've got the, I think we've got slightly different rules for cosmetics as I see Nock walking in with a brown paper bag over her head, Des. Benja, he's going to find aces with a beautifully tight angle there. Jay, oh no, only 20 health, so it's not necessarily as bad as you think, but just missed timing that nade a little bit. He's going to take his own life, leaving WYLDE now in a 3 versus 5 at the halfway mark.
Well, BZ's working his way in through mining here as well, where we previously had Uno sat. I don't think they're super aware of the one player here that sat inside a cave, just lurking around the corner. I imagine it's Uno with a shotgun out in hand here, just daring them to come for the step forward, and that could be a real stinger. They seem to be slightly aware, but here Giesler's getting himself into a fight and not looking super good, down to about 5 HP. Uno looking for the step out, but BZ was holding the angle, all too ready.
4v3, Heroic on top of this one still, but WYLDE just starting a little bit of a fight back. The Banshee is going to signal the presence of Corey, but I'm not sure that there's any defenders close enough to actually hear it and be aware. BZ,
there we go,
manages to find an absolute beauty through that vertical angle, but Gorgona is there and ready, willing to trade it out, and he uses the shotgun fantastically well to do so. Corey tries to get aggressive, but no, Gorgona manages to flip to the SMG, getting a kill with both primary and secondary inside of heartbeats before Benja closes out the round, and that's going to be Heroic one step closer to that fight back. It's 4-5.
I think both teams have had at least one round now where on the middle floor attack, they've just ignored the top floor entirely. Think back to Jay in round 1 when Heroic came with the rush and he had the vertical angles ready. He got 2 or 3 kills from up there. We've just seen Benja do exactly the same. Admittedly, Jay didn't have the Azami on side and Benja did, but that only really just helped to make sure he was extra secure up there. There was no real attempt by WYLDE to get him cleared away so we couldn't abuse those vertical angles and pick up those kills for free. Really well held by Heroic, but WYLDE a little bit too single-minded there, I think, in their approach towards the site.
Round 10, and we look like we could be heading towards seeing all 12 and possibly beyond here as these two teams keep fighting, looking to gain control of Cafe, but the last 2 rounds now have gone in the favour of Heroic. They've won both of their sort of sets of rounds, if you will. The 4 rounds that have come have been in pairs. It was 2 rounds back in round 2 and 3, and then they've had round 8 and 9. So by that trend, we would expect WYLDE to be able to get this one done and put it on the board. But they certainly are struggling on the attack. They got themselves there first, but then have not been able to get anything going since, and Heroic have been pretty convincing in the rounds that they have won. So round 10, they're going to be holding on this time to Dining and Mining Room, and they will again be looking to keep that top floor locked down.
So we are enjoying the full breadth of the map at this point then, Tim. Haven't seen all 4 so far, and I do enjoy seeing a good mining site every now and then. We don't see it all that often, admittedly. It's it's the least popular site on this map overall when you look at the stats around the world. But some teams do come up with really interesting defenses for it. Now, looking more towards the attacking side here, with that Nomad banned away, you've seen Giesler pretty much relying solely on bringing the gridlock in this entire second half. Not something I thought we'd see. She'd have a small change recently as well, I believe. Nothing massively significant as Sloth steps across and finds Jay already on us. Those calls ring out, but no one's answering. No mute on side to get them shut down. So Sloth's going to keep his gun up here and just look to keep on going for the challenge.
Jay falling into one of the oldest Frost mats in the book there, I think, just inside of the sight window. If you know that Frost is on the board, you should know that there's an opportunity for a Frost mat. And I think, Des, that Sloth has just actually nipped in and put another Frost mat down there, and that might just catch Wild out should they go through that window again, because they are not going to be expecting it as it's already been cleared. I'm not sure if it went down behind the window or somewhere near to it, but there was definitely one being placed. I think it was the one just in behind the reinforcement that we can see there that Sloth put down. So he's going to be looking to catch another leg inside of that. We'll see whether he gets away with it or not. Just going to take a second to deny that incoming call. Dokkaebi just hitting that global button once again to make it a little bit difficult. Just to pause Heroic, freeze them on the spot, and maybe give a little bit of information away as well as to their location. Benja hasn't been cleared out from Piano yet, and I've just got a feeling, Des, he's going to be pivotal.
Yeah, the big one here, really, I think, is just how much time is being wasted inside of Train itself. Not necessarily netting kills with those Frost mats, but again, just slowing the other side down, slowly chewing through their drone count as well. All in all, looking very, very good for the side of Heroic right now. And Wild are the ones trying to scramble for a bit of an answer. They've got themselves in at top red with Corey, slowly working his way forwards, but that vertical control is so sorely needed.
Grizzly manages to get the kill onto Aces, 4v3 advantage Heroic, but Wild keep fighting here. Corey nearly manages to find his man. Grizzly and Uno both low health now and only a couple of bullets away. Going to be needing to be careful exactly which gunfights they get into, and that shows exactly why. Corey able to give the quick peek around the bookcase, manages to read a story and put Grizzly to bed, and that's going to leave us now 3v3. Half health now for Sloth as he takes a chunk of damage as well, and this just feels like the tide has turned, like it's going in favour of Wild right now. Giesler just looking to get himself into a position to use those rotates, but Benja, he's going to manage to find him. No opportunity for Wild to put the diffuser down. Last man alive, BZ. He finds Benja in a trade after that double kill. He's looking to get that diffuser activated. He finds himself another. It's a 1v1. There's 3 seconds left to go. He's no choice but to try and stick the plant here. It's all up to Uno.
Oh, and this is so smart by BZ as well. He's up on the table. The C4 might come out, but I don't think it's going to find the man. Hoping when he steps off the table, it might get him, but no, the timing's not there. BZ still holding up high on the table. The floor is lava, and that lava ain't touching those wonderfully shiny boots. BZ now gearing up, waiting for this push to come in from Uno, but is he aware? That's exactly where he is. I think now Uno has the idea that he is inside of Train. 25 seconds to play. He's got about 15 seconds to find this kill. In he steps to BZ. What a play coming out.
Absolutely beautiful from him there. The absolute key to that for me is not jumping off the table as soon as that diffuser goes down. That is a big brain play. He knows that it's a pulse underneath. He knows that is when the nitro is going to come out, and he just keeps himself up there. He's waiting on the hatch in case that's where the nitro comes from. He knows that they're playing underneath Kitchen Freezer, and then he just plays everything else absolutely pitch perfect as he manages to get himself the kills he needs, put the diffuser down. BZ doing it all in round number 10 to get Wild that map point opportunity.
Just an incredible 1v3 overall, but it's the second round now that we're looking at where it just feels like Heroic, you shouldn't be losing those. We spoke about the 3 versus 1 earlier when they let the clock hit 0. You've had this round just now where, again, you were in a 3 versus 1 and it's gone against you. You know, in a slightly different universe, this is currently 6-4 to Heroic, and Wild are the ones battling their way back in. Understandably, Heroic want that timeout. They want to have a conversation and get things right because they have no more lives left. They lose another round, they're done, and Wild take Cafe.
We've seen a tactical timeout come through. I think it's on the side of Heroic. They're just saying, you know, we have no more mistakes left now. There is no more opportunity for us to be losing rounds. We need to get this done. We need to get it done here and now. No surprise, I think they're going to be heading down to Kitchen for their next defensive site. It's one that they won quite emphatically previously. But interesting, as I commented before that round, Heroic have only been able to win rounds in 2s. They'd already won their 2, and then Wild able to come back and continue that trend. They get themselves one, and the last time that happened, Wild went on to win 4 in a row. So let's see as we head into round number 11 whether the floodgates are going to open for Wild and they'll get this one finished off.
Absolutely. Well, this could be where they do it, Tim. It's downstairs in the kitchen, cooking up a map 1 win. WYLDE the ones who ultimately hold the chef's knife in this situation. Again, going back towards a lot of what we've seen work out for them. BZ, why did you step away from the Decay B? You've just solo won a round. Absolutely commit. And Giesler once more bringing along the gridlock. So things not changing away massively from how they did previously. Heroic here, Tim, I really feel we've got to see some more early aggression out of them in a way as well. You know, several cases here, they just sort of sat and let WYLDE make the play. And we know what Demo loves to say, make the play or the play makes you. And right now, Heroic are being played.
Right, on we go then. It's going to be round number 11 and WYLDE are going to have 2 bites at the cherry here to get this one locked down, but they didn't have that successful a run onto Kitchen last time around. Heroic pretty dominant as they held on to the bottom floor. It all started with that Corey rush into court check. Grizzly able to shut him down and then get himself another kill. Grizzly played a great game from court check, and it's something that WYLDE need to deal with this time.
Absolutely. I mean, it was like chasing smoke, right? Or trying to punch smoke in Grizzly's case. Got the entry, disappeared away. Aces came swinging in. It was like, oh, sorry, I'm not there. But Benja's on your left-hand side now, shooting you in the back. They just had a wonderful answer for everything that was coming up against them. So absolutely, for Heroic, they should feel pretty at home down here on this site. But WYLDE, they have a great chance to course correct here, to get things right, to make up for old mistakes. And hopefully here they force us over that finish line, get the 7-4, and put themselves unexpectedly in a one-map advantage ahead of the, again, reigning strongest EUL team.
This is going to be getting down there, looking to clear out default cameras, a little bit of utility, straight onto the drones, feeding them in to see what's going on beneath him and in a position to be able to strike should he see an opportunity. But this is really quick play coming out of WYLDE. 1 minute 45 as they start opening up that floor and just making it tricky for Heroic to stay inside a site. Last time we saw them play horizontally, not so much this time. They've decided to bring a different approach, not playing into the court check plays of Grizzly. If it continues in this manner, he's not likely to be able to have too much of an impact from there and will have to rotate, will have to move somewhere else if he wants to have any say in this round. Corey, he's going to start those grenades raining down into sight as he continues opening up the floor, and it's going to be getting pretty uncomfortable for Heroic right about now.
Absolutely, doing good work, and this feels like a proper Corey classic as well, playing Sledge. We've seen him used to do it quite a lot in the past, and old habits die hard, it turns out, Tim. Old habits die hard. Nade's being thrown down here, one being caught up by a magnet before it could really get downstairs and do any real damage. Another one being caught out. So, Tim, I'm looking at those flashbangs in the back pocket of Jay and just thinking, why aren't they going in first?
Well, that's the question you've got to be asking. Not clearing out that utility, not being aware of it, would suggest that WYLDE haven't had drones inside a site, maybe don't know the locations, but as soon as you get one caught in there, you've got to dump a flash in after your second one goes just to make sure that there's not another magnet waiting for you, but as you say, just falling foul of that. 30 seconds left to go, and what's this? We've got Benja looking to get himself back up those rear stage, sorry, not the rear stage, the white stairs, moving up the back there. He just gets around the track stingers, and I don't think they're going to be expecting this. Aces, he does manage to get himself the opener onto Gorgona, but Benja's been able to retake the vertical, and that is the moment they're going to realise as Benja goes big but misses his shots. Uncharacteristic from Benja, as it looks like WYLDE might just be able to take this one. The kills come in, and they will shut down Cafe, but only by good grace of Benja missing the shots.
That was unreal. Oh, I bet Benja's kicking himself as well because he saw his name in lights there. He knew, I hit this 3K, I'm the hero. Forget about this Spoit guy. It's all about Benja. Fun story, those two did used to play together in the Nordics as well, Tim. Just a small little relation that we've got here. But what a game by WYLDE. 3 rounds maybe looking at there and saying Heroic. Really shouldn't have lost that one, but at the end of the day, Tim, all that matters is that you get that point at the end of the round, and simply, WYLDE found more than Heroic did.
They did. They sent a message. Simple as that. They're here to play and they can compete with the big boys. And that is the first question we were looking to answer. We saw them come through the qualifiers, but we haven't really seen them as a roster going up against teams of this caliber. And it was a good performance from WYLDE. They were able to take advantage of the mistakes made by Heroic, and they were able to use that to maximum effect. We saw it there in the last round. It was a mistake. Benja gets that kill. The round probably goes differently.
The real beauty is, Tim, that's only map 1 of 3 as well. Oregon will be the next map we've got. We've got Clubhouse if we have to go into it as well. I really want to see the revenge of Heroic here, fight the way back in, and of course, show us some more as Army. I enjoyed seeing those Kiba barrier setups. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be back with you for map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. how can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all of these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Welcome back in Wild, going wild on Map 1 Cafe. That was certainly a very fun matchup to watch, but we ain't over yet, y'all. We're only through Map 1, but let's see how Map 2 plays out. But before we get into that, I want to bring into the conversation Jacob and Jess. I thought that all three of us were gonna come out together, but then my little robots decided to just zoom in on my silly face. So let's see if we can zoom out and bring our analysts in.
Yeah, we just
Beep boop, beep boop, come on.
Yeah.
They're, you know,
Don't need us.
I'm telling y'all, at the beginning of the show, they were so responsive, and now they're just messing with me. But it's okay, beep boop. I was gonna say I'll give you a treat later, but I don't think that really works for robots. But I digress. Okay, so Jacob and
Not
Jess,
Roombas, Jackie. Unbelievable.
oh my gosh, they're a higher level than Roombas. Can we say Roombas on the stream? I thought that was like licensed, and we shouldn't say that.
Well, we're
You're
learning
gonna get
live,
us
aren't
in
we?
trouble. Yeah, exactly. Not
my
the
fault.
discussion to be had live. Anyway, moving
Well.
on. So yes, let's roll into the highlights, everybody. But Jess, I'm gonna put you in the hot seat here first. So AC's joined Wild after SI. Corey came out of retirement. Both used to play on Rogue. So I think it was really cool for us to see them together today. AC's in particular showing up very strong.
Yeah, I mean, we always love to watch him with the SMG-11. I mean, he's one of my favorite players for so many years now, and especially on the mute. I mean, I just love watching him personally. It's also one of those sort of, you know, hot topics at the moment about aces. You know, a couple of people putting on Twitter that he should be on a tier 1 team. Other people saying, you know, there's other reasons why he's not. I don't know. I mean, whether it's a charity tournament, whether it's, you know, official games, the man seems to put up numbers. So I wonder what's the hindrance there. But another good little B-roll for him here to snag. Montage away should he want, and that fills the resume nicely, as does this man, BZ. Loving BZ. Don't know BZ, you know, too well. Obviously, I mostly watch tier 1 gameplay, but I tell you what, he's going to be an interesting one, and yeah, the Talon skin there, love that as well.
Oh, and you know what? I actually wanted to start off the conversation talking about Izami. Jacob, this is so cool. This is like our first time seeing her in action, so...
Yeah, we were looking for when she would enter the competitive fray, which is now because well, we might as well. We only have, like, what, I think a couple of days until the next season launches, and then by that point, both Azami and the new operator, Sens, are going to come into the fray at the same time. But for Azami, we're like, how meta-breaking is she going to be exactly? I think in this game, she was only used maybe 2 or 3 times. It was just upstairs on piano, almost as if you're using it like a supplement for deployable shields. If we just see Azami get used kind of like the old Goyo used to be used, by having the ability to like just to plant multiple points of cover down across the map, it could be a very just more flexible version of Goyo from how we saw him played when he had those shields. But aside from that she only got used in like those couple of rounds, and that was it. So Cafe might not be one where she's used, like where she is utilized very much. We'll just have to find out.
I mean, you got to take away so much there as well if you're going to put an Azami in your composition. Think about how much you need on the defensive side already. You also then lose intel. I don't know. I'm not fully sold on putting her into, you know, competitive gameplay at the moment. For maps, I mean, even like Cafe Top Floor, where you got like the long lines of sight where it's very difficult to destroy it with melee. You're obviously not going to be in range. Might be useful in that case, but the fact that it's circular, I know you probably think the same with me, Jacob, is like the moment I run across it, my feet are seen and the attackers are like prone or whatever. I mean, it's game over. So huge weaknesses around some of her keeper barriers.
Sometimes, yeah. I feel like in moments where you don't have a lot of cover, if you want to combine her with like a castle, play on bank, maybe an open area defense of some kind, that might be interesting. But this is just such a very small sample size. I'm actually curious if the other game for Rogue Invictus used Azami in any creative way and just kind of give us a little taste of what it'll look like for when the new season launches. But hopefully we'll also get to see her play it on map 2 here just to give us more of that sample size.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that. For anyone watching Stream A here, we also have Stream B. A lot of great matches going on. But guess what? Here on Stream A, we are ready for map 2. Dare I call it Snorrigan?
Oh.
Stole that from me in the break.
No, you
Let
said,
it be known that's my
you
joke.
said, hold on. I did, I would like to say kind of manipulate it because Jess said Borrigan and you said
I say Borrigan.
snore. You said snore. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to say Snorrigan.
Let the record show that I was the one.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I will fully. Okay, we're gonna put a contract together. We'll work it out later. But in the meantime, let's go down to the basement and send it to Dez and Ace. Beep boop, beep boop, boop boop. Come on, beep boop, beep boop.
Thank you very much, Jackie. The robots are doing their thing. They're taking us down to the tunnel, ready for game number 2. The real question on everyone's lips, Tim. Azami, will she make Oregon trash or will it be transformed? One or the other. We'll find out here in game 2 between Heroic and WYLDE. Again, a crazy storyline so far. WYLDE up 1-0. Heroic got a bit of work to do.
I just love working with Jackie, I've got to say it. For me, no Borrigan.
It's a constant barrel of laughs, is the way I can describe working with Jackie. You just don't know what you're going to get on each
It's her
day.
interaction with the robots, you know. It's
I love how she was ready to put on a whole case to defend herself with the whole Snorrigan thing there. She was so ready to go to war for that.
I mean, for me, it's Morrigan. I've said this before, and I know there's going to be people going,
Here we go.
No, it's not. But genuinely, I enjoy Oregon. I like watching it. You know what you're going to get. It's going to come down to gunfights, and that's what we're going to see here. It's going to be who can win those key positions, who can win Shaiko spot on basement, who can keep hold of White Stairs and Attic. You know, it's going to be those key battles, and I think that's going to be a lot of fun between these two.
Alrighty, straight into it then, Tim. We've got a Flores ban and a Finker ban coming away. I'm liking that we're seeing some Finker bans coming out. We have seen 1 or 2 over the last few months, both at SI and at the major that we had just a couple of weeks ago, but none that they were super prevalent, whereas so far she's been banned away in both of these games. The Flores, I think, really engineered here towards protecting key locations where there are shields set up, so I'm thinking about Elbow inside of the basement as being a wonderful example, Trophy on the top floor. Just these key areas that Flores can really help you destroy incredibly quickly will now be much more viable to play as the defenders. Mira going away, no big surprise, and I'm so sad, Heroic. This is why everybody's watching. They want to see what Azami can do, and of course a charity as well, but everyone wants to see what Azami can do. Well, we're not going to see it here on Oregon. Away she is gone.
Heroic just deciding that they don't need the hassle. The thing is, they will likely have been having a good look at Azami ready for that introduction into competitive play. They'll have looked at her on all of the different maps, and that tells me, Des, that there may just be some powerful Azami players on Oregon that we might see in the future if we're already seeing the ban come in on this map. So, or it could just be that, hey, they don't want to see the new one in action. They don't want to reveal anything. Maybe they've got a plan themselves, but time will tell. We're going to be heading straight down to the basement to kick things off, and it's going to be Heroic on the defense.
Absolutely. So for them on that defensive side starting, you hope that there is some respite for Heroic. They can find themselves arguably about 4 rounds here, get themselves in a commanding spot and make WYLDE sweat when they go into the second half of the game. But yep, down in the basement we'll start things off. No surprising at all that WYLDE, by the looks of it, will be ringing along the Habana to kick things off. Lots of hatches got to get opened up. Very commonly you'll see teams try and get control of the meeting hatch. They'll try and get the security hatch. They'll then work their way through to the lobby hatch. Yes, Marcio, I can see it. Don't you worry. That hatch has been opened up. The reason why you're seeing this meeting hatch being opened is because something teams will now try and play a full 3-story roam, or at the very least, they'll sit and play inside of meeting itself. But overall, wouldn't be surprised to see 1 or 2 players heading upstairs here, looking to do a bit of damage around attic itself and just force, there we go, it's Uno, and just try and force the attackers into working their way through this top floor first, and then you can drop yourself away back down towards site. Very similar to the SSG roam that you sometimes see on Clubhouse.
Here we go then, into the action phase. WYLDE approaching the building aggressively at the minute. Kiesler's going to be able to shut down Uno. There's going to be absolutely no peek there, but they are not ready for the Benja fire as he swings around the corner, gets himself a double sloth. He manages to find one onto Jay as well, and that early push towards getting just established inside of the map quickly has not worked out for WYLDE. Heroic were ready for it, and they have shut them down big time as we now find ourselves in a 4v2. Heroic are still in charge of meeting. This is going to be an uphill task for WYLDE.
Yeah, this is, I think, more of what we expected to see out of Heroic, to be honest. Just out-and-out aggression, getting them shut down in the early round, not letting them get a foot in. And Benja has done that wonderfully here inside the first 60 seconds. However, I do not want to write WYLDE off. They had 3 rounds where they were down in numbers, yet still managed to pull things back from a 3 versus 1. So there's plenty of opportunity here that Corey and BZ could pull it off.
Just looking to take a few pot shots in through kitchen there. You quite often have somebody playing inside of that room, but not going to have any joy through the soft wall. BZ manages to hack those cameras, so that's going to give a little information to his team at least. You can see immediately Jay and Giesler just getting themselves straight onto the cams there, just looking to see what's available, what's left, what have we not taken out, what can we feed you here, what information can we give you. Corey, he's going to creep himself down into laundry, and there's a little bit of an opportunity for him potentially here. I'm not sure that anybody on Heroic is aware of that push coming down. BZ with a great drop there. Sloth just putting out the nitro, and it just left him on the back foot. The man able to get down the hatch and find Lisa down onto him, likely be finished off in a second, but for now he's just looking to put pressure directly into sight.
Well, here we go. So it's that slow pressure build-up. Nothing's really changed inside the last, 90 seconds or so until there we go. Gorg finding the kill that he needs. Corey going in for a pre-fire in the corner, but sadly, the wrong corner of the room, my dude. Not going to work out. First round very comfortably going the way of Heroic.
There was obviously difficulty for BZ to be able to finish that kill. He couldn't turn himself away from sight, as you can see. He's just getting pushed. But it's the reason that I highlight that is because it's smart play from Heroic. You've got the man behind the washing machine. He takes the peek at that time because he knows he needs to keep BZ at bay for about 15-20 seconds. He does that, and Sloth's able to actually get himself out of that freezer doorway, and he gets recovered. That's unbelievable in that position, to be honest. He's going to die there 99 times out of 100. So it was really well played from Heroic to be able to just turn on that aggression tap at that point in time, prevent WYLDE from finishing that kill, and get the man back on his feet.
Absolutely. Great first round for Heroic. Now, WYLDE, the ones looking for that first attacking round. Now, bearing in mind we are only 2 rounds in, you'll give them a couple of swings of the bat here, but really once Heroic have gone through the first 3 rounds, they've had their full site rotation of probably going downstairs, into basement, then into one of the 2 meeting sites, unless, of course, WYLDE win here and now, in which case I expect you'd see Heroic go for a repeat of that top floor. What I'm really keen to see if we do get to that 3rd site, though, Tim, is where they choose to go, because we've seen many teams on the attacking side, when they come up against a meeting defense, will bring the Officer and always attack from big tower. So whether or not WYLDE play into that assumption could completely change how this game plays out.
Giesler having a little look towards Armory there. Instead, he's going to be getting himself up to balcony. Not too much of a surprise, given that he's on the hard breach. There is Maverick, but Jay will likely head around to the big tower side if we're going to see anything to mount from that side. He'll go around there and open up the attic wall, and then we'll have the Hibana looking to get the master closet wall open. That looks like how they're shaping up at the minute. Jay is going to make himself make his way over to Biffin to try and prevent the double door push, but he's also supported by Benja. I think it might be the Malusi, just taking a little bit of damage there, but playing at the top of freezer stairs, and that's going to make a nasty little crossfire here for Jay to play into.
He really wants his door to get opened up here. The last one did go straight in towards the top of things. You could just shoot it out at this point, but I think maybe he's fearful of being swung. I'm not 100% sure, but 2 nades down, no real effect being done on towards either of those barriers. And Jay turning up at exactly the right time to keep his teammate alive, because I have zero doubt that Grizzly would have potentially found himself a free kill there on the swing out, if not for that support. BZ, no doubt, counted his lucky stars.
Great opener there. Double coming in for WYLDE.
Oh, shot!
Triple as BZ just swings the top of White Stairs, takes down Gorgona, and just like that, gets himself in and starts putting that diffuser down as well, quickly trying to fight his way back into sight from the armory side, but he's not going to be able to do it as he gets down there, and that leaves it now all up to Uno in a 1 versus 5 effectively. Jay closing that out, locking it down, taking Grizzly off the map, and that now leaves Uno with an awful lot of work to do inside 23 seconds. If he was able to close this round out, it'd be one of the greatest clutches of all Siege time, but he can't, as Jay peeks around the bottom of main stairs, finds that final kill, and he's going to close out a flawless round for WYLDE. What a great response to that first round from Heroic.
Uno definitely getting tagged upon a drone there towards the end. And again, this is the moment I was talking about. BZ could have been dead to rights on his step around that corner if not for Jay stepping up, because I think on the defender side, Heroic only thought there was the one man pushing in from the south side, only for Jay to come in on the top. A really good round, and expect we'll see a repeat of that site. Indeed we will. Back up to that second floor, which means round 4 should be downstairs in the basement once again.
Yeah, that's what we'd expect. It's going to remove that requirement to have the third choice site. But right now, Heroic, they need to not be worrying about third or fourth choice sites. They need to be worrying about this one, because that was a great performance out of WYLDE. They just completely shut Heroic down all over the map. I think we'll probably see a little bit less presence away from the site this time. They lost a couple of bodies trying to hold on to security. They were obviously significantly concerned about the potential for that double wall, that double window push, sorry. Uno, he's going to be playing under there again, but I think he might be a little bit more out in the cold this time. We'll see. Benja, it was, I think, last time at the top of Freezer Stairs. He is downstairs at the minute. We'll see if he sticks that or if he heads back to site.
I think it was Grizzly doing a bit of lurking, but they had that split between security and between top of Freezer itself. So a very classic kind of, what do you want to call it? A bottleneck, I guess, on this map. Attackers will always very rapidly get control of the shower side of the map, but then get held up at the top of Freezer or around security itself. That is where you get your first point of contention coming in from the defenders. And you can already see a couple of pings coming in from WYLDE here. So I don't know if they're looking out to try and get some nades in from below here, do some vertical softening, or potentially even find a kill or two. But it looks to be very much the same as the last round, Tim.
This is back on the drone. We've seen Ace is doing a lot of drone work in Cafe as well. To say that he's on the Iana. Corey's actually going to open things up with a kill onto slot. Jay manages to get Uno, and it's all falling apart for Heroic again. They're just unable to hold on to this top floor. Benja is down and crawls his way into closet. There's absolutely no way that I see him getting picked. Oh no, they've got the rotation.
Oh no.
I didn't notice that. Gorgona was able to get in and get him on his feet, and they're going to survive as well. Just managing to get away with it there. Giesler must not have been able to just get a line. I don't know if he was on top of the roof or if he dropped back down to main door at that point, but either way, Benja back on his feet at 20 HP, but just over a minute in, there's a lot of damage been done to Heroic.
I really thought Giesler was going to find, if not one, potentially both of them there inside of the walking, because he had the angle held, but no. I think Gorg a little bit too quick for him, and we saw Benja tucking in tight and just not letting himself be exposed to that angle at all. So very fortunate to still have 3 left alive here. Heroic feels like WYLDE once again have got a massive advantage. And the side of Heroic just scrambling to try and find something, whilst WYLDE slowly just drawing ever closer, working their way through the verticals, getting themselves set up on White Stairs. You can see 3 of them all gathering around White Stairs here, ready for that push forward.
This is it. The next kill is particularly important in round number 3. If it goes the way of WYLDE, the round is all but done. But if Heroic can find it, maybe they can just grasp onto this one with a minute left to go. Dorms is not an easy one to attack late in the round if there is a core surviving. But the core has just been ripped in half as Benja gets taken down. 5v2 now. Giesler, we see, will get dropped. And Ace is going to get finished off.
Oh, no.
He's going wild. We've seen this from him before. Giesler will get picked back up. But that leaves us now 3v2, 40 seconds to go.
I think there's a frostmat just inside the double window as well, so it's not particularly safe for WYLDE to just go vaulting inside unless it got cleared away. No, there is still one there. So they can't go in. They haven't got any nades to burn through it either. They have to basically jump through that window and shoot downwards straight away, which is just going to be leaving you dead to rights against Gorgona and Grizzly, who are ready for that kind of challenge. WYLDE here could be about to lose what looked like such a good round just 30 seconds ago.
This is, as I said, Dorms is such a difficult site to push into late round if there is a core remaining. And by core, I mean that relative to the number of men you have. 2 versus 3, definitely a core remaining. Corey, though, he's managed to able to get in, gets the kill onto Grizzly. Plant is going down. Gorgona can't do anything about that, but it's now a 1v1. And you just see Giesler able to hit the deck there to get himself away. And that's going to give an opportunity now. Gorgona's going to have to take this fight because he knows as soon as he goes on to that challenge, this is just going to be a game of cat and mouse now. He's going to keep baiting him out. He's going to keep hitting that. And Giesler, he's just going to leave it as long as he can. That just puts Gorgona at a massive disadvantage. He's getting pinged the whole time that he's outside of that window. Giesler, he hits the deck, goes prone, and finds his man.
Oh, Giesler! What a geezer! Wonderful round and play overall too. It really could have gone much better for him in the early round. Probably kicking himself for not finding those 2 kills inside of walk-in, but makes up for it at the end of the round. These boys and their clutch potential, Tim, it has been magic. We've had Beezy in the last map. We've had Giesler now pulling it off. Give me more of it. I'm absolutely loving seeing this.
Great team to watch, very entertaining so far. As you say, they've been explosive when they've needed it. They've had those clutch moments at the end of rounds. There's nothing really that WYLDE haven't had the answers to, and they've just got themselves 2 consecutive wins on Dorms, and now they head down to attack the basement again. And let's not forget, they lost a couple of men very early on this one last time around, but they were still able to get themselves into a position in Laundry and Freezer where you felt that, you know what, they might be able to win this round. As it was, Heroic got it over the line, but still, you just feel like there's a potential for WYLDE to go 3-1 here.
They could even get even worse than that for Heroic if this half carries on this way. I mean, downstairs is considered the hardest site on this map to attack into. There's no soft flooring. The angles that you're pushing in generally are quite narrow. They're a little bit like a death alley. Think about Freezer. Once you're pushing forward, you've got very slim cover to play behind on your way forwards. Laundry, once you're at the bottom of that stairs and going through a double door, defenders know where you're going to be. The north side gives you a little bit more freedom, but again, it's still quite restrictive. And we've seen so many teams just lose 2, 3, even 4 members on a push in through E-Box. So understandably, that is where Heroic feel the safest and where WYLDE have really got to step it up a gear if they want to take this to 3-1.
Aces once again doing that initial drone work and not really playing too much. It just sort of takes, I'm a little bit concerned because it takes his time away from the entry. He's droning himself in. He's always checking ahead of himself. He's feeding information in, and it just slows him down a little bit. Normally we'll see those entry players just sort of buddied up with somebody who's going to be doing that droning for them so they can get in and look to take those initial fights. Now, Aces, he's going to get spotted out by the default cam, and as I say, if he's maybe 10 seconds ahead of himself there because somebody else is doing the droning, then maybe that default hasn't been checked at that point and he gets himself into Freezer quietly. But either way, Heroic, they know that he's coming 1 minute in and we're still 5 versus 5.
Absolutely. I think Aces on that drone coming in through the Freezer side suggests that later on you may well see him just come solo pushing down the Freezer stairs. If not, a full team execute on this south side. And as you see Jay here looking to appear at the bottom of Laundry, it does suggest that's where things are going to start happening. You've got Corey pushing in through Big Tower as well. He could be the big flank. And in fact, forget about a solo push coming out of Aces. There's 3 players charging their way down here. Aces missing an absolute potential sitter. Benja bringing it back, and what could have been a wonderful start to WYLDE's attack has just fallen apart on some whiff shots out of Aces.
We've seen that a couple of times. It was Benja who fell foul of it last time, but this time is able to come out on the right side of it. We're going to see WYLDE flashing themselves inside of Freezer there. That's not going to be ideal for Corey, and it's just going to halt the progress a little bit. But Jay, he's got himself deep inside his site here. He doesn't know if there's somebody behind Bomb Chassis, but he's going to take a risk. BZ manages to get the kill before he has to, and Jay's able to hit the centre of sight like a spear does, just moving straight in there, getting himself a kill, and it's all up to Uno once again. 1v4, 1v2. This could be an opportunity for a big clutch moment for Uno here. Diffuser has been collected, but if they try to push through Freezer door, it could be the end of WYLDE.
They've got time though, Tim. Again, 40 seconds in a 2 versus 1. We've seen Heroic throw these kind of situations away. WYLDE, this is where your mettle is going to be tested. Can you take the time that you've got and make this work? I'm looking at Corey in the back pocket. Those Claymores, Tim, we spoke about that and the Nomad earlier on. Both of those still in the back pocket for now, but Corey's in for the go. Why would you swing? Not now when he's going for a plant. You know where the man is. Just sit and hold and wait. He's got to step out and challenge you. Uno here on a slither of HP now makes his move through, but does he know? He's got behind him for free. And can Uno pull off a magical 4K and a defuse here? It's looking possible, but he's up against BZ, the clutch king of this fixture already. Uno only down to 5 HP, ready for the swing in. BZ waiting for the challenge here as well. I don't think Uno's fully aware of exactly where he is. He's got about 15 seconds to find the kill and then go and stick the whole defuse as well. BZ holding tight, waiting. The swing comes in, but it's BZ to land a single body shot, puts Uno in the dirt, shuts down the 4K, and gives Wild the 3-1 scoreline they were looking for.
BZ just waited a little bit long for my liking there, Des. As the man comes around the corner, you've got Uno just moving around that freezer door, and there's just a second there where you think, maybe he can get the kill there, because BZ just doesn't take the shots immediately. But I think just watch here. Doesn't he repositions just as he comes around that corner, and that could have been terrible timing for him. But Uno not able to react quickly enough with the Vector, and that's going to be another round to Wild. You've got to start asking questions of Heroic now, and they're asking questions of themselves, Des, as they've hit that button and taken that tack timeout.
Oh, it's just one of those again. That's unreal. And again, in that situation, when we first saw, I think it was BZ step across from Freezer to challenge Uno, I was like, no, what are you doing? The defuse is going down. You can just sit and wait. You haven't got to go too nuts. But equally, I think Uno kind of took that chance to go aggressive and say, right, we're going for it now. We're going to try and make this play happen. And Uno did manage to get in and bring it down to the 1 versus 1. But unfortunately, the clutch king's Wild. No one can stop him today, Tim.
They really can't, and if this carries on, this game is going to be over quick sticks, Des. Heroic are going to find themselves down in that bottom bracket before they know what has hit them, and they're going to be looking to make one of those majestic lower bracket runs. I do love the lower brackets for that, but Heroic, they're going to have no choice if this continues. We've just got Sloth has dropped out of the game. I'm sure we'll get him back momentarily, but it's just going to be a bit of an extended time out here. I assume, there we go, Uno giving us the info. There's been a crash, so he'll get his game rebooted. Couple of minutes and we will have him back in, I'm sure. But yeah, right now, Wild looking very impressive. They're sort of giving the odd opening to Heroic, like that coming down to a 1v1 at the end. You know, you've got to look at that. It was 1v4 before that point. But still, you know, they're looking like they are on top of this, absolutely.
Yeah, it just looks commanding, right? Which I think is what's the scariest part is where it come into this series, Heroic are the ones that everyone's saying, oh, look, these boys finished top of EUL. Surely they could take this over the finish line and give us this a nice, easy 2-0. But so far, Wild have put up a really good show. And most importantly, it's not just one of the usual suspects we're talking about. It's not Corey and Aces we're getting excited about here. For me, it's been BZ. I know he's not putting up like 10 kills, like plus a map or that, but it's been the rounds that he has won have been so impactful that every kill means something towards a round win. That is where the difference is being made in this map.
Yeah, like you say, those key moments, he's the one that is really showing up for them. From the side of Wild, I'd maybe like to see Ace, as I mentioned it in that last round, just working in tandem with somebody a little bit less drawn in for himself, and maybe somebody just going in ahead of him and just allowing him to be a little bit more reactive. At the minute, there's about a 15-second lag between Aces seeing anybody and Aces being able to engage them. And that's all the time that somebody needs to look at that and be like, oh, yeah, a drone's just seen me, I'm going to relocate, he's probably going to come from there. Whereas if Aces is 5 seconds behind that drone, then maybe it's a little bit of a different story and he's going to be straight in. You want that drone to be picked up, and as somebody goes to shoot it out, you want the challenge coming in. You want that level of aggression. So that's probably the only thing I could say for Wild, maybe improve on that element. But other than that, they're looking pretty solid.
They're winning their ones as well. It's the most important thing, Tim. When they're stepping into these gunfights, they're coming out on top. Whereas on Heroic side, it does feel like things are just falling by the wayside towards the latter parts of the round. You know, we aren't seeing Sloth on fire like we've been used to seeing at some points throughout EUL. I know that he was kind of put into a different role ever so slightly in their rounds because they often found that when he was the main entry on the defensive side, he'd be the one dying out. But so far, not really quite clicking and getting themselves together the way that you'd hope. One thing I do want to touch on, Tim, how weird is it to be casting remotely again together? I have not cast in my, I want to call it a heat box, because this room gets really, really warm. I have not cast from home in a long, long time.
I don't say anything about the temperature of my room, Des, because there was a little bit of discourse over the last couple of days about the lack of fans in my PC. Like,
let's not even get started. Oh,
I know.
You're going to upset people.
People went wild about it. Like, I don't have very many fans in there. I don't worry about it too much. But so I don't want to start saying, yeah, it's getting really hot in here. What I'm gonna blame it on the lights so that I don't have fresh straight in my mentions telling me I knew that you should get some more case fans.
He already messaged me about 20 minutes ago, mate, just saying, like, I can't stop thinking about Tim's case fans. Or lack of. He's really upset, mate.
It's definitely got under his skin, 100%. But yeah, it's really weird being backcasting remotely, as you say. Still being from home. You and I have cast, I don't know how many hours together now. It's certainly in the hundreds, and so I think bouncing between each other, not too much of a problem. But it's just sort of weird sitting looking at a webcam and being just in my own space, and it's a bit weird.
It's a bit of a different story going from talking to a little minuscule like box that I've got here in front of me to the massive cameras that we normally have in a studio or at an event, right? It's absolutely crazy. But we do get these really cool backgrounds and designs that we've got, and I do think these are really cool, right? I know a lot of like events that have happened in like Southeast Asia have used these for a long time across a number of titles. I've always been like, wow, I'd love to work on one of these really cool, like super jazzed up virtual events, and this is our first time. It's cool as hell.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. I noticed as well, there's it's not this view, there's one of the other views that we're on where you can see, at least mine, cameras being projected onto one of the buildings. I thought that was, it's just a little...
Oh, really?
In the back. Yeah, if you keep your eye out, there's just one where it's like being projected onto one of the buildings in the background. It's really fun. Yeah.
I've got a question for you, Tim. What are we buying tickets for, though? Because if you look above our head, is it up here? No,
Get your tickets now. Get your tickets now.
Yeah, this thing up there, what are we getting tickets for, Tim? If you were in a city like this, what do you think you're getting tickets for?
I don't know, it looks like it'd be some sort of like hyper racing or so, like some real high speed, like, I don't know, some futuristic vehicle racing or something.
I reckon it's probably actually for the game that we're commentating on, because let's not forget, our game is inside an arena as well.
Very fair point.
Although we did have a real serious discussion earlier on about the location of where you'd sit in the stadium as well, because if you're in the front row and you're looking up, you're going to break your neck looking up there all day.
Yeah, well, that's it, you're up on the big screen.
Yeah, this game's well fun. Oh, me neck!
You're not on the stage in the centre, are you? You're in the big screen above it, really. So, yeah, it might be a bit of a tricky viewing angle, that one.
Me and you might have to go a little bit higher up, mate. Nice and short we are. It's not really going to help us at all, is it?
Absolutely not.
Just so you guys are aware, there is a rehost ongoing. I promise you we're not here talking a bunch of crap about why is there this stuff about get your tickets now? Why is there not this stuff about Rice up there? We are talking about other things just to fill a bit of time until we get back into the game. And if you are joining us, currently we already had WYLDE Cafe, so they are 1-0 up in this best of 3, and so far they are 3-1 up in the first half of Oregon. So looking really good for them, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's worth touching while we've got a little bit of time as well on that Azami use as well. We've seen the ban come out in map 2, but obviously we have had the opportunity to see Azami in a more competitive setting, and it was a fascinating one. It was really seeming to be used to create sort of new safe spaces was the big thing. It wasn't so much on the sort of long angles, the long lines of sight. It was more about locking down a new area that you wouldn't necessarily expect to have someone.
Absolutely. Well, our game is ready. We are good to get back into things. We've talked enough smack about this wonderful city, or the virtual one that is, surrounding us. At this point, Tim and I could just be computer-generated casters talking a bunch of waffle, and you guys would never know the difference. But we are about to get back into things. Let's see how the rest of this game plays out. Into round 5 we go, WYLDE with a real chance here to come away with a very advantageous half on the attack.
I mean, this round is super important. If they get themselves 4-1, they've guaranteed themselves the advantage on the half. But not only that, it's the fashion in which they've done it. They've had a flawless round back in round 2. They've been able to lock down domes without too much of a problem. Laundry came down to a 1v1 that was from a 1v4. A great effort by Uno, but still unable to get it over the line. And right now, I'm just not sure where Heroic's rounds are coming from.
No, that is the worry. I mean, I would argue it's from stopping these clutches coming out from the other side, but they're called clutches for a reason. They're not exactly things that you can control. To some level, you can, right? You're playing in a number of advantageous situation. You should be able to get a win out, and you can't always seem to do it. Here we are. By the way, if you hear some meowing, my cat has just walked into the room, and I apologise.
Home casting does.
That's it. It's either that or a screaming baby, like you name it. At this point, she's going to come jumping on the desk, so be ready.
I remember once Jackie having a problem on one of the Latam broadcasts with his cat. It was getting into something that it shouldn't. And just in the downtime between rounds, I just remember him saying, "Come on, S'more, be reasonable." Oh, and I was absolutely in bits when we came back onto the broadcast. And we actually came back on and he just had the cat in his arms because he couldn't sort it out. So he was just like, I've had to pick her up.
Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. We're all about that life here. The home casting does produce these kind of things in the same way Sloth can produce some wonderful kills. Jay, the first one going down on this round. Sloth with quite an uncharacteristic swing here halfway up the big tower stairs. Normally, you'll sit and wait for drones to come through, you'll shoot them and you'll move back. Otherwise, you might find yourself getting fragnated out. So, a aggressive start for Sloth, nets a kill, no complaints.
Sloth just going through, making sure that there are no fans in the premises. Desi wants things to heat up down in the basement, but he might have got himself an opener. They're going to have to deal with a blitz any second now as the push comes in. Aces is going to manage to stun out Gorgona and find the kill. He shuts down the push and manages to get himself 2, but after all is said and done, it's 3v2, and Wild managed to keep themselves in it at least for that 10 seconds or so. I don't think they know that Gisla's in Harry Potter here. I don't think they've got any idea. We've got Benja. He's just looking over towards Shaiko, and that could have been an opportunity for Gisla. He's just waiting for his moment. He wants that freebie to get him going, and when he gets it, it leaves him in a 1v2. This could be a pivotal moment.
Oh no! The spray's at the wrong time because now they all know where he is. Out comes a step across in towards elbow, and the problem is you're facing off against a man at the bottom side, very much penned in, but has got 90 seconds to play with Tim, and both drones still in back pocket. So if he does want to, he has got the opportunity here to take a quick moment of pause and slowly work his way forwards, but you just know that they're baying for your blood at this point. You take a moment of pause and there's a fair chance someone swings you in the same way Sloth swung onto Jay at the very start of the round.
Very unlikely he gets anything here, as you say, they now know exactly where he is. There's a bulletproof cam that's feeding information in. Everything is stacked against Gisla. He's going to have to win every gunfight here, and they are going to be at a major disadvantage. And there it comes. Ben just steps up onto highway, gets that final kill, and that's going to be heroic after a short pause, managing to get themselves round 5.
All right. A little bit better. It looked a bit dicey for a few seconds. If not for Uno's big 2k around Shaiko, I'm pretty sure Wild have full control of the top side of the map and can just march their way forward from there. This swing into the second onto construction, Corey really should be finding that kill, but PZ was the one who ultimately does bring it back their way. Still, great round overall. Uno, the real big playmaker, and Heroic do get a second on the board.
Going to be heading into round 6. Back up to the top floor. A little bit of a surprise for me on the side of Heroic here. They've played it twice, lost it twice, and Wild have been reasonably comfortable, including a flawless round back in round number 2 when attacking this site. They've actually managed to get the diffuser down both times. BC and Giza able to get those down, and so for me, Wild have shown a real good ability to attack onto this site. Heroic, as a roll of the dice, I think you take one of those third choice sites and just mix it up.
Absolutely. I mean, we spoke already about Meeting being a go-to choice. Dining, of course, is the other one. But for many teams, when you can bounce between these two sites, that's exactly what you'll do. Let's see if they can make it 3-3 then, or if Wild can pull ahead to what I would probably argue feels like a deserved 4-2 half. You know, they've played so well in some of these rounds, including on the last map. Why wouldn't they? And I'm suggesting here, Tim, with the lineup they've got, Corey moving on to that Ying, that there's a good chance they want to play behind that execute, either in through the double window or in through the trophy doorway.
Yeah, I'd certainly say that we could be looking at another plant going down here. I've got to mention, you know, BZ, it's dangerously close to BC, isn't it? You know, a name that we used to shout in, of course, from the Dark Zero organisation, and, you know, plenty of Siege teams and Siege tournaments before that. But, yeah, I've caught myself slipping nearly once or twice on BZ.
I've got a
we might need to use the British Z.
The British. I mean, it would work, you'd hope. I've said it a few times myself where I've been like, BC? No, BZ. Really remind yourself of the Z element of it. By the way, someone said your voice sounds younger today.
Does it? Oh, well, I've got a little bit of a head cold. My daughter very, very generously passed it on to me. So, yeah, that's probably why I sound a little bit different today. I've just got a little bit of a stuffy nose.
Well, Tim, when you're ill, you sound younger, apparently. So keep it up. Stay ill for longer, maybe, and we'll shed some of those grey hairs. Jay's the first one going down. It is the Yana off the board, far from the end of the world. Aces straight in here as well. Worth noticing, both of those frag grenades that were in the back pocket of Jay go unused and therefore will not have a part in this round. A little bit miscoordinated arguably here, because that Candela coming in as the rest of the team are just looking to try and get their way around White Stairs and into security. Now it's starting to step forward. It's BZ stepping in and finding Uno the slow peak, paying off dividends somehow.
That's big for them. It allows Wild to think about getting in through that double window, but as you say, they're going to have to start again with the Candelas. Corey just on the drone at the minute, so we can't see exactly. Oh no, he's got him on the bottom as well. We're on his drone, so we can see that he's got 3 Candelas there, so plenty to go at for him. They need to just get themselves positioned so the support is in place for him to go in behind them. Now then, there goes one. Is there going to be a second? He's just trying to get them moving in sight for the time being, so he's going to hold on to those 2, I think, before he looks to get in through this window. But Aces, he manages to get one onto Benja, and right now it's looking a little bit difficult for Heroic.
The timing as well. He stepped away just as a man crossed into the path of the Candela. Will not be able to find a freebie that could have brought this down to a 4 versus 2. With 3 left alive, there's a very good chance that Heroic can hold on in this round. But you can see what the focus is. Bottom of white, outside double window. That is where their execute's going to come in. But Wild really need to get Jeezy pushing up here and looking to do some damage.
Going to see Aces going down as he strays underneath the hatch. Gorgona ready and waiting. Going to finish him off with the shotgun. And this is that situation that I was talking about, Des. It's 3 versus 3 now, and this site becomes very difficult to attack onto. But Giesler manages to find one onto Gorgona. There's an opportunity for them to potentially get inside a site here, but they're going to have to get moving. 12 seconds left to go. Grizzly looking to hold on with Sloth in support. Sloth manages to get one. Grizzly gets one. 1v1 now as it comes down to this. Corey versus Grizzly, but Grizzly flips to the pistol and gets himself a nasty kill.
Well, he's sick and tired of hearing about Wild being called the Clutch Kings. Tim, great time for him to whip out the pistol and win a 1 versus 2 at the end. Again, that round, it felt for the longest time, really, that Wild could have come out on top. But when they failed to make that 4 versus 3 or 4 versus 2, I was thinking, there's every chance here this does not go their way. That 3-3 half coming in and keeps things nice and competitive, exactly the same as we had back on Cafe.
As you said at the beginning, though, Des, you do sort of expect maybe a little advantage for the defenders here on Oregon. So right now, Wild, for me, maybe look at taking this 7-5, get themselves both of their laundry defences, both of the Dome's defences locked down, and then it's just down to those third sites and whether Heroic can pick them up. Obviously, there's a lot of Siege to be played yet. We'll see if that's how it goes, but I do have to favour Wild a little bit coming into round 7.
You'd hope so, but we'll see how the attacks shape up for the side of Heroic. We did see a really good attack coming in from Wild where they sort of forced their way down through Freezer, and I commented at the time, if Aces had hit the shots that brought Sloth down, it could have been a very, very different outcome in that round, and unfortunately simply did not come to be. So we need a good start here from Heroic as well to keep themselves going, try and take this through to that third map of Clubhouse. As a reminder, this is the second of 3. Currently, as you can see at the top of your screen, Wild are 1-0 up, so still lots of Siege to play.
We get into the action phase. We saw a lot of action around rear stage when Wild were attacking on here. That's where we saw Heroic taking those jump outs. We saw Benji get a couple of kills. We saw Sloth get himself a nice one as they tried to push the entry. But this time, it's the aggression coming into the opposite side of the map as Benji tries to get himself through to security, but he's going to get himself spotted out by a Banshee there as he moves through. That's going to give away his position. So we have a complete switch. He's going to say, nope, that's not the way for me, and he's going to head himself to rear stage.
I heard that, Tim.
Did you? Thank you.
Yeah, excellent, mate. Well done. Jay's here ready and waiting. Oh, Benja goes the wrong way. Turns himself out towards kitchen. They will dodge each other, at least for now. But these drones at his feet should help. I don't think Jay's been droned out, though. No drone coming in on that top side. Benja going to do the honours himself here and get a drone in himself. Does Jay stay tucked in? I'm sure he just sees the head. Now he definitely sees the head. And this is where he knows that this Malusi could well be in danger unless she falls back. Fall back, she shall. And Benja will lose his prey.
Benja just does not seem to be able to make a solid decision, Des, about which way he is going to turn. He's got himself inside a kitchen now with Gorgona and Grizzly, and they're still trying to deal with Aces. Aces is too slow going down the hatch. Gorgona able to get the kill. I think that was a nice tandem play there. Grizzly was opening the wall, and I think that's what made Aces think he had time, because the Maverick would have to switch from Blowtorch onto his primary weapon. But no, Gorgona was there ready and waiting. He had the rifle out, and he managed to make the shot. Well played. Nice opener.
Yeah, it's very rare you see kills come in that kind of position. Normally, defenders will get back quite comfortably, so a good little play coming out from Heroic. Now, with this numbers advantage, Tim, they've got to turn it into a round win. They've got 70 seconds. They've got that one-man advantage. This is the spot where you should be able to convert things further as the round goes by. That drone there did just get shot out, but it does see the man stood at the top of highway around pillar area. We should give you a little bit of information. Now, BZ, the one being challenged from inside the top half here. Does he know about a man on the other side? Does he see the knock? Yes, he does, but Benja, just a little bit too quick on the trigger, brings down BZ.
Great play from Benja there. They're able to clear out rear stage. He just felt like BZ's days were numbered in that situation, and it's now going to allow the Ossa shield to be deployed. Gorgona getting that in there. Hatches being open. 30 seconds left to go, and Heroic are looking pretty good on the attack of Laundry here. And the good thing is, it blows this game wide open, because if they can take the advantage on the attack, maybe they just get themselves the map, and we'll be going all the way to a third. Giesler, he's looking to get aggressive in towards Freezer, and time could be the enemy here for Heroic as they have to start pushing in towards site. Jay manages to find Benja, but the trade is there immediately. That's all Heroic really need to do here is continue getting those trades. You got to feel for Giesler and Freezer put on ice by 2 of them at the same time, and Heroic don't even need to get the diffuser down. The round is going to be theirs.
Yeah, Geezer there had no idea where to look. Got one pushing in from deep freeze, one pushing in down from freezer stairs. And I think at the time he turned away from the freezer stairs, which is exactly when the man swung around behind him anyway. Unfortunate, but we've all been there. Just siege timings. We all know what those can be like. A great first attacking round for Heroic, by the way. And not forgetting that actually we saw a good start for WYLDE in the attack. They were 3-1 up, and then Heroic battled their way back in. Can't write WYLDE off yet, all their chances, but for Heroic, it's a great first step forward.
Going to be heading up to the top floor then, while deciding that they don't want to give Laundry another attempt. They're going to mix it up, and they're going to try to hold on to Dorms instead. We are going to have the Ossa coming along for Gorgona again. We didn't see too much of an impact from those shields. There wasn't really time, essentially, and actually that's going to get switched away now as we head into the attacker repick. Just the final few seconds of it. Gorgona, he's having a little bit of indecision between Dokkaebi and Buck, but it looks like he's going to settle on the Canadian operator.
Absolutely. All right. So once again, going in towards a pretty similar comp overall. That Ying and Knock have been quite prevalent, I think, for both teams at points throughout this game so far. So you can clearly see what the intent is for both sides. Defenders being a little more... What's the word to use here? They're being a bit more safe in their picks, Tim. Nothing kind of crazy or exotic coming out. There's admittedly the Izami ban coming through is going to do that as well. Do expect we would have seen that in a number of rounds already if she was available. It's simply not the case.
I think ultimately maybe WYLDE are just looking at this from a point of view where they've got a little bit less to hide, to be honest. There's, you know, like Heroic are coming in, obviously they're going to have EUL to continue with shortly, so they're, you know, not wanting to show everything off, whereas for WYLDE it doesn't matter quite as much. Obviously there's going to be tournaments, there's going to be games that they need to play, but ultimately they've got an opportunity here to come in and play for some wins, and I think, as you say, that's why we're not seeing anything sort of too exotic. You know, they're setting up like they mean business, and they certainly do mean business, but they're going to need to if they want to be getting these rounds. Benja, I think, is going to send that drone out of the window. It's going to go over the rooftop and try to get in a little bit closer to site, but he's going to pick it up. He's not going to be looking too directly just yet.
Not just yet, and Gore's getting his chance to step back on his old faithful Buck as well. For those who didn't know, back in the old day, this was his go-to operator, and I asked him, you know, why? And this is the exact reason why. He said the amount of damage you can do by opening up horizontally rather than vertically, just instantly, bam, walls open, gun in hand, ready to fight. You can surprise so many players, and he has just illustrated that perfectly with that kill.
Benja manages to get one onto Corey as well, and it's falling apart just as quickly on the top floor as it did on the bottom for WYLDE here, as they are getting pinched and pushed from every direction. Benja managing to get a kill onto Aces, and right now they are surrounded. BZ, he starts the fight back, manages to get himself a kill onto Sloth, and that angle being held by Jay from inside a trophy could be lethal as well if Heroic choose to step in through that attic window, but he's just for the time being had to move away from that. He's holding the longer angle down towards rear stage instead, and will be taken out by Gorgona, who was the man looking to come in through that window. So it's all up to BZ to fight his way back in. Shots are taken, very little that he can do as he's pinched between 2 angles, something Heroic have done fantastically well so far, and they managed to take the round and get themselves an even greater lead.
Been a couple of times now we've seen that happen actually for members of WYLDE, where they've just found themselves pinched in from 2 different sides, caught out by the members of Heroic, which really just shows that Heroic are spotting their opportunities and taking them as they come along. Again, I want to touch on that play from Gold there. You don't see too many Buck players doing that. I think we used to see Shy come on this map, used to run a bit of Buck, which sounds weird. But before Iana was a thing, they used to kind of sweep across from the west-hand side of the map. West side of the map, and open up as much of the floor from below as they could in towards site, and then try and make their attack build off the back of that. Whereas here for Gorg, it's much more used as kind of a hunt and kill, play aggressive, play fast, and so far it's working wonders.
I'm going to be heading to the 3rd choice site here. WYLDE continuing their rotation despite 2 losses. Not going to go to either of those primary choice sites. Instead, it's going to be meeting. And this is where I would have expected to see the Ossa brought along again, but it looks like Gorgona instead is going to be going for that Nomad. That was who we saw playing the Ossa previously. Benja sticking with the knock pick, and I think at this point, a couple more kills from a few more players on Heroic, and this one is going to go quickly over the line.
well, if it carries on this way, we said exactly the same thing on the last map, if you recall, only for things to swing pretty heavily the other way, at least for a couple of rounds, and then we had the bounce back coming in not too long after. Now, we were all used to seeing that in ranked as well, the alibi decoy being tossed out the window just to give you that permanent enemies outside the map. Because you have a small moment of panic of, oh, what if a real enemy comes outside the map and I'm not aware of that? That is one of the reasons why you see it. It just proves a little bit annoying to the attackers to have to get that cleared out, although that one there on the roof in plain sight, all too easy.
As you said, just massively cleared out by Heroic on the attack, and that is going to remove any potential threat from the run out. They will know that it is going to be legit should somebody go for it. Now then, Benja, he's just cautiously taking down a few of those barricades towards White Corridor. I think he wants to get himself inside at some point, but he's just going to wait until the information has been brought back in, and he's going to do a little bit of gathering himself there as he sends in the drone, looking to clear out security and top freezer. He's going to notice that there's a Banshee there, so that should tell him that it's something that WYLDE are preempting, but in goes the nade, and that should make light work of the Malusi gadget.
Here we go then. Trying to work their way forward into Trophy at the same time, just to give themselves some of that top floor control. Sloth wanted to sweep his way forwards. Benja getting a little bit aggressive. He did this in the last round. It worked out okay. But Jay here, a little bit too aware, I feel, and clearly stepped up just outside the range of a drone. Sloth now looking to step forward. They want that top floor control, but for WYLDE, they've turned it into 2 kills. Is it the start of a comeback, Tim?
Sloth, one of the players that I was looking at thinking maybe Heroic just need a little bit more. This could be his moment. He gets himself one that keeps them in touch. 3 versus 4 at the minute, and he sees the man, I think, inside of dorms. He's looking for the kill. He knows that he's there, but can he find the feet? Yes, he can find the kill. Going to take down Aces, and that levels things up 3v3. That's exactly what Heroic needed out of Sloth at this point. That's just going to give them the opportunity to fight their way back in here. As you said with Benja, a little bit sloppy at the beginning of the round, not picking up on the potential for the top of freezer, but they've managed to get themselves a toehold. 50 seconds left to go, and Heroic, they've got vertical control.
They do. This is what they were looking for with that 45-second mark coming in. Jay, once again, feeling a little bit pincered in here, a little bit boxed in. Tim, inside of security, not feeling too secure right now. Dancing back and forth, does keep himself alive and gets out. Great passage of play, leaves us in a 3 versus 3.
Going to be down to BZ just to hold on to that angle there. It's all about slowing Heroic down at this point. You want the clock to come into play here, but Grizzly, he's not going to allow BZ to do that as he manages to find the nade kill. Sloth shuts down Jay as they return into sight, and this is it. Up to Corey. 1v3 becomes a 1v1. Des, he's got an opportunity here. The diffuser's been planted. He's half health, but Uno is low as well.
Do they know where he is the big question. Uno looking for maybe come from above. He's expecting him to be upstairs, which is exactly where he is. These players know how the other thinks. They know exactly what to expect, but he needs him to challenge. And Uno, he's been here countless times over the years, Tim. He knows exactly how patiently to play this one out. That shot in the ceiling, almost enough to expose Uno, but Corey going to try and stick a defuse here as well. Is this when the play comes through? Yes, it is. Uno gets the round win. It's 6-3, Tim. Heroic a single round away from careering us towards Clubhouse.
Well, it looks like Heroic just needed a little bit of time to wake up. Maybe just needed to get themselves away from Cafe and on to Oregon, because right now they are looking like a different team to the one that we saw dominated by WYLDE on the first map. So as you said, maybe we will be getting all the 3 maps and going to Clubhouse as well. But heading into round number 10, the question now is, where do you go if you're WYLDE? They've taken the tack time out, no surprise there, but where do you go? It's looking like basement potentially, but they've lost all 3 sites so far.
Absolutely. Well, understandably, there is a tactical timeout coming in here as well, I assume for WYLDE, who clearly think, hey guys, things aren't going so well. We need a conversation. We've lost 3 back-to-back all the way through, and we can't seem to find the answer here. So let's have an extra 60 seconds to try and get things back on track. But outside of that little blip from Benja at the start of that round being picked up on the knock by Jay, the last 3 rounds have looked relatively without worry for the side of Heroic, I'd wager, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was 5-3 on the scoreboard. It's not really the end of the world from Benja. He sent the nade in. It sort of gives you a heads up. They've cleared out the Banshee. They're going to come from White Stairs. You know that's likely to be the case. So it's a smart play from Jay just to get himself to top freezer and just wait for that push to come in. in a different time, you know, a different game, a different world, Benji maybe drones that out or somebody drones it for him. But I think he was just seeing an opportunity. We're ahead on the scoreboard. We're feeling good. Let's just get in there and see if I can make a play. You know, if Jay isn't there, he goes in, he finds 2 or 3 kills, and it's a different story. So I don't think it's the end of the world for Benji to have given it a go. But if Heroic want to win here, those are the sort of mistakes that they need to sharpen up a little bit.
Absolutely. Still plenty of time for them to get those things amended, of course. I mean, I say that, the timeout's over. It's time to get back into the action for round number 10. It's going to be down in Laundry and Supply. We've spoken about that basement site a number of times, about just how strong it can be for the defenders, as here's a few replays for you to also take a look at here too.
Right then, we're going to be just see a few highlights from that last round as we saw Heroic able to fight their way back in. Definitely worth a mention for Sloth as well. You know, had a real big mid-round for them where he was able to just level things up and left it very, very difficult for Corey towards the end there to close things out. So we're going to be heading back down to Laundry this time. It's going to potentially be the final defense for Wild here. If they're not able to get this one over the line, then Heroic will get the map win and they will push us through to Clubhouse. So we're going to see BZ, he's heading away from site. Hatch already done. He's going to barricade off Garage. I'm interested to see if he's going to continue playing upstairs.
Oh boy, Tim, I'm looking at the lineup, and last I recall, Heroic were the team that coined the train noise behind a blitz shield.
Certainly looking that way.
And it looks like it could be the same again. Now, you look towards the Amara and probably think, okay, well, what's the point there? Part of that comes down to wanting to try and clear the map if you need it later on. You just want the gun, you want the flashes, why not? Especially if you're comfortable with the gun. But really, everything comes in behind Gorgona here. He is that front point, looking to do some damage, and Benji will be slinking in through top tower and looking to push forwards from there.
Going to be the ooh, the Gara hook just being teased there, but he's not going to go just quite yet. We can hear a lot of utility being used. I think it's going to be...
All the smokes have gone from Corey.
Canisters, that's it. They're trying to hold off here, but they've already been used. There's no further opportunity to do that. There's the E1D scan, and any second now, the push is going to come in behind it. Benji manages to find aces, and that could be the spark. That's going to be the catalyst that will push them forward. He's going to continue his top floor sweep, but as you can see, the fight is coming from elbow. Gorgona manages to get Corey, but Giesler able to shut him down. I don't think that they know that he's relocated to Electric.
Oh, and Jay has managed to get himself in behind the enemy lines here as well, Tim. 2 massive kills coming out for Wild in the mid-round. Turn a 4v3 into a 2 versus 3. And it looks like with 90 seconds still to play with, sure, Heroic can try and stabilize here, but a lot of the damage has already been done by Wild.
That's it, the hatch is going to be open at this point, but like you say, it could be too little too late. They've still got the Oryx just able to dash around inside a site, up and down highway, just changing the angle of attack continually. Uno, we've seen him have some very near big clutch moments so far. Can he get this one done? 2v3 for him and Sloth. Sloth waking up a little bit in the last round. Giesler being on such low health is a little bit of a point to the credit for them. It's sort of 2 versus 2.1 in that sense. He's almost dead. 1 bullet will do it, but there's a lot of posturing from Heroic here, and they don't want to go until they're absolutely sure they're in the right position.
Absolutely not. I mean, again, you've got that time to play with. Why not make good use of it? If Heroic pull this one off, then my God, is it one hell of a pullback given things crumbled quite early on in the round. Uno slowly working his way down, but you're not going to even have a chance to even look at Jay there. Picks him up for free. Sloth left in a 1 versus 3. Not the kind of thing he's really renowned for pulling out. He's more the kind of guy to step in and get you 3 kills very quickly in the early round, but definitely not in the back end of things. Wild with the shutdown, 6-4.
Fight back begins for Wild then. No mistakes are left for them if they want to take this one anywhere beyond the normal 12 rounds. They're going to be having to look to close out the next 2. That leaves them 4-6 behind on the scoreboard, and they need... The problem that they've got is they're going to have to find wins on every single site that they've so far lost. So they've managed to get Laundry. They've lost Orms. They have to go there and get a win now. And then they lost their 3rd choice site of Meeting. They will have to go there and get a win, or alternatively, they could go to Dining and try to close that one down. But it's going to be 2 sites that they haven't won previously on the defense here of Oregon. So it's going to be a big ask for them right now. Heroic commanding up on the top floor last time around. There wasn't much movement for Wild. They weren't allowed much space. And Heroic, I'm guessing, are going to be looking for more of the same.
Absolutely. Let's see then if things close out here and now, or if Wild can stage a comeback and get us through to those magical the magical letters, plural, Tim, of overtime. There's every chance they can, but Heroic just do seem to feel like they're quite in control. You put that last round to one side and say, all right, Shield Rush was tried, didn't work out, go back to basics. At some point, Wild are going to have to rotate through into an offsite, which is where you'd expect to see Heroic winning out anyway.
Going to have the Bandit batteries. Bandit, an operator that we don't see too much of, to be honest. Used to be something obviously very common within the game, was the Bandit trick. Still get away with it a lot in ranked, but at this sort of level, you expect these attacking teams to be able to deal with that potential. Obviously, we've seen changes to Bandit come along over the last sort of 6 months or so, which, you know, at a point whereby you can apply multiple batteries or shoot them off, then we might see a little bit more prevalence for him. But Jay, he's going to get the kill onto Sloth to kick things off, and that's going to be a good start for Wild.
It is indeed. That's the sort of thing to keep yourself going here and potentially go through to a round 12. See all 12 rounds of regulation, as you love saying, Tim. Never a bad start. So with that also being done, that means they take away 2 of those nades in the back pocket. But when the team has got 4, it's far from the end of the world, to be completely honest with you. You've got Grizzly coming in here on the Maverick now, looking to get this attic opened up. That'll be one of their points of attack, where before, a lot of their focus is coming looking inside of Trophy, for example, and trying to push their way at White. It looks here to be a very different story.
Going to be opening up that attic wall. It's at least going to give a little line through for Benja to dump any nades in, should they choose to do so. But this is the side that you open up to move through, because there is cover in front of you. We saw Benja playing behind it previously. This time he's coming from the opposite side. He's going to take a little bit of damage there, and we can see BZ, as those magnets tick up over time, just deploying more and more of them to try and keep himself safe in pit.
I think Benja might be able to get rid of a couple of these magnets as well. So rather than just blindly toss nades down Attic Highway and trying to collect the player sat inside a pit, not quite the case. Here trying to get over the top of the wall as the magnet comes, sorry, the ADS comes out, zaps that one away. The player equally saying, right, only one ADS was there. I'm out of dodge. I'm moving down towards bunks instead, and keeps himself alive.
1 minute 10 left to go. Kills need to be found for Heroic here if they want any chance of getting this one done here and now. We can hear the walls being opened up. Those are the Selma charges of Uno, who just gets himself established inside of that master closet. He dips back out onto the balcony while the wall is opened up, but with diffuser in hand, he's now in a position to potentially push in, but that is a big kill from Aces. Manages to get himself 1, get himself 2. Can he find a 3rd onto Uno? He's not going to take the peak on just yet, but it's falling apart for Heroic. It's 2 versus 5 now, as Aces has just had a huge mid-round impact there. Grizzly trying to get something working out of Attic, but it's not going to be easy.
The thing is, we've seen Wild win big clutch situations and also lose them as well. And this is one of those where you're in a 5 versus 2. You should not be losing rounds like this, really. This should get closed out by Wild, but Grizzly going to find one, exchanges half his HP for it. A worthwhile trade in anyone's book. Now looking to try and find the next one as well. Sees the man's legs on the underside. Aces will find a triple, and that should be about it. Grizzly's down to about 3 HP. Jay steps in for the final shot. Wild send us through to round 12.
That's it, giving us everything they have got on Oregon, but the difficulty, as I said, is it's now going to come down to that 3rd choice site. Will they replay Meeting, or will they be looking towards Dining this time? They lost Meeting back in round number 9. So it looks this time like they might just switch it up and go elsewhere. But Wild, they're riding on a good bit of momentum now. They've got themselves a couple of rounds, and you start feeling like there's an opportunity for them to get through to overtime. If they do, they could close out this entire matchup. Let's not forget, having won Cafe, there is an opportunity now for Wild. If they get themselves to overtime and get the map win, it will close it out here and now. They'll continue in the upper bracket.
That's the dream. That is the dream. That nice reminder of it is a double bracket tournament. I think it's tomorrow, maybe the day after, I'm not sure, but we have those kind of upper bracket finals to determine who goes through to the grand final on Sunday. But like we keep on saying, there is so much Siege to watch. In fact, you may even find that both games get played in sync tomorrow, and then we have the deciders on the following day. So again, plenty to look forward to. And as a reminder, there is a B stream too if you do want to tune in and see the other game at the same time. Victus versus Rogue. You're all capable of multitasking. That game's also on the go at the moment. I believe they've just got into their 3rd map over there, Tim.
Oh, really? Well, it's going to be a fascinating one. I think we've got a little bit of an issue.
Uh-oh.
We're coming back to us.
SpaghettiOs.
There we go. I just managed to throw my glasses on just quick enough. So we'll get back into this one as soon as possible. We'll let you know what's happening with the game when we know. At this point, we know as much as you do. So whether that round will continue to be played off stream and we'll pick it up after that, or whether we'll call it at this point and get it all restarted, I'm not 100% sure. But as soon as we know, we'll let you.
Absolutely. It can be quite anticlimactic if we were to sit here and go, well, something happened and Wild lost, therefore, yeah, that's it, done. We're through to another map, let's go. Yeah, as a reminder, though, the third map, if we get there and we need it, is Clubhouse. Oregon is our second one. Cafe was the first, and we currently find ourselves in round 12, where Heroic are 6 and 5. So just one more round to send us through to that third one, Tim. Again, I'll keep on saying it. I'm hoping Azami isn't banned. I want to see more and more Azami. I want to see the setups that she's used in. We saw some cool ones in Piano Cafe. Let's see some more.
Yeah, absolutely. I would completely agree with you on that one, Des. You know, let's see exactly where those keeper barricades can be used, where they are useful, where they're not. Let's have them really put through their paces. But talking of getting put through their paces, that's Heroic right now, because Wild are showing some great heart here, Des. They're showing great resilience, and they are fighting back into this time after time, and once again taking us all the way to 12 rounds. And honestly, I wouldn't put money against them holding this third choice site at the minute.
It sounds really weird to say, like, oh, you know, Heroic are holding their own and all that as well. And really, everyone would have been saying that about Wild coming into the whole series overall. So far, so good. Absolutely. Still a very close fixture. And we'll let you guys know as soon as we do about when we're getting back into things. But really, should only be a minute or so for players to get back into the server, for us to get all the settings set up. And then we'll be able to get on with the game and see if this series does require a third. Worth remembering as well, Tim, there are still loads more games to come throughout the day here. Once we're done with this region, I believe we step into LATAM next. Then after those best of threes are done, we go into NA. You've got SSG and Parabellum playing. We've got MIBR, and I forget the second LATAM team already. You all know?
Sorry, we've got Furious.
That's the one. Yeah, there's Furious as well, but who's the main teams? MIBR and...
FaZe. FaZe, MIBR, Furious, and Escolinha.
I was gonna say FaZe. I just remember them again very well from the Sweden major back in November. The incredible round map 3, round 15, 1v1 to determine who goes through, and ultimately it was FaZe who went on to win the whole thing. Really does spin on a dime sometimes. Here we are though, we are back into game, and as you can see, we are in overtime. So that round did play out to completion. Wild won. They start on the defense here in overtime.
Yeah, you know, ultimately we've got to balance it with competitive integrity as well. And if, you know, depending what stage, I can't remember what stage of the round we were at when the observer had issues. So it just means we're in a situation whereby, you know, it's only fair to really play that round out rather than going for the rehost. So as it stands, we are now in the overtime. So it's going to be the best of 3 rounds. If Wild are able to continue the momentum that they've had, they've just, I think, got the win in dining. I think it was. I did see that they were selecting dining. So unless they switched it at a later point, they will have been there, and that's a great result for Wild. Taking Laundry, taking Dorms, taking Dining, and then continuing on the defense for overtime does not look good for Heroic.
Well, we said it back when it was like 6-3, you know, or 6-4 actually, I think, is, you know, ultimately Wild are going to have to rotate through an offsite here. They've got no choice, but they managed to do it. They held on, and Heroic couldn't get the goods done. So here we go, round 13, and we'll see how things play out with Heroic on the attack, and again, Wild on the defense.
So it's going to be the Laundry site. They're going to be back down to the basement this time around. Heroic last time threatening the blitz rush on this one, but deciding not to go for that this time around. Instead, Gorgona's going to be back onto the book rather than the blitz. And he's going to be looking to get that top floor, get that kitchen control, and just start to move down from there. Jay, he is going to come a cropper there, and he's going to be shut down by Gorgona.
Gorgona in this book, man, doesn't have to necessarily always be horizontal, but the vertical play as well. Just finding himself some essentially freebie kills, it feels like, in several of these rounds. Really gets things going for Heroic in round 13. Now making sure they've got this top floor control inside a big tower, all across top floor in general. This is when things can start moving forwards. Interestingly worth noting, Tim, we always talk about the downstairs site and how, you know, there's no vertical destruction to do. It's always interesting when teams still opt to bring along things like the book. The Sledge I can understand because you've got nades on side, but the book, a bit less so. A lot of it just screams preference.
Yeah, absolutely that. I mean, it's limited, like you said. There really isn't much vertical opportunity beyond the hatches. So it's, you know, I think, as you've said, he likes to use them horizontally as well. So it's about getting that mid-floor control, just supporting that push, clearing anybody out of kitchen, security, as we saw him do. You know, beyond that point, yep, it's just the rifle going into sight, and, you know, you sort of hope for the best. So Wild, they've got themselves downstairs. Now then, BZ's on a little bit of a flank here, Des. I don't think he's been picked up. He could at least get it. He needs to get himself at least one kill here.
He does, absolutely. If you're going to really start to balance things back out for your team, now is the time. But it just feels like they're ready. Look, watching the vertical angle, Gorg, he's aware. Surely BZ doesn't drop. I think he might have just heard Gorg stepping forward there, which would be enough of an indication of, okay, don't make the move. If nothing else, you're dragging resource away from the attackers here, which can only help. Oh, the vertical!
Gorgon are able to get that kill onto BZ. As I said, he needed to get a kill. It was essential on that roam that he got one. It's now very difficult for his team. Cheeky little hole from Corey there. Does manage to just see himself somebody, and we see the aggression then coming out. Giesler manages to get one, but the kills all go in the favour of Wild. 8 seconds left to go. Diffuser going down. They're going to have to stick it. No! Benja manages to get the kill onto Corey, and that is going to be the first overtime round, flipping the script and going in favour of the attackers.
Very critically as well, it's on that downstairs site here, Tim. You know, that's the one the defenders lean into and go, right, we're confident we can make this work. Well, Heroic have just made an attack there work. So, Wild, it's all on you now, boys. You've got to win this attack and force it through to 15.
We'll see which site it is going to be that they're going to be attacking onto. Heroic are going to be taking Laundry and Supply. They took it back in round 1 when they were defending, and they were able to get the win. But then in round 4, it was a Wild round. And round 5, Heroic round. So 2-1 in favour of Heroic on this site at the minute. So you would be looking at least odds-on favourite to get this done here and now if you are Heroic. I don't think they want this going to a round 15 decider, if I'm honest. They want to get this closed out and go to Clubhouse.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the lineup once again for Wild and seeing BZ back on the DKB. There's probably a fair shout in here somewhere to ban that away from him. Think about like Anaton, who plays the Cyclops over in APAC North, absolutely loves this operator. We've seen BZ have some really incredible rounds and really make the other side sweat a little bit. You know, Heroic, when that call comes through, no mute on side, it has cost them a couple of gunfights a couple of times, so I wouldn't be surprised again if some teams look at that and think, taking that away, not a bad shout. In this round, though, things are going to change up. BZ going across the Nomad, and Aces taking his own little flavour here with the Blitz. I think we saw the attempt come out of Heroic in previous rounds. Now Wild want to give it their own bash.
That's it. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it be successful here. As you know, the key is always the attack on rear stage. It's the attack on pillars. That's the signal. Once that comes in, then the rush will come into elbow. For the time being, Jay's just aware that there could be a peak coming out of Garage, but I don't think there's anybody that's going to be in a position to do that. So right now, Wild have got themselves ready. They're just waiting for that kill. Giesler manages to get Sloth, and here we go. Aces goes in. Can't find his man, though. It all gets a bit messy.
Oh, my.
He does manage to. And he comes away scrapping. Grizzly, he's now having to fight his way back into site 1v4. Wild have absolutely run over them with their own attack here, Des. Grizzly looks for their feet, but he can't find them. And the kill comes in from Jay. That's going to be Wild taking round number 14. And Des, we're going all the way to 15.
Love it, Tim. I am convinced Siege is a horror game. You're in a 1 versus 4, and one of the 4 is a Blitz that's charging at you, no fear. You're shooting his feet, you're doing whatever you can, but you just cannot find an answer. Aces, a wonderful job on the charge forward there. This kill especially could have gone down here very, very easily, but no, turns it into a kill for his team, whilst elsewhere Wild have found a couple more kills, and they get the comfortable closeout. Really good stuff, and again, handing Heroic a taste of their own medicine. Now we've got to see where Wild go, though. It's going to be kids and dorms, so they aren't going to have a repeat of the downstairs, Tim. They're saying, look, both teams have lost on that site just now. Let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, I think it's a smart choice, to be honest. You know, they've just lost it themselves. You don't want that negativity coming into this final round. It's now a roll of the dice for Wild. If they get this one done, if they hold on, they've done it. They're continuing the upper bracket. They've beaten Heroic. They are the underdogs that have got the win, let's be honest, coming in. A lot of people will have expected a Heroic win here. Wild have put up a fantastic performance so far, able to really stretch Heroic, and they are looking good. So right now, yep, absolutely, mix it up, change that site, get yourself up to the top floor. The last time that you played here, you won it. It was back in round number 11, and it took you into getting that opportunity to go to overtime. So great choice from them, I think.
Absolutely. Jay has really enjoyed playing on this Oryx, by the way. We saw it a lot throughout their defensive half on this map. Again, really sticking on making that happen. Has had a few unfortunate encounters so far with Gorgona. But really, I think this round is going to be more about the execution style coming out of Heroic, because they've got that Ying on side. They've got Benja once again playing on that knock, and we've seen just how much damage he's done on that. Sure, 1 or 2 rounds did get found out before he could have an impact, but in others has been kind of off on the flank, has been doing a little bit of work, catching out the enemy team. You've got to keep an eye on him, and that's not so easy when you're playing on the knock.
Absolutely not. As you say, you know, for anybody not aware of Nox's ability, she's able to keep herself off the cameras, remove the digital signature when the Hell Presence reduction device is activated. So long as you don't move to run, you will not be seen on the cameras. If you do run, then you'll just be seen as a little glitch. It just looks like a little shimmer in front of the cameras. Still difficult to pick up, but also it's worth remembering that Nox is also extremely quiet in movement. Real jump scare operator. It's one of those that you don't realise she's there until it's too late.
She's also part of the horror game, Tim. Her and Blitz together.
Absolutely. Bring Cabrera and, you don't know which way you turn.
That's a great idea for a future game mode. How can we make Siege as spooky as possible?
Benja just looking to get himself established now. He's got up to the top of Freezer stairs, looking to use those vertical nades, but not finding any joy. Something we've not seen too much of so far today has been the vertical nade use. I think, obviously, we've had Finka banned out. That could well play into it in part, but with Nox and Iana on the board, there is still plenty of opportunity there. Maverick as well, but we're just not seeing as much of it as we have done recently. Now then, there's just explosives flying everywhere at the minute, and somehow WYLDE are still 5v5.
Somehow, some way, still going here as well. We've got Sloth playing on the downstairs here, but Corey finds one, instantly traded that. In fact, it's a direct trade between the two. Benja keeping the hope alive for Heroic here off a map 3 as down goes Aces. 4 versus 3 and 60 seconds still to play, Tim, is a lot of time.
It's going to be difficult, I think, for Heroic to get in here, if I'm honest. They need to get that diffuser in a position to potentially be able to put it down. At the minute, it's down on the ground. There's nobody heading there yet to pick it up, so there's definitely work that needs to be done.
Jay.
As you can see, there's one... Ooh, don't get carried away. It's just it baited me as well. It's just a Gemini clone, but that's telling them all they need to know about the defense. 35 seconds left to go, though, Des. Heroic need kills.
Oh, no.
Do it.
No, wait. Timing. Now. Be a great time. What are you doing? Sloth gets the freebie onto Giesler. Ain't quite the geezer he is on this map that he was before. It's BZ and Jay in a 2 versus 4, and it's Gorgona on the swing. Heroic have done it. They pulled it back from the jaws of defeat. We're going to 3 maps, Tim.
I think it's what everybody wanted to see between these two. We've had a great contest up to this point, and I think seeing that 3rd map is going to be great. Clubhouse will definitely be a showdown.
Please, Azami. Please, let us see some Azami. Please don't ban away this time, boys. But the Finka ban that we keep on seeing is really interesting, right? Where she's been such a staple of attacks, the frag grenades, the Gon 6, the LMG, the team res, the heals. She just brings so much, and not having that on side is having a notable impact, I think, on some of these attacks where you're not seeing the kind of pull the nano, all charge forward, pew, 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 people die. It's a little more scrappy than that, I think.
Honestly, I think, when you say it like that, Des, when you give that list of strengths and abilities, I'm surprised that we haven't seen her getting banned out more before now.
Yeah, we've seen her banned, once or twice at the Major, once or twice at SI. We know there are changes coming. We've already said, okay, look, we're looking at LMGs, we're looking at Finka, but it's going to come in the next patch. So lots to look forward to there. But on this game, again, so back and forth, so much creativity from the two teams. And again, that is without an Azami. I cannot wait to see if that carries on into Clubhouse. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break that map down, and then Clubhouse awaits. We'll see you guys in a few.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना कि हमारा, अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा है फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़े।
not Snorrigan. Bye-bye, Borrigan. I already see Jess rolling her eyes. Come on, y'all. That was wild.
I'll give you that one. I will give you that one. It actually was a very entertaining Borrigan for the first time in a long time, to be fair. And the fact that we weren't max OT, I think probably says more about Wild than it does Heroic. I'm going to be honest here, because obviously if we take into account map number 1 being a Wild map, then we come into map number 2, they don't necessarily win that last round, but I mean, it was so close. So I think this bodes really well for Wild going into map 3.
Yeah, it's also nice that Heroic showed that they're not a baseball team, because they very nearly threw that game into the stands and left empty-handed. But that last round was a home run. So,
by the way, I'm a little upset that you guys missed my third pun. I said that was wild.
Oh, yeah, that's something you would say.
Come on.
That is something you would say pretty usually, though, Jackie. So to be fair,
it's
we
also
didn't miss
something
it.
you would have said if they had won, which they didn't. So
That's
You're
true.
right. They did not. Okay, but let's give credit where credit's due. They battled back. They took it to overtime. So let's talk about that a little bit, because it really was kind of Snorrigan, and then things got wild towards the end, and the pun not intended there. Just talk to me about Heroic, like almost dropping the ball there. What was breaking down?
I mean, Heroic looked like they wanted to come into this map too with a bit of gusto. Fair enough, it's their opponent's map pick. They lost their own. They come into this one and they say, all right, well, if we're even going to have a chance of staying in the upper bracket, we obviously have to win this one. And they looked way more coordinated. I think there was much more synergy. I think that's the key word I'm looking for there, and fair enough. But a lot of this came down to gunfights. You can see a lot of elaborate setups on the defensive side there. I do truly think it came down to who peaked first and who had the more confidence in doing so. You know, BZ there from Wild, I just love watching him play. But from the side of Heroic, everything looked a lot better. And Grizzly, man, this one was good. This was a good little couple of shots there. I love that.
Oh, we love to see it. Benja actually had a really strong map 1, Jacob, but I feel like in just kind of saying this, it looked more like a collective effort on map 2.
for the most part, yeah, but I'd say once it got to 6-3 and Heroic only needed one more round to put this map in the bag, suddenly it starts to fall apart and it looks like Wild. It's not even that they were doing anything different, it's that Heroic's attack strategy started looking a little bit more disjointed. They tried pushing several different angles, but the timing wasn't quite like on the money like it was for rounds prior. So every time they try making a nice play, Wild just sit there on site, wait for Heroic to come to them, and it feels like there wasn't much of a real answer back. So for Heroic, nice that you walked away with the map win, but can we not almost like completely let a map slide like that in map 3? Because you came this close to really botching it.
Really, really close. I do want to talk about Wild a little bit. So how did they adapt and battle back in the end? We obviously too little too late, but what did you like about what you saw?
We just saw on the highlights there a little bit of blitz play. I like that they're not scared to try things. You know, if they're saying, all right, you're moving swiftly, you're moving really fast, we can do so as well. And we can use the blitz, for example, down into elbow to be able to achieve all of those goals. I don't think it's necessarily effective. I actually don't like to see Wild move away from that kind of stringent gameplay we've seen them use, because there's been a couple of mentions from the casters about the fact that Aces, for example, he joins himself in, he's, you know, disjointed of about 15 seconds. That gap means that players moved away from that drone. So I think a little bit more synergy is the right call here. I do agree with, you know, the British guys on the mic there. I think there's something that Wild can work with here, and they might have been able to walk away with the win if they had done so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. The creativity is cool, but I don't really know if that's something Wild can play into nearly as much. Like, if we're talking about that blitz play, that's something you'll see NA teams do. Foxay pioneered that. Then Spirit's got a hold of it if you're playing it on elbow. But it's like some teams aren't really nearly as regimented enough to allow themselves to then get outside the box and try new stuff. So I think a team like Heroic definitely has more of that down. But Wild, I think you need to stick to a little bit more of a strategic game plan to come ahead in map 3.
Wow, we will see how map 3 will play out. Boop, my exceptional operating system, please take us to the basement to Dez and Ace. And thank you for performing so well during this segment. Boop, there we go. Bye.
Is this a thing now, Tim? This is now Jackie's. The whole city is an operating system, and it's called Boop, right? Is that what we're going with?
It's a thing.
Yeah, Jackie's red flag waving just gets more and more aggressive as the days go by at this point, I think. Welcome back, boys and girls, to the basement for map number 3, Clubhouse, between Heroic and Wild. Not going to lie, Tim, coming into today, I didn't expect we'd get to this point. I thought we'd see this all wrapped up and done by Heroic in 2 maps, but even the map they just won was an 8-7. It really came all the way down to the wire. Wild, unlucky to not already be 2-0.
I think they could, they probably will look back on this and think there's been opportunities there for them to have this one wrapped up by now instead of going to that 3rd map. But as you said, not necessarily the sort of chain of events that we were expecting coming into this one. But I tell you what, that's just World Siege at the minute. Nothing goes to plan. No teams seem to be dominant when you think they will. And Heroic, I won't go as far as to say are on the back foot. They carry the momentum of having the last map at least. But Wild have certainly been giving them a run for the money.
They have. Double hard breach ban coming up here. Possibly. Maverick already taken away. No. Okay, the Monty target ban coming out, I can only imagine. Looking at Wild and saying, okay, we saw a little bit of the blitz. We don't want to chance that becoming a Monty. We'd rather just get it off the board. Okay. Does mean that at least we have a healthy roster of hard breaches available to the attackers alongside a Thatcher. The Kai going away as well really just means that the Thatcher probably won't be employed all that much. Really depends on what the setup's going to be. If you're going to use something like a Bandit, especially for Cash and CC, you'll just attack into Lounge below and it'll be as simple as that. Mira, the last one to follow away. One of our go-to defender bans. So no big surprise to see that coming through.
Here we go then, round 1 Clubhouse, and we will see Wild starting us off on the defence. They're going to be heading down to the basement to kick things off. Going to be Church and Arsenal, but that Capcam pick makes me think, along with the Oryx, that we're going to be seeing a little bit of off-site presence. I would expect to see them around the map. Thunderbird from Corey as well. We have seen that Thunderbird used previously up on the top floor to allow roamers to stay up there for a little bit longer, keep themselves in the fight, and just burn as much time as possible.
All right, then, straight down to the basement we go, and I'm liking, as you mentioned, that we're seeing some interesting things coming out already. 3 C4s on side for Wild. You've got the Cat on side, you've got the Goyo, and also seeing the Thunderbird, which actually I believe we've seen Heroic employ in the past. Mainly when they were defending bar and stage, what they do is bring a Thunderbird and set it up on the top floor in the rotate between gym and between bedroom. So I'm keen to see exactly what the use case is for it here. Given they've got already Corey upstairs reinforcing these top floor walls, goes to suggest that although there is no Mutant Mozzie on side to slow down the intel game coming out of the attackers, Wild do want to hold on to this top floor.
5 seconds left before insertion.
We're going to see how much Heroic play into it. There is always the option for attackers here to just go direct to site, route 1, and try and get themselves in. But it's whether Heroic take that choice or whether they play into the roam game and try to push and get those kills and just keep themselves ahead of the clock, really. That's the challenge all along. We can see it is likely to be a top floor push from Heroic. We've got Grizzly just repelling on the outside there, looking to get some control over construction, whilst the rest sort of posture and shape around that east side, looking to get themselves in. Now then, we've got a Nitro comes out from Giesler that manages to get the kill onto Sloth, but not before Gorgona uses explosives of his own to find the kill onto the Capcan of BZ.
Wild just trading explosive kills at the start of the round. Why not? It does mean things get explosive around the map, and most critically, I'd wager, they get rid of the Finker. All those stims gone, the nades now gone, 2 of those in back pocket, no Gon 6, no LMG. That's a massive win and arguably the most important catch that the side of Wild could have had. Whereas you lose a Capcan, he's used the C4, he's already got all of his traps down. It's not the end of the world. He doesn't really care if he loses his life at that point. So overall, I'd say a massive net win for the side of Wild.
Certainly looks that way at the minute. Heroic have managed to get themselves in and start taking control, so they're now working down towards basement. That leaves them plenty of time. That's a little bit of a negative for Heroic here, as you say. Maybe come out on top of that initial entry battle, but in terms of the round itself, they might just have left Heroic too much time here.
Quite possibly, yeah. I mean, I'm not too worried about that. I don't think they are just yet. Give it another 45 seconds and maybe then you can start sweating over the clock. That top floor, largely in control of Heroic, so now we see them going for a very standard setup. Getting control of Blue, looking to get control of Kitchen, no doubt main stairs also on the agenda. Dirt might be a little bit late at this point, given all their focus has gone inside the building itself, so really, there should be no nasty surprises coming out for the side of Wild.
1 minute 10 left to go. We're getting the hatches open, so again, very well timed for Heroic here. Plenty of time to work with. Nitro goes out. Corey is going to detonate, not going to do any damage with that one. So once again, Heroic keeping themselves safe, and that is now all Nitro threats gone. So it is another obstacle that has been navigated by Heroic here on their attack of the basement. Benja just going to hold that angle into Church for the time being. Can't quite see far enough to get the man who is led prone in the corner, but out goes go the Thatcher EMPs, and that's going to allow Church Wall to be opened up, which should shake things up a bit inside of sight.
I think Jay there's really expecting someone to come back through dirt, but the side of Heroic just not playing ball. Their focus instead is much more around Moto here as well. They could get rid of this Goyo canister, actually just burn the clock down here, just shoot it out, Geezer, and you can move away. Will he look for the fight though, or will he go for that? By the looks of it, the fight is what he has got on his agenda. Just daring this man to come stepping forward as we get in towards these last 10 seconds. A nade comes rolling through, doesn't find the man. Jay on the side will find one as the plant attempt comes through, but I don't think it's going to get stuck here, Tim. Down to the last 3 seconds. Jay goes huge out on the flank. Geezer finds the close, and Wild take round 1.
I think the only thing that Heroic can count themselves lucky for there is that Jay didn't end that round sooner. He had an opportunity to find both kills at the bottom of main stairs, but just couldn't catch the first in time. We see there the Sledge of Sledge of Gorgon are able to make it inside of sight when the shots were raining in, but it didn't take long for Jay to mop up that missed opportunity and the round for Wild. As you say, a strong defence from them to kick off with. They gave Heroic a lot of time there to begin with. Minute 45 to start softening up a basement defence on Clubhouse is plenty of time, but Heroic still unable to get the job done. Never got themselves established inside a site, realistically. They got themselves some access, but they were never in a position, I don't think, to really get that plant down.
No, I completely agree with you as well. I mean, looking at this round, you've got the Bandit coming along once again, but on this site, you're really trying hard to deny that Jacuzzi side wall. You've also got to have the ability to hold onto the gym window, which is exactly why you've got Corey being brought along on the castle. Now, a couple of these castle barricades already going down towards the east side of the map, maybe even a third here as well. So it might be a bit of a light, air quotes, hold onto that west side to try and keep Jacuzzi wall safe, but that's the only real reason you've done that. Almost in the anticipation that you won't see a Thatcher from the other side, but with attacker repit being a thing, of course Heroic are going to bring along a Thatcher when they see the Bandit on side.
Heading into round number 2 then, we're in our action phase and we're going up to the top floor gym and bedroom. We're going to see an attack, I would imagine, from the east side. As we zoom over there, we can see Heroic are lining themselves up. They want to get themselves into logistics, into cash, construction, and just get control of that whole area and then push forward from there. But the castle barricades are not going to make it easy for them to do that. Again, interestingly, I'm going to pick up on it. Geisler playing that Bandit once again. He's protected by the castle barricade there. The Rotero's going in to clear out utility. But while Geisler is here with that protection, it's going to be difficult because, as you see, zap, zap, there they go. The Selma gets one charge off, and the fact that the first has detonated is big. Geisler actually manages to do a ton of damage to Uno, though, but it should allow them to open the rest of the wall.
Yeah, another one no doubt going to come through here as well, as he can't stay close and play the active tricking game anymore, which means Jacuzzi gets opened up inside about 60 seconds. It does require a bit of utility to get the job done, but a job done is a job done.
Going to have that access in through the Jacuzzi side now, but don't have control of construction yet. Heroic just not really getting hold of enough of the map. We're going to see that magnet deployed just to prevent throwable utility comes in. BZ opens us up with the kill onto Benja, so that's going to be the Thatcher taken down. The EMPs have been used though. Sloth manages to get one onto Aces for himself, using the nade just working from underneath. This was something I commented on last time. We hadn't really seen a lot of success with the vertical nades, but this time Sloth able to get himself a kill.
BZ working his way up main stairs here from basement as well, hunting a Sloth, and Sloth at the moment has absolutely no idea his attention to turn skyward, and all BZ needs here is the right bit of timing, and he could find himself a kill or two, remove this threat on the downstairs, because Heroic is so focused on the upstairs right now. But Sloth looks to be moving away slowly. You just know there's going to be a gunfight here at some point, but BZ has just got to make that play. Otherwise, Tim, the play will make him.
Just thinking about going out of that window at that point in time. I think BZ's going to drop away from that fight on main stairs as the Malusi, but looks like he's turning around and going back for more. I don't know how much time Heroic can really just sort of dedicate to finding those roamers at this point. Coming towards the final 30 seconds, and this could be dangerous. Jay opens up, he gets himself two. He's done it to him again. There's BZ. Manages to find one onto Sloth. Geisler sorts it out at the end of the round, finishing Grizzly, and that's going to be a quick finish to that one for Wild. What a mistake from Heroic inside a bathroom.
I mean, I didn't see any punch holes on the gym side of that door, Tim, or the barricade. Surely they'd have been on the other side, but it was missed out by the attackers on their work through. It's a simple punch and bam, 2 kills coming in for free. They had no idea it was coming. I think you just saw at the very end as well, a blue highlight came bolting in from the balcony. Really, they'll be asking questions, you know, why wasn't the balcony being held? We cleared out cash for this exact reason, but we simply did not have the cover on our push through. Jay, though, with impeccable timing, makes a wonderful play work out for him after committing to it the whole round as well. So I want to rewind back about 90 seconds into that round. Jay impact naded a claymore that was outside of the construction window so he could make the jump out and try and catch the player on the south balcony. Couldn't find him though. Doesn't really matter, takes the risk of trying to work his way through into Jim, does it, and comes out with 2 big kills. Again, call it a slip-up by Heroic or a miracle play by Jay. That was still a brilliant passage of play to observe.
It certainly was. It's not often that you see that happen either, realistically.
No, it's
you don't
not.
tend to see those pre-hit castle barricades actually working that well. And Jay reacting fantastically well as the opportunity presented itself. Sometimes players, it's easy to snatch at that sort of opportunity. You almost don't know who to shoot first when there's 2 lining up in front of you like that, but neither of the Heroic players able to react quickly enough. And that's going to see us move on to round 3. Wild this time going to be defending CCTV and Cash. If they can lock this down, Des, then it's not looking good for Heroic, because Wild, they're just going to go for the rinse and repeat. They're going to move themselves back through the same sites, and so far in those first 2 rounds, Heroic, they don't even feel kind of close for me.
Absolutely not.
I think that might say it all.
I tell you what, we haven't seen one of those for a while, too. It's a friendly kill with the exothermic, and Sloth stands 1 versus 5. It's an absolute washover by the side of Wild. It didn't start out the way Heroic needed, and it did not get any better from there, Tim.
I don't know what's going on at this point with Heroic.
Unreal.
If you're going to be taking down your own players with the exothermic charge, then yep, you are asking for serious trouble, and Wild are delivering it at the minute. We saw it's not just down to that opening kill with Ensoyas. He's able to take his opportunity, get himself a few, and Wild just really capitalising on that mistake and taking a lightning quick 3-0 lead.
Whew, okay. That's the sort of start Wild will be dreaming of. For Heroic, I'm not saying it all comes down to one operator, but when you've got that thinker on side, it is expected you'll pick up rounds on the way through. And as it stands, they have not found a single one. So ideas need to be recollected here. I would hope after the next round, maybe we see a tactical timeout. They get some things course corrected and at least try and find 2 rounds on the attacking side. And then you hope for a good defensive. But as it stands, Wild have just ran away with this game.
They certainly have at this point, unless Heroic can do something to slam the brakes on, but you just feel like they're caught in the headlights at the minute, Des. It's shock and awe. They just absolutely do not know what to do to respond here. Nothing's working, and that start of that last round, an exothermic taking down one of your own players, that says everything to me. That's when you're trying too hard. That's when nothing's clicking. That's when nothing's going right, is you get those sort of weird situations. So we're going to have Wild up on the top floor again. We've got the Oryx of Aces. We've got BZ just applying the last of those Capcam traps up there, and we're going to have Jay as well, so plenty of work to do here for Heroic.
Hey, I mean, that's a great start, getting rid of Corey first thing in the round. Gorg doing the work there after getting himself set up around outside the garage wall on their initial push through. Not reinforced off, as you do sometimes see. That will only ever really be when you're defending up on the top floor. So there found himself a nice cheeky angle to get rid of at least the lesion. The rest of Wild now charging back down main stairs, back on towards site. Aces is down to literally 1 HP, so he's got to find that first shot, headshot every single time, Tim. Otherwise, he won't be long for this round.
It's something that Wild were able to hold on to last time around, though. If you remember, Heroic had an absolute ton of time, but Wild able to keep them out of the sight and just keep them on their toes throughout what was remaining. So they're going to be keen and looking to do a little bit more of that. As you say, Aces is the big weakness at the minute. Being so low health, he has to find himself absolutely free gunfights. But the Heroic drones are racing around now. They're making sure that everything is clear. They will see the one at main stairs. Sloth is going to take a little bit more damage at the top of blue stairs there. Jay, however, is going to find himself down and unlikely to get picked up.
That angle, I haven't seen that one used before, but gets the freebie, finds the man. This is through the hatch, I believe, inside a gym. Yeah, just getting that cheeky little pixel point down through on towards main stairs. Really good little angle discovered by Benja.
Gonna have the man inside a bathroom. Something that Heroic need to pick up on, because right now it's time for WYLDE to roll the dice. They're 5 versus 3 behind in terms of man count. It's not going to be easy. They need that big moment. They need that big J flank that they've had for the last couple of rounds. But J is not alive to deliver it this time, so maybe it'll fall into the hands of that clutch master BZ that we've seen from the previous maps. We're going to have a little bit of rotation coming in from Heroic, and I like what I'm seeing from BZ. I just hope he doesn't waste his opportunity.
Absolutely not. He's not going to throw that one away, Tim. Finds one. Will he get collected on the spray? Oh, now he's pinned into no man's land and does get himself cut down. Benja not going to miss shots like that. Almost loses his life down inside a moto hatch, but narrowly dodges away from those bullets. And now it's, I want to say, 1.5 men defending against 4 coming in from Heroic, giving Aces his HP. And that's how it feels. Benja coming in for the drop, now looking for trouble. Sees a man inside the blue. Aces is a freebie. It's a 3K. No 4 to be found for the other side, though, as Benja completes the 4K. And Heroic finally get their first round.
Certainly the best round that Heroic have had so far. Got that man advantage and were able to really play into that. But so some fantastic moments, really, as you say. A nasty little angle there for Benja playing in through the hatch. And here, I'm just a little bit, I'm a little bit frustrated with BZ's movement after that point. He's got 2 options when he comes out of there. He either goes to strip or he goes right. It's a dead end. I know that strip is effectively a dead end as well, but there's more. You know, he can hide himself behind objects. He can get himself into the 2 little antechambers that are there. He can do something to waste time. It's going to take Heroic another 20, 30 seconds for Benja to push round, check his angles, go in, maybe get a drone in. It's going to burn more time. But when BZ panics and goes right there, he just leaves himself absolutely nowhere to go, and then he's got to come back and make a challenge into Benja, who's already ADS'd and has already hit him. It's never going to be a fight that he wins. So for me, I think get yourself out into strip and just try to play your life for as long as possible at that point.
Or either just commit and hold, right? You don't necessarily have to back away. You know that your backside is clear, that there is a barricade behind you. You're not easily going to get pushed from there. Keep the challenge up inside a kitchen hallway, because that is where the attackers needed some control. But at this point, Tim, we're arguing over small details as well. It was a really great play by Benja, finding a 4K and ensuring his team got over the finish line. But I'll say what I always say, it does make me nervous when your only round win is coming in from a hero play by one individual.
That's it, you just can't rely on them. Grizzly, he's going to find Jay, and it's Jay that's had those 2 big moments so far in the 3 rounds that WYLDE have won. So it is a big blow to see him off the board so early for WYLDE here. Heroic just coming in with a strong start. I think WYLDE just really trying to take it to them there, just get that early spawn peak, get themselves an advantage, but Heroic having absolutely none of it on this bar and stage defense.
A real fun one for you, Tim, a couple of minutes ago by the sounds. If you don't want spoilers of what's happening in the B stream, cover your ears now. But Victus have beat Rogue 2-1. So that's one of our 2 air quotes underdog teams coming in today against the big, bad, scary EUL teams, bringing down at least one of them. Now it's on WYLDE to prove they can do the same, because no one would have penned seeing both WYLDE and Victus in that upper bracket tomorrow playoff game.
Sloth just taking out the gadgets whilst he is on the way, but it's more about the mute jammer that he needs to clear out if he wants to get himself into the top floor. WYLDE, however, are going to be struggling to hold on to construction and that hatch that looks down onto stage, which is exactly where they want to keep a presence, because that's how they're going to prevent this diffuser from going down on the ground. Droning continuing for Heroic. Consideration for Benja as to exactly where he's going to get in halfway through the map, halfway through the round, and he's not inside of the map yet, so definitely need to be getting themselves active here and moving, but it looks like the attention's going to be going towards strip side rather than stage.
Well, fairly so, because you've got BZ lurking out here now. I imagine was looking to make use of the hatch hopping that you can do with those yokais to feed information. Okay, maybe not. It's reinforced up. Thank you very much for proving my point wrong, Marcio. Could have been using that for a bit of intel gathering, but instead finds himself very aggressive here out towards the door. Does Uno know? I'm pretty sure that he does. Is it Uno or is it U? Yes, at the minute. Not finding him. It's an Uno. BZ bringing him down and causing so much trouble. Now being challenged. Sees one. Brings Sloth down a slither of HP as a drone comes rifling on through. A spray through the soft wall, but Tim, he's wasting so much time. Finally gets shut down, but at what cost to Heroic?
That's it. The diffuser's down on the ground. It hasn't been collected yet. Benja looks like he's just on his way to do that, I think. But like you say, 30 seconds by the time he has it in hand for him to be able to come back and think about getting it inside of sight. Obviously, it depends whether they've got everything opened up by Uno that they wanted as well. Do they have the access that they need? Is Grizzly having to start work on that? Is there going to be a clear path in? Benja does have an opportunity to get the diffuser down. I don't think WYLDE are actually in a position to prevent this plant, and Sloth, he's just stood in the middle of sight. He gets himself one. Grizzly joins the party and manages to get himself another, and Corey's trying to battle his way back from the basement, but he faces an absolute tirade of throwables coming his way, and that's going to prevent his progress from moving anywhere forward, and it's unlikely at this point that Corey can do anything in the 1v4.
No. It's just exactly like we saw back on the last map as well, where it started out with a 3-1 to WYLDE, for Heroic to then slowly battle their way back in. You're starting to see that EUL prowess coming out here between them as Gorgona gets the close. Heroic with their second round in a row, what looked real torrid to start with, a 3-0 deficit. They pulled back to 3-2.
Going to be a much closer half than WYLDE might have expected at this point then. At the point where they were 3-0 up, it looked like they might just be able to rinse and repeat their way back through the sights and get themselves a 5-1 even, possibly. But not yet. Heroic holding on to the coattails tight at this point and managing to keep themselves in touch and distance. WYLDE going to find themselves heading into round 6, hoping that they get this one done so that they have any advantage coming into the second half. It's going to be Jim. We saw them win it back in round number 2. It's going to be their final opportunity to defend.
It is, and hopefully a round they can get. 4-2 will feel deserved after those first 3 rounds, but Heroic have really showed that prowess again to drag themselves back into this to make it a much more balanced game. Here we go then. Next one is Jim and Bedroom, the last one of the half for the side of WYLDE. We've already seen them here before. If you recall, it was Jay's incredible play that somehow evaded the eyes of Heroic's watchmen on the south balcony that had basically won them the round. It was through a castle barricade. Corey is going to once again place it down. They will prep it once again. Hopefully this time Heroic are a little more aware.
I see where the approach comes from this time. They tried to get themselves in through Jacuzzi Wall largely last time. Never really got a massive amount of control up on the top floor. It was a difficulty for them, and they just fell themselves on the sharp end of a J flank as he managed to get a couple of kills. But WYLDE can't rely on that, as it's unlikely Heroic are going to suffer to that sort of play again. So quite quick progress from them here, straight up onto the rooftop, just checking out exactly what is what. They've got construction reinforcement to deal with. Uno may well and go and do that now with the exothermic. He's going to have the support from Benja as the EMP goes out, and then he can move over to the other side and take down the Jacuzzi Wall.
Alrighty. Looking in towards the main kitchen hallway here as well. Benja still getting some drones out onto the top floor, and they see a man on drone as well. Sees 2 of them, in fact. So now they've got the idea. They know what's going on. They know what the focus is going to be, where they need to press, what ground still needs to be taken. Because Corey, he ain't giving up logistics for anything. For toffee, Tim, as we sometimes say here in the UK, wants to hold on to it at least for now. And there are those 2 kills you're looking for. Once again, Uno involved in a 1-for-1 trade.
Corey just going to be holding on to logistics hatch, just waiting to be pushed out, essentially, which is going to be the first thing that happens to the castle as the breachers continue their work in gaining access into the map, getting towards the halfway point here. And Sloth working underneath. We've seen him have some success with those vertical nades so far, and he's going to be looking to do more of the same, but he needs that information along with him. He needs the yellow pings, he needs the pinpoint accuracy to be able to find those shots.
So Aces has been dancing around these windows for a while now. Construction window and bedroom window. He's been back and forth, just trying to keep himself out of trouble. In this case, trouble in the form of BZ has found Sloth. 4 versus 3 for WYLDE, 70 seconds to play. So it's still possible for Heroic, but again, given how WYLDE have played in these numbers of advantage situations, the clutch potential they've got, it currently feels like this should be a 4-2 half.
Certainly does. Grizzly, he just drops down to try and take that long angle, but his work is getting harder and harder as he does, as the kill comes in and leaves him now in a 2 versus 4. He's got Gorgona in support. They've got themselves inside a sight here, and WYLDE are going to have to fight their way back, but I don't think they're going to mind at all. They've got the man advantage. The diffuser is going to have to be played at some point, and they can just play this patiently now. They can just wait until Heroic have to do something.
Great shot coming out from Grizzly, but it's traded straight back by Jay. The 2 stacked up together. Gorg left in a 1 versus 3. It was so weird that they had the site control in a numbers deficit and still couldn't find a way to get the diffuser down, but well played overall by WYLDE, who do get that 4-2 half thereafter.
Going to be heading then into the second half as WYLDE, as you say, get that advantage that they want, but it's not going to be easy for them moving on to the attack. There's absolutely no guarantees that they carry that advantage for too long. If Heroic can come in with a couple of strong defences in round 7 and 8, then who knows? It's really going to be on a knife's edge is this game, and it's so difficult to call. We thought coming into it that Heroic would be on top of things, but it is certainly not looking that way at the minute as WYLDE. They do carry that small advantage, and they just need to keep that momentum going.
Okay, now the question is, can they keep it going though, Tim? Because Heroic here get the defensive side. They choose to go down into the basement, given their lineup with the Valkyrie on side, the Mute Jammers on side, even the Castle too. This screams to me a pretty El Clasico SSG style roam. You don't have the Mozzie on side admittedly and no Vigil, but they're already flexing around those operators, but are still opted to bring along the core parts of what can make an SSG roam work.
Sloth going to be getting that Banshee into Dirt Tunnel. The last thing they want is to be suffering a rush in through there. As you can see, there's not many down on site at the minute, so they're just looking to avoid the potential for that. But we do see Gorgona dropping himself back towards site, and he's going to be looking to shore things up along with the Melusi, who I think has actually rotated away up onto the mid floors. Sloth's going to be playing on the blue stairs, and at the minute, it is the Dirt Tunnel rush that we're going to see. Corey has that opened up by the sledge. He's going to go straight in, but the Banshee should signal the presence of them coming. Benja manages to get a good opener onto Jay, and that leaves us 5v4 with a couple of players already established in Dirt Tunnel, but stuck behind the castle barricade.
Bunch of pings coming in as well. They have that loose idea of exactly how many are downstairs as a result, and in comes Corey once again, nades in hand, but the shooting out of that barricade will let them know exactly what's going on. Nade goes deep, doesn't find the man. It's looking all right for WYLDE here in the position they're in, and there we go. Corey finding Sloth, fire them blindly, and you'll surely find one. Also sees a man deeper down inside the blue here who's trying to find the counter shot back onto him on the other side. Corey putting this defensive side under a lot of pressure right now.
That's it, Corey just holding on to that angle for as long as he can. He's not going to be able to push forward yet. His team aren't really in a position he's actually going to do a little bit of indecision there. Dips away, but then decides he's going to go back to it and continue to make that challenge whilst the rest of his team gets into a position to potentially push forward. Now, getting towards that halfway mark, and there's certainly work for WYLDE to do here, but Heroic have all been pushed bace onto site, so there's plenty of time for them to do it. The challenge comes in, but Gorgon is able to find two into Dirt. That's a big play for Heroic. 4 versus 2 as Aces tries to push into blue and get something going, but the challenge comes out. How does he get a double there?
No way, as he almost pulled that all the way back. He's still going to find 2 more, but I don't think he knows where these last 2 are. The thing is, Tim, there is so much time to play with. There is still half a round to go. This all kicked off out of nowhere. Let's not forget, that kill from Corey came about 40 seconds into the round with a nade coming out of Dirt. WYLDE have moved at pace and given themselves still so much to play for. Here he goes now, retrieving the diffuser, working his way back inside of the site. A flash coming out, wants to try and make this play happen. But to do that, I really feel he probably wants to find a kill first and foremost. Trying to bait out a bit of a play coming in from the other side. It could be the hatch above. It could be the hatch elsewhere. Grizzly on the drop down. Will he find Aces? Aces sticks and now should be able to get out of dodge. Shots come through, none connect, and now can he find the 1 versus 1? Yes, he can. What about the next? Grizzly back up off his feet here, gets the swing and gets the shutdown. Heroic are going to find that first round, but my God, did Aces make it close.
Certainly not been easy for them, that much is for sure. Diffuser going down, having to disable it at the end of the round there, and Heroic now find themselves 3-4 on the scoreboard. But as I said, if they could come out and take that first half, if they could get themselves the first couple of rounds and get that advantage, get themselves back to 4-4 whilst they're on the defence, you really do start swinging it in their favour to get that win that everybody expected coming into this that they would do, but WYLDE have certainly run them close so far. So we're going to be heading into round number 8. It's going to be CCTV and Cash that we will be seeing as our next defensive round. So all the way to the top floor, and we will see whether WYLDE can break down the attack up here.
Whew, okay. I mean, if we have more rounds like that in the conclusion towards the back end of this game, I am not going to complain at all. And Tim, The angels have listened. The clouds have parted. We have an Azami in the round. Really keen to see once more what the use case for this is going to be. Uno's the one rocking it here. So where those keeper barriers go down, I would imagine I was going to say up here on the rafters inside a catwalk is a great spot. You can block off the bits that are opened up and make it a lot safer for you to rotate between the two. Also here looking to do the same onto the single window, so it's a little bit more comfortable to be able to play inside of there, and also limits the effectiveness of getting the garage doors themselves opened up.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
As you said, as there's army that you wanted to see coming along. See how much of an impact it has. Just being used pretty much towards garage. That's a really interesting placement on the catwalk there, just to make things a little bit easier for Grizzly. Obviously, it's a key area for the fight coming onto this site, and it's always going to be hard fought. So that's going to just make it a little bit easier potentially to hold on to that. Now then, Ace is looking for the long angle into construction before he gets himself up onto the roof, and Wild sort of signalling that there's going to be an all-around push here. We've got Jay on the far side looking towards getting into Master and possibly construction.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, here, Aces is the one to watch out for, by the way. He's doing a lot of work on this Habana. He's done his hard breach work, and now he's thinking, cool, what damage can I start doing? Pushing in towards construction, droning in. We spoke about this a little bit on the last map, how he was sometimes droning himself and then getting a little bit aggressive and being left out to dry by the rest of his team. But here, even playing a supportive operator, still going really aggressive.
Sloth is keeping himself his head down with those peak holes that are going to give a view in from the breach, and just looking to get himself any angle that he can onto the outside there. Drone getting right up in his face, trying to just feed back that information. There's obviously always the potential for an attack from underneath as well that Sloth's going to need to be aware of, but I don't think there's anybody down there that's going to be able to make an impact from Lounge or anywhere else at this point. It's all going to be coming from the construction side.
There's indeed some work coming in from below, unsurprisingly. Corey looking to go fishing. Nade from below does do quite a bit of damage. Sloth taken down to about 25 HP. And Corey goes, nah, that one nade was all I had, boys. Sorry, I'm done fishing for today. Packs up his gear and heads himself off up towards the... He got up on the balcony initially towards the single construction wall, but has since backed away. Here's Uno, by the way, with the keeper barrier in back pocket. I think he's already capped out on those now, so the last one in back pocket is all that he will have left as Benja gets the opening onto Gisela.
This is just going to be opening up those views in from construction, but Sloth gets really aggressive up onto the breach there. Kills are bouncing back and forward, one to either side. 3v2 now in favour of Heroic as the defenders, and they're looking good to be able to take themselves another on. Now, interestingly, Corey has left the keeper barricade in place there. He does have the opportunity, the option, of course, to be able to punch that out, but he hasn't taken that as of yet, and he's just going to be holding that angle and using it for his own protection, his own cover. Now then, that's a good peek from Benja as he manages to find BZ. Corey trying to find anything, manages to find the man on catwalk. Can he get himself a second? Very nearly, but just can't secure it. 20 seconds left to go as he tries to get anything going, but in a 1v3 that's now a 1v2, this is not going to be easy, and the clock is one of his biggest enemies.
10 seconds to go.
It's unreal. Like, honestly, the fact that they were down 3-0 and about to pull things back up to 4-4 here, unless Corey pulls off a miraculous 1 versus 2, which Heroic are far too disciplined to let happen. Out comes Uno with the drive-by pistol to find his second kill of the game. Again, all things are now pulled even, and given the momentum, Tim, it feels like Heroic could accelerate forward to a victory here in regulation.
It's certainly looking that way. They've levelled it up, they're cruising on the defence, but let's not forget, this is exactly what we saw from WYLDE when they first started things, and it all turned around for them. So whether Heroic are able to hold on to the momentum or not, we will see. WYLDE were not able to. We're going to be heading up to the top floor this time, gym and bedroom. So we've seen successful defences, Church and Arsenal, and CCTV and Cash, and then this will be the final one before they likely rotate themselves back down to Church and Arsenal again. So we're going to be heading in now towards that prep phase, see exactly what the setup is. Bandit being brought along again. It's again a fascinating one. I keep picking up on it, but we have so far in this game seen Bandit's pick rate sort of rocket back up, really. It's been something that we've seen not a lot of presence of, but certainly more so here, and we've got that Azami again.
Absolutely. Again, I keep on touching on it, but I'm really enjoying seeing the use cases for it. In that last round, we stood up on catwalk to protect the more vulnerable angles and playing around that spot. And that is where I think when we get into tier 1 play returning, NAL, EUL, APAC, all the rest of it returning, you'll start to see some really, really creative uses. And the beautiful thing about it is people will probably see it for like a month or so and go, we've seen all there is to see now. Not true. I remember Mipi once said, who's the coach now of Rogue, actually said, you know, I've been playing this game for like 5 years and I'm still finding new angles every single day I play that we can utilize. Like, I haven't seen that one before through the gym hatch down towards main stairs and it net a kill the way that it did. I simply haven't seen that. So it still takes a long time for these things to come out and be discovered. Azami, I think, will be much the same. We'll see some really good use cases both here in Gamers Without Borders and also across into pro play that could just translate into some really creative use cases as the year goes by.
BZ straight away on the thermite over towards Jacuzzi Wall, so that is where we are likely to see a bit of the push coming from now.
Here we go.
This is interesting. We're going to have a bit of a hot drop coming into logistics here potentially. We're just waiting for Corey to press the button on the Gon 6. There it goes, and in they go. No lives lost, but kills have certainly been found. Jay manages to get one, but Sloth, he fights back before being taken down, and WYLDE are likely to get this. They think of managing to get Aces back onto his feet, but it's not enough as Aces is taken down shortly after. Leaves us now in a 3v2, but WYLDE have got a strong advantage.
Massive couple of kills coming out there from Jay. Seeing that LMG really going to work and fishing for a third as well. One on the outside window once again. Members of the defending team finding themselves pincered out here, but this time it's WYLDE dealing out the damage. Jay, same angle being held. Giesler out on the other side, and they've got to try and pinch onto this man, but they've got about half the round still to play with him. What I'm going to say, for Clubhouse, where normally it's so checklisty, some of these rounds have been lightning quick.
Certainly have. They've not been messing about. They've been bringing the aggression and getting themselves inside a sight at every opportunity. Jay is just keeps peeking around. He knows he's going to get pushed, but Uno manages to find it. Not before Gorgona taken down, though. 1v2 now, and it's all up to Uno. We've seen him in these situations over and over. He uses a Kiba barricade just to provide himself with a little bit more safety before he looks for the push through construction. He knows that he's only got one side to worry about then. He's completely changed his angle of attack, but they are aware. It looks like Giesler, he's just going to be holding this line. He comes around the corner. Uno can't make the challenge, knows he's there, but nothing they can do, and WYLDE able to close the round.
I do like the cute little use of the Kiva barrier there to make sure he couldn't be followed, but that bolt wall obviously not really going to do any favours in stopping the attackers coming through, but you would get more of a sound cue if someone did go for the bolt, so maybe you'd be more aware of what was going on. A cute attempt, but ultimately for WYLDE, they hit them far too hard on that 3-man hot drop inside logistics. Jay, an opening 2K that really got that round going, and WYLDE cut the momentum, move up to 5 and 4, and make sure this game stays close.
Church and Arsenal is going to be the next defensive round for Heroic, and I think we are potentially going to be seeing all 12 again here, even if we don't see a bit more overtime to close this one out. Both of these two fighting hard to keep their positions in the upper bracket. Now then, we've got the mute straight upstairs, which tells me we are going to have a top floor presence. Hatch opened, and that is going to give the potential for the defenders to move themselves back to site. There's no Mozzie on side for Heroic, but I think we will be seeing at least one more player joining Benja on the top floor.
I mean, speaking of Benja at the top, forget about the top floor. Throughout this series, he has been absolutely phenomenal. I've touched on it several times already, by the way. Like, I know today all the hype is about Spoit. I think at one point we had like double the viewership on the B stream compared to the A stream because everyone was so excited to see what he could do. He hasn't had like the most wondrous start so far overall over on the B stream in his first game, but hey, by the same token, it's not absolute top tier play at this point. It's not EUL, it is a charity tournament. Meanwhile over here, Benja, who joined us back in stage 3, dropped over 100 kills in stage 3 and also had a good stage 1, is putting up numbers in this series as well. So again, really good to see these new young gunners coming through doing absolute work, and a special shout out to Benja especially.
Grizzly just going to get himself onto main stairs, looking to hold on to that angle for the time being, potentially prevent any push immediately in towards kitchen. Again, it's all about burning time, this defense, as we know. It's all about making it difficult for WYLDE to get themselves established inside of the building. Looks like there's going to be a bit of attention towards the tunnel as well, as we hear the sledgehammer behind us, so that's going to clear out a path for a second avenue in towards site.
All right. Trying to work their way in potentially by the looks of it. I was about to say, what's the game plan? Throw a drone out, get it back up, turn around, why not? I'm sure there's going to be a focus coming in through dirt here as well. Now, it's not quite at the same pace that we saw last time, and in fact, I'm a total liar. Jay's already working his way forwards here at about the 60-second mark. Gorgona now starting to chew his way through the smokes. I think after they got stung by Corey last time, being at the dirt door inside about 40 seconds, here they want to slow things down and be able to adapt based on what's coming. Benja with the first shotgun kill on that mute coming up on main stairs.
and give Heroic the boost that they need inside of this round. It's going to make WYLDE's job a lot harder here because they've still got map control to gain and they have now got a man disadvantage, but Jay is able to get in. He needs to be careful using that Thinker boost, though it will mean that he takes damage quicker from any toxic gas that he's inside of. Obviously Gorgona is dead now, but there was still some lingering in the air, but I think he just managed to push through it and get himself out of the way before using that boost. He's going to try to use his position in dirt to take out the man at boxers, but for the time being it is a little bit of a halt cold on the WYLDE push, but there's plenty of time for them. That's not really too much of a problem.
No, it's similar to the last round though, right? Although it's not quite the same pace, it is the same sort of position. No Sloth being picked up by an aid this time around. I'm pretty sure I'll be glad to know. Playing on that Wamai should be one of the last really being picked up by that kind of play. 4 versus 4 then as we come towards that 44-second mark. Yep, I said 44 just for the sake that we have all the 4s lined up. And while by the looks of it are thinking about that drop, you've got Aces working his way down towards blue, so a 3-side push here potentially coming in as Gisela finds a kill onto Benja. Exactly the man that you want to be removing given how well he's playing.
Exactly that. We're going to see Gisela shutting down Uno. Brilliant headshot in through the barricade there, giving WYLDE the advantage here as they try to push on him, but the fight back comes from Heroic. They find themselves now 1v1. It's all up to Sloth. Slight advantage for Gisela in terms of HP and line of sight as he manages to find the last man, shut down the round, and that is going to be advantage WYLDE.
How does he even see him there? That's unreal. Literally gets the back end of him crouching around by mannequins out towards AKs and doles out so much damage enough to get the round done and win yet again another 1v1. I know we spoke about BZ being the big clutch king earlier on. Geezer's also had some phenomenal rounds. I think about the 1v1 versus Gorgona back on Oregon top floor. I'm looking at this round here where he's killed someone on the downstairs, killed someone that's coming to flank him, and then won the 1 versus 1 at the end. Absolutely huge 3k at the end there, and WYLDE again just showing incredible clutch potential.
We'll be heading towards the final round as it's 6-4 WYLDE now, and they've got an opportunity to close this one out here and now. They're not going to be wanting to go into overtime if they can avoid it. That much is for sure. Heroic are going to be looking to cling on. They need a toe hold here. They're 4-6. They've got 2 rounds to find and they are on the defense.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure you've seen the calls yourself. There is a timeout/rehost coming in here for the side of Heroic, who understandably need it. They're down 6-4, Tim. They've got no more lives left. They've got to get it right twice in a row to career us through into overtime and keep this series close. They've really had to battle their way back to an 8-7 on Oregon. It feels like, if anything, they're going to have to do the same again here on the 3rd map if they want to carry on through to that upper bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, I think there was a timeout call just before we were heading into the break that was missed there. So we just need to get everybody out of the server back in. We'll do the tactical timeout and then we will head back into our game. Round 11 and 2 rounds coming up that Heroic have to win if they don't want to find themselves in the lower bracket.
Absolutely, yeah. Lots to look forward to there. Now, I mentioned that over on the other stream, we had the outcome of that game that Victus beat Rogue 2-1. A bit of a surprise coming into today. We may yet have our own surprise coming up here with WYLDE looking on course at the moment to get a 2-1 coming out against Heroic as well. So the 2 EUL teams likely at the minute falling into that lower bracket. I said it earlier, Tim, that's not an outcome I'd have put money on at the start of today.
No, absolutely not. It's, we didn't expect to necessarily even see a map 3. I think, sometimes the weight of people's names just carry a little bit too much. We forget in World Siege at the minute how good, all the other teams around the world are getting, how high the bar is, and they're able to come in here and just have a really strong approach to this.
Absolutely that. We're slowly getting through there as well. And of course, the rehost is underway. Bear with us. Back into game in just a moment. We spoke about the tickets. If you bought a ticket to this game, then my God, have you been given a bit of a spectacle with all 3 maps coming through, potentially overtime also on the way. Of course, we've got still 2 more rounds to see if that really comes into effect. Now, Tim, we didn't see the Azami ban coming in this time. We saw her being left open. I thought we'd see a lot more of her. Haven't seen tons so far. Opinion time. Do you think that is a result of us not being in EUL or Pro Play, for example, so teams are like, okay, oh, there you are. I see you. I can see you in the corner. Haha. Am I anywhere on the screen or is it just you? I think it's just you.
No, I think we're both there.
No, I can only see you.
Oh, on the buildings in the background.
Yeah.
I don't think you're projected onto any of the buildings.
What was I about to ask you? Oh yeah, are we not seeing a lot of Azami, you think, because it's a charity tournament, they want to reveal all the secrets of the trade that they've got in their back pocket ready for EUL?
I think there's a bit of both, to be honest. I think it's, there's not been too much established with it yet, but as Jess said, there is some weaknesses there as well.
Yeah. It's slowly on the way through, no doubt. She will start building up more and more. I guess it depends entirely on site you're playing as well, what you want the hold to be. Wouldn't be surprised if Heroic do end up bringing her back out again if they go for a cash CC hold, given how effective it was last time round. Uno, just a nightmare playing up on the rafters. Very hard to force the Azami away overall.
As you say, we'll be getting back into things very, very soon. As soon as we are ready to go, we will be back in there with 6-4 at the minute in favour of WYLDE.
Tim, how hot would you estimate your room is right now?
Mine's okay. I've got the door open, so it's actually okay.
I've worked on that, and I just get a lovely draft of cold air that reminds me just how much hotter this room is compared to everywhere else. Because the worst thing is, right, we're now in June, so in the UK, summer is starting to creep in. Which means, I've had from probably about 1:30 today, just beaming through this window. And despite having thermal blinds up, trust me, they ain't all that effective.
No, mine's pretty much the same. Mine has a sunlight pouring in throughout the day. So, yeah, it definitely does warm up. But I've had a lot of it's been pretty warm in the UK the last few days. So, yeah, I've had the windows open. I've been trying to keep the house cool. So I've not suffered too badly.
And over the next 4 days, you've got to do a lot of this. I'm not here, for example, tomorrow or Saturday. You've got Fresh joining you, I believe, for the next couple of days.
Yes, he will be. We've done a few casts before, so
there you go.
A little opportunity for him to get on the mic.
What did he say earlier on? He said he was deputying me or something. I was like,
deputising.
Deputising, yeah, that's the one, yeah. Deputy Fresh. I love it. He's the boy. I'm looking forward to having a bit of fun back out in Paris as well. I know he stepped in and done a few casts there with us over time as well.
Yeah.
So he'll be a good lad.
Essential at times, and filled in the spaces where we've needed him, and we even had a little tri-cast at one point with him and Fabian.
Oh yeah, oh god, yeah, I remember that back in the day. God, that was end of April. Yeah, end of April, wasn't it? It was one of our last play days.
Yep, end of stage 1.
God damn, I'd love to see some more of that coming back at some point. Time will tell. Bear with us, guys, by the way. I'm aware it has been a while now. We will get back into things soon. Just getting those players back in the server so we can get this game back underway and rounded out. Worth mentioning as well that our next game starts at, I think it's 10:30. We are on a fixed schedule. So I think when this game ends, we'll find ourselves on a short break before we come back into the next fixture. Tim, whilst we're here, can you see anything else worth talking about in the background? I'm seeing open 24 hours. I'm seeing your face. I'm seeing coffee shop. That's a very high-up coffee shop. I don't know about you, Tim, but when I'm on my way to work or going somewhere and I want to get a coffee, I want to pop in somewhere, pick up a takeaway and leave. I don't want to have to be climbing up like a skyscraper like that, right?
The problem is, Des, that you're thinking about it in the wrong terms. You're thinking about it in the terms of your day-to-day life, and I'm pretty sure the cities and towns you walk through don't look like this. You're not thinking, you may be already up at that level. You may be cruising into work.
You reckon it might be like a flying vehicle thing? I've seen one go past your head.
Well, this is it. We've got a few there up in the sky. So, it could be that you're cruising into work and there's a little fly-through rather than a drive-through.
I was just about to say, you're literally taking the words out of my mouth. Imagine what happens when a drive-through becomes a fly-through. How weird is that going to be?
It's got to happen. Surely it's going to happen one day.
I mean, you can pop up and get some coffee. If you're feeling a bit munchy, you can go and get rice next door as well. Pick up some tickets for the game later as well on your drive-through. That's a dream. Can't imagine what congestion will be like, though.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll be around to see it. I think it's probably quite a way off.
Flying cars, mate. Yeah. I mean, dream big. You never know.
You never know.
Absolutely. We'll wait for that update in a second as well in terms of what's going on with the players and where we should be back in just a moment again. Appreciate your patience here, guys, as well. As I say that, we are back in. And Tim, we're not going upstairs, but we are going down into the basement, and we are seeing Uno playing on the Azami. Yay!
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times already. I'm still waiting for that big impact. I'm still waiting for that Azami play where we say, yes, that's the example. That's why we're going to do this. Do you know what I mean? I don't feel like we've really seen that yet. They keep bringing it, they keep trying it, but I just don't think we've had that moment. Maybe this will be the round, maybe not. We'll see as we progress. I mean, Azami could be powerful here for things like closing up hatches. Once those hatches are open, a little keep a barricade on the underneath. Yes, it can be knocked open, but it's again just going to burn more time, and it's going to expose people and put them at danger whilst they try to do that.
Imagine like you destroy one because it takes 3 hits, and then they just drop another one, and you get rid of that, and they drop another one, and they get rid of that, and then you drop another one. It's a legit stall tactic, I mean, by all means. Because also you're exposing yourself by having to get in melee range as well. It's why some teams like employing things like Buck instead of a Sledge. Sledge has to get close, hammer range, whereas Buck can be at range with the skeleton key. So you never know. Maybe we'll see some crazy hijinks coming out from her in the future.
Heading down towards that basement. Then we have Uno getting himself back onto site. Sloth has played the blue stairs pretty consistently on this defense as we have seen it so far. And I think he's going to probably play out not his entire life there. He's going to hold on for the first 30 seconds, a minute, and just try and prevent any rush down blue. And then he'll likely sit himself into the spot behind Generator. But Wild are not messing about here. They're getting themselves in aggressively. Actually, it looks like Sloth has pushed himself. No, it's not Sloth, sorry. It's Grizzly on the Malusi. He's pushed himself all the way up to logistics and he's looking to hold them out of the hatch, getting really aggressive.
I think if Corey's nade had actually gone through the hatch there and bounced off the wall, he could have found himself a kill. Shotgun in hand. Here we go on the step through. Ho, Gorg's not going to find that. A good bit of team play coming out of Wild there. Jay stepping forward to find the kill at the back of a drone. Corey into a second. This could be it, Tim. Wild might just be about to 2-1 heroic here on the first day of Games Without Borders.
Certainly looks that way. Giesler just looking for the angle onto Benja. Not going to find it, and he's just going to dip himself back away. But Benja, he's not going to take that fight as the nade comes in, takes a little bit of damage. He knows that it's time for him to get himself back into sight. 5 versus 3, and Wild, they've got all the time in the world there. A minute and a half, they know where 2 players are. They just need to keep working these angles now. They just need to move in slowly and just tighten the grip that they've got. Jay, he manages to find Sloth. Can he get it?
Oh,
he certainly can. Takes down Benja. There's going to be a kill comes in for Uno, but once again finding himself in a clutch situation. 1 versus 5 turns to 1 versus 4.
Held on to all of his keeper barriers as well, so not quite going to be saving or protecting anything today. Uno has got it all to do, misses some critical shots, steps out, but Corey finds the kill. Wild are going to 2-1 heroic in, again, unexpected fashion. No one predicted that coming into today, but that means it's Victus versus Wild in our upper bracket, Tim.
Absolutely not. It's going to be heroic having to move down to that lower bracket and try to make that miracle run to keep themselves in the EU side of the competition.
It's unbelievable, Tim. Absolutely unbelievable. I know it all came down to that 1 round post rehost, by the way. Either way, it's been all about the performance throughout the series. A raised Benja playing well, but especially on the other side. There's so many names that we can't ignore. Jay having a massive last map, Giesler having some phenomenal clutches, BZ doing exactly the same. This team are looking pretty good overall, I'd wager. We even saw Aces have a good performance back in map 1. So I just think we're seeing some good futures ahead of this Wild roster.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think there's been a lot of promise out of them. Obviously, they've got the win here today, but like you say, it's not just all about those big names. There's others coming in as well, and I think they could give most teams in EUL at least a run for their money.
I'd definitely bet at this point, for sure. I mean, there's a lot still to come, of course, with the EUL in terms of teams getting back into things, returning to scrimming. I know many have had an international break, for example, but it's at that kind of point where you just don't know what it is going to turn into. We've got some highlights that are going to play out here, and whilst these play out for you, we'll throw it back over to Jackie and the gang on the desk. We'll catch you guys later.
Aw, fantastic job, Ace and Des. Fantastic as usual. And we are rolling some highlights right now. I am with Jess and Jacob. Another barn burner. Very close map 3. Wild edging out heroic. Jacob, Wild seemed to capitalize off of Heroic's slow start. Why do you think Heroic struggled to get moving early on? And what do you think Wild was telling themselves when they saw that?
Every single time Heroic played a game, it always felt like in the Charlotte Major, it was always something that happened like later towards the end of a match is where they'd really begin to show up. In this case, what we saw was Wild almost throwing it away a little bit until right here, they start picking up the pace right around round 9. Their rounds become more speedier. They're trying to get into the building faster, and they're catching Heroic way more off guard. So it feels like this is a really good adaptation on Wild's part, but for Heroic, just too little, too late at the very, very end. The fact that we even went to a map 3 seems to be a problem for them.
Yeah, truly. And you were talking about round 9 a little bit there. Jess, you also felt like round 9 was very pivotal for this matchup, and you liked what you saw from both teams.
Yeah, I think round 9 is a very good encapsulation of the strengths of both of the teams. And I think for Wild, I don't think run for their money is even a strong enough sentiment to what we saw there. I actually think Wild could do and fit quite well into EUL if they were able to clean things up there. I think there's a little bit of messiness there from them, but that's actually what they were able to use as a strength and then manipulate the gaps there from the, their opponents. So round 9 was great. You saw a little rush from the hatch over towards Logi there. That's something that I think a lot of people will aspire to be when you look look at WYLDE. They like to capitalize off speed. They like to be able to use a lot of that overwhelming force, and I think that was really well done. Conversely, on the side of Heroic, even though they lost this series, they played that cool, calm, and collected. Even though they were down numbers, they had no idea where anyone was. They had no intel time and time again throughout that round. I love that round personally. I'm going to go back and watch it because I think it showed and displayed strengths of both of the teams, and it came down to a 2v1 in the end. So, yeah, I think that was a great one.
That was really fun to watch. And we're going to take a look at the European bracket really quickly because Stream B was a little wild, Jacob. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, what are you thinking seeing this?
I mean, this is the inverse of what people were expecting if you thought the Tier 1 teams were going to come out and play. I mean, they did, but it was too late. They let both of the Tier 2 teams take them to a third map, and now we're in a position where one of them has to eliminate the other. There's no way around this. Like, this entire reality is now beset upon us. And WYLDE and Victus, one of them's going to the grand finals with a map advantage over potentially one of their EUL compatriots. So that is going to be very interesting to watch as we continue through this bracket.
I wonder if it lights a little bit of a fire under their butts as well. Like, you know, Heroic, Rogue. I mean, yes, okay, this is not, you know, their usual, 9-to-5 job. It's not their Tier 1 EUL that they're expected to play and therefore, be able to excel at. But I don't think there is any player I've ever met under the sun, worked with, that has not wanted to win everything that they've participated in some way, shape, or form, no matter the method that you're applying to it. They want to win, and I think both of those teams will be absolutely kicking themselves, especially if you think about, that close finish from Heroic there. So I think that game will be a banger too.
Yeah, definitely an unusual start for the European bracket, but we have more action ahead of us for Gamers Without Borders. We have FaZe versus Escolinha up next. So great job, y'all, but we'll be back in a flash. See you soon.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हम, हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना कि हमारा, अब लोकल टीम में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिलाए। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Welcome to Gamers Without Borders. Watch, game, learn, and donate. And happy to have you all here for this charity Rainbow Six Siege tournament. I am Jackie Jing, and Boop, my amazing operating system, is bringing me close to your camera. Hello, how are you all doing? And I'm very excited to be here. I was just hanging out with Jacob and Jess, my girl, and now we are bringing Jessie into the mix. Boop, here we go. Bring them up. Thank you. Okay. Jessie, happy to have you here. Yay. Now it's a party. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, Jackie. We got the whole NA squad back together. We're riding in on these arms, too. I like it. We got actually a really sick set here, so this should be fun.
Getting this desk back together for the first time since Sweden, when it was the whole J desk again. It was the NAL desk that never happened, and now it's happened again. So we really just can't escape one another, it seems like.
The triple J desk. And it's kind of funny because, you know, Jess is also our other analyst, so it's just the J desk, apparently. We're amazing. We're awesome. But okay, let's talk about this competition. We got 3 regions competing: Europe, North America, Latin America. And let's take a closer look at our competitors. Okay, so we just watched Heroic versus WYLDE, and that was wild. Haha, Jacob, you love my puns. And then Rogue lost to Victus, Jacob. Just talk to me about the European bracket. What are you thinking so far?
I mean, it's definitely flipped on its head, though. I think in competition spaces like this, where you've got teams that have lower expectations on them, they're still very dangerous, and it might be a case where the higher tier teams, the ones that got invited to this competition, might overlook the skill level or the preparedness of some of these lower teams. So in the case of Latin America, like we're about to jump into, if you are Escolinha, Bubu, or Furious Gaming, I'd say there's probably more of a chance that they could do well here if MIBR and FaZe Clan underestimate what they might do.
And we have our 2 NA experts here now. And Jesse, I want to pick your brain about NA a little bit. So definitely looking forward to SSG versus Parabellum. And then we got Gaming Gladiators versus Leftovers. So what are you thinking about the NA scene here?
I mean, I think the NA, to be frank, should go to SSG. They should be the safe picks. Obviously, Parabellum just making a couple of roster changes and not being the strongest team in North America through the last stage. And then we have a Challenger League team from Gaming Gladiators and Leftovers who just qualified to CL. Obviously, upsets are possible. I'm sure people would have made the same predictions about Europe in the first games today. But still, NA, I feel like should be going SSG's way. We'll see, though.
Okay, we shall see. And as we were saying, we just got through our Europe matchups for today, but let's look at the LATAM bracket. We're about to move into that. So let's roll that up here. And Jacob, what are you thinking as we move into this FaZe Clan? By the way, you killed Escolinha de Bubu. You said that like right on point. I was like, okay.
Well, it actually does mean something for those who don't know. Escolinha de Bubu, it stands for Bubu's Little School, and Bubu is the nickname of Budega from Exet, their coach. So that's where the name for that team came from. It's a squad. You can call it a pub stack if you want, but a group of guys who have competitive experience, went through the qualifiers, maybe didn't expect to make it to this stage, but they still have, and now they're competing against a team that literally just was 3rd place at the Six Invitational only 3 months ago. So no pressure on them, obviously, but it still should be pretty good.
Yeah, and then Jesse, tell me, what are you thinking about the other matchup that we got in Stream B?
Yeah, the Furious MIBR game should be a lot of fun. That's going to be the Argentina team, actually, Furious, coming forward and trying to take on MIBR, who are another squad that didn't quite make the major from Brazil. Both them and FaZe were very, very, very close to making Copa Elite 6 and then likely making the major, but unfortunately just missed out on it. I think that'll be a tough game for the Argentinians, but hey, I mean, they could obviously do it, and they could pull us some upsets for sure. I think we've got a lot of great teams down in this South American bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And make sure to pull up that Stream B screen, and then also have us on Stream A here. So let's dial in on Stream A, FaZe versus Escolinha. We're going to move into the map selection process in a hot minute here. So, all right, what are we anticipating? What do we think? Here's the information popping up. What do y'all think?
All right, well, Chalet Border starting off here. Now, Escolinha de Bubu have played last stage in sort of the Tier 2 competitions, Liga 6 and Copa de Brazil, so we do have a little bit of info from them. Border was a map that they banned in their one and only game of Copa de Brazil, so it kind of is an expected ban. As well for FaZe Clan, Chalet is a map that they do like to ban pretty often. I remember back at SI, they played a little bit against like Rogue and Cyclops, but they do like to ban that pretty often. Oregon, another one that they will play. FaZe are not a team that don't have a deep map pool. They play a lot of maps, but Oregon's one that they'll ban pretty frequently. And then Theme Park coming through a ban from Escolinha de Bubu. Not one that we've seen from them before, but clearly not fading this map. One of 3 new maps as well. So both of the bans from Escolinha coming through as new maps in the pool. We're then going to get our 2 picks coming through. Bank from FaZe Clan. Very good with this map. They have been for a long time, and it's one that Escolinha immediately banned in their one and only game in Copa de Brazil. So it's clearly not one that they favored back then. That wasn't too long ago. Might be a tough one for them. And then Cafe. Shocking they take FaZe here. FaZe Clan is a very good Cafe team.
Though to be fair, FaZe haven't played Cafe, I think, in quite some time. It might have been something that they played back at SI, but in stage 1 of BR6 have yet to touch it. So it's something they've been kind of reluctant to worry about. And this is just the thing, when you have so many maps you have to ban out in just a best of 3, sometimes there will be some that kind of slip through the cracks. So for Escolinha, it's cool to see a Cafe come into the picture. No Skyscraper, no Clubhouse. We go back to Villa. I'd still kind of give this one, not just because of the 2 teams involved, but this is another map that FaZe over the past 3 months have enjoyed quite a lot. Played it 3 times, won it twice. As far as Escolinha is concerned, you just don't have the same reputation on a map like this. Remember, this is the map where we did see, what was it, 11-9, if memory serves, back at the Sweden Major Grand Finals that we saw FaZe Clan managed to eke out the overall series win. So this one should be pretty darn good.
Okay, so we got the solidified Bank, Cafe, Villa. All right, prediction time. Jesse, what are you thinking?
I mean, how do you not go FaZe here? Escolinha de Bubu, I will say, looked very good in the tier 2 scene in Brazil this stage. I think they're one of those teams that on the come up could be looking to qualify next year, but still against FaZe Clan, especially picking Cafe. FaZe Clan are on a 6-map win streak on Cafe. I just don't see them losing that second map, and then their map pick as well you got to give to them. So I'm going to say FaZe in 2.
I'll give it to FaZe in the same way, but mostly because if you look at the team or the guys who are on Escolinha right now, only one of them has got actual tier 1 experience, and we've seen guys like Wizard maybe in the picture about are they next up to jump in like to a tier 1 roster. It might very well be on the cards for them very shortly, but for right now, I think they'll get a pretty rude awakening to start this bracket. I think FaZe will take this first one.
Okay, well, Jacob and Jesse, B-Boop is telling me that our teams are ready. So, B-Boop, let's please go to the Cyberpunk basement to Ollie and demo. B-Beep, let's go. Hurry it up. Doot, doot, doot.
Hello, everybody. Jackie.
B-Boop. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
I hear a British man.
Hi, guys. Yep.
Who is this B-Boop? Wow. This is unbelievable. I don't think I've ever dealt with a B-Boop demo. What are you saying?
What's going on?
Well, what is going on?
What is going on?
We're in the basement.
Siege. That's all.
We're in the basement.
Show me Siege.
Welcome everybody. We of course are going to be taking you through this first game here. We got best of 3 on the cards to kick things off here tonight. Downstairs in our very sort of electro synth themed basement demo. It's
John playing with all those phone camera lights there in the background. I'm not sure.
It's kicking off a little bit of sort of
Rocket Man.
I don't know. It's just very 80s synth vibe. It's almost like Ian's photo that he took at Charlotte. Mm-hmm. We got everyone to light the old stage up with the cell phones. But looks like we're not going to be waiting too long before hopping straight on into this. We have got FaZe, we have got Escolinha, and I'm not even sure if I'm saying that right. I'm going to be straight. Jacob nailed it. I tried to in my head mentally take note of how he said it, but I don't think I did a great job.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself overthinking it. We know you have those tendencies sometimes. Ollie, is this LATAM? Hello? We're back?
It certainly is. Feels good, doesn't it?
And what way? What a team to kick things off. My boys. My clan.
Your favourite LATAM team?
Escolinha, of course.
I've seen the photographs.
Oh, I'm ready.
I've seen you throw a FaZe up before in the past.
Oh, I am ready. Everyone, we're ready to kick things off. FaZe Clan versus Escolinha in our first Latin America play day of this tournament. And of course, one of my favorite teams, FaZe, is on the screen. So we'll kind of settle things in. The desk did a good job there, Ollie, of kind of setting the scene and where these teams have been at for the past couple of months. FaZe, we know, took a big hit, did not manage to get into the North American major, which was a big shock for, I think, a lot of us. And now it's just where do FaZe go from here? And they're in this tournament now, and you would expect to see a good showing.
You would, you know, FaZe are a team that have been allowed a little bit of time off, as it were.
Yeah.
And they can now, you know, start to show us really what it is that they have been working on. I'm sure that they've got plenty planned, especially given that there's quite a few changes coming with Stage 2. Of course, one that might have been noticed at this point is that we've actually seen a Zami band. Now, for anyone interested or for anyone that's just joining us for this game, the 2 new operators are going to be available.
You can't play Sense because
you obviously
they're literally
can't play
not
Sense
in the game yet.
because they're not in the game. But the sort of sentiment still remains in that Azami's available. And already it's seen a little bit of ban time.
Is indeed. We know a big operator that we still have to find out how good she really is in the competitive environment, and sadly we're not going to see it in Bank today. So FaZe on the defense, and naturally, as you would expect, a bit of a roam game from FaZe. We know this is a team, Ollie, that like to get out and about. Every single one of these boys can gun. That's just the way they are. You know, even the hard supports, gunners.
They really are. You know, FaZe, they don't really need any introduction, really. It's a very well established roster at this point. FaZe have done a lot in terms of you know, sticking together. It's been a very long time since they've made any sort of roster change, and already we're seeing them in what on paper looks like a pretty good position. They've got Bank, they're on defense first, they've taken us downstairs. We've got a couple of really key bans coming out there in the form of a Habana and a Thatcher. A little bit of an extended roam game, just give a few problems for this attack to solve. FaZe are going to be fairly comfortable here, I think.
Yeah, I'd say so. Obviously, Escolinha coming in here as the underdogs, massively a young side, a team which has experience primarily in the second division, never really hitting the heights of that regular tier 1 experience that obviously FaZe have just bundles off. So we'll see if the underdogs can cause an upset already from Europe, Ollie. We've seen the 2 kind of underdog teams take down the 2 professional sides, so who's to say we can't see it in LATAM?
I mean, we know how good those air quote underdog sides are. We get to watch them quite often inside of MPL, and they do compete at
and that WYLDE roster. Look at the players in that team as well.
The rosters have entirely changed. This is obviously, you know, somewhat uncharted territory for us. You know, we recognise a couple of the names here. Cons is somebody that I look to there as somebody that we've seen inside of the BR6 before. Just trying to root the player out from behind the server stack. A lot of utility there to try and wade through, though, and with the time sitting at around 40 seconds left, it's really getting toward that do or die time. Cons actually hits the drop. He's going to have to play aggressively onto this. Does manage to pick up the kill onto Cameraman, but Blue Stairs still isn't clear. And there's going to be a slew of utility getting thrown down there. The Goyo backpack has been detonated, but Souls on the Toxic Babes is going to be able to keep these players at bay. Does get a bit too greedy, though. Extends just a touch too far. Leaves a lot here for Astro to do, but he's still got a C4 in pocket. Hashi is going to be able to shut down onto Bullet. Now, there's not going to be a great deal of time left. That's a great shot from Astro. He gets the peek onto the back there of the planting player. Down in motion. Time already ticking and not long left on the clock.
Oh, it's good to be back in LATAM. Oh, it really is, Ollie. What a clown fiesta in those final couple of seconds. So much going on. So right off the rip, Escolinha, too slow for my liking. You're only starting to try and take server control at about 40 seconds or so. YZ swinging dirt with nobody backing them up. Really surprising. There was a lot of utility. You know, we've seen that kind of suicide hold from the 2 players in FaZe. One guy in behind the server rack, one guy on the blue stairs. They were dropping in the server with blue stairs still alive and well. It wasted time. We've seen the utility. The Goyo pockets were used really, really well. Then you look at the smoke as well, being able to stall out a majority of that push. I just think the Escolinha, they needed to move quicker. A lot quicker. Because we've seen, whenever it comes down to it, just those final couple of seconds, it's chaotic, and that gives, I think, that's what the players of FaZe for me have always felt at their best, Ollie, is whenever things are chaotic. That's where FaZe thrive. You know, they live in the chaos.
They really do.
I was born in the darkness.
they were born into chaos straight away.
Sorry.
No, don't do that again.
Ahead of myself.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. FaZe did a great job of roaming in the early part of the round, and they did a great job of retreating. They had plenty of utility to rely on as well. You know, you look at what they brought there. They had the Capcan, the Goyo, and the smoke. There was tons of denial. Why am I there to soak up a lot of those throwables as well? Really giving a lot of problems to solve. And that's oftentimes where you'll see, you know, teams really excel. I'm not sure how this is going to go. I'm going to be straight. If this goes how it looks like it's going to go, we could be in for quite a short fire round. We've got Cons on the Amaru, and it looks as though he's eyeing up a hopping straight into CEO.
It's a temperamental and a half lineup, isn't it? You got the Yin coming in, the Nukewalk, Amaru, like you said, and of course the Iana Finka combo, which is still as prevalent as ever. So yeah, you would just expect kills. That's literally all this lineup's going to do. Not a single bit of hard destruction, nothing. It is kills, or that's it. It's kills or nothing, Ollie.
And that's really the only way that you're going to have to go about things. You're going to have to be charging through windows, single doors. You need to be making those points of entry. Amaru, as an operator, doesn't lose value the later into the round, but it's incredibly important when it is used. Utility now getting thrown on out there as everything is going to be burned. Smokes get sent through as well. Cons with the diffuser is going to send himself straight on into a C4 laid by Cyber. He picks up a second with the MPX before a final kill is taken back in return. Hates is going to try and get the diffuser down, but will be immediately taken out by Astro. It is, however, traded. 3 versus 2 now as FaZe look to try and stabilize a little bit. The diffuser's still cold on the ground inside of CEO. Bitter King can look to try and recover that, but look at all of the destruction that there is vertically. He's going to have a pretty hard time of trying to get this down. There is going to be a player just looking for a bit of a rotation as well, although the Castle Barricade will be kind to Bitter King here, as he's just trying to gather a little bit more information. You could see him send the drone out there about 30 seconds ago, just trying to gather anything that they can. Hashi, you're closer than you realize to the kill on the player inside of CEO, but Souls is going to be there to shut Hashi down. As King, while he might have site control and the diffuser, he's very unlikely going to get a plant down here. Going to go for a little bit of a bait here, maybe see if he can make something stick, but FaZe are positioned really well here. They've got him surrounded, and it's going to be Cameraman to pick the final kill.
That's a case of, you know, you're not locked in here with us. You know, they're locked in there with them, aren't they, Ollie? It's FaZe Clan who hold all the cards. They can let them have the access to the bomb site. They don't care. They're playing for that retake. They're happy enough to give them that control. They know they can deny from below with all the vertical holes. They still have the pressure. I think the Valkyrie information came in quite clutch, of course, from FaZe. Allowing Valkyrie open and bank is, yeah, I think we're starting to see Valkyrie just allowed to be open a lot of the times now, Ollie, because the changes that came in where you can no longer fire out the cameras outside. Teams are just letting her get through the banning phase a lot more, and she's still really good. You know, as much as she can for them outside, inside, still dominant. Very, very dominant. And I think for like the past year, 2 years, Ollie, teams have just been constantly playing with a Valkyrie ban. Yeah. Sometimes then you're surprised whenever Valkyrie's open. The same way we kind of look at mirrors and think you're used to playing, you know, with no mirror on the board, and all of a sudden there's a mirror. What do you do?
Yeah, it goes back to the old, you know, Mirror, Echo, Maestro meta that we saw in terms of bans. You know, if you weren't banning 2 of those 3, then what were you doing? And I think that the same is going to start to happen with Valkyrie now, especially with the introduction of Azami, because that's obviously going to be on some people's priority list in terms of a ban. It's a great play by FaZe to leave it open because they know that they can take advantage of it, and they know that they can make good use of it in these opening couple of rounds. And yeah, the fact that you can't throw them outside anymore, I mean, you think back to, you know, maybe 18 months ago, if you saw a Valkyrie using a camera in the site, that would have been, you're never playing Valk again. Like, get creative.
What are these cams?
We've got plenty of other utility that we can use to gain site information, but now because it's been restricted and you can't throw them outside, it's like, actually, it's probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think IQ needs to be a sought-after pick now. If you're Escolinha, you're going to be ran over if you try and go attack that upstairs again whenever Valkyrie's running rampant. So I think they need to start looking at their operator selections very deeply, but they're very hot-headed at the moment. We've taken a very aggressive lineup, Ollie. Again, Aggression is the name of the game. You've got 2 LMGs in there. You've got the nuke, again, being prevalent. It seems to be just kill-orientated, really, for Escolinha, and nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, we've even already spoken about their sort of lack of hard destruction that we bring. We've got Cons on Thermite, and he played Thermite back in round number 1 as well, but really, we've not seen a great deal of value out of it just as of yet. Now, of course, there's more opportunity here in this round for it to be used, but you've got to take a lot of control in order to do so, and even then, you've got to get through things like impact tricking, so there's still tons of work to be done. You would prefer to see 2 hard breaches being brought, recognizing that you're going to lose a little bit. See Cons just using the secondary hard breach gadget there to open up the hatch.
He is having a mare.
FaZe is having a bit of a tough time there.
4 skeleton keys to make a rotate hole. Oh my goodness.
You don't get very many skeleton keys.
You don't, you get like 20.
We've got 9 left.
Yeah. Not a lot, and it's a very soft kind of destruction bomb site that you need to attack whenever teams especially extend in towards the archives and tellers, which hasn't actually happened for FaZe, which I would say is a bit of a surprise. Instead, FaZe, they've extended into the basement. There isn't really a whole lot that basement gives you apart from a rotation up the staircases. May that be up through blue, may that be up through the main stairs, but other than that, you're not getting much, and there's 3 of them down here, so I'm really surprised. The only thing that you can do is you can toss a C4 up and over through the hatch into open area, but even that's a risky play to go for, so this could be scary if you're FaZe right now, and there's the nuke lies in wait, knowing where FaZe Clan are going to be, and yeah, FaZe have really missed the mark.
FaZe just left themselves with a really tough retake on the hands here. Bullet trying to fight his way back in. Vitaking has got full site control, but again, the diffuser is going to be cold. 2 players coming up those blue stairs. They know exactly where the diffuser is. Bullet picks those final 2. Look at the amount of information FaZe had to work with there.
A lot of pings, but I must say, FaZe very, very fortunate to win that round, Ollie. If you think about how this played out, 3 of them downstairs. It get to, you see here around about the 10-second mark. Right now, as 18 seconds, there was no one in the bomb site. The remaining 2 players were both rotating up blue. If anyone else had the diffuser in that scenario, apart from the Thermite, who they managed to pick off inside a skylight, FaZe would have had to retake, and that's a tough retake to go for. So FaZe, very fortunate that there is some mismanagement of maybe where the diffuser should have been. I don't know if you can really fault Escolinha for that. You know, you're not expecting the double rotate off blue. Maybe that's why it worked for FaZe, is because they played it. It was a bad play, but it was actually really good, if that makes sense.
Well, they made it work, didn't they? It worked out in the end. It was not ideal by any stretch. It was a strange engagement that almost kicked all that off when you think about Vitaking's positioning on the stairs, taking out Cameraman. Like, that's not a gunfight or an exchange that you often see. But because FaZe had played downstairs and because we'd seen a lot of site control given up, it was something that came out. Now we go back down. FaZe looking to take this first half flawlessly. They've done at least that so far, and again, they're just going with this. We are going to slow Escolinha down to a crawl. Get as much denial, get as much soak as you can out there. We've got Aruni Gates, we've got the Wamai and the Magnets, we've got Cade and Electroclaw. Everything here is just in an attempt to slow Escolinha down, because there's been one common theme demo throughout the majority of these rounds, and it is the clock. Escolinha are by no means a quick attacking team.
I think that's shown, and FaZe they've gave them minimal chances. You can see that Escolinha, they're almost waiting for FaZe Clan to take these fights. FaZe have been very conservative up to this point. I say that as we've seen Cyber go for a spawn peak that's worked for him immensely. But other than that, FaZe have just kind of held their positions, haven't they? They haven't really went for the hunt. They haven't went for the aggression. They've sat, they've held their corner, and Escolinha's just kind of played into that. You cannot rely on FaZe Clan making mistakes, because FaZe Clan give you nothing. They give you absolutely nothing.
And even when they do, they can rectify it quite quickly just because of the flexibility and the, you know, they're very knowledgeable.
They're a world-class team. They have everything.
Exactly. It's, you know, this was never billed as an easy game for Escolinha to come in and walk away with. Vitaking has got himself into onto the main stairs. Excuse me. There's going to be a player inside a garage, but that player is going to be Bullet. He's announced himself on these main stairs now. It's going to make it difficult for him to make any further progress without significant distraction from elsewhere.
Yeah, Semhen Cyber is trying to lock down the backside, but the HP isn't favourable for either of them really at this stage. I do like this position that Bullet's going to be playing in. The way Escolinha are playing, you know they're going to try and crouch walk in. They're going to try and go for these hero plays, and just having one man inside a garage is going to work so well for them. Bullet, the man has slipped by. He's by the police car. Can he find him? Yes, he can. Bullet snaps on over to the player, moving in towards garage, and down he goes. So, yeah, what can you say apart from this is just FaZe holding these angles, locking them down, and Escolinha playing into them. Exactly what I said.
Flawless round there from FaZe. Souls down, but not finished off. Escolinha, they really didn't look too well put together there. It was a very bitty push. You can see one of the final kills as that hatch drop came through and Bullet picking himself up 2 inside of the garage. It was almost as if they said, look, we had a really tough time with Blue and Server last time. Let's try something a little bit different. Let's focus on Vault Hatch. Let's try and take into Garage a little bit. And equally, that didn't work either. FaZe not spreading themselves too thinly or investing too much utility in one area or another. Happy to swap and change as required. Back upstairs we go as Escolinha still searching for a round on the attack here.
It's looking scary now for Escolinha. We know how volatile FaZe can be on the attack, Solly. They are a team that I love playing Siege. They can be anywhere and everywhere all at the same time. That's not going to be easy for Escolinha to prepare for. Escolinha, we know, young side, doesn't have a lot of experience under their belt. This is always going to be a difficult challenge for them. You know, as much as you look at different regions, Ollie, we know that in Europe, we can see tier 3, tier 2 teams go and take down tier 1 giants. We don't really see that all too often inside of LATAM. It's, you know, the big guys stay the big guys. That's the way it is.
Typically, that's the way that it has gone. Sometimes we do see the big guys fall off, though, as has happened
They still
with NIP.
remain. They don't just, like, crash and burn. Like, we know NIP will be back. We know they'll be back.
Oh, yeah, of course they will, of course they will.
Information. Name of the game. Where is he? He's outside. Of course he is. Just yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't you jump out with you and the SMG? You know, why wouldn't you take this next engagement here? 2 kills returned. It's FaZe really just playing with their food here, Demo.
Yeah, it's just, this is where FaZe, I think, they've got that confidence, don't they? 4-0 up. This is where they think, let's just do what we want. But don't underestimate the side you're playing against. You know, FaZe, get in here. Give us a good showing. But right now, they do suffer a man deficit. But FaZe, we know, can, even in the darkest of times, Ollie, can still pull out a round win no matter how heavily the odds are stacked against them. So, again, slow pacing from Escolinha. This has been the main issue that we've kind of looked at is they're just too slow. They're just looking for these picks which are never going to come. To be fair, FaZe have kind of thrown themselves away with those first 2 opening picks. But Escolinha not wanting to move until they know every bit of information that they can. Smoke's going to be tossed in to burn up the discs. Now goes the C4 right onto the noggin, but no. Backstep, Siosa is safe for now. But Cameraman, he's not safe. A 2 versus 4. Nook on the other side of the map, Ollie has been able to take a victim.
It's strange to see Escolinha still moving so slowly, even though they've got such a big time advantage and man advantage. It's a 1 versus 1 now. Cyber has done his job and more from those main stairs. The shield placed on top of the table. Somebody get the kill here. The nade was going off. It was down to pistols only. Vitaking to pick it up finally. That silenced Eagle doing the job. Souls running out of ammo in just about everything there. All coming down to 1 bullet.
Clash of Titans, the Magnum versus the Deagle, Ollie.
The silenced Eagle, no less.
Yeah, well, you're Nook. You're gonna go for that luxury, aren't you? Honestly, I think probably both of them at fault there. You would have thought that Nook maybe would have had a good shot there whenever the Kaid was actually sticking his head out for quite a long time over that shield, but Sadly, we managed to see the perspective from the defense, and that was messy. Very, very messy.
Well, it's a round. Escolinha have picked themselves up around here. It is not going to be a flawless half for FaZe. Still, you'd take a 4-1 at this point. You'd certainly take a 5-1 at the end of this round, and to be honest, you'd probably even take a 4-2, because while we've seen some problems with the Escolinha attacking that it has been very slow, something that FaZe aren't is slow. If they're in the mood to play, and they're in the mood to play aggressively, which is what they've shown us here with, you know, Astro hopping out of windows, real aggressive spawn peak challenges getting put into Escolinha almost every single round, I don't have any doubt that FaZe are going to have the speed when it comes to the attack. The question is, do they have the conviction?
Oh, okay. 4-1 FaZe Clan take their first defensive loss. Let's see how they respond now as we move down into our next bomb site of that mid floor. Last time FaZe, they went for a very strange triple-man basement hold, even though it was open area, and a double flank up blue kind of worked for them, but it shouldn't have, but it did, so we can't really question it, but maybe we can. Am I making any sense? It was a weird round. Astro goes down. Again, this is where I think that FaZe now, they've got that confidence, and there's confidence and there's cockiness, Ollie.
That's a line that FaZe often cross as well.
Yes, yes.
And that's the opening kill going into Escolinha's favour. Now, we saw what they were able to do with the man count advantage previously. And again, in round number 5, very similar to round number 6, they find themselves in a 2-man advantage. Now, that's quite significant, especially when it trickles into being 3. As good as FaZe are, they're no match for the Finca LMG, as basically nobody is. And already, Souls and Cameraman left to do everything. Over half of the round remaining. Escolinha now should look to move quite quickly, use this time to gather information. They've still got 4 drones left, so there's hope yet for them to gather and to figure out exactly where these 2 players are. I mean, it's not going to be too much of a secret, let's be honest.
Ooh. Cameraman tries his best to at least get 1 kill back, but immediately shut down, denied. And now it's Souls in a 1v5, big old LMG in the hand. We've seen him do miracles before, Ollie, but even I think this is a stretch for Souls. See if he can at least take 1 down with him to the grave, but my goodness, look at this. It's an onslaught. Every single angle is being opened up, and Escolinha respond with rounds back to back. A 4-2 split is how they finish.
I think it's a fair split, isn't it? You know, this isn't a best of 1. This is a full best of 3. So we're expecting both of these 2 teams to, you know, peak and trough in terms of performance over the course of these 3 maps if we do get to see all 3. But a little bit of a slower start for Escolinha, but they've redeemed themselves. They've made up for it. They're now coming into their defensive side on the right kind of momentum. You know, they've not had a great start. They've been able to turn it around. They didn't need to take a timeout or anything like that to do so. They were quite happy to fix the problems on the fly.
Because it's an attacker-sided map. That's why I worry. Yes, they've done well to, you know, pull those 2 rounds back from 4-0 down they were at, but they still now have to go on the defense. And FaZe Clan, they're a very strong team in the attacks. We always look at attack as that defines the team. Anyone can defend. But to attack and have that level of coordination, that's where the great teams flourish. So you would expect FaZe Clan, they're going to be on top of their game and they're going to be ready for this. We see some rat plays. Hashi, he's photocopying himself. See that?
Is he taking a copy for the album, for the memory album, the scrapbook?
That's it. Look at that, he is stuck in there. There is an IQ though. Counter to Valkyrie, as we know. Also a counter to Vigil, so Hashi maybe needs to be careful of that as well.
I remember where I was when I first realized that IQ could pick Vigil up.
It always seemed, and what about even whenever you could pick up Pulse as well? Whenever I think of Pulse and IQ, I always think Clubhouse Kitchen.
See, I was playing Tower when I first found out.
Tower.
That's how long ago it was. That Tower was in ranked when I found out.
Goodness.
It's a throwback.
What a throwback. First blood goes in favor of FaZe, straight into open area. They will go. They have a good stronghold now, good beachhead that they can start setting up from, of course, Ollie. Get those hatches open and everything that follows afterwards. Hashi, he's done photocopying. He's going to get those shipped back down to the office, but maybe he's looking for a trip into the open area. Ooh, goes for a shot, makes himself known. Another kill falls for FaZe. It was that single man we've seen enter in towards ATMs, who I think was probably searching for Hashi, but instead found another. Managed to found that Mozzie, and that's a 4 versus 3 with still a minute 30 to go. Just look at the pace, look at the difference in how FaZe have kind of set this up compared to what we've seen Escolinha. At 1 minute 30, the main wall's open. That's the night and day difference. At 40 seconds, there were still people inside the server for the defense.
And it needs to be, because there's utility to wade through here. We know that there's, well, I mean, there's a little bit less now, but still, there's stuff to do. There's jobs on. Astro, he's going to say, don't worry, guys. You distract him, and I'm just going to drop, and I'm going to pick up 2 inside of red. You really can't contest FaZe on their ability to pace themselves throughout the round. They did a fantastic job there. And Bank is very checklist. For a team that is well coordinated and has a firm plan of how they want to approach every single site, Bank is extremely checklist. And FaZe just worked their way down the list.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
They're just so clinical, aren't they? They see what they want when they take it. That's the way FaZe have always been. Escolinha trying to really force those kills again, this time in the opening aggressive nature that you can have in Bank as roamers, but if you don't have the refrags, you're going to fall behind very quickly, and that's basically what happened for them. They just did not refrag well enough to really keep them inside of that matchup. And keep in mind, it's a basement defense. It's more anchor associated than really roamer heavy that we see. I would say if you're going to roam, you need to fully commit to it. Like, you need to do the whole shebang. You open up the open area hatch that looks down into the bomb site. You extend into Teller's archives. You do everything you can. You play free people inside of open area. You fully commit to it. You just don't kind of half do it. You fully commit to it.
FaZe, I'm sure that they are going to fully commit to this attack. They're going to be bringing the Dokkaebi this time. Cameraman was hovering over onto the Maverick, but having seen the site and the setup, has since decided, you know what, we're going to bring a little bit of Dokkaebi to the party here. The phone calls ring through, gather a little bit of early information. Astro, happy to hop in off the back of that. He can hear a lot of buzzing in the distance, but a C4 just detonating there at his feet. As Cons picks up the first kill over onto Bullet. Astro is known here. Just getting himself into a pretty ropey engagement. Chooses instead to open the hatch. Is he going to go for the drop straight into the site? Nobody will have been expecting this one. Somehow manages to keep himself alive.
And he's out.
Cyber takes out Cons. Astro then makes his way out of copy window. Kills continuing to trade here. Cameraman for Hashi and Hate there to back him up. Souls takes a huge chunk of damage, but still manages to find the kill onto Vita King. He still has the diffuser in hand. He might only have 1 HP, but he's going to try and nail it to the floor. Hate's looking to try and aggress on through. Doesn't have a nitro cell. Instead, he doesn't have anything. Gets fully taken out. Astro, the man that should not have lived past the first 50 seconds, picking up the final kill in that round.
I have no words. It's, you know, the way that, like, you'd see, like, let's say, for example, Scooby-Doo, and they run through a door, and then it's like they go through, like, they end up in another door, and they just keep running through doors and doors and doors, and they're just all over the place. That's what it was like.
He just should never have lived. It was like he was playing a game of Temple Jump. Was that what it was called?
Temple Run.
Yeah, like, you know, he's jumping over the obstacles, the flying logs coming at his face.
That's a throwback.
Like, there's people throwing rocks at him from on the cliffs. Like, that's what it felt like.
My goodness. You've actually just sent me for a time warp there with that comment.
Yeah, you flipped into a parallel universe.
Doodle jump, cut the rope. My goodness, what's happened to me? What was the one where you had like the motorbike? And you used to like control down the motorbike.
Was it like a dirt bike?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it called?
I don't know. Answers on a postcard. Phone in.
Call us up. Call us up. Let us know. Do you know that game?
Very, very brief description from Dale. I'm sure there's somebody.
You'll know
maybe
straight
we'll find
away.
out in the break. Maybe we'll find out in the break.
6-2. One more round potentially for FaZe to lock up Bank in good fashion, good form on the attack again. They will have another go at attacking in towards this mid floor. Let's see if Escolinha can maybe change anything with how they kind of set up. I'll be honest, they just didn't capitalize on the mistakes. FaZe Clan, they're leaving themselves very vulnerable to these one-on-one engagements, aren't they? The way FaZe have kind of setting things up, Ollie, refrags are not going to be there. They're very single-minded right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite hero plays, but it's certainly solo plays.
Yeah.
You know, quick phone call here, send someone in on the entry. If it doesn't work, it's not going to be the end of the world. Cyber getting himself straight in. Souls has fallen. Cons took him out right off the rip there. Cons has actually made his way back inside after hopping out. Bit of unfortunate timing there. It was all with the Cyber hopping as well. Astro could be in a position to pick up a couple of kills here, but he doesn't even know where he's being shot from. He's being pressured from almost every side. Cyber trying to assist now from double. Just can't find the angle. Another phone call comes through. Hashi, everybody knows you are here, my friend, but the hatch is going to be open, and he is going to be able to drop off scot-free. Cons furthers the damage that he's caused in this round and takes down yet another.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
FaZe, what has happened? A 2v4 that they have to try and climb themselves back from. But they're very spread out, aren't they, Cameraman and Cyber? Could not be possibly farther away if they tried. One player towards the top floor and the other player coming in for the sewers. Let's see if they can find these picks, if they can catch them by surprise. And I suppose right now for Cyber, if you die, that's diffuser lost also, so he needs to tread lightly, but don't really think they can do that. Cons, do you think he's going to be ready for somebody coming in from below? That's the only worry that you would have, because you know that Cyber is starting to lurk that way, and no, it's a freebie for Cyber. Cons goes down. Now Cameraman and Cyber are closer together now, Ollie. Potential for refrags, who knows?
Look at how well they've played that as well, watching each other's back and continuing to watch the staircase, pinching the player that was basically in the middle of themselves. Really well played to regroup as a team, but they've not got a lot of time left remaining. Breaching charge goes off through the floor. Cyber picks up his third of the round, and that is the cue to call. Cameraman throws in the flashes. Cyber hits the drop, and he's looking for more. Can he make it 4? It will be the ace to close out map number 1 here, but he has to get this plant down. The time is running too short, and Cameraman isn't in position to challenge, keeping himself alive, allowing the plant to go down, and it's going to be Cameraman to find the final kill there. FaZe, they're going to be successful here on Bank.
Oh, it's just FaZe at its best, isn't it, Ollie? Oh, I've missed them. I really have. And that's just the way they are. You put them in those positions, they always find a way. They always find a way to pull it around. And we've seen that on multiple occasions. That's just the FaZe at their best.
The FaZe effect, it certainly is a thing, and it's good to see FaZe after, you know, quite a long period of time. You know, we didn't see them at the Charlotte Major. They had a little bit of time off, and it's nice to see what they've been working on, and they've really just been working on being themselves, because that win was quintessentially FaZe. They got themselves a nice lead early on, and they were just able to capitalize. It was aggressive. There was time for, you know, a little bit of reckless aggression. Astro jumping out, mute SMG11, picking himself up a kill, and then there's also time for what we saw in that final round. Cameraman and Cyber buddying up, hitting the 2 versus 4 and pulling it home for the win. Very impressive stuff there, but it is not all over. We do have another map here to go to, Demo. Do you think that Escolinha have got what it takes to drag one back here and take us to all 3?
No. No,
In a word, no. Well, let's find out. We're going to cut to a very short break, and when we'll be back here with map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी, किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हम, हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज यहाँ दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिलाए। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Hello, and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with Jesse and Jacob and FaZe Clan. Starting off very strong, gentlemen. They came here to play. So, Jacob, I don't want to be mean, but Escolinha frankly looked a little bit outclassed to me at times. But I will admit this. FaZe kind of got loose and aggressive, and I felt like they capitalized off of that too. Agree?
I mean, I would have said outclassed if you didn't say it. That's not being mean.
Okay.
They absolutely got stomped into the ground. That 4-0 like start for FaZe Clan felt like that's too much for Escolinha to come back from, especially like after the side swap. You'd think a 4-2 half is okay, it's survivable. Nah, FaZe Clan made really quick work of them, and they really turned that map into their own playground.
Yeah, it was a little bit painful to watch at times, Jesse.
It was, and you kind of hit the nail on the head, Jackie. Like, okay, FaZe Clan went up for 4 rounds, and then sure, Bubu answered back with 2, but it's like, at that point, really the rounds that you were losing was because FaZe Clan, they jumped out of a window in the first round, and in the second round, they were roaming all over the map. They were roaming really individually, and it felt like it was just Escolinha punishing that massive aggression. They weren't able to really get anything done when FaZe Clan weren't delivering things to them, and it is nice to see that at least we're seeing Escolinha be able to shut down really aggressive plays like that. I'm sure playing down in like tier 2 in Brazil, they've seen a lot of that, and so they're probably very good at shutting it down. But when it comes to actually playing, you know, the game as it's meant to be played against the big dogs when they're giving it their all, it definitely felt like they were outclassed.
Okay, and we are rolling through some highlights here, but Jesse, I do know that round 2 actually stuck out to you. Escolinha, they had a cool idea, but it didn't really get executed well, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of this game, right, we didn't necessarily know how Escolinha was going to do, and when they showed up to the CEO take with an Amaru, a Ying, a Nook, I was excited. They were going to pop everything through the windows. It was a late take. What I didn't like about it, and I think the big reason why it failed, is because the setup that was being run by FaZe Clan countered it very hard. They had so much throwable denial. They had Jaeger, they had Wamai, they had a Rooney. They had so many obstacles that really had to be avoided from the attacking team. And Escolinha, although they did their best to try to clear some of that stuff out, a lot of their smoke still got caught by magnets. A lot of their throwables didn't really land where they needed them to. And so when they all swung in through their windows, it really felt like they got completely just shut down entirely. There's also a big C4 that was able to be popped off of like just sound. So that was huge from FaZe Clan. I would have liked to see maybe more droning in the prep phase. And then what we could have seen is Escolinha decided, well, okay, this isn't the setup we want to use this on. Let's use that attacker repick and maybe change strategies for this. But didn't seem like that was today.
All right, well, we got Cafe up next, so let's see how it goes. All-in demo, take it away. Hi. Bye.
Thank you very much, Jackie, Jacob, and Jesse. We are going to be flying on down into the basement to watch the next map inside of this best of 3. We've got FaZe, we have got Escolinha, and so far, demo, it has been pretty one-sided, but we've only seen one map.
Yeah, but I think we already know that this is kind of where it's probably going to keep going. I think FaZe, we're always expected. Yeah, it's FaZe Clan we're talking about. You know, 6 months ago, they won a major. Are we forgetting that? You know, we still have to give them credit. They're at Invitational. Was it get third place at Invitational? Like,
third place invite,
these are acknowledgements that you need to kind of look at and think, yeah, they're still there.
Well, they certainly are still there. They were definitely there on Bank. Let's find out if they are here on Cafe as well. Not necessarily a map that you instantly think of if you think of LATAM as a region, but Cafe has risen somewhat. Yeah, it's risen somewhat in popularity. I think particularly after Consulate was removed, that was a bit of a turning point in Cafe rising up through the ranks. I mean, anything's better at this point, Demo, than Oregon or Clubhouse, right? I'm just glad that we've got to see at least a couple of maps that we don't necessarily get every single day.
Yeah, Cafe is, for me, always a bit of a temperamental map that we see now and again. It can be very one-sided, or we just get absolute barn burners. That's the way I think Cafe always seems to play out. And, I mean, FaZe, they have quite a nice record. If you look at it on a map like Cafe, it's a map that they're happy enough to play. They'll never really shy away from it. If they get a chance to go on it, they will. We've seen them play it, I think, maybe 5 or 6 times, I think, during Invitational only, and they didn't drop it a single time. They were undefeated on Cafe, I believe, during their kind of campaign invite. So yeah, it's a map that they're favored for, definitely.
And that's a pretty bold statement coming from Escolinha to be willing to go there. You know, I wouldn't have thought that was you know, something that they've just sort of happened upon by chance.
Be Elevate.
They know exactly what they're doing here. Let's see how this ban phase ends up panning out. The Capitale, Thatcher, Valkyrie this time has been removed, but again, the Azami. Now, of course, we could be seeing the Azami ban because teams don't want to necessarily give away what they are planning to do in stage 2 with that operator. So that could be something to bear in mind as well. Although Escolinha, again, being the ones to choose to remove it, you would sort of question how much weight you can put into that.
Ready to go with our first round, as it will be Escolinha on the defense. It certainly is, in my opinion, more kind of defender-sided map that we see nowadays, with the addition of Mira being open now as well. It's, yeah, heavily favored in towards the defense. Mira is so tricky to get rid of. And also a Thatcher ban. You can combo that with Mute Jammers if you want to. It denies any Habana pellets being fired at it, any ace charges. You look at lineup from FaZe, they will struggle to get rid of this Mira window. 100% they will.
Yeah, FaZe are going to have to get creative in order to get that done. But the trend is going to continue of these early and aggressive opening picks. This time it's going to be FaZe to find it. Able to take down Hate. Cafe is one of those maps where, you know, access to the building as an attacker is not guaranteed by any stretch. And typically it's the attackers that are the ones that are under fire and under threat, but Bullet is able to reverse that threat and pressure. Finds himself an opener.
Cafe is probably one of the hard maps that we have in the pool to actually get in the building, wouldn't you say? Trying to actually get a foothold is so tricky. Whenever you look at the top floor, the entire top floor is defended. You know, everything's being extended across, so it doesn't give you a lot of openings, and that's where it always kind of comes down to it's tricky for attackers just because getting into the building is such a tough task.
Well, it's made a little bit easier in that you've got one less gun pointed in your direction here. FaZe not looking to make any rash movements, although there's a chance here that a quick kill will be found on the rappel, and it is. 2 kills returned here from Escolinha as they can now sit pretty happy and comfortably knowing that they've given themselves an advantage, but Souls is going to rip that straight away. Diffuser has been collected, hasn't been collected, is still going to be on the ground. It was just at Souls' feet a moment or two ago. I wonder why he's not picked it up yet, but there's still plenty of time for that. Bullet looking to put a challenge in now onto Cocktail. Air jab going out there from Cameraman. This is real belt and braces stuff. Gemini clone to search out and figure where these final 3 defenders are.
Oh, gets caught sleeping. Bullet was looking through the bottom of the castle barricade, looking for a foot or anything that he could get a hold of, but instead just gets swung by Cons. Walks through the mirror window and into a great position. Souls loses engagement. And Cameraman, he tries to swing, but also gets shut down by Cons. FaZe Clan all over the place there in that final minute or so, Ollie. Yeah, FaZe. Just those mirror windows, so tricky. Not attempting to try and take in towards Piano. They kind of stemmed a lot of the stuff coming up through White Stairs. Just those mirror windows, you can see the influence. It forces FaZe into attack, which realistically isn't good.
I mean, they had no option really, right? Because they had players out on the rappel. They were trying to put a bit of pressure on there, and they just lost bodies. Despite the opening kill, it was really difficult. You see this important kill that Hashi was able to get onto Cyber. That was in an attempt to really shut down anybody from rotating on through there, but he got caught sleeping, and as you mentioned, we saw numerous players having a little bit of a nap. Bullet being one of them, led down inside of White Corridor. If you've not got the control of Piano, then you can't afford to be sitting there. You can't afford to not have an idea of what's going on just, 2 meters to your left. And FaZe paid the price for it there.
One thing I will say that I would say Escolinha may be missing out on is no Wamai in the lineup, which I think whenever Wamai's open, bit of a surprise. Wamai and Cafe, no-brainer in my eyes. That helps a lot with keeping those mirror windows safe. We know that FaZe Clan are going to bring a lot of utility. One of their signature operators is the Capital, for goodness sake. That's one that we always see kind of get thrown in by FaZe, so I think having the Wamai every round would help out massively with that. FaZe, realizing that, hey, mirror window is actually quite tricky to deal with, we see a Twitch come in. That's probably Cyber's signature operator, isn't it?
It definitely is. You know, Astro's been known for Twitch in the past as well, but of recent as...
Even his MIBR days, I always seen Cyber as Twitch.
He was a... I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it, FaZe? Because anybody can pretty much play anything. You know, you think of Souls as the hard support. He doesn't always play Thermite. He doesn't always play a Breacher. There's a lot of flexibility here on this team. And
he's
just going to get taken out there nice and early. That was just some unfortunate timing right there.
Yeah, it's just you're trying way too much to make something happen right there if you're FaZe Clan. Walk into the site like that, really surprising that, first of all, Escolinha's let that happen, but also to not capitalize on Escolinha letting you do that is quite a big miss there if you're FaZe Clan, and Bullets probably kick themselves thinking, I should have had at least one kill there, and he probably should have.
Well, the site is almost still being set up, and there's just over half the round remaining, which in itself is pretty unusual. Bullet there just suffering a little bit of timing issue. But Astro has done quite a bit of damage with the Selmas. He's given himself quite a few lines of sight to work with here. Not just into dining, but also into reading as well. Makes mirror playing on the white stairs that much more important because you want to be able to challenge onto that fireplace. Now comes the time of have FaZe taken enough control. This is a very horizontal approach. They haven't gone upstairs as of yet. They've not taken inside of Piano. And that could really come back to bite them, especially with the smoke that's currently playing inside of Piano, of Hashi as he finds one onto Cameraman. Now, a player has been allowed to slip on through, and that player is going to be Souls. Doesn't manage to find himself anything for his troubles. Cyber is there with the refrag, but again, it's a 3 versus 2. Now we can see players drop from Escolinha and retake onto the site. Cyber, I'm sure that you saw him then. Astro going to get chunked down through the holes in the breach that he made his very self. Bitter King played patiently almost all round in this location and is going to continue to do so. Nitro Cell goes out, but it allows a rotation. Cyber can now look to try and make good on the information being presented to him, but is immediately going to be taken out.
FaZe really confused how they're attacking this right now. Very one-dimensional. Just... they're trying their hand at these attacks, which just... they're not good attacks. You look at how they're playing, crouch walking into sight, forcing their way through one entryway, and that's it.
Attackers need to locate and
I'm just a little bit shocked. Cafe is a map where you need to constantly apply pressure. And most of that pressure comes down from utility, from nades, from Sophia stuns getting tossed in. All key elements that you need to have if you're playing Cafe is that utility. And FaZe aren't really going for that. You know, you're seeing the Iana bullet walk in, 2 still in the pocket, not being used. Different stuff like that from FaZe, I'm just surprised.
Yeah, FaZe are really struggling to get going here. I'm not sure if it's, you know, because of the nature of how map 1 went. They were just expecting to come through and walk the whole thing. Escolinha are putting up a good fight here. Early days, it is worth mentioning. Let's see if this spawn peak yields any results. Hates. He's going to let the player pass for the time being, but gets returned and taken on out. You saw him fire a couple of bullets there, but Cyber was all too aware of the games that might have been played.
Flourish drones, and they pop. Gets rid of the Banshee there also. It's good utility burn from Souls at the moment, so FaZe Clan trying to attack in towards this bakery. Astro, sharp eye on top of that vulnerable location, looks straight down onto that bakery, and he will find a kill. That big old DMR does a lot of damage. So right now, it's going to be Escolinha in the back foot, really, for the first time inside of this matchup that we've seen so far. A lot of drone work now being done, and Hashi, how's he going to play his life? It looks as if he's actually maybe just a little bit itchy here. All he wants to try and push in and try and find a kill, and he may just find that. He sees the Blackbeard. The range on the shotgun isn't good enough to get that kill, but still does a bit of damage, and Hashi's still in the thick of it right now. Another smoke grenade gets tossed out, but gets riddled from above. Cameraman, a lone man by himself upstairs, and that's a 1 versus 5 for Florio to try and do something, but feels as though he's going to meet the same demise as the rest of his team, and he will. FaZe Clan respond. First round, a flawless at that.
FaZe, the team, will never cease to confuse me, because they can pull a flawless round out of nowhere like that, and yet we see them, you know, attack the way they did in round number 2, let's say, when we've just got one player walking inside of sight in the first 40 seconds. It doesn't seem to be any middle ground with this team of, like, they just do average. They either do really well or it just really doesn't work. And it's almost a fine line between, like, genius and just what are these guys playing at. And that's sometimes what I feel when I watch this team. And I don't dislike it. I'll be honest, it makes for an entertaining viewing. But you just sort of ask yourself, guys, can you just do that every round? Like, if you can do that, just do it all the time, because it works really well. Now, granted, they got a couple of nice early picks. It was a site that we've not seen yet. They had an early man count advantage, and because of that, they were able to take full advantage. Cameraman being allowed to operate upstairs pretty much on his own without too much fear, because they knew that the 2 remaining defenders were stuck inside of the site or in and around. It just goes to show what this team can do when they put the mind to it.
So we move into the second half of the first half, if you like. As we've already seen 3 defenses and still 3 more of them to go for Escolinha. And they need to try and rack up as big of a score as they can. 4-2, I think, is kind of the norm at the moment for Cafe. Defense, even 5-1, I feel, is probably your best chance that you get sometimes at winning Cafe. And that's a lovely bit of aggression. A Nomad getting ran out on Ollie. That shouldn't happen.
It's not on the must-see list, is it? You know, as the Nomad, you would expect that you are, you know, keeping yourself safe. But maybe Cameraman's playing the selfish or the selfless Nomad role, and he's actually using those air jabs for his teammates, and maybe they're the ones that are going to be safe from any further runouts. But with it being so early on into the round, you kind of doubt that all 3 were deployed in a meaningful manner. Again, FaZe coming up against a little bit of obstacle attacking onto this top floor side. They were successful in getting the opening pick way back in round number 1. It's Bullet's only kill so far in the map.
I heard a pop.
Have to come up with something a little bit different here again. Presence on this rappel on the south side, looking maybe to hop themselves in through white window. There's just so much to wade through. What a nade from Bullet.
Yeah, FaZe have done the cracked thing. They've been able to see that, yeah, the mirror window caused us a lot of issues last time. Focus on that. And they managed to pop the mirror window into the bathroom. That frees up the players inside the piano. They can now move in, take control of that if they can. And right now, Cons has actually been allowed to sit by himself in Cigar Shop and pick up souls. So FaZe Clan, they've done the correct thing, like we mentioned. They got the mirror window, but they'd have forgotten that they can maybe hold in towards Cigar Shop as well. So FaZe Clan, again, giving away an easy pick. They should have been ready for that, but they weren't. Astro, instead, is taking control of Cigar Shop now, but they need to get some kills. 45 seconds to go. Still have to get through a C4 from the Mira. So a lot still to do. They need some more kills, and Bullet tracks onto the head. A 3v3 now, but Collins responds again with a kill onto Cyber, but gets straight out very swiftly by Astro, and they've been able to take control of White Stairs Ollie, but both of them have grouped up together, and they're going to be pushing into a bit of a crossfire, which I don't think is going to favor FaZe Clan at all.
And look at the utility that's still yet to be dealt with here. Bullet finds himself a great frag over onto Vita King. Hashi gives himself up here. He's got red pings to be working with, but the players from FaZe have split up, and one of them has been able to get into the site, but no, it was Astro, and he carries the diffuser. He's been downed. There's only 5 seconds left. There is nothing else for it. You've got to chase that kill, because Hashi, he's just going to run for the hills, and the hills in this instance are going to be over the top rail of white stairs. FaZe, the time that we need you stood next to each other is the time that you weren't. You'd split up and got picked off. Escolinha scraping another one by their demo. They continue this lead.
Yeah, poor 2v1, as we said, from FaZe. You have to be winning those. They've done so well to pull it back. Bullet has played out his skin. You knew where he was. You knew the castle was inside of Freezer. How was he allowed to escape that? That's probably the question. How have they let him out of there?
I mean, a castle in Freezer, anybody playing inside a Freezer on that top floor really just should not be allowed out. It's such a safe and such a dangerous position at the same time. There's a real balancing act playing in there, because you're vulnerable from the skylight. You're vulnerable because you've basically got 90s on left and right. You know, if someone hops in through washroom, or if someone comes in through the typical default rotation at the top of Lumber, it's just so difficult to play, yet he was allowed out. And I just don't think that's forgivable.
FaZe need to pick things up now and try and pull back at least another round. Another round gives them, you know, a good chance to get into the mix whenever they switch over to the defense. But if you're FaZe Clan, you're gunning here for an even split, at least for the standard of FaZe Clan, for the caliber of this side. You expect better. I know people will be saying, oh, you're too harsh in FaZe Clan, they can pull it back, whatever it is. Still FaZe Clan, look at who they're up against. Look at who they're up against. They should be moving into these games and sweeping aside this team. That's no disrespect to Escolinha, but you have to live in the real world sometimes, Ollie, and it's FaZe Clan. This is FaZe we're talking about.
It is. It really is, and you would expect FaZe to be doing a little bit better than they are at this point. As you mentioned, still time to salvage, but it doesn't forgive the kind of glaringly obvious mistakes that we've seen in the opening part of this map. Hashi, we're playing inside a pixel. FaZe really trying to throw the kitchen sink at this to try and get the job done, but the first kill is going to go in favor of Escolinha yet again here, as Cons finds one onto Cameraman. The C4 getting thrown out there as well. Another occasion where there is just such a great man count advantage here for Escolinha. Cyber, what is he going to be able to do on the Ash? Hasn't got the rotation available to him, has no option but to jump over the top rail. Does finish a kill off onto Vita King, but previous to that, Vita took down Astro and the diffuser was left cold. Cyber, you might be able to crouch walk your way into sight, but what are you going to be able to do from there? The diffuser is upstairs. It's likely that Escolinha are going to be circling that right now, and if not, it's going to be Cons making a rotation back on into sight, just to check, Demo, that everything was going well.
FaZe just getting picked off, losing players. There has been no real direction from FaZe Clan and Cafe. Can you describe how they've been attacking? I can't.
Directionless.
Did you hear that?
I think it was a strange slow motion. I think it was the combination of the round ending music and slow-mo.
Sounded like the Pennywise music whenever he's doing his little dance.
Maybe that was what was it? Bibu? Jackie's robot.
Jackie's imaginary friend.
Jackie's imaginary friend that's apparently calling all the shots in the production.
I've never seen this. Have you seen this imaginary friend? 'Cause I haven't.
No. I mean, isn't that the point of an imaginary friend?
Oh, yeah, that's true. FaZe, you need this round. You need it. 5-1 is not easy, even for the best of teams. 5-1 splits can be difficult to pull back from. So they need a 4-2. They need a 4-2. Give themselves some leeway if they need it. Downstairs, kitchen. We've seen FaZe Clan. This is the only bomb site that they managed to attack successfully. Was this one. It was a flawless, I believe, at that. So let's see if they can maybe pull out another one. Look at the aggression. This seems to be Escolinha the aggression they had tried to apply at Bank just did not work for them. They're playing the exact same way, but it's working at Cafe. Just map preference for them.
I think it really does come down to map preference and, you know, what they're able to really get away with. You know, you can play mirror in some wonderful ways on pretty much every map, but Cafe as a map has some pretty nasty mirror windows that can just be incredibly oppressive to deal with. FaZe saw some success early, previously when they attacked this site, and they're going to see some success here. Cyber finds himself an opener. Cameraman's already flown himself in upstairs and is already looking to open up the hatch. Bullet storming through with the SMG. Cameraman looking to try and play cut-off to these rotating defenders that are likely going to have to retreat back to the site, but Hate is going to be there ready to shut him down. The Vector at long range. Never an easy shot to make, but one that he manages to. Hashi stuck inside a site now as the hatch will be opened above. FaZe are setting the stall here for a freezer-sided take as Cyber just going to hop in and see if there's any info to be gathered.
FaZe not wanting to move, waiting for Escolinha to almost move the chess piece before they think about what they want to do. See if that changes anything. Right now, Escolinha aren't in the greatest of positions. Hashi is all by himself in towards Freezer. Cons has been able to pull back one kill. And goes Astro, but Hashi is in the thick of it right now. Will stall him out with a smoke grenade, and oh, Cons tries to swing, but Souls is just better than him in that scenario. Another kill falls though. FaZe go down, and it's a 1v2. Hashi, who we were circling for such a long time, is the last to stand, and also the last to fall. FaZe Clan, the kitchen works out well for them. They will pull back another round, a 4-2 split, still in favor of the defense, but hey, it's better than a 5-1, I suppose.
It is. Much better than a 5-1. Is it going to be enough? It seems that FaZe have really only picked up rounds there on the attack if one player's popped off and got a ton of kills. In that case, it was Bullet. He picked up 3. Or if they managed to get a flawless round and they just win every single gunfight, which I know sounds incredibly obvious and a little bit dull, but there was no rounds there that they were able to clutch. There was no rounds that they were able to really fight for and contend and win on an equal, you know, so that started out as an equal 2 versus 2, let's say. Everything's been fairly one-sided feast or famine for them on the attacks. Now, let's switch over onto the defense. Escolinha have a nice 2-round buffer here. Try and increase this lead somewhat. FaZe only able to find success on the attack on one site. That is something that Escolinha will have to do better. Sure, they can just find success downstairs, but that isn't going to be enough. In that instance, we would likely get taken into an overtime. And then really it is anybody. So we need to see them find some success pretty early on here.
No surprises with the defensive operator selection. Again, just mirror. That's all you need to really look at on Cafe, is just how strong this operator is. And whenever Escolinha, they're going for these Azami bans, you know, it's going to be obvious that Mirazen's going to be left open. So you have to, I don't want to use the word abuse, but you know, it's strong for a reason. You know, use it.
FaZe more than happy to take advantage of the mirror there, as you say, Demo. It's on the pitch, so they've got to get the most out of it. FaZe aren't being as aggressive as we've seen them be previously either. You think back to some of their defenses on Bank, and they were really, you know, going for spawn peaks and going for aggression in the opening portion of the round. This time, it's going to be Cons and Cameraman continuing that duel on the white stairs and that white stairs window. This time it's going to be Cons that comes out on top again. You just worry when you see Cyber look at a window because you just imagine him flying out of it.
Yeah. So FaZe losing the first blood isn't a good start for them. Bullet actually going to pop the mirror window, realizing that it's going to be an east-sided kind of approach from Escolinha that they're not going to be holding on to Piano anyway, so you may as well open it up, give yourself another sight line or an angle, anything that you can maybe do to assist Souls, who is going to be in the hot seat, as we know. This is where utility is crucial right now if you're Escolinha. You need to get these nade kills trucking. You've still got 3 of them in the back pocket. We need some kills from them right now.
Souls is seeing that pressure from below as well, as Hashi is able to use the skeleton key to rip open a lot of that floor. Souls, let's get a couple of meaningful shots in onto him though. Can try and take advantage of these elevated positions to keep himself safe. Don't forget, all the while that we've got Hashi downstairs, that's 1 fewer gun upstairs trying to take onto the site, and we can see multiple silhouettes down there, so we know that Escolinha are going to leave themselves in a time pinch if they aren't careful. Unfortunate timing for Astro as King drops the hatch, picks himself up 2, no, make it 3. Finding his 3rd onto Souls, and Cyber left 1 HP. Not a lot of time remaining. It's going to be a flawless 4 kills on the round for King.
What a beast play. Wow. All the pressure coming in from the east. Escolinha actually struggling to eliminate those players towards the east side of the map. And King just drops the new hatch and finds 4 kills. That round totally on in. Everything else was not working out well for Escolinha, but it just takes 1 moment of glory. Yeah, all credit to him. What a performance. What a play.
You'd be fairly happy with that one, and that's done something incredible here. It has meant that Escolinha, while the pressure isn't off yet, they are firmly now in the driver's seat. FaZe gonna mix things up, go downstairs into reading, into that middle floor. They've got to find a round somewhere, Demo, and they've got to find it quickly. They don't want to leave themselves fighting against that match point in an attempt to try and bring this one back.
FaZe Clan, a lot of work to be done. What will they do? How are they going to pull us back? They're going to switch up the bomb site straight away in towards the mid-floor. Reading is where we head to. Goyo makes an appearance. Now it's an operator which I think is actually really good. I think the rework has done him wonders. I do. I think whenever you look at certain maps, he's so strong. I think on Cafe, a map which takes quite a bit of time to set things up and really execute, it can be great. You know, I think Cafe, it's a small map. There's a lot of choke points. And having just that sea of flames can be huge for some teams.
We're really getting to see just why this was a map that Escolinha picked in this best of 3. Currently sitting in a really nice position. Got to play some good siege to get it over the line though. FaZe have that ability to really try and switch it on. And there's no better time than the present to do so. Hate's going to try and make a little bit of a solo entry here. A mistimed C4 from below will see him live to continue that entry. So he just drops himself back ever so slightly. He's got a couple of claymores to make use of here, and we'll place one just halfway on those red stairs. We saw the flicker of Nomad's laser on the air jab there as well, so you can imagine that the flank potential here is not going to be there.
The utility being used here and there to pick off the cameras. Cyber goes down, LMG will rain fire, but an LMG off their own. Souls has that Alda. Will eliminate that Sophia. Hashi with an aid. Tossing it over towards White perhaps, but actually instead to just save it for the meantime. We'll toss that grenade now. I don't know what that's for. I think it's maybe for the Goyo canister. I'm not sure if there's something there, but either way doesn't get a kill. Cons, look at him, ready to go with the Amario Ollie. Is this going to pay off? We've seen this work plenty of times, Ollie, but we've also seen it fail plenty of times.
This is a bit of a LATAM special, isn't it? We see a lot of teams attempt this, and not everyone's able to pull it off. Souls, I'm not sure if his headphones are working because he didn't even react. I understand that there are a few explosions going on at the same time, but seriously, you've got to do a little bit better than that. Astro still has site control, but for how long? There's 35 seconds left here. Cameraman needs to ensure that he isn't droned here, and I think he has managed to skate by unscathed. Astro, however, it's going to be a little bit of a different story for you. Cameraman needs to believe in the shotgun. He really needs to make these shots land here. Bullet just trying to rejoin now and enter the fray as Hashi shuts Astro down. Cameraman with the shotgun, not even given half a chance. Florio finds the final kill, and that is going to be Escolinha putting themselves onto a map point.
Strong stuff. Very, very strong stuff. Escolinha. Cafe is sitting them down to a T. Oh my goodness, a slow-mo. Wow. Sorry, just taken away from that. It's like
It's just in case Souls wants to relive that moment, which I'm sure he doesn't, I'll be honest.
I don't know what FaZe have been going for this cafe. I'm really confused about how they've approached this. They're giving away the opening pick way too easily for my liking. Way too easily. I don't know what's happened to them. I just don't know. No direction. Nobody really leading the charge. There's no one stepping up saying, hey, you know, look at me, follow my lead. There's nobody right now.
There's still time. It is not all said and done just yet. If there is a FaZe player alive in the server, they always have a chance. However slim that chance may be. The startling thing for me has been almost the conviction of gunfights. We've seen Escolinha operate on a whole different level here. It's, you know, I understand this is their map choice, but even their gunfights have been better here. Everything's really been working quite well for them when you think back to how sort of disjointed they looked as a team on Bank. Cafe, with it being a little bit smaller, with it being a little bit easier to approach, it's something that they're really taking that advantage of, and they're able to bring things like Ying and, you know, look to play a little bit more aggressively, and it suits their style. Can they get it over the line here, though? Another occasion where an opening pick is being threatened. I mean, that little punch hole onto the top of White Window is one of the oldest tricks in the book, but it will regularly net you a freebie.
Escolinha. Easy access up towards the rooftop. They got the Ying, which you've seen a little bit from whenever we were watching a very different game on Bank, if you think about it. Just how things have turned, how the turntables, you could say. And, oh, a great nade kill. Down goes Bullet. I'm surprised from the lack of whammy from both sides. I really am.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I just think it's a no-brainer operator on Cafe.
When you think of Wamai as an operator, the one place that a lot of people will think is Pixel on Cafe. And you just think to how powerful he used to be in that spot. And
Still is.
I mean, exactly,
Used
but
to.
even more so. There is just so much use and utility there available. That's something that FaZe haven't lent as far into as we saw Escolinha. They were willing to bring the castle, they were willing to bring the laser gates and the Jaeger. FaZe, on the flip side, we've only really seen the Jaeger. We haven't seen that sort of typical soak utility that you would expect.
Here comes the Yings. Astro will get blinded by everything. A drop. The C4 looked to be went from below, but did not catch anyone with that. Souls will find a couple inside of the stock, but look at that. It's a rampage. The LMGs rain through, and Astro all by himself. A 1 versus 3. Diffuser going down now. Should be an easy plant. You would expect the cover is there. Viking has some great plays, and we'll get the final kill. A 7-2. For Escolinha. Did not see that one coming.
Well, we have a game on our hands here. Not only a game, but a full series. We are going to get to see all 3 maps here between FaZe and Escolinha, and our decider map is going to be Villa. I didn't think that we would get here, honestly, after the way that we saw map number 1 go. I really wasn't expecting us to get all the way to a 3rd, but Escolinha have pulled the flip reverse card demo and come back in a fantastic way on Cafe.
Yeah, they have. FaZe looked out of it. I'm very surprised. This is a team that was undefeated on Cafe, had Invitational, where sweeping teams were fun on it. I don't know what's happened to them. I really don't.
Well, let's find out if FaZe have got what it takes. We're going to hit a short break. We'll be back with the desk and our third and final map inside this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all of these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people Just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker. They're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am with Jesse and Jacob and Escolinha firing back, taking their map pick cafe, flipping the script. Okay, so Jacob, it's interesting because teams usually ban cafe against FaZe, but Escolinha said they were up for the challenge, and it paid off for them.
We saw
7-2.
The Six Invitational, we saw Cafe. Sometimes FaZe would play it, but then teams really realized how good they are on that map. So in BR6 and Copa de Brazil, teams are like, we're not going to risk it, so we'll just ban it before FaZe ever gets the chance to play it. Now we see this random Tier 2 team, Escolinha de Bubu, the Church of Bubu, suddenly defeats FaZe Clan on it. Their own map pick. It was a gutsy call, but they made it work.
Yeah, I was really surprised that they were able to take this one because, like, you know, you talk about FaZe being such a strong team here, and like maybe since they play it a lot, like you do expect Escolinha to be able to like VOD review that and come back and you know have all the answers. But since they hadn't played it, we actually didn't have any relevant VODs for FaZe Clan. So maybe just a little bit out of practice, not able to pull this one back. I was curious, how strong they really were on this map. So I went back to the last game that FaZe Clan actually won on Cafe, and that was lower bracket semifinals of SI. And I looked at my notes for that game against MIBR. And I actually wrote down that like FaZe were getting punished on a lot of their creative pushes that they were bringing out. They had to win a lot of clutches to win that game. So maybe there was, not as strong of a record as we were perceiving it. The numbers don't lie. It was still very good statistically, but maybe there were some cracks the whole time and nobody just figured it out until Escolinha.
And Jesse. The Blackbeard appearance. We gotta talk about that.
Yeah, for a while that was looking like the only round that FaZe Clan were gonna get on attack, right? They managed to rock the Blackbeard alongside the Osa, and I thought that was really smart because like I've never actually seen that before. But if you got a Blackbeard standing behind an Osa shield, you can see the entire body, but you can't shoot any of it. So I thought it was a creative way to play Blackbeard. They ended up pushing past the shield down Red Hall for the kitchen take on round 3, and the Blackbeard got a kill. They ended up winning that round. I don't know if the actual combo came into play too much, but it was still really neat to see and a neat idea that got FaZe around at least once.
Okay, well, let's get to map 3 and get things rolling here. And Ollie and Demo, take it away. By the way, Demo told me that B-Boop isn't real, but I know he is. So B-Boop, take us to the basement. Thank you. How rude of them.
I just feel that's twisted words, Demo. Twisted words. I don't think you've been fairly represented there. We know that this character isn't real.
Somebody checking her, please. I worry.
Jackie, I hope you're okay. Now, we are going to get stuck into this third and be careful now. We can't be letting that cat out of the bag. We're going to jump now into the third and final map here inside of this best of 3. I'll be honest, I didn't think that we would get to Villa, but Demo, here we are.
Here we are indeed. Villa. Map which not the biggest fan of playing-wise. Don't like playing it. But watching it, it's alright. It's okay. Better maps out there, but that's okay.
I mean, at what level do you play it, Demo? I've seen you play like some random 10-mans and it just never go too well. So, yeah. It's a difficult map to play if you're not coordinated.
It's not that. I feel as if... Do you not think Villa's a little bit repetitive at this stage? I feel as if we see the same game of Villa every day.
I don't feel like it's any more repetitive than any other map.
But there isn't really too many different ways you can attack a site these days. Like, it's very Clubhouse-esque, in a way, in my opinion. Where there isn't really anything that's going to surprise you.
I think, obviously, new operators coming in is something that could have a bit more of an effect on that. We are going to cut to a short rehost. Apologies. We going to get magically brought back in here.
Look at your mic on.
Honestly, the best thing about this set is that this microphone arm looks like it's... it actually is, really. I mean, I'm going to let you into the secret. But it looks like it's the arm that brings my screen in as well.
See, mine's on the other side, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, maybe you need to change it around for next game. I think that would probably be a good idea. And we'd be
change your arm, mess your setup up.
My setup's solid. Don't be dissing. We are going to get set up into this game. I think there was one of the players from FaZe or something like that struggled to join in. I didn't actually quite get a chance to read exactly what cameraman had written there in the chat. But as soon as we get the lobby all set up and ready to go, we'll be headed back in. Demo made an extremely bold claim. Demo, talk to me. Now, while I do agree with some of the things that you said, Villa can be a little bit repetitive in the sense that there is a clear defined meta of how to approach it. What would you do differently, or what would you change? Because, you know, we all know the script. Attackers go in from below. Vertical grenades are huge. It really is the entirety of this map's identity now. I don't think that there's another map where vert nades have that much of an impact as on Villa. They got impacts on every map, but Villa really seems to be the hot one. Is that not something that entertains you? Because I love a good old vertical nade. I love an up nade.
See, I don't think there's much you can do against it. I'm surprised that we've seen these vertical nades come in for such a long time. You know, it's been the kind of go-to meta for quite a while. And nobody has kind of cracked a roam hold downstairs. That's something that's never really been done. Very similar to how you kind of looked at Clubhouse back in the day before SSG invented their roam game. We need a team to come in and do that, I think. I think that's what's kind of lacking. Whenever you look at Aviator in games, if you just sit and give the attackers all that downstairs control, you're just going to die sight. That's what's going to happen to you. So I think someone needs to crack the case of how do we roam? How do we actually set up a viable roam game downstairs?
Let's do it right now, and let's include the basement, because the basement on Villa is somewhere that is incredibly underutilized. It's a large portion of the map that seldom really sees any playtime. You'll get the occasional defender rotating through, you'll get someone hiding out up in there for the start of a round, but on the whole, it is fairly underutilized. It would be nice to see it, maybe have an option to approach the basement more from sort of the main stairs area of things and just link those two areas of the map even further, red stairs and main. I think that a change like that would really have a big impact on being able to deal with the way that these vertical nades play out on the attack, because it, as you say, it is something that's very difficult to deal with. Will we see Azami inside of this game? Escolinha, they have been keen Azami banners. I'm a little bit gutted, because I was one of the things that I was really looking forward to not only was getting back on the mic and casting a little bit of Siege, but it was being able to see Azami in play, because we've theory crafted for ages now as to how we're going to see it, and obviously we're not going to get to see it in its fullest or to its full potential here, but we want to get a glimpse, don't we?
I suppose it's just...
You don't want a glimpse?
See, I don't think she's going to be as...
Naysayer.
Hyped up as what people may think. I think she's going to be okay. I don't know if she warrants a ban. I don't think she's that level. I think we'll see her in some cases, but I still think every time a new operator gets added into the game, I always ask myself, okay, who does that replace from a main staple 5-man lineup that we see? That's why I always look at it. What operator do you remove? What operator do you add in? That's the way I look at things.
It's true. I think that the defenders don't have the most flexibility at the moment. There's a little bit of flexibility in there, depending on where you are and what site you're going to be trying to defend. But Azami has got such real. It's very rare that we've really had somebody that can adjust the map in a positive way, and I don't necessarily mean in a good way. I just mean you're giving something to the map as opposed to taking it away. Everybody else takes something away: a shotgun, a C4, an impact grenade. That's all destruction. It's all removing parts of the map. Castle, you could argue, add something. Mirror as well, add something. You add a window, or you add a bit of a better door, if you will. If you're going to be a castle, you add a barricade. But really, with Azami, it's about that flexibility of being able to add something, but add it anyway. You're not restricted to a wall surface or a door hole where the door would be, a doorway. I'd like to see a little bit of Azami maybe here. I don't know how the bans would go for a Villa. Valkyrie has already been something that's been allowed through today, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that through again. Obviously, the mirror is going to be a big one. I would imagine that we see the mirror removed here as well, as there's quite a few opportunities there. Although, as we've already mentioned, it is still fairly easy to deal with. That's kind of the ringtone for Villa. So here we are back on into the game. Thank you for bearing with us during that short break while we just got the teams all settled in. FaZe to start off on the defense here. As such, they get the first ban.
Come on, what's it going to be? Ooh. We talk about throwbacks. Roll back the years. A Lion ban. Haven't seen that in quite some time. Lion's okay, but he's not that good. Let's be real. Not worth a ban, in my opinion, but there he is. Thatcher, no surprise. Escolinha, moment of truth. Will we see the Azami let through, or will it be another staple ban? A staple.
It's not a staple. We don't want to be throwing out there that Azami's a staple ban.
Feels as if you've just lost part of your soul there with that ban.
It needs to be used. It needs to be explored. It needs to be, we need to be bored of seeing it. I want to see every conceivable placement. The Lion ban piques my interest quite a lot. Because as an attack, as the defending team, what do you want to remove, realistically? You know that they're probably going to remove a Thatcher. Sure, you could remove a little bit of Breach. Sure, you could remove something like a Finker and really try and play with Hashi, because Hashi's been a big reason as to why a couple of these rounds have gone into the favour of Escolinha. But to remove the Lion was something we saw used by Escolinha when they were trying to build that confidence up and play that aggressive style. FaZe thinking that it warrants a ban. We'll never really get to know if that was the right choice or not at least until we get to the end of this map. This is for all the marbles. Both of these two teams have one map apiece already. FaZe, they were successful on Bank. Escolinha, they were successful over on Cafe. And here we come to Villa to decide the whole thing.
Here we go. Kicking things off in towards our kitchen defense. It's always weird sometimes, I think, to see like kitchen right off the rip sometimes. Remember, Aviator in games is always the favorite bomb site, but I suppose if you're FaZe, you're probably thinking, we're gonna win all these bomb sites anyway, so we may as well start with kitchen.
I think kitchen, it has become a lot more popular. I mean, is there any real first choice bomb site on Villa? I don't feel like there is. I feel like the popular the three go-tos, are pretty much all equal in terms of preference from defending teams. We see teams start downstairs in kitchen. We see them start... I'd probably say statuary is maybe one of the weaker ones, although it is still gone to fairly frequently. Bans and picks do come into that as well, of course. FaZe, for this site at least, opting to not bring the mirror, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it when we start to make those rotations. Instead, what they have brought is quite a lot of utility, quite a lot of information. We've got a bulletproof camera on Astro. We've also got Cyber on the Valkyrie and Cameraman on the good old Pulse. So there is going to be no excuse for being caught flat-footed here.
IQ, a lot of information being gathered, a lot of utility. I hope they're not just going to try and walk into the bomb site. This is going to be very risky if they go for it. Cameraman has that information. The C4 and an aid will both meet each other. A head-on collision with the explosives. They knock out each other. That will open up the wall. Nade was there to try and eliminate the mute jammer, and well, that's successful. So they have an area that they can now start to work on and trying to find some picks. But Cyber, a nice long angle. Look at that. The hole's being opened up. It will feed him a kill. It's now 4 versus 5. Hashi goes down. Nade's off the board, more importantly.
Cyber willing to play aggressive here, and it's going to be rewarded. Takes down a second, removing the book. That's going to be a lot of the soft destruction. Hates has still got a couple of those breaching charges if he should require. Cons, able to find himself one. He's pretty much got himself into the site there, but Cyber is just raining terror. Whenever I think of Villa, I always think back to a particularly good game for Cyber on this map, where I think he picked up sort of 25 kills there or thereabouts. He's at least not going to pick any more up in this round. Cons finds the shutdown, starts to try and get this diffuser down. 20 seconds left, does actually come off it. I feel like he probably could have got that down there, but don't forget, Cameraman is going to be on the pulse, so should be able to at least give a call out to Astro as to where this plant has gone down. But these two defenders are going to be fairly well played together, not looking to take any chances here. Astro and Cameraman moving in back to back. They've got an idea as to where Cons is. It's not going to be an easy challenge. Cons now has to try and move up. Lasergate reactivated, but it's not going to matter. Cameraman has to do it all and does. Picks up that final kill. All of that to come down to a 1 versus 1 demo. That was a lot closer than it should have been.
Very, very shaky from FaZe. Allowing Cons in that environment to do what he's just done is big surprise. Big surprise. Yeah. Just really caught me by surprise. I thought FaZe had that unlocked. Cyber's done so well. Nice double kill. Really, at that stage, you're thinking, yeah, it's easy. It goes into a 1v3, but even to get to a 1v1 with Diffuser going down as well, yeah, it's surprising from FaZe, but win's a win. No matter how you get it, as long as you win, that's all that matters.
This is as good a start as FaZe could hope for. They didn't have the greatest start over on Cafe, and it almost followed them for the whole map. FaZe are a team that are experienced enough to not let something like that shake them, but from time to time you do just have to sit and wonder. Here on Villa, however, they have come up trumps, picking up the first round, and it came down to a bit of a clutch. They'll recognise that it wasn't as clean as it potentially could have been. Hopefully for them, recognise that while they may have not have got lucky, air quotes, in the end, it still wasn't a guarantee. They're going to switch things up, take us upstairs to Trophy and Statuary. Still, no mirror being played. This is certainly one of the sites I would have expected FaZe to bring that mirror.
FaZe, what have you got in store with the Trophy Statuary? What are you going to show us? It's a fairly standard lineup, isn't it? It's kind of what we're used to seeing, I think, in Villa. You have at least 2 operators who are there for denial, that being the Jaeger and also the Aruni. Sometimes it's either Aruni or the Wamai is probably the 2 go-tos that we have. You have denial coming in from the smoke. Mute is just such a key operator, I think, for every... Mute must be up there as one of the most flexibles alongside smoke. Has to be.
I mean, the common denominator there is the SMG, right? As soon as Mute gets the SMG, he becomes a machine. Quite literally a machine pistol. But it becomes so much more popular to play as you've got that level of flexibility now. You can bring the shotgun and you're not disadvantaged. Say that. One of the SAS defenders is going to be taken out nice early. Cyber on the smoke as well, inside of the first half of the round. Really not ideal. Hashi going to be waiting for a little bit of information here. He knows the drone's gone up and Bullet has given the game away, but Bullet chooses instead to stand firm. Doesn't want to give the game away all the ground of those main stairs, as it is just such an important place to be, but does have to dip on off a little bit. It does leave quite a lot of exposure, and Cameraman is going to be tasked with keeping an eye on that flank. With the site being trophy statuary, FaZe aren't in a terrible situation, given that they've been able to burn quite a bit of time here.
It is still like time. Escolinha kind of struggled whenever we seen him on the first map inside a bank. It was very slow. They're almost waiting for FaZe to make mistakes, but FaZe were giving them nothing. Maybe we can see similarities starting to form, because time is a key element of Villa. A lot of utility, similar to what we see on Bank. It takes a while to set things up, get walls open. Quite the opposite of Cafe, where walls never get opened at all. Did we see a single wall, apart from maybe the kitchen defense, get opened up? I don't think we did. So that kind of shows you how that favored Escolinha maybe a little bit more, but certainly in these slower paced maps, this is where FaZe can really come into their element. 2 kills, fire out from them. Diffuser's going to be just drop cold, almost in the middle of the jump in where the breach is. A 3 versus 3 as Astro Control is in favor of the attackers. They're starting to move their way through into the bomb site. Diffuser's going to be picked up now, and they will try and go for the plant. Where's the denial? Where are FaZe Clan? How are they letting this happen?
Well, Astro's C4 swung and missed, and Vitsking was there to take him down. Cameraman finds himself one, tries to drop shot onto Hassi, but instead it is a 1-for-1 trade. Bullet left in the clutch, full white flash and taking damage here. Default plant has gone down, and Bullet is going to know that. There's going to be a bulletproof camera over his right shoulder, so it is going to be able to call out and give a bit of information should Florio give himself away here, but he has only one door to watch and is able to secure that kill easily.
FaZe, nobody home. Nobody home.
It was looking good at this point. I honestly thought when Souls picked up that first kill, I was like, oh, it could be on here for FaZe. Like, they're not in the greatest position. There was a heavy stack up at the top of Red Stairs. They kind of lingered when they roamed over toward AVG in the first half of the map, and they never really got themselves back. It was only Cameraman that made a full rotation up Astro Stairs, but even then it was just a bit late.
I just think that FaZe got a little bit stuck in the mud. All of them kind of grouping up, no real pressure. I think we've seen one guy retake Astro, but it was way too late, way too late. So you needed to kind of have the ignition on, ready to go. So yeah, I just think FaZe just kind of backed off whenever they didn't need to. I think they needed to apply the pressure. Escolinha were trying to flood through. You need to fight that fire with fire. You need to fight back. Don't give them site control. See a mirror makes an appearance. What have they got in store? So 2 mirror windows, one looking in towards bedroom, one looking in towards Astro. Should be easy enough to kind of open up. Both of them vertical, go below, nade them from below, whatever you need to do. That's going to be easy. It's just how can Escolinha approach that? That is totally up to them. The mirror windows are there, they know where they are. How do they play against it?
I think FaZe need to be setting more of these mini-games and puzzles for Escolinha to solve during the round, because we've seen on Bank how slow Escolinha can be, especially when they've got a little bit of something to deal with. Now, granted, that's going to be 2 mirror windows dealt with 1 shock drone in the first 45 seconds of the round, because FaZe are just sat there staring at the wall. That's now really not worth, and that has been dealt with. Can FaZe salvage this and still use it as a bit of a power position? Only time will tell, certainly. For Bullet, he's not going to be involved in any sort of retake, as Hates is going to be there to shut him down. Upside down on the rappel is an almost impossible angle to challenge. Previous to that, Cameraman traded 1-for-1 with Vitsking, but still an advantage here for Escolinha, and they've not expended too much to get it.
No, I think that FaZe Clan, if they've tried to apply that aggression, but just hasn't worked for them. And I think that whenever you kind of look at FaZe Clan and how they've kind of approached playing against Escolinha, they have been quite passive for FaZe's well-being. I think FaZe are known for being a little bit more aggressive than what they currently are showing. We usually see them get a few more entry. I think the entry stats has been really surprising for FaZe Clan this matchup. So probably the only thing you'd worry about.
FaZe still sort of playing that loose game where they're not really in position to trade off one another. I'm not sure if that's an intentional thing or a bit of a problem that they're looking to try and work on here in this game, because so far we're not seeing too great a deal of success with it. Cyber, he's got himself tucked into the corner. He's going to get spotted out there on the Flores drone. Instead chooses to run out. Fortunately for Escolinha, Flores is being covered and Cyber finds himself in no man's land. Comms is able to shut him down all the way through the site. Astro has now got a lot of kills here to find. Picks up 2 and the diffuser's cold. Souls, can you hold on? Hashi has recovered the diffuser and he's going to be planting on maps. Still the small facts of the Flores to deal with as well, and Souls is starved for information. Picks up a great kill over onto the Flores, and a second. Souls! This is the player that we know him to be. Clutches out on 1 HP, plenty of time to disable that diffuser. That is a big, big round for FaZe.
It's just a training session, isn't it, for him? He does that in his sleep. Does that in his sleep. Just, yeah. Best support.
It's one of your favorite players?
Best support. Just best. That's it. Just the best support. That's him right there.
Keep Souls on the smoke, that's all I'll say. Cyber played the smoke, he was dead in the first 30 seconds. Souls plays the smoke, he clutches out the 2 versus 1.
You say that, and
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
look at what he's on now. Back on.
He's upgraded himself.
Back on over to the Melusi.
We love a bit of Melusi.
She's okay.
Melusi's just really straightforward to play. I think that's why I gravitate toward Melusi a little bit. Just because there's never a lot to do mid-round. You place your bulletproof camera, you place 3 Banshees, and then you just find a corner to sit in.
Still a free speed as well. So I think whenever you're on that Melusi, you still have to get out and about. You need to get active.
Get slippy.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
A bit slippy.
Who's the slippiest member of FaZe?
Oh, who's actually slippy? Probably Astro.
I think Astro can be quite slippy.
I'd say Astro's probably the slippiest.
I'm not sure why Astro's changed his name. There's no W on there typically.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that.
I'm not sure if it's a bit of a diss to like, not a diss, but like a bit of a nod to like British casters that just can't pronounce zeros at the end of stuff and just end up going O.
We'll never know.
We all say Astro, we don't say Astro.
I don't think we'll.
I don't think we'll ever know. I might message him, see if he has a response.
Yeah, have a go.
See if he just says, yeah, it was because I knew that Demo would be casting us, and he always says Astro.
Oh, why have I just caught a stray bullet there? What's going on? God's trying to open up that same wall. He needs somebody over grenades. Last time they were able to get it open with ease, and looks as if they've also done it, I think maybe via Twitch drone this time. So that's a good pickup. Having that Twitch come in. So now Cyber has the shotgun, of course, can play a smoke-like role with the gun, but we just know it's not going to hit the same.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a curse on FaZe with whoever plays smoke, if it's not Souls, is going to die in the first minute or at least first blood. And that's happened again with Cameraman. He died way further back at the start of this round. Cyber looking maybe to play a little bit more aggressively, but he knows he's getting pinched. There's going to be a player making that rotation up from the basement. Astro has quickly put a stop to that. We saw the yellow ping come through as Cyber was dipping himself out of laundry. Cons, just trying to hold any players here that might be looking to rotate and get a little bit aggressive. He's going to take a huge chunk of damage for his troubles, though. Cyber, right place at the right time, activates the glasses, realizes that Laundry's clear and decides to take a little bit more, but Hashi, he's got him pinned down now. Bullet, he's going to be there with the exchange. There's some very complicated crossfires being initiated here from FaZe and plenty of information to boot as well. Bullet with the final 2 there, just gets a glimpse of the gun and figures that something's just out of place.
Yeah, just the gun barrel, and that's enough for him to lock on. It's FaZe. Bit of momentum. Starting to roll now, aren't they, Ollie? And this is where FaZe, I think, are at their scariest. Momentum-based team, you know, through and through. Obviously, we know they're a scrappy team. They can fight it out as well as anyone else, but you give this team an inch, they take a mile. We've seen that time, and they're I can't speak more highly than this team. I just can't. I really cannot. What have I become?
You've become a massive shill.
Like, what am I?
Like, I'm a shill for a couple of teams, but not to this extent.
I just have. Hold on, I need to go get a mirror. Hold on, I need to look myself in the face. Just like this.
Look yourself in the eyes and just realise what you just said.
That's a long, hard look at myself.
For anyone, I mean, no one probably cares, but Demo was so excited when he found out that we were casting FaZe that he actually sent me the photo that he's got of him with all of the FaZe clan members.
FaZe up.
And everyone's dropping the FaZe up.
Don't tell anyone that I don't own a FaZe jersey, but I have a Liquid jersey.
I mean, just in case I was ever confused as to how biased you were going to be tonight on the cast, that kind of cemented it for me.
Oh.
I'll tell you what would be good, a FaZe up emoji.
Oh my goodness.
I need to get working on that, because that would be incredible.
Anywho, maybe we should go back to the cast, perhaps. Oh, don't talk about my love life. Escolinha need some rounds back here. Need to see if they can get something rocking on the attack. I mean, Villa, as people still say, oh, it's defender-sided. I think it's even these days. I still think it's a 50-50 split. I really do. I think there's strengths to both camps in terms of what you can really showcase. So, yeah, I think that either team have a good chance no matter what side you're attacking or defending on.
I think I could be wrong in this, but I was looking at stats from the major, and I'm pretty sure that attackers won the majority of the rounds at the major. But it was sort of like, it was 50, you know, it was 51-49 sort of territory. It was, you know, for the sample size, it was as good as 50-50, but it wasn't as biased or as one-sided as, you know, it has been in the past. And I think that Villa follows that trend as well. I don't feel like we saw an enormous amount of Villa at the major, but
it was defender-sided.
Siege in itself is becoming more 50-50, I think. And there's certainly been opportunity here for Escolinha. You think back to one of the rounds that FaZe has got on the board here was a clutch. It was a 2v1 from Souls. So they've had plenty of opportunity.
That's what Cyber going to be doing on those back Astro stairs. Has that SMG in hand, of course. And it was a lot of pressure, I believe, last time from Escolinha. They flooded into Astro with ease. And, well, speaking of not the room, but the player, Astro, will find the first kill for FaZe in this round. Takes down the Iana, good pickup. Vicky, we know, can make quite some big plays, as we showcased already during today's festivities, Ollie. So it's a good pick for Astro to get. Ooh, great information from the Twitch only placed up on the skylight. That will look straight down into almost both the bomb sites and just feed constant information now for that side onto the player inside of the inside of the trophy room.
Time again being a factor here from Escolinha as well. 20 seconds left to go, 4 versus 4. It's quite a 5v5, but it's almost as good as Cons is trying to find something. But look at the exposure that he's got. Doesn't know which way to turn. Souls is in position to shut him down, but Escolinha respond with a couple of kills of their own. The diffuser, however, is going to be cold. Nobody in position to get that down right now. Florio, you've got 1 second to do so, and he starts. Cyber is going to be below. Needs to try and deny this plan. He's got the ping, but the holes weren't there. The barricade was closed. Nothing was going his way. Now he's giving himself up, and he knows that he's got a long, hard retake ahead of him here. aggressively pushes on up. Look at the confidence of this man. He's not even 30 HP, and he's still looking to aggressively challenge on in. He knows there's only one way to get this done. He's got 4 opponents to find. Picks up the first one, 3, excuse me. He's still got Hates and Floriol to deal with. Hates head glitching through on the side of Trophy. Almost, Cyber. Very nearly almost. It would have been beautiful if you could have denied it from below with the shotgun. The information was there.
Well, it was an almost from Cyber, but still very far off. Had to find 2 more players, but at least he almost had the denial, or didn't he, Ollie? He was about 1 second out. I'm surprised that FaZe has just let that happen again. Just clear bomb site control from Escolinha. FaZe have not been putting up a fight on that side of the map. I'm really, really surprised.
It was a 1 second round, really, wasn't it? The diffuser got put down with 1 second left. Cyber nearly denied it with around 1 second left. There was just so much going on that came down to a knife's edge. This time it was Escolinha to come away on the winning side of things. Still opportunity for this to be a 3-3 split here. Look at these extended reinforcements that Cameraman's placed all the way downstairs. He's really looking to hold far and wide here. I'm curious where this second window will go, and it will go looking into library there. You mentioned, Demo, about the, nades from below being such a staple. There's only 1 set. Hashi. He's got 2. Sure, we've got cons on the Zephyr, but there isn't that 6 nade threat that we often see. But to be honest, it looks as though FaZe were expecting a lot of presence down here. Look at how much utility they've invested in setup.
It's this kind of extension that it's something I wanted to see, Ollie, wasn't it? And I'm kind of looking at it and thinking, is it going to work? Is it going to be good enough? And I mean, Souls has actually found the first pick up. That's a very default position. That's nothing new. We've seen that plenty of times before, but certainly this pressure coming in from below. I am very surprised that FaZe have kind of went for this. It seems to be working at the moment. It has kind of stunned Escolinha, looking at it thinking, okay, what do we think? What do we go for here? So what I asked, Ollie, it seems to be coming to fruition.
Well, ask Demo and you shall receive. Hashi, looking to make a bit of an entry now. Entirely unaware of where Cameraman is. He's waiting for the drone to work on ahead of him. Cameraman, the age-old problem of trying to walk backwards through a door and the door has shifted 3 feet to your right or left. Vitaking going to be the one to shut Cameraman down. Hashi making that pinch work as well. Time again has been burnt, but bullet is going to be pretty low. No nades left, but still the threat of the skeleton key from below, and that's demonstrated there. Astro stood on a box inside of the vault, not wanting to take any unnecessary damage here.
This roam game has worked really well. It slowed down the approach massively from Escolinha. Look how much time they're left with to really start picking away at this bomb site. 90 control still in favor of FaZe. Can't even bullet on a sliver of HP that he is. He can still apply some pressure. Man, Souls, he's going to be the key right now for FaZe Clan. If he's alive, we know what he can do. We know how he can perform. So keep him alive. They should have no issues whatsoever. Astro has been looking for that kill for ages and finally will get it. I thought it was about to go lacking. Bullet doesn't see the man in the smoke. He's right there. He's right. He sees, surely you see him. There you go.
Goodness gracious me.
He's just there the entire time.
He must have some weird color contrast on his monitor or something like that. It was a bit less obvious without the red outline.
Cheating.
I will give him that. The red outline does give us a little bit of an edge. It's not much of an edge, but it's a bit of an edge.
Oh. FaZe, 4-2. Good half, good half. Kind of standard, expected, I would say. So now Escolinha get the defense. They'll be happy to have this. Surprised that we're not seeing the mirror come out. It was an operator that we've seen them use to great effect, and FaZe struggled with it quite heavily. Ollie on Cafe was against the mirror window, but not seeing it here now in Villa. Bit of a surprise. Maybe they look at it as it's easier to open up the mirror windows on Villa than what it is in Cafe. And is it really worth it? Whenever FaZe are a team that we know they'll go below, they'll use the nades, they have Sophia. They'll go for that vertical approach. So maybe they look at it and think, it's not worth it.
10 seconds left before
4-2 split as well. FaZe coming out here with... I mean, it feels like a slight advantage with how close some of these rounds have been, Demo. It's by no means been a clear, you know, one way or another. We could be sat here at 3-3 very easily. Could even be sat here at 4-2 to Escolinha with the way that some of them have gone. I really feel like Escolinha feel like they've got a chance. You know, the Bank game, they were never really in it on Bank. But certainly on Cafe, obviously they won Cafe. And definitely here on Villa, they have been contesting. It really all does depend on what happens here at this side switch. Sol's going to be first on through. Sophia LMG in hand, and he's looking to try and make good on a bit of information that is ahead of him. Knows that there's somebody inside of Statuary and can try and shut him down. Gets caught out there on the Banshee, but it's going to be Cyber to do the dirty work for him, as he's already found himself two. The LMG's at the forefront of this attacking push.
Quite clear cut at the moment for FaZe. What you expect to see. Cyber walks in, the LMG just, yeah, FaZe Clan flawless. Just, what can you say, Ollie? It's just, that's clinical, that's Cyber and the LMG.
It looks dangerous, doesn't it? You got Cyber on the LMG, you've got Souls on the LMG, and they just walk in Terminator style. You know, bullets flying around them, but they've just got this sort of aura of invincibility. Nothing connects, nothing lands. And what was looking like a fairly close game when Escolinha were on the attack has now turned into something that is not quite looking landslidey, but 5-2. We need to find a round pretty soon.
Yeah,
back
this is the third
to
fight.
the same site. It starts to, you start to worry a little bit, Demo.
Yeah, we've seen 5-2 over on Bank, 5-2 on Cafe, 5-2 in Villa. And all those matches ended up 7-2. Will this be the same? 7-2, 7-2, G2. Sorry.
6-2 G2.
Classic.
I thought you were giving me a swee then.
That's actually a Medic's classic.
Yeah?
Medic's
drops a little mid-cast swee.
He does. Whenever somebody does like a play and he's observing, he'll like, he doesn't scream it. He just says in a very monotone voice. He just says that.
Brilliant.
That's just him.
Maybe we give it a go.
No.
I might ad-lib it. Just be prepared.
We'll see. We'll see. So, FaZe Clan kick things off with a good start on the attack. Same bomb site to attack. I would say they'll not change much. I think it'll be pretty clear-cut, moving their way through things. The LMGs, Ollie, just what can you say that already hasn't been said?
Keep them. I don't think that's been said, Demo.
That's true. To be
Careful
fair,
what you wish
somebody
for.
the other day actually said, you know what, I like the LMG meta. He got ratioed very quickly. So, yeah. Oh my goodness, the LMG is actually starting to fail right now, Ollie. Both of them off the board. 3 kills. Hashi going nuclear inside a trophy. Viking finds another. What has happened to FaZe? They've tried to regress onto this extension towards trophy statuary, and they have been put in the bin.
Who needs more than 100 bullets? You only need one for a headshot.
True. So true.
That is exactly where we found ourselves in this round. Well and truly Hashi season. Bullet, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he just waits the entire round looking through this window. There isn't a lot of pressure on FaZe at the moment. They lose this round. It is what it is. He's going to hop himself in and give it a go. Very little expectation on him from here on out, though. Escolinha, the pressure is almost on them to just ensure that they don't mess this up. Everybody stacked inside of the site. We've got Cons going to be playing just in and around default. Looking to aggress ever so slightly, see if there's anything he can gather. Bullet's going to have a tough time splitting these into 1 versus 1s, and that's the biggest difficulty here. No nades left either. Can try and duke out with a Gemini clone, but realistically, it's only ever going to end one way. Cons hits him with the swing. Bit of an unorthodox place to appear from. Bullet not quite ready for it. Escolinha grabbed themselves a round, and it is very much needed.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that round to fizzle out, weren't we, Ollie? Just took a bit of time, but Escolinha sees it over the finish line. Trophy Statuary is where we head to next up. FaZe Clan have not attacked this as of yet, so no experience for them. In terms of lineup changes, not much. Again, just a lot of LMGs being brought in, plenty of nades. Can't really go wrong with a lineup. We see a Capcan be chosen, Ollie. That's something that we have to talk about. Capcan, an operator that you asked me about maybe 6 months ago. Hated this operator, detested this operator. He's not so bad, not so bad.
Have you become a Capcan crutch?
One man who changed my opinion on Capcan.
Have you learnt the ways of kills from the grave?
You know who he is.
Yeah.
Well, not mentioned.
Capcan is incredible. If anybody can, Capcan. That's exactly what Escolinha said in Portuguese at the start of this round.
Did they?
As a team, they said it as one person.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think whenever you're playing against a team who has notorious crouch walkers, Capcan's a great pickup. You know, notorious players will just be lurking in around. You know, you're looking at, obviously I'm going from an EU perspective, you're looking at players like Mowgli comes to mind. Tyrant would probably be another one. These lone wolf players who you can maybe just catch by surprise.
And it forces you to do a much more thorough job of your drone work. You know, you can't afford to be sloppy. As soon as you see the Capcan trap, that's it. You need to, make that known. There's one way of dealing with them is nades. You can also deal a ton of damage onto the mute as well. More nades getting sent in. Mute just trying to get himself an angle onto the window to try and work with. Astro spent both of his nades so far. He did manage to destroy a good number of the EDDs with that as well. But again, FaZe not looking to overcommit here. They want to get themselves a pick. They want to get themselves a little bit of something before they just go bold as brass straight on in, hopping into windows.
.5-5, nobody off the board yet, which is a big surprise just with how this game has went between both of these sides. They've been very feisty in those opening engagements. Oh, as I say that, there goes the opening engagement in favor of FaZe. Cyber has that big LMG. Pre-fired actually the wrong way. He was getting shot from the landing, not towards the zombie door. And Astro's actually been faulted, I think, from that bad information. Really surprised decision-making there from FaZe that, they didn't know what was happening over here. Souls will find one, and look at the players from Escolinha, Ollie. They're actually not even in the bomb site. We can see FaZe just strut in and try and get this plant down as quick as they can.
Looks as though that's what Cameraman's going to angle himself for here. He uses the Selmas to just make that breach a little bit more manageable. Cyber could come to blows downstairs. He had an inkling that someone was there, but just suffered from the timing. It's a King allowed to pick him up and make that rotation back through a great nade from Souls, but The fall of Cameraman means the fall of the diffuser. On the threshold into the breach, there's a very unkind piece of metal that has remained, and it's making it very difficult to transition from bedroom into statuary. Hashi is going to be taken down by Bullet as he just has one too many angles to choose from, and Souls picks up the final kill. Bitter King might have got the better of Cyber downstairs, but he won't get the better of Souls up.
Souls up, FaZe up. Right now, it's match point, series point for FaZe. A little bit worried there, Ollie. Like you said, there was a strip of metal that the Ace Selma could not catch, and yeah, it was really worrying for a moment there, wasn't it? I thought, oh.
As a FaZe fan, were you worried?
I was. but thankfully, nobody was in Asher, so Bullock just walk into the site and kill the guy.
As simple as that. FaZe, match point. To advance on inside of our bracket. Escolinha, it is do or die time. Whether you choose to take us downstairs into kitchen is going to be the site of choice. Now they're going to stick with the Capcom pick demo. I didn't see a great deal of value out of the Capcom previously, but in this instance it's going to be a C4, and that's more than likely why Capcom is being selected. If you look across at the lineup as a whole, you've got the Pulse, of course, Heartbeat Scanner, able to call out that information. Mozzie, C4, Mute, C4. You kind of get the picture. The only thing maybe that the lineup is lacking a little bit is maybe a bit of info. Think back to how FaZe played this site. They will bring in, what did they bring? They brought the Valkyrie. They also brought bulletproof cameras. They had the Pulse. They had everything going for them.
One more round. Can FaZe do it? I would say they have a good safety net at least. All they if they trip, if they fall, they're okay. But at the moment, I think FaZe. Would you see them trip now, Ollie? I don't think so.
It'd be more than a trip, wouldn't it?
I think they'll come in here. I think they'll attack this kitchen well. I think they'll screw their heads on for it. You know, you look at the setup upstairs from Escolinha. There's a Pulse. FaZe play the Pulse. They know to play against that. That's something that's not going to surprise them. As long as they can just get this open engagement sorted, as long as they can clear out these roamers upstairs, they'll have no issues at all. They have the sledge. They have that vertical pressure. All they have to do is the entry work. A C4 kill will occur. Cyber will slip in now in towards Statue. Is the Pulse going to give some information? Can he find Cyber to feed that information through? And oh, FaZe! What a disaster. They've lost 2 players and they haven't got any kills for it. 3 kills. And no, not a thing. Not a thing for FaZe.
It's kind of funny how I was talking about maybe if, you know, they're bringing enough information. I mean, sure, if Pulse is going to stay in the scanner for the whole round, yeah, you're going to have the info there. And that seems to be what's happened. We've got players in fine position to take advantage of that intel. Cyber trying to get himself out of dodge. Didn't even see the Capcan trap there. There are a couple of players downed here for Escolinha. It is still possible. Hashi is going to be recovered. Nade going to go out there from Cyber. He too is going to be taken on out. Souls with the hop in just meets the inevitable. It was one of the scrappier rounds that we've seen, and it was pretty one-sided toward Escolinha.
It was indeed. But again, FaZe still have that safety net to fall back on, though, don't they? Escolinha need to do something really special. 2 more rounds to take it to overtime. If we get to overtime, Ollie, I get to say the phrase.
You do? That we are going to overtime?
We're going. What? So, no, back, Tim, back. Not yet, Tim, back. And he comes out. Did you hear he came out and said that my impression of him is horrible?
Well, it is.
He doesn't rate it at all.
It is horrible.
No. How dare you?
I've had it on good authority from quite a number of people.
Who? Name them.
I can't name people.
Well, let me get a list open. Hold on. Name them now.
The naughty list. Are they going to be off the Christmas card list?
Hit list.
FaZe, You can afford to drop a couple of rounds here, but you can't afford to drop too many. And by too many, I mean 2, because that would take us into an overtime. And in overtime, anything could happen. The first time we saw FaZe attack this site, and this is the most preferred site so far from Escolinha, FaZe just walked through. They were able to get into bedroom. They just walked in quite simply from bedroom all the way through Astro, all the way through Statuary, and it was a flawless round. There was just no contest. I doubt we're going to see the same here, given the lineup and the fact that it is quite different to that first lineup. Astro going to attempt to get rid of the bulletproof shield, but unfortunately for him, loses the Flores drone to the mute jammer just behind. A lot of utility there to wade through, Demo.
There is indeed. Plenty of things you need to try and knock down. I mean, it's just a common lineup, isn't it? This is where, I mean, Villa, it just becomes just repetition over and over again. There ain't much difference that we really see, apart from what FaZe tried to do, Ollie, with that downstairs hold I was a big fan of. So, other than that, it's very run-of-the-mill. FaZe, wow. Would you guess they went below to try and use vertical nades? Never. No. Shocker. This is
well, FaZe are bringing 6.
Yeah, I could sit here and close my eyes and I'll know exactly what's happening.
If I just tell you the time in the round, you'll be able to call it.
I'm going to close my eyes and we'll see what happens, all right?
Okay. Well, Cyber is going to get a bit of damage there in on the cons. Still 3 nades to work with here for FaZe. But these up nades, they are too powerful to ignore. You have to give them a go. You don't need to be bringing the Buck. Buck is not quite archaic, but it's almost the old school way of dealing with things. Souls. Looks as though he knows somebody's playing on the hatch. He's going to attempt to take Hashi down and will do just exactly that. Puts him into a down but not out state. Ping there for the mirror, just not quite as accurate, but Souls are just going to ball on through. Anyway, a C4 flies on in, and he's going to take 2 players down. Souls attempted to shoot it out mid-air, but it was only ever going to be an attempt. A very tricky shot to pull off at that sort of close range. 45 seconds left.
I guess what happened? I'm guessing they tried to push up main stairs.
They tried to push up main stairs, but no one believes that you got your eyes closed because no one can see you, Demo.
Believe me, never lie. 3v2 still.
Versus 2. I mean, there's a chance.
There's a big chance. Astro takes a bit of damage, but Cameraman is there in the follow-up. Hashi, great shot on the Astro. Diffuser will be planted. Bullet has to have the cover. There's a mirror window. Oh, he's fine. So much information that they have. Hashi probably going to try and punch it, deny that vision, but it's enough for Cameraman to go for a swing and get the final kill. FaZe Clan. Took them a while there to clean up Villa, apologies, but still, they managed to see it over the line. 7-4, they take that victory. Were we ever in doubt for FaZe Clan? Probably not.
I don't think they were in doubt for FaZe Clan, but you've got to give a nod to Escolinha in the way that they played, particularly on that second map. To win the second map inside of a best of 3, it's never easy if you lost the first one. Especially in the fashion that they lost Bank. It was by no means a close map. It was very one-sided to FaZe. And then they came back and did exactly the same to FaZe back. You know, they had a very one-sided cafe in their favour, and we went into Villa not really knowing how it would go. Certainly the first 6 rounds, Demo, you could have showed me any scoreline after those first 6 rounds, and after watching the Siege, I would not have been surprised. It was scrappy, it was one way, it was the other. There was no real clear winner inside the first half, but as soon as FaZe got onto the attack, they showed us just why they are one of the best teams inside of this region.
Yeah, top tier stuff from FaZe coming in after that big break, but didn't see them the major. Big shock to not see them there with just the pedigree that they've had over the past year. But yeah, they're back, they're ready to go again. But as we know, they're going to have more battles to go up against.
Absolutely. We are going to throw this back to our wonderful analyst desk to break this one down. We got Jackie, we got Jacob, and we have got Jesse. Take it away, guys.
B-Boop. Don't forget about B-Boop. Come on, guys. We're gonna
He's just letting you know, dude.
Discussion about B-Boop later. I'm so sorry, B-Boop, that you had to hear that, but we have to talk about Map 3 Villa going to FaZe. To be honest, Jacob, FaZe was better. That's about it. Escolinha put up a valiant effort, and they even took a map off of them, but it wasn't enough, so.
Right, they were better, but we're talking specifically about Villa because it was a scrappy first half. It's 4-2. Villa's a map that can sometimes swing one direction or the other, but it's about being able to like persist in spite of a map being super back and forth like that. So when FaZe come out ahead at a 4-2 advantage, that's already really nice. And then, like Ollie mentioned, they switch over to the attack, they unlock the Finka, they really use their timing and their coordination to their advantage, and then they pull ahead with the victory. In spite of Escolinha trying to pull their own couple of rounds back, they were only able to grab 2 on attack, 2 on defense. That simply isn't enough against the very persistent, sustained onslaught of FaZe Clan.
We are rolling the highlights right now. Jesse, I wanted to pick your brain about FaZe's usage of smoke. Sometimes they were utilizing him well, but sometimes not so much.
Yeah, I mean, as you say that, there's a highlight of Cameraman getting the opening death on smoke through a window. So I think that kind of like paints the picture, right? A lot of the rounds that we saw, like on particularly those statuary and trophy defenses, Cyber was trying to rock that smoke. And back in round number 2, I mean, he died super early, and it actually hurt the team really, really badly because it ended up being a take that went in with like 20 seconds remaining. He didn't have a lot of time, and then Bubu ended up like trading out and they managed to win that round. And you've got to think, like, if they had some toxic babes around, maybe they could have made that one work. The only other round that they lost was also trophy stat. That was the round that Cyber was again on smoke. And I thought he did a lot better job that second time. You know, he was able to use all 3 of his toxic babes, wasted a ton of time over by the Astro side of the map, but unfortunately couldn't clutch out the 1v3, just too slow to deny the plant from down below. But then we had Souls as well, playing smoke on a couple of different rounds. And I thought he did a much better job of like really falling back when the time was right, using those toxic babes late in the round 3, round 6, when they were playing AVG especially. Thought he had a really good use of those toxic babes and was able to win some really nice rounds to end it out.
Well, it was a really fun series from Escolinha and FaZe. And let's take a look at the LATAM bracket and just get everyone watching at home caught up with everything going on Stream A and Stream B. Jacob, break it down for us.
Look at that. This one's normal. Unlike the European bracket, we had both of the top tier teams actually win their best of 3s. MIBR did it 2-0. That last map, I think, was a 7-1 against Furious. It was blitzed by, it was blazing speed. So FaZe Clan and MIBR will meet tomorrow in those upper bracket finals. One of them go to the grand final with the map advantage, like we mentioned for the previous series. And Escolinha and Furious finding themselves at the bottom. Now, hopefully, that lower semi game for tomorrow is going to be a little bit more even because we saw Escolinha take a map off of FaZe Clan, whereas Furious looked like they might be able to do that in their first map against MIBR, but fell just short. So we're hoping that if we, like a non-Brazilian team is to do anything in this bracket, maybe Furious can do it against Escolinha and propel themselves further in the lower finals. But I don't know, given how they played against MIBR today.
Yeah, I love how you were like, this was a normal bracket, and then Europe was completely different story. But coming up, we got SSG versus Parabellum, so we're going to be seeing some NA action. Very excited about that. Jesse and Jacob, my little NA squad here, but
little?
Jesse, how do you...
I'm 2 inches taller than you.
Yeah, you're tall. Jesse is... not so tall. I didn't
Why
say
is this
small.
a topic?
I said, okay, I don't know. Let's talk about Spacestation giving.
He's my middle school age
Parabellum.
stepchild.
Come on, man.
Gosh, sorry, Jesse. Okay, how do you think that matchup's gonna go down? Well, don't tell me because we're gonna talk about it in a little bit because it is coming up next. So, Beep-boop, take us to a quick break. Thank you very much. We'll be right back. Beep-boop, I said take us to a break. Beep-boop.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़े।
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Watch, game, learn, and donate. So happy to have you all here for this charity Rainbow Six Siege stream and tournament. I am Jackie Jing, and we've been talking about our amazing operating system, Boop, which Demo says is not real, but don't worry, y'all. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Santa is real. The Easter Bunny is real. Boop is real. And we got Jess and Jesse. They're also real. Boop, thank you for bringing them in. Jess, you missed out on a lot in the last hour. That's all I'm going to say, girl. But we are happy to have you back.
It's a pleasure to be back. I was sort of chilling back in my chair watching the games go by and watching Boop get oiled up by the analysts ready to go. So I'm now sitting nice and cruisy in my little area of the world that we're in at the moment.
Yes, our little cyberpunk Boop world. And Jesse, you're also a very big fan of Boop.
I am. Boop and I were actually chilling just backstage, so I don't know what Ollie's on about, to be honest.
Everyone.
I know, Ollie and
strange.
Demo, those two. Well, okay, we got a competition to talk about, everybody, so let's chat about the regions that are competing here. We got 3. We got Europe, North America, and Latin America. So, Jesse, for LATAM, MIBR stomped Furious, and then FaZe beat Escolinha, but Bubu took a map off of them. Those were fun matches.
Yeah, Bubu's school, maybe they took some lessons. They did manage to take Cafe off of FaZe of all maps, which was really impressive to me. So nice they were able to get a map there. Unfortunately, they still do fall to a lower bracket. And then MIBR Furious, again, it's Brazil versus Argentina. You're typically going to expect the BR team to win that one, and they did too.
Yeah, and then, we were watching the European bracket, obviously, earlier. Our 2 favorites lost, so it's been a wild tournament, to say the least. And now, Jess, we are moving on to the NA bracket. Can you break this down for me?
I mean, there's going to be some familiar names there. Spacestation, we're speaking about our cyberpunk world out here. Well, you big old space cadets are sitting there waiting to go and ready to rock against Parabellum, which, most importantly, we spoke about Spoit's little debut today. Well, there is another gunner literally waiting in the background ready to make their debut as well. So I think this is going to be really crucial for PB to get off on a good foot here.
Yes, very excited to watch SSG versus Parabellum. We will be beginning that shortly, but first, we want to take a closer look at SSG. Roll the video. Come on, Boop.
Game of Thrones. I would say Game of Thrones or Ozark, one of those two.
It's so hard to pick a favorite for me, but Game of Thrones would be up there, so.
Yeah, I feel like that was a solid one. Margot Robbie.
Yeah, she's up there for sure. That's another good answer.
God, I mean,
Rampy doesn't care about cars, so I don't know.
I have said there's one car I will own.
Dodge Viper.
Yes, that is it. Wow.
Wow.
Give me Nux. Give me Nux for that one. Dodge Viper.
Yeah.
One car that I want.
Always fun to get an inside look at these teams, taking a closer look at SSG. But let's take a closer look at SSG versus Parabellum, and we're going to move into the map selection process. And we are working to bring that information up on your screen. All right, Jess, I'll put you in the hot seat first. What do you think we're going to see here? What is your mind brewing when it comes to the map bans?
I mean, look, PB's got something to prove here, so maybe you put a little bit on show, but then also you've got, your other tiers to work with if you're SSG, so you don't want to put too much on show. There's a lot of, finicky areas to play with here when it comes to the map veto, so I think when you're in this tournament, you're playing your first match, you have 1, more matches to come, and 2, an entire Tier 1 league to worry about not showing things off, is I hope they kind of go to gunner-ish kind of maps, get those frag-heavy maps in that you could just play defaults and fundamentals on. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we like to talk about the new maps a lot as well, and SSG in North America have been one of the teams that have really stayed away from them. They do like Border, but Theme and Sky they tend to ban more often than not. I would say they prefer Theme just based on how they tend to ban maps, so it's not a surprise to me that they're going to first ban Skyscraper here. Parabellum, for their sense, they definitely can play some more of those newer maps. We do see Skyscraper from them every now and again. They're going to take Bank off of the board. That's one that they've played a lot. Villa goes as well. Interesting map still in the pool is Cafe. We'll see if either of these teams want to pick it. That's the map that these two played against each other in Stage 1 of the North American League. Now, there's been some roster moves from Parabellum, so they will likely not play it exactly the same, but still, I think there's a lot that you can draw from that. I felt that was a map that SSG really read Parabellum well on and shut them down pretty quickly. So it's going to be a Cafe pick from PB anyways. They're going to go for it. They want to run it back, see if they can take that. And then we get Border coming through. SSG have played this once so far against Astralis. They lost it 7-5, so a close game.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what I expected. I don't expect Clubhouse being the first ban I actually like, because like if you're PB and you're like, yo, when I come in and I start playing Clubhouse, like, you know, at the highest tier, like you're gonna see it at its full potential. So I'm glad they're like, nope. They're probably gonna nope it quite a lot. And then Oregon, beautiful Borregon. Yes, we love that. Bring it back into the mix right as I come back into the fold here. So I'm gonna go watch another Borregon. Should he go 3 maps? So we'll see.
All right, so locking in Cafe, Border, and Oregon for the decider there. Prediction time. Jesse, who do you think is going to take this one?
I think SSG are the pretty heavy favorites throughout this bracket. I think despite not making it to the major, they did still play very well last stage. And Parabellum, I mean, they lost a couple of their players. They've made some roster moves. They're very fresh. They couldn't even win the qualifiers. They lost and had to get a re-invite to the event. So I'm going to go SSG in 2.
Hey, Jess.
That was so brutal.
Jesse, yeah.
Oh my God, I might not, be spitting absolute brutality on the desk these days, but we've got another Jesse to do it instead, so that's brilliant. I love that. They had to get a pity invite if they want to, prove that wasn't for naught. They need to win this series, and if they don't, I think that pretty well paints the picture.
All right, well, predictions are locked in and our teams are ready. So, B-Boop, please take us to Ollie and Demo, even though they're not believers. Bebop is real. You hear me? B-Boop, take us away. Thank you. Thank you very much, B-Boop. Excellent work during that segment. And now we enter the cyberpunk basement.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much indeed, Jackie. We've been escorted down here beautifully. And Demo, we are ready now to take on our second best of 3 of the night. As we've mentioned, we've got Spacestation versus Parabellum. It's not often that we get to dip our toe into a little bit of NA, is it?
No, North America. It's a region that we don't really get a chance to cast at all, Ollie, period. So it's nice to see a bit of a change of pace, hopefully, compared to the antics that we usually get to see up and around LATAM. So yeah, I'm excited to see some North America.
Me too. It is going to be entertaining. Obviously, Parabellum, a team that has had some success in the past, albeit under slightly different circumstances, a bit of a different roster, and they too have a new up-and-coming gunner here tonight. SSG, more of the sort of staple, more of the well-known entity coming into this one, and there was really sort of no divide in opinion when it came to the desk as to which way they thought that this one was going to go. I don't think I've ever heard Jesse be as decisive in his life over a prediction.
I have. Anytime that Navi's playing, he's up against them. So I've seen this. I've seen this man go. Anyone, if you're European, hide. If you are from the land of EU, Jesse will find you. That's the way it is.
Yeah, it's almost a shame as well, because when it started, I really had Parabellum down as very much like a Canadian roster. They had a majority of Canadian players in the roster. Now, a lot of those have moved on to other things and stuff now, but you'd have thought that the fellow Canadian on the desk would have held a little bit of sentimental value in that. But no, Glory Supporter, it appears here tonight as he has backed SSG. Albeit it is worth mentioning that Parabellum did try to qualify for this event and then ended up getting invited due to Oxygen not being involved anymore. So it really is just one of those situations where we just have to see what we are going to get. But you have to back previous SI winners in SSG, that they are going to come out here and do the business. In terms of where we're going, Demo, we're getting treated, I think, almost with the maps this evening. We've got a nice little display. We're not really going to all too many of the same maps. We're going to start off on Cafe again, but then we get a Border, and if required, we get an Oregon. So at least, again, we're going to see 2 fresh maps here, and one of them is going to be the air quotes new map in Border.
A lot of kills I'm kind of seeing within this series. This is where these 3 maps really thrive is in the kill department. There isn't too much that you need to go into in terms of strategies. I think all of them have kind of, obviously Border's new. Border still plays very similar to what we've seen in the past, so it's kind of, you know, it's done already. You know, we know what strategy to expect. We know where you're going to be going for Cafe. Oregon, you can sleepwalk your way around that map in terms of how you attack that. So there's nothing that's going to be new and surprising. We're not dealing with banks. We're not dealing with theme parks. These are all very plain maps. The strategies are not crazy. Win your gunfights. That's what it comes down to.
Well, we'll have to see, because if it is going to come down to simple things, well, it sounds simple, but winning gunfights, you know, maybe that levels the playing field a little bit here for Parabellum to further contest here tonight against Spacestation. I'm not sure what the delay is. I imagine we're going to be getting into game quite soon here, as we mentioned, kicking things off with Cafe. In terms of NA as a region, obviously, Demo, it isn't one that we get the pleasure of casting all too often, but looking over at SSG, we have obviously recently seen a major. Now, they weren't present at the Charlotte major. We also, tonight, got to watch FaZe, who, again, weren't present at the Charlotte major. So, a little bit of a pattern developing between those two, just in that they both didn't make it to the major, but realistically, it is all about that time off, and it is about that break.
Even Rogue earlier as well.
Even Rogue, yeah. But teams can often find themselves in need of a little bit of a break. You know, you do struggle to go from, you know, all the way through a stage, or even you look back at the start of the year, some teams all the way from SI straight into a stage, November major, SI, straight into a stage. It can be quite taxing, and, you know, when you actually do the math and get a calendar out, you can see that you've only got a couple of weeks in between these things, and you're going to need to practice, learn new things. SSG obviously have had the benefit of a bit of, not time off, but a little bit of freer time, in that they don't have to be preparing all the time. And teams after a bit of a break can come back and do fantastic things.
Yeah, I think SSG, they've been very forward with how they've come out on social media after not making it to the major. You know, we've seen the "we'll be back" tweets. You know, that there's your statement. Yeah. You know, you're saying you'll be back. Show us. You have to show us now. You said it. Follow through with it.
Exactly. One of the funny things at the major was Ian was going through the crowd, and I think the guy's name was John, and he was asking everyone, like, oh, you know, like, who you cheering for? What's your favorite team? And John goes, well, my team's not here, but it's SSG. And I remember Lycan tweeted about it, because he was like, you know, you felt bad for John, sort of thing. You let John down.
Is that they're playing for John? Is that what you think
playing for John?
Morale is?
I reckon that could be a new, you know, like the hamburger call, when things are going well, but they're going fast and you just don't want to make any mistakes. It's almost like, you know, mid-round when chaos is just flying, bullets going left and right. You just say, remember, guys, we're playing for John, and everyone just slows it down, gets a drone out, jumps on a camera, and does what they need to get it over the line. Because we all know that John likes to watch SSG. So let's see if he is going to be impressed here tonight. It looks as though we're going to be heading ourselves into the game very shortly, as we are getting ready to drop on in. For map number 1 here inside of this best of 3, Spacestation versus Parabellum.
Obviously, we're getting a bit of a glimpse of what's to come inside of the North American League, Ollie, isn't it? I think that's another thing we have to take into account. Typically today, we have seen Tier 1 teams up against non-Tier 1 teams. These are 2 Tier 1 teams going up against each other, Ollie. So you have to look at it and think, yeah, this is going to be the kind of pre-show to see how both these teams are going to advance going into the next season.
It is, and as such, you expect them to play a little bit differently, maybe, than they would if they were playing. Probably. Yeah, you know, they're going to be conservative. They're not going to be bringing, you know, their absolute best gear to this game. Although already, I'm loving the bans because Azami's free.
It was a question that we kind of had with Latam earlier. We just seen Azami ban every single round, and we didn't get to see her whatsoever. So, you know, her being open, are we going to see her? That's the question today. Straight off the rip. No, we're not. right off the rip, Ollie. No interest from SSG. So, I know that the desk kind of talked about Parabellum. New player coming in, Gunner, picked up recently, coming into the lineup. Are people forgetting about Laz? Or is it just me?
Well, yeah. Blaz is someone that we're pretty familiar with as well, of course, coming from...
Why are we not talking about Blaz? Why?
About Blaz?
As much as about Gunner, this is a cross-regional transfer. These are not just things that you can wave by. Not cheap, we know that. So there's a lot of investment being put into this player. So you would expect that Blaz, he's going to deliver. He needs to deliver. You put the investment into them. We've seen how cross-region transfers haven't worked in the past. We're still figuring things out with G2 at the moment, as we know. But you think, but the last Europeans that came over, Slevin and Gomfey didn't hit the ground running as what they were supposed to. Can Blaz be the difference?
For anyone unfamiliar with Blaz, he played under Penta, I believe it was.
Yeah.
In Challenger League Season 11, so that would have been 2019. I believe that we were a part of that one in terms of casting it demo. And then Challenger League 2020 as well. So he's got experience in and around the T1 level. Spent a little bit of time on Heroic as well before they made the sort of full shift over to the Kwana roster. But again, as you mentioned, it speaks to the investment of, you know, getting these players and, you know, bringing them over because, you know, he's not going to be playing from Europe. He's going to be there. He's going to be in North America.
Very true. Blaz is slippy. That's the best way to describe him. That's a classic. It's actually one of my favorites that I actually like to do, Ollie. Just simply walk in through the main door, up gold stairs, and wait for that player to rotate into that position. And it's a freebie all day of the week. And just little moments like that, that's where you can see that is so French. Isn't that kind of kill so French? That's the way you describe it.
A little bit BDS in their prime-esque almost.
Looking at Vitality as well. Well, ex-Vitality now, moving on to Wolves. Still weird that they're no longer Vitality because they're with them so long.
Ooh, bit of aggression there from Skies.
That
Just gun her down. I mean, that's one way to use the shotgun on Castle. It's not just good for opening rotates. If you want to stuff a barrel in somebody's face and pull the trigger, you're going to see a little bit of success as well. We did lose the Hibana C4 from below. So SSG, while they may have lost Fultz early, it really isn't going to be concerning them too much.
Guys, has to dodge those nades as they get tossed in, but still holding firm. Hot and cold, 2 kills in the round. Blaz will take advantage of that misfire of the shotgun and even finds a third. Blaz has opened things up with a triple kill. All they have to do is find one more player as Penguin found Hot and Cold downstairs. A 1 versus 2. Both of them teamed up together towards the white stairs. Rampy, what can he do? Gonna jump in now. It's a great position. One lines up. He's seen the second, but just manages to get one and fall back now. 20 seconds to go. Penguin has the diffuser in hand. Rampy, back and forth they go. Around this pillar, who will make the push? A plant now. Starting to go down. Penguin, roll transecure. It comes off. Rampy sees him. Misses some shots, and Penguin fires through the rotation hole into long bar. Wow, that is as tense as it gets. But Parabellum come out on top.
Parabellum on top, and it is all off the back of Blaz. Beautiful opener to kick things off. And it just snowballed from there. Saw a lot of success in and around the washroom. And I thought it was game over at that point. I honestly thought Rampy is just going to flick and find both. But Rampy played it well, just to take one, take what was available and not push his luck, and then give himself a fairer gunfight later on to try and win that 1 versus 1. Penguin keeping his cool. 2 kills on the round. A real duo effort there from Penguin and Blaz. So much so that Spacestation, they're going to drop off. They're going to immediately switch things up and take us all the way down into Kitchen.
Yeah, downstairs, switching things up. Upstairs, it looked really good from SSG, being able to pull, what was it, 2 versus 4, but then I would probably say the surprising play was you'd Skies instead of Bathroom. Who was the player that jumped in after him? Why would he rotate into Bathroom if Skies was already there? Because remember, both of them died within a split second of each other. What were they up to?
Strange play. Maybe a bit of a miscall or just trying to fill the hole. Not anticipating Blaz to aggressively push on through as well. tell you what, though, I'm seeing a lot of Cybertruck holos today. I'm not sure how I feel about it. How do you think Hot and Cold feels about it as a scope? Because that was an incredible shot he just took onto Gunner.
It's
to shut him down.
It's a site I'm not a fan of, but I've actually seen a lot more people use it. I think Pamba has been probably the most significant one we've seen with that scope, and maybe it's starting to rub off on some players. Who knows?
But usually, if you see a lot of people immediately transition on something, it's because there's some small advantage that just isn't obvious at the start. But a pro player will look at it and go, "Oh yeah, that's exactly why." Like, is it the fact that the reticle is so small, like that dot in the middle is tiny?
I just think it's dodgy.
Blaz is on it as well.
Answers, please. Anyone, call in. Let us know.
Everyone that's got... So we've got Hot and Cold on 3 kills, and we've got Blaz on 3 kills. They're both using the Cybertruck holo. That is not a coincidence at all.
Right, you go and test it out, and then you'll watch your eyes bleed, by all means. So Parabellum have just kind of crumbled. They've looked for their entries. They've been battled back. Kool-Aid upstairs, trying to use that skeleton key to open up some lines in towards Train. He has an inkling that someone's here, and he even pulls out his own skeleton key. Both of them trading shots back and forth, but Faults on a sliver of HP will survive, and Skies, who was pretty much at main door like the entire round, finds another. Parabellum not even in that round at all.
How's Sky's been allowed to play there for the entirety of the round?
Door won't even open.
No one even opens that door. Like, that's usually first on a lot of people's list. Literally inside a coat check and main door for the whole round, gets 2 kills, barely moves his feet, literally just hops over a window. Parabellum torn apart there. It didn't start great, let's be honest. You know, losing Gunner out there on the rappel, Hot and Cold upstairs, it wasn't ideal. Parabellum clearly wanted to go for a top-down clear, which is fairly standard, fairly normal approach for taking on Kitchen. But they weren't willing to make the sufficient adaptations after that initial plan didn't go too well.
So it's all about adaptation, isn't it? That's the great teams in the world that we see, where if things are not going wrong, you can have that fix and you can rectify that immediately. That's just a strength that some teams have, and a strength that some teams are still learning to try and have. So SSG, not going for upstairs Ollie again, wanting to go to a different bomb site. The Kitchen did work for them, fair enough, and the mid floor is their choice. There she is, Ollie. What you wanted to see.
Finally, we get to see a little bit of Azami. It's going to be Fultz, who is now my favorite player.
I'm telling Furia.
Let's see what he tries to do with it. I mean, at the moment, it's tense because he's really playing in a bit of a horrible gap here. I'm not sure he's going to get out of here alive.
This is classic sandwich. The only issue we have is if someone goes to the other window, which looks like maybe Esko was eyeing up, instead his went against it. One way that I see Azami's used a lot is almost like deployable shields, like the old deployable shields where they're literally there just to block lines of sight. That's like the main thing.
That's a great shot.
Repeak. Oh, great work. Have you also noticed as well what he's been able to also block up that little slit in that double wall?
That's a horrible, yeah, it's a horrible angle.
That's smart as well. So he can sit here.
Yeah.
Nobody can touch him. Look at that. Just
it's brilliant, isn't it? Because
zoning them.
You know, you say, "Oh, I'm not sure Fultz is going to get out of there alive," and then you remember, "Hang on a minute, it's onto Azami." He can literally change the map. He can add walls. He can add surfaces that can't be seen through. And now Parabellum is sat looking at it, going, "Well, that's entirely different to what we expect. We now don't know what to expect when we push through into Piano." They have been able to find a couple of kills. Eska, he's able to shut Hot and Cold down, but realistically, it's going to be very difficult to peek on into Piano blind, and Fultz is still unknown here. He's got a couple of shots headed his way. Eventually, he's going to be taken on out. Eska threads the eye of a needle on the rappel, but Skies responds. C4 in pocket is going to be used, and successfully so. Kool-Aid Going to attempt now to open up this castle barricade and look to push on through. Only 45 seconds, and you just worry about the information because he's walking into skies with a shotgun in hand. There is still vertical work being done here by Esker, and it just feels a little bit too little too late. 1 versus 3 in 30 seconds. He knows where the diffuser is. So do SSG. They don't need to push this now. Skies can head glitch himself onto the bomb. There's the potential for a long angle to be held as well. Esker cooks the nade, sees if he can make anything work, but unfortunately for him, he cannot. It's going to be Rampy to pick that final kill up. Just gets a glimpse there through one of the shotgun holes, one of the rotations from the earlier engagement. SSG pick up a round.
Slightly worrying signs from Parabellum. If their plan doesn't go the way it's supposed to, and they don't get those opening picks, and more importantly, if they lose Blaz, it seems to be, where's the direction coming from? Because it didn't really come to much, apart from, you know, that opening pressure they applied, and as soon as those 2 kills came in, it was done.
SSG did a really good job of making the whole round about Piano. You play Fultz in there on the Azami, you make it difficult to get rid of him, and that's obviously what you want to use a lot of the verticality for. You want to try and get in there with your sledge and open things up, and I commented at the time that Esker, while he was making some vertical holes and he was ripping up some of the floor, it was too little too late. He was 1 versus 3. SSG did such a great job of making the whole round about that one singular room. It was almost as if Parabellum forgot the rest of the map existed. Because they could have dealt with that a myriad of different ways, and instead they chose the hardest way, which was trying to deal with it from rappel.
So upstairs, the biggest issue that SSG had was they just overextended too much. Like I said, they had Skies inside of bathroom. One guy then jumped into bathroom whenever Skies was still there. Just player placement was probably the biggest issue. You have that man advantage, spread out, set up these crossfires, set up the refrags, and you'll have no issues. You know, they did a lot of heavy lifting inside of the, I think in the first minute, sat there at a 4 versus 2, and then they just threw it away. So SSG, let's see if you can change things up. Mirror being banned, so it does make the defense a little bit weaker. You don't have that same pressure that you could apply in towards Piano, which is always going to be that key room. Fultz has tried a jump out, and the Claymore has hit him where it hurts.
Unfortunate there for Fultz. They're going to pay the price for that aggression.
On him, of course.
Well, we've seen SSG win these rounds 4 versus 5 before. It's not going to phase them too much. Parabellum still looking to find that little bit of confidence. The one player that seems to have confidence in spades right now is going to be Blaz.
Oh my goodness.
Really pretty much solo carrying Parabellum inside of at least this round. Bosco going to be the last remaining player. Esker swings on through. I think we got the best perspective of that because it's always a bit scruffy when you see him go in upside down. Brilliant shot there to finish off the round. Clean stuff from Parabellum, very quickly dispatching SSG there.
Speed round. All of them are dead within about half the round. Yeah, SSG maybe just fumbling with that opening death perhaps kind of cost them a little bit. It gave them the man advantage to Parabellum. You give Parabellum the first pick, Ollie, and they'll steamroll you. Like, they will use their numbers in almost like a horde mode, won't they?
Sometimes the best way is just to overwhelm.
Yeah, well, it's
you got a man-count advantage in Siege, just overwhelm the opponent.
Yeah, if you're sitting at a 5v4, the logic is one guy moves in, gets a kill, he then dies, another person goes in, gets a kill, he dies, another person moves in, gets a kill, he dies, and then you still have one player left, and that's it, and you win.
It's just maths, isn't it, Demo?
Yeah. 5 is bigger than 4.
It's 5 take away 4.
That's 1.
It's 1.
You're the one that I want.
That's so nice of you to say.
Thanks, I think.
2-2. All even here. A little bit of fuse action. Kool-Aid trying to make something happen.
So, another operator that 6 months ago, I seen this and like, what are you doing? It's grown on me. Has uses. I think the LMG naturally makes it a solid choice no matter what. As we know, LMGs in this game are temperamental, as in causes temperamentals to players who go up against it, of course. But even having the hard breach gadgets is nice. The fuse cluster charges, they're okay. We see it work sometimes, but I still think it has more of a failure rate using the gadget than anything. But if you need another LMG, if you need to have some form of hard destruction, it can be a good pick.
SSG aren't holding us firm on that top floor inside of this round. Round number 2, when we saw them defend Kitchen, they had Hot and Cold all the way up inside of Piano. We got a really important
Guys was there as well, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, Skies was hanging around, and SSG made it very difficult for Parabellum to take that control. Here, they're coming up against Little Obstacle, and they can actually take a little bit more ground than they currently realize. It's real belt and braces stuff from them here, making sure they do a thorough job of the drone work and implement those Lion scans as well. Now we're starting to see the cluster charges come through. C4 is going to be spent by Hot and Cold in an attempt to whack-a-mole. Fultz knows that there's going to be somebody likely pushing down White, but at what point in the round is that going to occur? Kool-Aid still trying to get these cluster charges down. He knows that there's likely going to be someone playing either in and around default or in and around the site, and he's really trying to take advantage of that. Another E1D scan comes out to root these defenders in place. And if the LMGs are getting reloaded in the 40-second mark, it's because there is about to be a push on into site. And Penguin, he's going to be the one leading it.
Yeah, he's done so well to get himself inside a coat, take that engagement against the Maestro, win that. It helps your side so much. You have that crossfire, you have that cutoff point. It puts just so much more pressure on the SSG. It almost like fixed them into a locked position. Bosco somehow still alive. Rampy upstairs looking for a flank. 2 of them are upstairs. This could be massive for Rampy. 1 lines up. Can he find the second? Oh, yes, he can. Both of them go down. Rampy has played out of his skin to make that happen. And Penguin's probably thinking, guys, what's happened? We had that. Diffuser called upstairs. Runs nowhere right now, Ollie. Stuck in no man's land. Rampy, the savior for SSG.
It wasn't the cleanest 2 kills that I've ever seen Rampy get, but it was 2 kills nonetheless. You could almost see the visible mouse shake as the panic almost set in there for that one. It was a great kill from Bosco, and Rampy just didn't know his luck there when he turned around and saw 2 players looking the cleaner opposite direction. Picked him up with ease. 1 drone, a Nomad air jab, a Claymore, anything would have stopped that from happening. You cannot give anybody on this SSG side the opportunity to roam like that or to make that flank play, because they'll punish you for it.
SSG, they'll take it. Much as you say it was sloppy, Ollie, a win's a win. That's what I always look at it. Well, you didn't say it was, it was cleanest.
It wasn't clean, but if it wasn't sloppy.
If you're not clean, you're sloppy.
No, I reserve sloppy for plays that displease me.
Displease? Such as?
I'll call it out if I see one.
Oh, no examples?
I mean, this could be sloppy if someone dies from a C4 through a hatch.
That's a rookie mistake in my books.
I would be very displeased. Looks like SSG are going for the double here as well.
See?
Penguin, Kool-Aid, are you ready?
Oh, it's a double!
Hot and Cold makes it happen. Picks himself up 2. And that is almost the round signed, sealed, and delivered. I'm displeased with Penguin and Kool-Aid, but I'm very pleased with Hot and Cold. It was a great way to get 2 kills.
50-50. Blaz just drops in almost to the heart of the upstairs right now, Holly. Has that LMG in hand. But where's he gonna go? Nobody's really in support of Blaz right now, so he needs to be careful, Ollie. He can get picked off and nobody can really assist him. Oh,
Oh my goodness, he didn't know his luck. Pops up from the other side of the cabinet, and Bosco is staring him in the face. Bosco hitting a beautiful headshot there. Blaz getting some super unfortunate timing. Gunnar trying his best to make something happen and pick up his first kill of this game, but he too will be shut down by Hot and Cold, who is currently on 3 kills. Unsure if he's going to make it 4, but I don't think he cares. Eska is in the sight. The diffuser is miles away. There's still a minute and a half left on the clock. Skies puts him out of his misery. There's been some disgusting kills from SSG inside of that round.
What a pavlova. My goodness. So this happened, which you seen that coming from a mile away.
Well,
Parabellum, the fact that they've let that happen it's poor from them. It is poor from them. That's a common thing that we've seen plenty of times. That's the equivalent of getting spawn peaked. That is literally the equivalent. You need to be ready for that.
It's a cheap trick.
Of course it is.
It's a very, very cheap trick, because that is typically the path of least resistance to getting up on rappel, in that you've got fewer spawn peaks to worry about. It's a shorter distance. So, and you can also put your drone on the ledge, and it looks really cool when you put your drone next to your teammates and go and pick it up and then get on rappel together. So that's usually why we see people opt to rappel up there. But the downside is, you know, all you've got to have is one person who's got a good set of headphones and good knowledge of timings, and it's a free kill or 2, sometimes even 3, from just a single C4, and at that point the round is very difficult to come back from.
So SSG take a nice healthy lead, 4-2. But Parabellum, they now get the defense, and they can easily bring it back. They can. That's just the way Cafe can fluctuate between sides. So let's see how Parabellum want to do on the defense. They themselves have brought out an Azami right off the rip. Azami makes a lot of sense for that piano, doesn't it, Ollie? Where there's a lot of different angles. We've seen Faults display that very well. There's a lot of objects inside a cafe, a lot of things that those can stick to, and it just blocks those lines of sight. That's what it's all about on piano. Lines of sight is everything. There's about 4 different crossfires you can establish into piano, from the windows, from cigar shop door. You want to make sure you can kind of minimize as many as you physically can.
Blaz there not getting baited into flying out of bakery window. Obviously heard the Claymore go down. Gunner's got himself in a tough spot here. He's going to find himself a great kill over onto Rampy. All he needed was a pixel. Flora's drone taken out as well. That's huge, given these Azamis that are going to be inside of Piano. You're going to want to try and deal with them as best you can. And surely a couple of them are going to be removed there, as Penguin has to dodge himself out of the way. But he's still got a little bit of cover. The deployable shield now isn't the only line of defense here. There is going to be hard surfaces that cannot be seen through, that the attackers have to discover, figure out how they want to work around.
Minute 15, not a lot to work with. SSG need to try and hurry things up and establish control in towards Pixel and in towards Bathroom Ollie. You cannot allow players just to sit as freely as what they are doing right now and have those kind of possibilities of just swinging everything. Oh, Gunner. Seen somebody jump out the window, but didn't want to go for the shot. There's one Wamai disc available to himself, which can protect him from at least one piece of utility, but there isn't really that much from SSG that they can utilize. This is not looking good for SSG. I wonder what their plan is. We're seeing some rotation from Skies over now towards the east side of the map. I wonder what he's going for. This is very strange. 2 people in the skylight. Are we seeing a skylight drop with perhaps the east window repel from Skies?
It's late in the day to be going for that. 25 seconds. It almost speaks to how desperate SSG are here. They're going to have to really be on their game. Skies is able to take down Gunner, but not before Eska shuts Hot and Cold down. Fultz has the diffuser.
Stick it.
Is he going to be able to get in position to try and put that down? No. Cold on the ground as Bosco is able to find one in return, but Eska is going off here. He's already picked himself up 3. Sky's aggressively pushing on through. He's got 1 second. All he can do is desperately pre-fire any soft surface, and he cannot find that final frag.
Yeah, you seen SSG, Ollie, they looked at themselves about a minute and they thought, you know, what can we do? They've used a lot of utility. I think losing Rampy on that kill was very, very important for Parabellum. Takes off the 2 nades, more importantly. Then you don't have the nades to burn through that shield inside a bathroom, and if you can't gain control of bathroom, you don't get piano. And if you don't have piano, you can't attack the way SSG wanted to, so they went for that last-ditch effort, and they just didn't have anything really going for them. They can try their best, but there's going to be time on the advantage of Parabellum. Being able to plant a long desk is so tricky to do if you don't have any kind of piano control, so... yeah, overall, I think SSG, it was just losing Rampy probably with those 2 nades affected them quite heavily.
I would agree. I think losing Rampy and not getting full value out of the Flores drones either. We saw one of them get taken out quite softly. Albeit there was the value gained from Flores in the round, but when you lose the nades, you've then got to squeeze every last drop out of everything else in order not to fall behind. And especially with the sort of soak nature of the lineup Parabellum brought, it was all just a little bit too much. We are going to see Azami brought again, so it's clear that Parabellum are Azami enjoyers. Maybe not lovers just yet, but certainly enjoyers. They've managed to incorporate it into a lot of these defensive rounds so far, and why not? It can be very oppressive to deal with. We've seen that demonstrated here in this game already. SSG now going to try and come up with their plan to attack onto this kitchen side.
Yeah, kitchen should be quite run-of-the-mill for Spacestation. Through their full roam clear out, make sure every stone is overturned, looking for anyone that they can. They have that Jackal, which will, of course, assist with that. You can go for that hunt. You can go for the lockdown of these roamers. And even the Gridlock makes an appearance in Operator, which is usually outclassed by Nomad. But I think Cafe's probably her best map that we see her on. I think the fact that there's staircases you can just lock down very easily. You have the smokes, more importantly, which comes in very handy for an execute in towards kitchen, for example, where you can cover off a lot of those different crossfires and different cuts that defenders try and play those long angles from. We see a lot of these days, so I think it can be quite consistent that you get with the Gridlock, whereas Nomad, you don't get those smokes, so it's obviously still utility burn with flashbangs, but it's really down to team preference. They both do the same job. It's just how do you want to choose? Which one do you want to go for?
It's kind of strange, isn't it? Because we do see Gridlock chosen a lot more often on Cafe than anywhere else. Everywhere else it's Nomad or nothing. Nomad or Claymores or, you know, whatever.
All 3 of them are flankable as well, which I think we see common on Kitchen, isn't it?
Yeah, I just think Gridlock slept on everywhere else because I think Gridlock's really good on Cafe. Look at what Blaz has done in here. He's got so many things blocked off. That is such a horrible corner to sit in now. He's gotten rid of the top of the door into freezer. He's got something on the counter. Wait, what do you do?
You need to get some nades in, but the WAMI discs are going to be there. One of the biggest issues with sitting in this position is that somebody can sledge an angle above kitchen, and if you then prone, you can see directly onto Blaz's position. But since he's put up those concrete barriers, you can no longer eliminate somebody inside of bunker, so it's a big issue now for SSG that they have to go against. And even look at this peak as well, Ollie. That is disgusting from Blaz right now. There goes the flashbangs trying to burn up as much as they can. The nades, I'm sure, will follow. Rampy finds Kool-Aid, and Blaz just gets strutted on. It's going to be a quick push in from SSG. That hold is crumbled now, and the diffuser is going to be planted towards the cover. There it is, Hot and Cold is able to shut it down. Diffuser does go down. Rampy almost walks into the crossfire of Gunner. Now a 1 versus 2 for Gunner. See if he can make this happen. The new boy to the team. Going for the peak, sees the Finka, will down the Finka. Has one more, knows exactly where he is, and Gunner with the quad kill clutch. Phenomenal from Gunner. His debut hits a home run. Drags his team out of that kitchen defense, and Parabellum squared up 4 rounds apiece.
What an incredible clutch there. That is going straight into the highlight reel. Make no mistake. Played it beautifully, got the glimpse of the elbow and shoulder onto the Finka, and the rest was history. Bosco feeling safe there in the plant spot, and he should have done. You know, we got to see both sides of his army there, Demo. We got to see the side of his army where it can be very difficult to peek, and it looks as though Blaz is going to be extremely safe. Then you see a coordinated team like SSG try and deal with it, and you go, hang on a minute, this isn't looking great. Blaz is full white flashed, and he gets taken out. Now I know what we should do. We should plant where the defenders have made even safer. Where's the safest part of the site? It's where all his armies are. It's where his army was playing. Gunner, right place, right time, was able to come in and find the clutch, but it was by no means a guarantee. That's certainly got his blood pumping, considering that he didn't get a single kill on the attack, Demo.
He was having a bad game.
He's not doing too badly now.
Yeah, he's definitely pulled himself together on the defense. He was 1-6 at a point there, as we know. So, yeah, he's done extremely well. I would say that as soon as we seen Rampy die, why is Gunner then not dead straight away? Because you think about that swing. That's in the open. That is as plain as day, it's in the open. So you should be seeing that swing immediately and just trading if you're SSG.
Probably the Azami in the way.
Even still, you swing that. You just have to go for that refrag. They should have been saying, if I die, you swing.
Difficult position for sure. Terror drone there being used to open up the hatch. I believe, maybe a bit questionable. Perhaps it was there inside of the skylight. Instead, we see the remnants there. I'm just trying to open up a couple of lines of sight. Maybe something to work with. Parabellum are going to feel pretty good after that round. That could be a nice little boost they need at around the halfway point, just to give them that confidence to continue on. They're contending very well here with SSG, and as you mentioned, Demo, Cafe can be one of those apps that does flip and flop a little bit. And we're sort of seeing that here.
Gunner trying to really take it to the SSG members as they try and enter in towards Piano. Fultz takes a lot of damage. A C4. Nobody's home with that one. Eska goes... And not a single bite.
Eska will, of course, have to give that another go at some point. Penguin gets droned there at the top of Lumber. SSG have taken a good amount of control here, but they've still not done anything to deal with these two players. Kool-Aid going to find his first kill of the map. Rampy immediately in position to trade that off, though, 1-for-1. Don't really want to be losing Kool-Aid there. He could have, of course, dropped, but with the time where it is, SSG have still got a lot of work to do here. Vertical angles to attempt to open. It's going to be Skies' job.
20 seconds, plenty of time still. As long as they can start looking for these picks in the bomb site, Skies needs to be hitting those, but Gunner just continues that rampage that we seen last round. It's now actually an even KD from where he was. Ollie's done really well and pulled himself back, but needs to get a few more. Actually tanks a nade and ready with that shotgun. Rampy, if you drop, you are a dead man.
Rampy knows that, and instead he's going to try and pick up a kill, or at least bait Bosco out beforehand. Bosco meets his demise, and Rampy says, well, there's nothing really left for it, guys. I have to follow. I have to drop. Two out of the three remaining players there for SSG, all falling inside of the laundry. I mentioned, Demo, they did a good job of taking the map control, but it cost them a lot of time, and they didn't deal with the players up there. They were only able to get one kill on that top floor, and it really came back to hurt them, because as soon as we saw Parabellum drop back to site, that was it.
Parabellum have just ignited themselves on the defense, Ollie. Haven't dropped one yet. And now they're back for the full rotation. This is now the upstairs defense. SSG last time really struggled with losing an opening death from Rampy, losing that bit of utility, and there's just too much. Just look at the lineup. You've got the ADSs and the Wamai discs. The Azamis as well. Honestly, even Azamis now are forms of utility soak.
Very difficult to deal with.
They act like shields, don't they? Like, they act like the old deployable shields. They are there
yeah,
just to cover off a sightline.
It's better than an old deployable shield.
You can put them anywhere.
Place it anywhere. Now, albeit the placements, they do take a little bit of learning.
Yeah, it's a little bit wonky, I would say, sometimes with some of the kind of way it works out. You know, you can't put it on like a hatch or anything, it just falls down. So there is a couple of things you have to figure out and work around, but you know, these guys, you're thinking the hours they put in every day, Ollie, they should know these operators inside and out. Blaz.
Oh dear.
It's another classic maneuver from him, isn't it? And there's Rampy gone again. 2 nades gone. That is, yeah, it's horrible for SSG. Again, you've lost those 2 nades that we know they need because of the amount of utility that Parabellum are setting up with.
It's a classic EU rat play, isn't it?
He is. He's just at home.
It is just an EU rat play to pick these kind of kills up, and you can't blame him because they're free for the taking. And if SSG are going to be sloppy like that and be opening doors before there's 2 people watching while 1 person's droning, take advantage of that by all means. Get yourself out there. It is a freebie. It's called a freebie for a reason. Again, Rampy, one of the first to fall. You lose those nades. We've already seen what happens when SSG don't have the full set of nades and do rely on them, as do many teams inside of this meta, and especially when there's so much to wade through.
There goes the utility burn. The WMI discs starting to rattle off, and straight away Parabellum, they'll know what SSG are going for. They're kind of locked into this east side at take now. The fact that they don't have those extra set of nades, they can't contest in towards Piano. But this is just going to be so tricky. They still have to try and take in towards mid-floor, really, to make this happen. They have to take reading, which they've done. Okay, now they're in. Skies has got that skeleton key, but he needs to start looking for picks. He needs to try and rattle some of these defenders. Looks like Blaz are actually stuck just in the corner where Fultz is, right beside his window. Fultz probably should have had that second kill there as well. Warden exposed himself for quite a long time, but still a minute to go. And Parabellum don't look too shaken. Kool-Aid just goes to the swing onto the window, and we'll find Bosco.
Things going from bad to worse here for SSG. Sky's still below, trying to make good on this skeleton key. Got a bit of info to work with here. I'm going to try and open up the hatch. It almost just gives Parabellum another option here. Hot and Cold going to be on the rappel. Trying to find something. The Toxic Babe canister is going to keep him at bay for now. Kool-Aid playing in a much more aggressive position now. Not quite underneath the skylight, but almost. Fultz, that's a messy engagement there. How is Gunnar still alive, and how does he pick up the kill? Kool-Aid and Eska, they all fall like flies. 3 kills in 1 second there. Parabellum take the lead.
They're a very explosive team, this Parabellum side, aren't they? And they're a joy to watch. They very, I would say, they're giving me kind of XF vibes from what we've seen at the Major, Ollie. Just a team that's just full of energy.
Yeah.
Aren't they? They just, the confidence, it's there. You know, look at the momentum that they've had. 4 rounds in a row. SSG now going for a pause. I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed.
Is the pause a little bit too late, Demo?
I would say they should have paused probably after that kitchen round.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that kitchen... There's probably a lot to dissect from that kitchen round. Certainly in post-match anyway.
Because you should have had that 4v2 at stage into a 2v1.
It is.
You know, you have to have those all day of the week, and you just have to try and calm the boys down at that stage because... Yeah, it's gonna be a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it?
This game's gone both ways because we had the Rampy round from SSG where he was able to clutch out, picked up 2 kills on the rotation when Parabellum were attacking into kitchen. So for me, it's one of those. This scoreline could be 5-5 or it could be 4-6 to either team. There has been a couple of clutch rounds that have really could have gone either way. SSG choosing now to take their time out to see if they can gather their thoughts prior to going in what could be the last round of map number 1 here. Parabellum, though, unshaken. And you think about the games that some of these players have had. Gunnar didn't have a kill until he got onto the defense, and then picks up, I think he got 1 kill in round number 7 and 4 kills in round number 8. you look at Kool-Aid. Still only 3 and 8, but he's had 2 really important kills that I can think of. Stats really don't mean everything here.
Rampy, I think, struggled with the opening kill department, which is strange to say, isn't it? Did you just see what Kool-Aid's done, by the way?
I didn't.
He's just shotgunned out the entire kitchen wall.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, they did that last time. It was a little bit less.
Yeah, it was less than
Sorry,
that.
there was a little bit more remaining previously.
Yeah, it wasn't as much, so the entire wall it's gone.
That's like the Tachanka way of approaching things.
That's the play I'd go for if I'm wanting to troll my games. That's what you do. If everyone's been there, you just thought, you know what, I'm just going to shotgun over the wall.
Are you admitting to trolling games, Demo?
Of course. Well, depends how I feel. Sometimes it swings.
I like that one.
Yeah, that's good
because the flexibility. It's so flexible.
That gives you just an extra bit of protection. You know, it gives you potentially a swing as well. You know, like I said, these play like shields. That's the point of them. Look, it's just wasted a Flores drone. That's how strong they are. Is that it's going to warrant Flores drones to be sent in.
There's still magnets to try and deal with as well. And there's really nothing stopping Penguin from swinging around and placing another. He's still got 2 in pocket currently. Could do just exactly that. Gunnar is getting a little bit aggressive here. Maybe a little bit too aggressive. Not sure if SSG know that he's crossed. It isn't really going to matter given the fact that we got Fultz going the wrong way, although he will make a bit of a turnaround. Gunnar tries to... Oh, it's just so free. Gunnar sitting in front of the double window into Bakery and picks Fultz off. You're going to be fuming with that one if you're Fultz. You've gone this way, you've gone that. You've not really known what the play was. Fortunately, this time, Rampy is there to drag one back.
So it looks to be a restaurant VIP-sided take from Spacestation at the moment. Blaz is gone. He was upstairs, out and about, seeing if he could cause some issues. But it will be a 4 versus 3. Penguin, I like this angle, and Rampy has to be careful. This is... I can see an E-ill really come out from Penguin here. Rampy, is he going to walk into it? No, Penguin! He bottles it, and Rampy punishes him for not hitting his shots. Maybe just pulled the trigger a little bit too early. Ollie didn't wait for the clear lineup. Who knows? But SSG, they'll be happy with that kill, and now they have a 4 versus 2 to deal with. One man inside a cope, no chance. Rampy on a tear, and now Gunnar. We've seen him clutch inside the kitchen last time, but it was a 1 versus 2, not a 1 versus 4. This is a completely different beast to tame. Gunnar, has he missed drone? Looks like he might have been. More drones being sent in. He's just gonna lie. Just gonna wait and oh, there's Rampy. There he is.
Just goes to show what happens when Rampy's still alive, right?
Yellow ping.
I mean, they may have had a yellow ping, but Rampy still was able to get, what was it, 3 kills inside of the round before that last one. It was looking so good as well. Gunnar picking up the first onto Fultz, but SSG more than happy to take their time in that approach. It was nice how they really didn't commit too much into the Bakery. There was no sort of sunk cost fallacy of, oh, we've already put a Flores drone in there, we've got him on the ropes here sort of thing. It was just, we've lost Fultz to Bakery door, we need to shift our attention, and Fultz was making his rotation round to main anyway. Good call from SSG, the timeout clearly working there. It's been able to steady the ship, and it dragged 1 round back. But there is still another to go if we are going to see what would be, it'd be our first overtime of the night demo.
It would be. It certainly would be. I like that VIP and restaurant side take from SSG. It's probably my preferred way to attack kitchen. I think going in from that side is a lot more favorable than going from Bakery. I think Bakery, you're kind of then... You're at the mercy of a lot of long angles being played in. I think Coat is also notoriously more difficult to really root out if you're attacking from Bakery. So I just think there's a lot more benefits for going for the backside rather than that frontal assault in towards Bakery. So SSG, strong attack, very, very solid from them, but they still need 1 more round if they want to take this to overtime. Parabellum can still finish out here and now. Kool-Aid tried his hand at spawn peak. Doesn't get anything. Back to site he goes.
Parabellum, of course, still with their timeout, should they choose to use it after this round if we get there. But SSG, now is the time for them to really turn it on. They felt as though they were approaching things a little bit differently in the previous round as well. Now that experienced roster, so you would expect them to be able to make those micro adjustments mid-game when it really matters. Skies is going to try and burst his way through into Piano here. As the Flores drone buzz is ever present. Always getting the Flores drone out there somewhere to deal with something. Fultz is very busy in the Rotero drones. Sky's in position to assist. We've got Rampy over on White Window as well. Just slowly looking to cut down this top floor and further the advance here. We did this previously, but we did see Parabellum come up with a couple of kills here. And that's going to be important here now. We do see the drop-off. Kool-Aid there, not looking to try and stick around. Recognizes that the Selma charges are going off from Freezer Wall and are going to start to expose him. And instead, they're going to give up this location.
Self-destruction starting to make their way in now, SSG. This is a good timing as well, only a minute 10 still left. Eska with a C4 kill on defaults. It's a good kill to get back, but still SSG, I would say, are in firm control of the round. It's just a matter of timing for them. Don't want to leave it too late. Goyo canister will be popped in that reading room door. That's a good find there from SSG. That will save them now a lot of time. Don't have to go through that. Kool-Aid, what's he up to? Ooh. Flight drone. Oh.
It's the Claymores you got to watch for. The drones can't kill you, but the Claymores can. Hot and cold there. Going to be credited with that one. Plant has gone down as well. Rampy still causing havoc here. I don't think he's even stepped foot in the building. Instead, he's just picking people off from afar. Gunner with the confidence to swing. Levels things into a 2 versus 2. Now, the plant has gone down in a relatively default spot, but it can be held from above. Hot and cold. Going to find one onto Eska. Gunner, no C4 left. Hasn't got the most options here to be working with. Knows he needs to deal with the pressure and the threat from above before attempting to try and bait out this counter defuse. And Skies is going to come on in there, waiting. Right place, right time. Never a doubt in his mind that he was going to pick that one up. SSG level things up here, and we are going to go to an overtime.
That is just brilliant. Bloody brilliant. Yeah, SSG, good opening. Managed to get in upstairs with plenty of time, vertical destruction, everything. You know, I said at a minute 10, they're in a great shape now. It's just a matter of time, how quick they do things. And yeah, they played it well. No doubt from SSG in that round. And that timeout only, it has worked out very well for SSG. It's clearly worked. As now we're in overtime land.
There's almost been a bit of a gulf here from Parabellum in... And I'm not, you know, really putting the new players on blast, but look specifically toward Blaz and Gunner. Think about what Gunner's been able to do on the defense. He's really come alive. And I just feel like Blaz was a bit better on the attack. They've not both been on the same side, if that makes sense. In the overtime, it'd be nice to see them both, you know, find that form and synergy together. Because I really think that could be a little bit of a difference maker here. They are going to be starting off on the attack inside of overtime. If that's an advantage or not, time will tell. This game has typically been quite defender-sided.
I am excited to see how Parabellum now are going to come back. You looked in such good shape, didn't you? You thought, you know, okay, we can do this now. One more round, and that's us done. We move on to the next map. But now SSG's pull it back, and also Parabellum, they have to go onto the side, which has not been favored for them. They're back onto the attack. How will they respond? Because this is where it's really make or break.
Worth mentioning as well that this is Parabellum's map choice, so you would expect them to be comfortable on both sides. And that, just not really got that feeling from them so far. Hot and cold, first blood there, taken out by Blaz. Blaz Blaz was looking for a second, but Rampy had something else to say, able to drop the hatch and get himself back down in onto the site.
It's been a recurring theme, I feel, for Parabellum, as Blaz is so good at finding those kills, but as soon as he dies, there's never a trade. And that's probably the only thing I would say that Parabellum are probably lacking in these attacks, is you need to be able to follow up with Blaz. He can be a Bloodhound, he can go out and sniff those kills, but if something happens to him, you need to be there, because then it's just a wasted opportunity to get a kill back in your favor.
Yeah, it's finding the balance of, is Blaz playing too far ahead or is his team just playing too far behind? Because it's one or the other. And where's the middle ground? Because that middle ground would probably be quite a nice place to be. Blaz has been really good on the entry, but the trade after that entry, the second entry, it's not really been there. And again, it speaks to the sort of the hot and cold nature of Gunnar and Blaz and the way that they perform. You know, Gunnar's been fairly good on the defense. Blaz has been more consistent on the attack. So once they find that together, it will become quite dangerous. I imagine that Gunnar's going to be playing sort of second entry there on the Finker. You would expect him to be fulfilling that role, either that or Esker. Penguin going to get caught out in a goo mine there. It's going to give a little bit of info away. Really going for this Finker Lion combo as the wall is going to start to be opened up. There's a bit of info available here as well as Esker is able to shut Fultz down.
Parabellum actually made their way into the bomb site. Diffuser will now be stuck by Kool-Aid. Gunnar has that cover of the LMG, and successful plant will go down. Now Parabellum have all the cards in their hand. SSG have to try and cheat the deck, cheat the dealer, but Kool-Aid is ready for Skies on that approach. Rampy upstairs. Nobody is here for Parabellum to give themselves a free kill. Penguin drops back over towards the red stairs, finds that free kill as Rampy runs straight at him. Parabellum, great attack. They've cracked it, Ollie. They're back in the lead.
Well, they couldn't do it in regulation, but maybe they can do it in overtime. Match point again for Parabellum here. This time, going to be switching over onto the defense. Great attack, by all accounts. You know, I think we were quite critical of the sort of desync between Blaz and the second entry there, and the fact that there was no trade coming off the back of it, but it proved to be an important kill nonetheless, and more importantly, they were able to get it over the line. Great synergy with the Lion, Hibana opening the wall up at the right time, making sure that they were really pinching and pressuring the players on SSG and gathering that info. Now they can go upstairs to where it all started. Bar and cocktail to see if this is going to be where Parabellum finish things off, or if we're going to go to maximum OT, which is still, of course, a possibility.
So we head back up to the top floor. It has been a bit of a ride for SSG as we've seen them attack out this bomb site. I think the natural thing we kind of look at is Rampy kind of getting picked off a lot of the time as we look towards his nades and how strong they can be. Blaz with the spawn peek onto Bosco, a hard breach, you're down. What a kill. How have SSG let him get away with another play like that? That must be, what, his fourth play like that this game?
Match point as well. Like, this is for all the marbles. This is match point, and Blaz is still going out there spawn peeking. Spawn peeks should be punished. There are no two ways about it. The attackers have better scopes and better guns for dealing with kills at range. Blaz just doesn't care. Able to take down Rampy, not before Rampy shuts Esker down, but look at the damage that's been done here, Demo. We've seen how SSG operate when they don't have Rampy. We've seen how they operate when they don't have Bosco. That's two key pieces of the puzzle there. The hard breach is gone. A large part of your kills are gone. It's not going to be easy from here on out. Can Skies find a freebie, get some good damage onto Blaz? Wasn't able to find the head. Will only chunk him down by just less than half. SSG left with pretty much a single doorway, single window approach here.
SSG stunned for that opening pick. That wall right beside Fultz will not be opened this round. Have to just brute force their way through. Fultz, almost catches Penguin as he was crossing in towards that piano back, in towards Pixel. So that's a kill opportunity that has been missed by SSG. Looks as if they've slowed down, and right now, I don't think they can afford to slow down. Only 1:10 left. We know the walls aren't going to be opened up. They're headlocked into walking through doorways. This is not going to end well for SSG, I fear.
It's really not. Hot and Cold are going to try and make his way on in. Fultz gets himself into an engagement with Gunnar there, but Gunnar narrowly gets himself out alive. Start to hear the smoke canisters going off as well. Gunnar will rotate and pick up Hot and Cold. SSG now falling one by one here. Fultz jumps into the Rotero drone, seeing if there's any info he can gather. Makes himself a bit of a rotation into Washroom as well. The Toxic Babe canister's still doing a great job of slowing any approach that Skies could hope to have. Skies seeing if there's anybody inside of the freezer. There is, of course, as we can see, but they're not that deep. Another Toxic Babe canister comes out and it's going to rip 50% of Skies' health clean away. Fultz now rotates on himself. But Parabellum, they're playing slippy. They don't know where they are. And Gunnar is going to find the final kill over onto Skies. Parabellum successful here in overtime on Cafe against SSG. That was map 1 inside of this best of 3.
Brilliant work from Parabellum. Very impressed with this side. SSG, a couple of things surprised them. You know, Blaz being able to get away with those plays time and time again. It shouldn't happen, especially whenever they've done that onto the hard breacher. And whenever you think about that top floor, that red one needs to be opened up. And if you don't have that ace, it's so difficult. And SSG, you know, they felt the full wrath of that, didn't they?
They really did, and you know, any team would. You know, if you lose your sole hard breacher, any team is going to have a hard time. There's so much to go back and watch in that game. It was the first overtime that we've seen. It was the first really back and forth game that we've seen tonight, Demo. Obviously, the LATAM games earlier were a little bit one-sided to either team or another, but we got a really good account of both sides there. I can think of good individual moments from both teams. Hot and Cold C4, brilliant. 2K through the hatch. You think of Gunnar's clutch down in kitchen, Blaz, and just the chaos that he's been causing on those entries and sort of rat plays that we've seen him rock with on the defense. It's been great to watch, and you know, long may it continue. I think we're going to be in for a pretty good series here because, you know, we know SSG and we know that they're not a team to back down from a fight.
Yeah, and we know it's going to be their map pick next as well, and SSG will come out of the gates absolutely swinging and get a map back.
Are you that convinced? Like,
yeah, I am. I think it's going to go all three. Yeah, 100%.
I think it's got potential to go all three. I think we're going to Border next. So, you know, anything could happen there. We roughly know how Border plays out. Obviously, we've seen it a bunch and we know it from old. But again, with the introduction of Azami, and we've already seen that both of these teams are willing to not only not ban it, but they're also willing to play it. It's going to make things even more tricky, even more difficult. I really don't know which way this one's going to go. And also, I can't wait to throw back to the desk because Jesse was very, very clear in what he said. He thought that SSG were going to take it in 2, and now we know that that is not going to happen. But before that, we're going to throw to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
I mean, we met through Pro League.
Yeah. So when we were, we decided to make a change, we were like gunning for Bosco and like trying to try outs and just praying that we could get him on our team because we thought he was one of the pieces to the puzzle that we needed. It's been a really like fun experience, and yeah, he's like a big brother to me.
I would say our team outside the server is very like family oriented. Like we all hang out with each other like most days outside of the server, like outside of practice. We cook together, we go out to eat together. We go out to see movies and do other stuff together, escape rooms, That's just how it's always kind of been for us. We're just like a bunch of brothers living together and just trying to accomplish something together.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with Jesse and Jess. And predictions, y'all. Y'all said SSG. Parabellum said not today. Jess, I mean, honestly, I was very impressed with Parabellum's comeback in the second half there. What did you think that they were doing well that allowed them to take off like that?
I mean, every door, window, you had to worry about if you're SSG. You're looking at a window, are they going to peek it? Are they not? You look at the front double doors of bakery, are they about to cook it up? Am I about to be squished into croissant? I don't know. Entire time I'm sitting there, I'm thinking to myself, I would be so paranoid on attack as SSG because every single area of the map, either Blaz was trying to run at a door or you had Gunner as well trying to spawn peeks. I mean, it was just incredible the kind of pressure that they were applying on the defensive half, and it's probably going to set the precedence for the future maps as well as the kind of aggressive pressure that we will see from Parabellum. I don't know if this is like their philosophy moving forward, but with the gunners they've got now, yes, pun intended, there will be an opportunity for them to apply that new kind of identity that Parabellum will be known as.
And Jesse, talk to me about Gunner, because we know this is a charity tournament, right? But something seemed a little bit off. Gunner was not gunning like he usually does.
Well, okay. I mean, that's how it started, right? And I was about to start this segment and roast this kid because it's the first time, and he goes 0 kills for 6 rounds on Finka, the strongest operator in the game right now, the operator whose whole thing is she's gonna spam that LMG, she's gonna get kills. It was a disastrous start for the new player of Parabellum, but then we switched to defense, and Gunner suddenly turned it on. He got the first kill of the half out of any player. Then the next round, he gets a 4K clutch immediately after. He was popping off. He got a kill every single round in the second half. He was consistently there, even when they were losing rounds to SSG for a couple of those rounds on defense. So he really did start to pop off. He was going for some of those aggressive plays that Jess was talking about previously, where he's really just not letting them stand anywhere in the map. And so I really did appreciate the turnaround from Gunner. Maybe taking them a little bit of time to warm up. I mean, it's a tough first game. SSG is a very dangerous opponent, but he got into it and he really did show up. So I'm glad I don't have to roast him today.
Yeah, maybe some nerves in the beginning, but he turned it around. It was definitely a map of two halves because SSG, they just kind of fell apart there. Beep Boop, thank you for giving me some up-close camera time. Appreciate it. But I did want to pick both of your brains about SSG's performance. Jess, what do you think fell apart for them there? Because that second half, I was just like, dang. Beep Boop, go back to Jess and Jesse. Thank you.
Wow, you really got this down pat now. I see. You're now.
She's got it trained.
Yeah, she's got to train. Well, we're coming to a close-up of us as we just, I mean, you got to deal with facts here. SSG, they can be a well-oiled machine any time of the day when they want to. You watch them in Tier 1. I think when you're going up against aggression like that and they're meeting you at the door and you aren't able to apply even step 1 or 2 of your sort of like, step program that you're following through the checklist and you can't even get through the first 2 checkpoints, that's really infuriating for a team. So I imagine that SSG were trying to problem solve at the very beginning, and that problem solving in of itself was way too difficult to get into because they weren't even able to get into the building to do that job. So I'm going to cut them heaps of slack there and say like that play style, you have to be ready to counter with, you have to have numbers against numbers and almost fight fire with fire, and they weren't ready strategically to do that.
And I thought a big thing as well, like obviously we saw these teams play on Cafe in the stage already in stage 1, and a big difference between that game and this game is Azami is now available, and it really felt like Parabellum were using that operator a lot, blocking a lot of angles, kind of reshaping the map, making some fortified bunkers the defense could sit in. So I felt like SSG didn't really utilize it to the same extent on their half, and they definitely struggled with it when they were attacking.
All right, well, Jesse and Jess, we are ready to get to map 2 border, SSG's pick, so let's see if they fare better. I'm gonna call out Ollie here. Ollie said that Parabellum does it in 2, but I don't know if he was trolling or not, so B-boop to the Cyberpunk basement, please, to Ollie and Demo. Thank you, take it away.
Thank you very much to Jackie, Jess, and Jesse. We are going to be flying on down for our second map here tonight, Demo. And what a map it is going to be. We've got Border, and yep, I did sort of throw it out there that I wouldn't be surprised if Parabellum take it in 2. I will stand by that. I think the way that they are bringing this aggressive style of Siege is probably going to suit quite well to a map like Border, Demo.
I would say that the SSG, they veteran team, you know, old guard of North America, we know that, and they'll be able, I think, to catch on to the kind of play style that Parabellum are going with at the moment. So I think SSG, they'll not get caught out by the same cheap tricks that Parabellum got away with in Cafe. I think SSG, they'll play into their own style of Siege and certainly shut down what Parabellum tried to attempt with some of these plays.
Well, let's get ourselves into it and find out. Thatcher, first to be removed. Parabellum to respond. They're going to take away the Flores. That is probably the best thing that they could have done. I'm not going to say that SSG had a reliance on Flores, but it's something that they brought, I think, every single attacking round. And especially when you introduce the fact that Azami is likely going to be available here as well, it just makes everything that much more difficult. Mirror to be removed as the second ban for Parabellum. SSG now with a choice. Do they try and remove some of this soak utility that is just so prevalent at the moment, in the knowledge that Flores isn't there, and that's something that they really like to try and use in order to deal with it? Or are they going to go for something a little bit left field? It seems left field, Demo. They're going to take away the pulse. Not very often we see a pulse ban.
Can't remember the last time I seen a pulse ban.
Does that constitute as funky? Is that a funky ban?
Funky ban, SSG. Don't be saying that now. Yeah, it's certainly a weird one. I get why. Border has a lot of destruction from below, and Pulse can be a great pickup for that, as we know. But I don't know if he is strong enough to warrant a ban. So
attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah,
I feel like a Pulse is like a half a ban.
I mean, Valk's open. Doesn't Valk kind of do the same job as Pulse?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that can do a similar job. You know, if you're talking about inside and information, you know, you can place bulletproof cameras, you've got Valkyrie, as you mentioned, you've got a whole number of things that you can try and use to your advantage. Let's see if it does come round to hurt Parabellum, but to find that out, we're going to have to wait 6 rounds because SSG start off here on the defense.
Defense and Border is, from all accounts, a living nightmare, I would say. It is not fun, because basically, nowhere is safe. There is so many different angles, so many crossfires, so many nades. Nowhere is safe. So you're basically forced to go out and about and try your hand at an extension on a roam game. Oh my god. Great shot.
Incredible from Hot and Cold. That was just an in-the-moment shot. Blaz, what are you playing at? He's just going to go for the crouch walk on in, picks himself up a freebie, but it was only ever a down, didn't secure the kill. Rampy, he picks up the pieces. Bosco is in position to be revived. What could have been a hero play turned out to be a bit of a zero play from Blaz, because that is going to cost them dearly.
A blunder. Nate, perhaps from below. Could be an option here from Eska. This is the thing about Border. A lot of destructibility, like I mentioned. Nowhere is safe. Eska, what's he hunting for here? Where's he going to be picking these nades from? In towards the Brazil corner. Opens up the hatch, but nobody's home. Yeah, I feel as if Parabellum, this is a lockout round. They are not going to get into the bomb site again. They're not going to be able to win this round. It's just SSG already. They had that opening kill. We mentioned that if Parabellum, if they don't have that good opening ollie, they crumble.
Well, they've not had it here. You talk about how defending on border can be a bit of a nightmare. This has been anything but for SSG. Still a minute and 10 left on the clock, though. With 2 players still alive for Parabellum, you can't count them out entirely, but you have to recognize it is extremely unlikely. Fultz picks up his 3rd on the round. Kool-Aid trying to do a little bit of damage from below. But SSG, they can just relax, lean back into these powerful angles that they've created. Kool-Aid gonna have a hard time even making it up main stairs here as there's an Azami blocking the way, cannot pass. It's gonna be Fultz to swing on round. I think that was his 4th on the round. Impressive stuff there from SSG to entirely lock Parabellum out.
Well, all started with that kill. And it just kind of fell to nothing for Parabellum. So SSG, that extension, I mean, there's nothing that's new with what SSG is doing. You know, this is what we talk about border. Everything's been done before. Really, the only thing is now there's a couple of new concrete panels that you can deploy. But other than that, there ain't too much that I think Parabellum should be scared of. I was a little bit confused in terms of how they were actually attacking that bomb site. They were all over the place. You know, did they want to push in towards security? We've seen Blaz just kind of walk into the bomb site. There was no vision.
It almost looked like 5 solo players just approaching it. And I'm not sure if that's because plans changed right off the rip when they lost their opening death, but again, we almost saw Blaz. Is he playing too far ahead or is his team playing too far behind? If you're going to make the hero play into the bomb site and you're going to be greeted with a player that has their entire back turned to you, you either need to be dumping half a mag into him before he realizes what's going on, or you need to pick out the headshot.
See if Parabellum can turn things around for themselves, and if they can keep players alive, then we can maybe see a bit of an attack from them. So it will be in towards ventilation and workshop. Generally, you would attack this as if it is an upstairs. You still want to gain control of armory, take in towards fountain, in towards office, and you want to try and pressure the defenders on bomb site using the verticality. There's a myriad of verticality that you can gain from above. So you want to make sure you can keep your sledge alive, more importantly, and start making him renovate that flooring and start getting some picks.
Blaz is up to his old tricks. He's got himself into 90.
There he is.
Skies going to be the first to fall. We'll be able to Gon6 open the castle barricade and cut off in between the sites. I'm not sure if he knows that there's going to be a player lingering on those main stairs. Kool-Aid comes in with 2 of his own before Hot and Cold shuts Blaz down. Bosco in a good position there for Gunner, and SSG have stabilized. They still survive at a man disadvantage, but it isn't as bad as it all could have been. Hot and Cold going to retreat his way into supply. No rotations or lines of sight available for him there. Penguin going to look to try and prep for a plant.
And Gunner by himself honestly gave himself away quite easily. I think he was chasing kills, trying to chase Hot and Cold as he was trying to get back to the bomb site. But still, Parabellum, you would expect in this scenario, at 2 versus 3, with some information now onto the remaining defenders that they can clean this up with ease. They can just simply hop in towards the window, get the plant down. Penguin's going to do exactly that. As soon as this plant goes down, it's going to be dreadful for SSG to try and retake it. It's so difficult where you have all these lines of sight upstairs. You can also retreat outside and just play the double door, play the window. Hot and Cold will try and go for the retake upstairs, but I'm sure there will be information being supplied to the remaining member who's still lingering. Hot and Cold moving in. Let's see the backup all the way from Parabellum. They've just retreated upstairs. Penguin finds Hot and Cold, and There's Kool-Aid with that big bad LMG. Happy enough to give Hot and Cold that control because they know they don't need it. They can just sit back, hold these angles outside, and not a damn thing that SSG can do about it.
Just spam the LMG, why don't you? You're covering off 2 rotations there. You're firing all the way through into the rotation into sight, and then you've got of course the player just deciding to jump out of the window in supply if they wish. You've got the double door that you cover him from there. It's impossible to do anything about, really. A much better round for Parabellum, but it speaks to Border as a map in that if things go your way early on as an attacker, that lead really does start to snowball, and it can snowball very quickly. Parabellum demonstrated that there in round number 3. We're going to see SSG keep things moving. I'm going to take us down to bathroom now. Not fancying a repeat inside of the workshop.
Getting ready now as we dive into our next round. And it is going to be this very territorial tertiary bomb site. This is a tricky bomb site to defend sometimes. I'm still figuring it out who it favors. Because I don't know if it's a case of... whenever I look at this bomb site be played, it does seem whenever the defenders win, it's the attackers who's played it poorly. But it's, you know, it's tricky. Can you actually say that? You know, it's tricky to call that. So I'm not entirely sure really how this sways. Obviously, with Azami being introduced, does that change anything? There's still some question marks around this bomb site specifically. For me, anyway. I don't know if other people feel the same. I still find it a bit weird.
I think as a site, it's always going to be... There's always going to be a bit of a question mark on it for my money, in that you can just hop straight in.
Yeah, there's a window.
Any side that you can hop straight in, it always makes it difficult and usually means you need to take from below, because it usually means that the site itself isn't really that safe. And look at this full extension that we've got going on here from SSG. They have got something going on everywhere in this map. Rampy playing the top of these stairs. Doesn't want to get dragged away from that too much, but they need to focus inside of Fountain. They know that there's going to be an approach and an attempt made over on that side. 2 kills come in for SSG fairly easily. Hot and Cold picks up a second. Penguin is immediately taken care of. Gunner starts to find the fight back though. Hot and Cold and Fultz both falling very quickly. Never a good sign if 2 players are falling to 1 in a short amount of time. Lion scan to try and recompose themselves. SSG forced to drop back. You spent a lot to get that upstairs control. Now what are you going to be able to do with it, Parabellum?
C4 will connect. Down goes Gunner. And Kool-Aid on a sliver of HP. Doesn't have a lot to go off. No information. Has the LMG, of course, but still 3 players that he needs to try and find. In SSG, they'll just play their angles, as we know. They'll sit, they'll wait. They'll not give Kool-Aid an inch. Rotates now down towards the east stairs. SSG, they've held that bomb site extremely well. And only, I would say probably the best way to describe this round is there's just a lot going on, isn't it? That's kind of been the vibe.
There's something going on everywhere. There was nowhere on that map that was untouched by SSG in their preparation. They had good presence and a bit of utility and a few rotations almost everywhere. And Parabellum really felt the full wrath of that. Hot and Cold and Fultz played incredibly well. It was a shame to see them both fall in the way that they did, just trying to get out of dodge, I can assume. It was a great C4 from Skies as well. It was perfectly lined up in anticipation of Gunner running in that direction. But again, it's the team that gets the first kill or the first little advantage can just snowball it so heavily on Border. And that's what we've seen in every single round so far, and we talk about it a lot in Siege. But to come back on Border when you've not had the greatest start to the round, it really is quite a rare thing. It makes it exciting to watch because you're always watching wondering, are we just about to see the most insane clutch ever? Or is it just going to be another scrappy Border round? And even they are fun to watch.
10 seconds left.
So back to the original bomb site. Armory. Pack over we go. SSG just steamrolled, didn't they? Over Parabellum. Last time Parabellum had literally nothing. It was 5 players instead of a team. That's how it felt. That's certainly what was shown. Let's see if they can actually have a bit of a plan, a bit of an execute about them, because we had no idea what their actual idea was to win the round. Blaz somehow walk in and kill 5 of them? Was that the plan?
Well, he's on Finker, so if there's anybody that can, it's Finker and the LMG.
Look at this, look at him. Oh, I thought he was going to
know
commit.
how close he was then. Just a little couple of pre-fires would have been all it took. Instead, opting for a slightly slower and steadier approach, which I'm not really going to argue with. For as successful as Blaz has been on this entry, it has not been flawless. And I think taking a little bit of stock and waiting for his team to catch up probably isn't a bad idea. Kool-Aid going to have to deal with the old concrete barrier. What a shot onto Hot and Cold. He knew exactly where he was going to be there. Gunner takes Rampy down, and now we are seeing the advantage on Parabellum's side. Kool-Aid, he can just hold mouse 1 for as long as he likes. He's going to drop a quick tactical reload there just before the halfway point. Taking a little bit of stock, make SSG sweat a little bit.
Yeah, too predictable, I would say, from Hot and Cold. It was the exact same position we've seen him play frequently in the last time they defended it, so it's quite, I think, simple for Parabellum just to know, okay, he's in this position, just pre-fire him. You have an LMG, and Parabellum have just... they've done to SSG what SSG did to them in the first round. You cannot be... It rains,
it pours.
It's one end of the spectrum, and then there's the other.
When it rains, it pours, eh? It might look like a hot climate or a desert, but no, in reality, it's a rainy night in Stoke demo.
It is. Can SSG do it in a rainy night in Stoke? I don't know if anyone from North America would understand that reference, but if you do, welcome.
I mean, if anyone understands that reference, they probably need to go to bed if they've got work tomorrow, because that means they're from the UK and it's 2 a.m. But no, enjoy, stick around, watch SSG versus Parabellum.
Let us know about Stoke. If you're from Stoke, we can only apologise.
What a game this is turning out to be. Back and forward. No clear winner. Still a long way to go.
Of course.
Not at the halfway point just yet. But it bodes well for a nice close series again. We had to go to overtime to find a winner between these two teams over on Cafe, and that winner was Parabellum. I doubt that this is going to be a 2-0 series, though.
Surprising they've went to Vince again, Ollie. Probably one of the easier bomb sites to attack. I mean, most of these bomb sites are easy. Let's be honest. Most of these bomb sites are quite easy to attack because it is border. But I've always felt that this one is so simple. Take upstairs, open up all of the vertical angles, and jump in a window and plant. It's very, very easy. Just because of the layout of how kind of the ventilation and workshop bomb site is, there isn't really any room for retakes. It's so horrible to retake.
I mean, whilst I agree, you do realise you could be talking about almost any other site inside. So just take upstairs and
but the way the vertical works is there's nowhere that you can cross to try and deny the plant going down. Like having that plant go down, it's inevitable. It will happen. That's why I see it really, really easy.
Ooh, Hot and Cold with some nice shots there through onto Blaz, whether he knows it or not. He's gotten rid of 2 drones here. Don't be phone call, not doing anything to deter him. Tempted for a bit of a repeat, but thinks better of it. Penguin, he's already in the site. Upstairs, sorry. Shuts down, but Rampy is there with the refrag. As you mentioned there, that's going to be the diffuser Cold. Another call coming through here. And Cold going to attempt to cross. That was a bold move, but he pays for it. Takes a huge chunk of damage. It's a lot of vertical control now given away. We'll look toward the C4s to see if Skies can make anything happen. He's been successful previously. No one initially in the firing line. The diffuser does still need to be recovered, though.
Oh, Blaz, inside of customs will catch hot and cold. You can see the energy, the aggression from Parabellum. It's on display, Ollie. Whenever you have that Dokkaebi, you expect to see them flourish with that operator. Blaz has been dispatched off, and once again, Blaz dies, nobody's there for a refrag. It has been a recurring theme. I think that's probably one thing that Parabellum need to look at and think, okay, what are we doing with Blaz? Blaz can go in and get 1 kill every round, but is that good enough? You need to make sure you have the refrag. It's just been, that's my only nitpick. It's been only nitpick.
It is a nitpick, but it's a really important one because, as you mentioned, it's happening time and time again. Now we're starting to see a bit of vertical pressure come through, but again, it's at around that 25-second mark, and is it going to be enough? Kool-Aid with the LMG makes it sing, shuts Bosco down. He's got caught inside of a Banshee and will further be downed.
Oh, Skies.
Skies, great shot there. Rampy, he's picked up 3. Eska flies himself over Metal. Still has a teammate down, but there's not going to be a great deal he can do about it. 2 kills, 5 seconds, finds 1. Can he find the second? All you've got to do is keep yourself alive, and Rampy will do just exactly that.
Oh, another close round, but SSG will win it on time. Just getting stuck in, didn't they? Blaz being separated, went into a 3 versus 3. The time management from Parabellum was all over the place, really, Ollie. I would say probably the biggest issue is we've seen Kool-Aid jump in. I believe he had the diffuser. Why did he push in that deep? Why did he not just try and plant? That would be the only issue for me.
I think that was one of my biggest criticisms of the round, was losing the diffuser in the middle of no man's land. I'm sure you're going to take it.
He could have planted.
Sure, you're going to take it and get that vertical control, but it just wasn't enough, was it?
No. So we'll see how Parabellum can respond. SSG in good form now, as a 3-2 split for them. Maybe onto a 4-2, and certainly on a map like Border, where we mentioned that it is attacker-sided. Having a lot of defenses is going to boost very, very well as you switch over. And we know that SSG, a very strong attacking side, methodical with how they can play this game. And a map like Border, where gaining control of certain area of the maps is quite easy. You know, it's a difficult map to hold. Like we mentioned, there's not a lot of safe positions that you can sit in. There's going to be nades from below constantly on your mind. You know, you can be sitting thinking, okay, I'm in a good spot, but then bang, out of nowhere, you're blown up. So that's the only thing you have to be careful about. SSG, extension over towards the break room once again. No surprise. This is what we're used to seeing from SSG. They'll try and cover as much as they can, like we've described this bomb site before. Just a lot going on. Skies with the jump out. Gunner goes down. Great aggression from Skies, just giving it back to Parabellum. That's what Parabellum's been doing to SSG during Cafe. Rampy will find Eska. SSG looking in great shape right now, Ollie.
SSG, what's going on? Just turn it on, can't they? This has been one of the floppiest games of Border I have ever witnessed. Whichever team gets that opener is almost destined to pick up the second and therefore the round. Blaz and Penguin, they have got a long old way to go here. We'd barely seen a minute, and 3 players from Parabellum have been taken out.
Parabellum just trying to rush things once again. And we've seen this time and time again. If Parabellum don't have those opening kills, bad just gets... Just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it, realistically, for Parabellum? And the exact same thing has happened. I'm actually quite disappointed that Penguin hasn't decided to go for the hot there. Is he going to go for it? Hot drop, do it. Oh.
I mean, you could go for the hot drop. You could get yourself outside and use a minute and a half to talk to your team, or you could just drop into Bosco's lap. You really do just got to pick your poison there for that one. SSG narrowly getting an advantage in that first half of Border, which is impressive stuff, of course, given that, you know, we kind of build Border as a map that can be very difficult as a defender. SSG not finding too much obstacle there. 4-2 split. Will this flippy-floppy nature translate onto the other side now?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So, SSG great position right now. 4-2. Parabellum just look as if they want to move on to the next map almost, Ollie, with that last round. I'm not sure.
I mean, like, GG next really does spring to mind, doesn't it?
Sack it in, move, go next.
I mean, we go from this to Oregon if we do go to 3.
Yeah.
Which is probably about as big a momentum shift as you can get in terms of maps.
Yeah, well, compared to Cafe and Border, you know, it's strange to say that, but Border's actually the more tame map out of those 3, isn't it? Where we're used to seeing Oregon be a little bit more rowdy with some of the aggressive maneuvers you can have, but compared to the other 2, yeah, it's it's so basic.
Yeah, it's really it's a very turbulent journey. You know, you go from the creativity and the flexibility that Border provides, where there's really nothing that you can do wrong. You've just got to win your gunfights. It doesn't entirely matter how things get set up. Yeah, there's good ways, there's bad ways, but you go to somewhere like Oregon where it's like set in stone. You know,
you lose a hard breach, you're done.
Yeah, like on Oregon, you do this and you do that, and yeah, you don't do this or you don't do that. It's so prescribed.
Border's just, I mean, what do you say? It's in the trenches, isn't it?
You don't always need to even bring a hard breach. Bosco is going to be playing ace this time, but it's not always entirely required. And it's because of weird stuff like this. Blaz, he's playing on Armory Wall with half of it shot out, half of it reinforced.
So French.
And he's got an alibi there. Like, it just doesn't matter.
His fault's just slipped in. Just got a kill and he's went in his merry way. He has. And he's going over towards the window. Again, stuff like this for Parabellum, like their refrags just are not there. That's probably the only thing. I'm just going to go back to it again. Whenever we see these trades, or these kills come in, there needs to be trades. That just seems to be, again, Parabellum are in their own little spots, and then this is whenever the man advantage gets stacked up against them. And SSG, we know that they can absolutely clobber teams. If they have that lead, they can set up so well.
Blaz just gets a little bit unfortunate there, not holding the angle for quite long enough and allowing Fultz to make his way into archives. Caught out on the scanner. Now needs to drop and make his way back to the site. Things haven't been as explosive as when we saw Parabellum on the attack. It's a much slower pace here. Kool-Aid hits one onto Rampy. Knows that there's more to be had here. Just fluffs the shot a little bit onto Hot and Cold. Hot and Cold now allowed to move on through and use IQ's scanner to remove any further pieces of utility or scan them out for the rest of his team, which he will do very nicely there.
Not a lot of time, though. Only worry you would have right now if you're SSG is 30 seconds to go. You haven't really done much vertical action as of yet. There's a footprint. Who's it going to be? The Oryx will be spotted out, so they know that one player inside of Customs. Good information to have, fair enough. Gunner, I think, is going for a flank upstairs. He is. He's lurking around towards 90. Finds Hot and Cold. And as quickly as he's came up, he's looking just to retreat back over. Oh, he's running rings around them all. Down goes Skies. Fultz will drop into the heart of the bomb site, but Blaz just springs out of the smoke. Through the fog, through the mist. Like Jack the Ripper. There he is. Picks up his prey and off he goes.
You've never truly taken map control on Border. That is the general takeaway from this game in particular.
It's just a fiesta. It just is.
We've never taken top floor because there's always someone ready and waiting to fly themselves up a staircase and deal a bit of damage. Gunner there inside of that round. We saw SSG do it themselves. It is not a given that once the defenders have moved from top to bottom that you have that top floor. There is just far too much going on. Does it warrant bringing a Nomad? I'm not entirely sure, but there's got to be something that changes there because SSG have essentially lost that round because of one player on the flank.
Wow. What a great day of Siege we've had so far. I've just been enjoying this game. I think just seeing NA, like we mentioned, we don't really see it. I mean, we don't get a chance to really talk about it that much and cast it as well. And, you know, sometimes we struggle even watching NA just because time zones are a thing. And it's been a real joy, real pleasure watching NA play today.
Yeah, it has. It's been nice. It's nice to get something a little bit unexpected as well. You know, we didn't know what to expect with Parabellum, with it being a relatively new roster.
Well, we knew what Blaz was going to do. That's one thing we knew.
Well, yeah, we know the player that Blaz can be, but
he's literally like, is there a difference between him now and what he was a couple of years ago? There's not, in my opinion. He's just
not really.
No, it's just that playstyle.
It's just a different stage, isn't it?
Yep.
It's always nice to have a little bit of EU representation in NA as well.
Of course it is.
We can clutch on to.
I mean, you've got everything right now apart from APAC inside of NA. You got the Brazilians, of course, and then EU has everything apart from America.
Maybe that's what we need to start winning majors and stuff.
Well, EU needs to start importing NA players. Oh yeah, dear, how the mighty have fallen.
Let's see if Parabellum are able to keep this train rolling. As we mentioned, it's been a very close game up until this point. Blaz are going to be on the frost this time. What a shot onto Rampy! Fluffed it on the drone, but nails the head.
It's actually just a bait.
1-for-1 trade, but Pulse is downed as well.
Nade literally hits him. Still alive. Bosco finds Gunner. Fultz is still bleeding out right now. Oh, he jumped in a frost mat. Oh dear, Fultz. That's not good. Bit of a fiasco. They should be fine though, as Blaz has dropped back down into the bomb site, so Skies can easily pick him up. But still a bit of a worrying sign there for Spacestation.
I was like hoping it was a double frost mat, honestly. I was thinking if there was another there, that would have been really nice. Just catch two of them out.
He still gets his man,
though. Trick. He still gets his kill. Don't think that has gone entirely as Kool-Aid planned. Skies could obviously just burst his way through with the hammer. And that's exactly what he's going to try and do. Looks to put a couple of pre-fire shots on out, but receives some in return. Eska gets away there, having only been tickled. Still all of this vertical to play with. Can actually keep a really nice angle onto the door that goes into CCTV as well, so can be pretty sure that he's going to be relatively safe there. Oh, Bosco got information to work with and is looking to try and play off the back of Skies, immediately opening up that floor and being in the right place at the right time. But you can burn a lot of resources and a lot of time trying to get these kills. And as such, there's 15 seconds left, Demo. What are they going to do?
Need to get a shift on. Blaz, there you go. All you say, you never feel safe on board, and the rotate starts swinging in. And Blaz, who certainly has been the man of the round, finds another one, and Kool-Aid pulls out the deagle, finishing it with a bit of style. Parabellum, are they just a defense team, Ollie? They look in great shape, equally as well as SSG did on the defense.
It was a joke, wasn't it? You know,
it was.
You think back to 6 months ago, 12 months ago, you did have defense teams. And I think it's since died off a little bit, but Parabellum looking like they could be a little bit of a defense side here because they're causing quite the headache at the moment for Space Station. Yeah. I believe that you'll be allowed a timeout every single map. So this does start to become a point where we wonder when SSG will, or if SSG will choose to take it, and if so, when. They were willing to take a timeout in map number 1, and it did something to stop the bleeding. They managed to get themselves onto an overtime, but still weren't successful in taking the map. I'm going to start thinking about that again with all things square at 4 apiece. Round 9, round 10 start to become incredibly important here, especially when the momentum is with Parabellum, who have already got a map in this best of 3. They win here and they're through.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Can they do it? You had faith in them, Ollie, that Parabellum can take the 2-0.
I like an underdog.
I still think SSG can do it. I think we can go all 3 maps. Canadian Judas on the desk. Here he hasn't backed Parabellum. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if we turned around and didn't support UK? Could you imagine the outcry?
Real pro.
Why is he getting away with it?
They'd be rioting in the streets.
Can't believe it. You gotta back your country. How can you not? Every day he strays further away from Canada.
You've got to support like your local team, like whatever sport you're into. You've got to support no matter how bad they are. You've just got to support it because that's where you were born.
I'm not.
It's just a lottery.
I'm no support my local.
Well, or you're just a Glory supporter.
No.
Slow rounds.
Yeah, quite a tame round. Nobody's died yet, which is a new experience for us. On Border, it's been so fast. It's either been Parabellum just throwing themselves at SSG on the attack, or they've tried their hand at a spawn pick. I say that, though. 2 kills come in for SSG, and they open up the round in great standing. Rampy will get battle back, though, from the metal stairs. Gunner also finds faults inside of office. There's going to be a few more people circling him at the moment. Rampy with that big LMG finds Penguin. Skies, oh, maybe comes off the wrong moment, but no, Bosco is there. Shuts down Gunner. Parabellum, who we mentioned it was tame, Ollie, and then all of a sudden, everyone's dead.
It was a slower start to what turned out to be a very explosive round, wasn't it? Everything happened in the middle minute.
We just mentioned at 2 minutes that nobody's died yet, and at 30 seconds later, the round is over.
Yeah, everything happened in that between that 2 and 1 minute mark. Scary round if you Parabellum, honestly, because that just goes to show what SSG are capable of. We know that they're a capable side, but that was clinical. That was a different level, a level that we've not really seen them reach here on Border, at least on the attack. Puts SSG in the driver's seat briefly. Currently lead 5-4. On the precipice of that match point. And of course, looking to take us to all 3. Parabellum on the flip side. I don't think they'll be too concerned. This has always been a close game. There's never really been one clear winner. We'll be happy to battle for every single round. Let's see how they choose to approach this one. They're bringing a little bit more info. They've got Gunner on the Valkyrie again and Penguin on the Oryx. I don't think we've seen a great deal of value out of the Oryx. Obviously, you've got the ability to burst through and make a very quick rotation. And of course, you can, be a little bit speedy. You have that ability to speed boost yourself. You don't just have to use it to run through walls. You can make rotations a slight bit quicker too. But you just look across and, you think Oryx and an Alibi. They just come across as 2 real niche picks for me.
It's just operators that we don't see all too often. Obviously very, frag orientated, aren't they? Where they're there to get frags and that is it. Not much else you can say about the utility. So yeah, it's just, you need to get your kills. That's the main key. We've talked about this in Border. It's not so much about the strategies, it's just a slog. It is gun fiesta, that is it. Oh, that was honestly, he must have been very, very hopeful that would have done something. Even he must thinking, you know what? even I've tried mad at that one. Yeah.
It's a bit of a stretch. Gunner and Fultz are coming to blows here. Gunner going to see the nade symbol above his head. Yeah. Could give him a little bit of exposure. Instead, just goes for a blind nitro. You can see that it didn't result in anything. Blaz is still going to be playing this position inside of Armory as well. He played here previously and you didn't see a great deal of success from it. Obviously, you're looking for a bit of a rat play. You've got the Alibi clone. You're trying to cause a little bit of shock and awe, a bit of confusion. You've just got to be conscious of where SSG are going to try and make that rotation from. SSG giving a bit of a nod as well to the willingness to make rotations that we've seen from Parabellum. Hot and Cold going to be on the old gridlock this time. Ooh, I thought Blazer got misdrawn there, but Rampy knew exactly where he was. Pre-fires on through. Picks himself at 1 and looks for a second.
Gunner responds, eliminates Skies. Minute to go. Of course, we're on this bathroom defense right now, and one thing that you've mentioned, Ollie, is this window. Hot and Cold potentially could have just jumped in. He sees the man slip past him. Hot and Cold, surely that should have been a free kill for you. Now it will be. Just one taps Gunner and jumps straight into the bomb site. SSG, though, they don't have the diffuser in a good place. Bosco's on the other side of the map. Ollie, what's going on right now for SSG?
Pretty unfortunate stuff. The Toxic Babe canister will go off. Hot and Cold picks up 1. We see the second come in as if on cue.
Wow.
So good job Bosco got that final kill, because where the diffuser was not ideal for the amount of map control that SSG had. It is, however, good enough to put them onto a match point.
SSG doing extremely well for themselves, Ollie. Again, just SSG kind of fall in this pit, and then they come out of the pit and they look really good. So now it's kind of the flip side of what we've seen on Cafe, where it was 6-4 in favor of Parabellum. Parabellum not choosing to use a time. Have they used their time? I don't think they've used their time, have they?
No, I don't think they have. They certainly didn't use one on Cafe.
No, they didn't.
Haven't used one here either. They must feel pretty comfortable that they've got what it takes to either bring it back, or they don't need it, or they're just happy to go on to Oregon and roll the dice. Unsure. Then would have been as good a time as any to use it. Given the fact that we at least saw SSG were able to pick up a round off the back of using theirs previously. Usually you expect the timeout to generate at least one round for you as a team if you're going to take it.
SSG are looking to finish this in some fashion, Ollie. Ying, Glaz, two operators that about 3 years ago people can remember were terrorizing the meta. But as we know, they've received nerfs, and we'll see if Faults can do anything with the Glaz. The Ying's going to go in, Candelas are going to rattle on through. Faults will find one with that OTS. The Glaz works really well. 2 kills for him. Rampy under the cover of everything going on will get a plant down. My goodness, that's one way to finish out the game, Ollie.
Blaz, he's been a bit of a star player so far for Parabellum, but I think this is even a stretch too far for him. 1 versus 4 with the plant already down. SSG not taking any prisoners there. Can try and use the Azamis to give himself a little bit of cover. But realistically, is he even going to get into position? Rampy stood on the half wall, or should I say crouched directly on the lunchbox. He's going to easily be able to swing and pick up that kill. We are going to go to all 3 maps here, Demo. SSG taking border 7 rounds to 4.
Yeah, no surprise for me. I think SSG, they would have seen how Parabellum played Cafe. There wasn't the same kind of tricks being done by Parabellum. I think SSG were onto that straight away. And then from there, you've seen the style. I think that last round was phenomenal to watch. Just those quick pocket plays. Parabellum were, I think, very gun-ho. We mentioned before, a lot of solo plays. Lack of refrags is probably the biggest worry for me if you're Parabellum, especially when it comes to Blaz. The amount of times where Blaz will walk in, sure, get 1 kill, and then die, but nobody else is there to trade off. You know, that's, if you think about it, if you can just trade Blaz, he's going to get you the guaranteed kill. If someone there's a trade, you're sitting with a 4v3 advantage.
Yeah, I think it's something that, you know, Parabellum can obviously look to try and work on a little bit. Looking at this through the lens of the fact that it is a charity event, it is a problem that does need addressing, but it isn't absolutely game-breaking. It's still leading to some pretty exciting siege, and even in Border, we saw Blaz try and tame it back a little bit. I remember particularly when he was playing on the Finker, he was not looking to push in as aggressively, but it was such a flippy-floppy map. You know, whoever got that opening advantage just steamrolled with it, and then SSG giving us a masterclass. A little bit of a tease, maybe, of what's to come in stage 2 inside of that last round. They at least look to have a lot of fun with it. We are going to go to a short break, set up our 3rd and final map. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our desk in just a few.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना कि हमारा, अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिलाए। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Battling back on border, SSG, they tick map 2, but how will the rest of the series play out? I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with Jesse and Jess, and we shall see. But very interesting map 2 there. I want to zone in on Izami, you two. Both teams used her. Jesse, you actually like the way that SSG used Izami, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, SSG obviously started on that defensive half, so they got to use her first. And it's clear both these teams really want to keep her on the board. They don't want to ban her. The biggest thing from SSG that I liked is they used her very similarly every single round. It was always hot and cold. He was generally, up in that open area or in that security area where break room is, holding these angles in that direction. But then on round 4, we saw Kool-Aid on Zofia flick to the spot where he liked to play immediately. They figured it out. They'd been able to counter it. And what we saw from Spacestation afterwards was they toned it down. They completely stopped running it after round 4 because they recognized that, hey, they just completely smashed us here. They flicked to it. They were able to destroy the barricades. And they had lost rounds before whilst they were playing Izami, but that was the first round where really Parabellum directly took their attack to it and they directly countered it. And that is exactly when Spacestation stopped playing it. So I like that they were using it to its full effect, but they weren't crutching on it, which I think was a big deal for them and gave them that early lead this game.
Yeah, crutching is probably a key point because all of this matchup so far, I felt like, especially on Cafe and whatnot, like the teams are trying to dictate what the kind of meta is with Izami and how you can play with her and how you can dominate rounds with her. I mean, you think about Piano, how many times the Kiba barriers blocked really crucial lines of sight and they're able to get away with it. They brought that into Border. I think it's more difficult on Border because obviously you're cut into that kind of, kill box area. Once you are in that area, you have to commit to it. Whereas on Cafe, you can fold away if you want to. So I like the fact that SSG did decide that maybe it wasn't working for them. It is becoming predictable, but I also like that little bit of hallway play you would almost never see. You chuck up a couple of Izami barriers there over towards East Stairs as well, and I tell you what, there's so much creativity you would otherwise not get, and the fact that we now have Izami in play and we get to see what these teams have up their sleeves with her, we're slowly setting the meta. I don't want to say, philosophically we're fully there yet, but I absolutely believe we're seeing tidbits of what's to come in Tier 1.
Yeah, really fun to see the Izami usage. And SSG, they really had a solid performance overall. They just seemed really consistent. Jesse, why do you think that they were able to edge out Parabellum? Was there something in particular that just made them stand out and be able to secure that win?
I mean, they started off kind of struggling to a lot of those Izami holds and, Valkyrie holds. It's very defender-sided map based on the ban. So they started off kind of struggling with that, but I really felt like they had some really clean takes to kind of end out this half. Jess, I remember we were talking, you and I, and that final push on where they were going in through Sandwich against Armory with the Glaz, the Ying, it was beautiful.
Change the pace up like that. Do something crazy. I mean, we saw it on Oregon earlier on in the day for the EU game. They brought the Blitz and Elbow. I mean, no one expects you to switch things up that quickly and go from second gear to sixth gear like that. So that's something I really respected them for. And you even heard me. I was like, oh, I've done this in a ranked game before. Yeah. I mean, if you throw something like that out there, I mean, no one knows what to do in that moment.
All right, well, let's send it over to Ollie and Demo for Map 3 Oregon. Will it be Borgen or Snorgen? We shall see. Hopefully not. We're on to Map 3, y'all. Ollie and Demo, take it away. Down to the cyberpunk basement we go. Maybe. There we go. Okay. Beep-boop failing me again.
Thank you very much, Jackie, Jesse, and Jess. I always never know which way around to say that because I need to make sure that I get everyone right, and it's a little bit of a difficult one, but I think I mix it up every time. We are going to be going to map number 3 here between SSG and Parabellum. We have already seen Cafe, we have already seen Border, and now we head to Oregon for what will undoubtedly, Demo, be a little bit of a change of pace to the chaos that we saw in the previous map of Border.
Yeah, a little bit more control, I would say, more than anything, but then again, I could see Parabellum just go off the rails. I could see them rushing in, doing all sorts of crazy shenanigans. I could see it happen, but you would expect that a map like Oregon is gonna have a bit more control, a much more slower pace. You have to take your time. Drone work needs to be done thoroughly. I would say as well, one of the big things that we're gonna be seeing is more hatch play, Ollie, than what we've seen previously in the past 2 maps.
Absolutely, yeah. There's going to be a lot more pressure on Hard Breach. You think toward Cafe and Border, they're not typically maps that you look at and immediately go, oh, Hard Breaches are important here. Whereas Oregon really is. So we're going to send it on in, and let's see how it all shakes on out. I was looking just before to see who started on which side, but handily enough, we're straight into the game. Spacestation going to be starting off on the attack here. They're going to remove the Monty. Now, last time we saw SSG ban a Pulse. This time we're seeing them ban a Monty demo. That surely constitutes as funky bans.
It's... I wouldn't say Wamai's a surprise. I think Wamai's just very strong operator at the moment. Monty, probably just a personal preference ban, maybe. I'm not sure. Does it warrant a ban? I don't know. You know, you've got Kaid up now, which is always going to be a bit tricky.
Yeah. I don't think it warrants a full ban. But then again, what does it leave open? SSG are starting off on the attack here. Maybe they just, close their eyes and pick something because they don't really care. I didn't anticipate us to be seeing a lot of shield play tonight from Parabellum. That it doesn't strike me as their style.
No, the way they've been playing, I don't think anyone wants to be playing a Monty. They always want to kill. That's all they want to do.
Well, exactly. I mean, who would you even put on the Monty? There's nobody that you'd want on the Monty. Everyone's hitting nutty shot tonight.
Yeah. One thing I will say that we've seen a surprisingly a good amount of is actually Warden. Have you noticed we've seen a lot of Warden tonight?
We have seen a lot of Warden. Is it the deployable shield?
There's other operators you can bring. You don't really need 2 shields for this bomb site, though, in my opinion. I think just one's fine for elbow. The rest, you don't really need it. So, I mean, to be fair, it makes sense to bring a Warden, perhaps, whenever you look at... Oh, I say about the Warden, it makes sense, to bring him whenever we just seen SSG previously whip out a Ying and Glaz only. So, maybe that's something that they're holding on to?
Yeah, I could just be mindful of that, but whatever it was, we ain't going to get to see it in its fullest in this round. Gunnar was taken out very early on there. You can see him desperately flicking through different players' points of view, and that tells us one thing. There is no information. Oh, finally finds himself a camera. Is it going to be a useful camera or not? Don't think that there's going to be anything out there that's going to be too insightful for him. SSG starting off fairly strong here.
Down goes SSG as they start to move in towards the kind of second part of the round, Ollie. It's all about gaining control of the hatches and start eyeing up what side you want to go for. I would say that SSG probably after the laundry freezer take. However, the only issue with this is there's a big old mirror window looking right at the Molly if they want to try and go for that.
Never ideal being greeted by a mirror window. Basement on Oregon is a fantastic site for mirror. You think about a lot of other sites and you think, oh, nades from below are going to be a good option. Well, unfortunately, there is no attacker that can burrow under a map, at least not yet.
Oh, man.
There is no option to go below. Instead, you've got to go a little bit more direct. That's what SSG are trying to do here.
Penguin just tried to, flank or something. What's he doing?
I'm not sure why the mirror's got on the flank, honestly. A flank at that point in the round is not what you want to be seeing.
SSG, you can see because they have that early control, they can really take their time and think about what they want to go for. A lot of utility just being tossed now by Parabellum in hopes to get something. Blaz takes a big old 417 shot right in the back. Rampy will find Esk as he tried to challenge onto the back stairs. He actually be blinded by his own teammate, just spraying with that LMG for all it's worth. There's a man right beside Pillar. Blaz eventually goes down. SSG look as if they're ready to take this round with ease. Fultz does go down, but they're exactly where Kool-Aid is, and all the guns in the world will be looking at him. He's stuck inside of elbow. There's a nade. Look at it. Accept your fate. Nope, actually survives a nade somehow, but really doesn't matter. Probably not. He knows that one player is going to be tucked in the corner, but the other two, he has to try and deal with them first of all. SSG happy enough just to fall back, retreat, and let Kool-Aid sweat it out. Moves in towards highway, but will get shut down. SSG, just clinical. That's how you expect to see them attack this bomb site every day of the week.
Really just going through the motions there for SSG. They got an opening kill and they weren't too eager to commit onto the site. More than happy to wait for that opportune moment and almost just watch Parabellum do it to themselves. You know, you think about two really crucial and kind of free kills that SSG were able to get. It was the opener onto Warden and it was the kill onto Mirror. Penguin had no real business rotating up inside the main lobby, going up those laundry stairs at that point in the round, yet he did. And it just gifted one over toward SSG. As such, I'm not too shocked to see Parabellum attempt downstairs again, given the fact that you would expect 2 of the 5 deaths that they suffered to be very avoidable in a different round.
Seconds remaining.
Round number 2. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a rehost here, Ollie. Plaz looks like he's gone.
Oh dear.
Just floating in the wind.
He's,
do you ever feel like a plastic bag?
Stuck in the current.
And he's gone.
And he's gone, finally.
So?
SSG. They've picked up 1 round so far, but this is by no means over. Still very early days, and we haven't really seen too much to go on. I'm not entirely sure where we are.
I can see me,
Oh,
kinda.
I can see you, kind of, yeah.
Yep, you're
give us a
completely
wave.
gone.
Do you want to wave so everyone? Yeah, there we go.
That's me. Where are
I'm
you?
turned even further. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, there we go.
There you go.
I think Jackie just needed to shout Bibu up or whoever it is.
So I don't know if Jackie realizes this, but it's not it. There's a person who controls that, not a form of AI.
You're
the person who presses a button.
It is not a little robot.
No.
It looks like Wall-E.
No.
My
is that what she thinks?
Shattered. I'm sure that's what Jackie thinks. Honestly, who knows what Jackie thinks? She's wonderful. Well, we are going to be in a bit of a rehost here. We've only seen 1 round of Oregon. So by all accounts, there isn't a great deal of Oregon to discuss or talk about. Parabellum kind of just gave away a couple of freebies. They went back to the same site. We're going to get the lobby all remade and we will enter where we left off. It'll be the same site. It will likely be the same operators, the same utility and all that sort of stuff to keep it all competitive and in sync, I guess, with one another. So unfortunately for you guys, you're gonna have to listen to us waffle a little bit, and it's almost 3 a.m. for us, so we're getting into that sort of delirious stage of the evening. Demo, I want to pick your brains about Parabellum. I want to pick your brains about Blaz in particular. So far, I'm impressed.
Yes, I think Parabellum have looked good.
I was more just talking about sort of on an individual level. I think they look put together.
Right.
And with more time.
I still think they need more team coordination.
Oh, without a doubt.
I think that's certainly where we're at. I think they have the potential. I think Gunnar has shown that. I already knew Blaz had it. Now he's just shown everyone else that he does have it. So I think that this team will do quite... I mean, NAL is going to be tough to call, this split.
It is.
It's going to be really, really difficult. Just with everything that's went on in NAL, you think about the 4 teams that went to the major. You had a lot of young guys there who had never been to an event like that. You were missing the likes of SSG, Sonics, TSM were not there. How did those 3 teams come back? A lot of storylines going into NAL this split, and how do you call who's going to win that stage? You know, it's back to best of ones. We know that some teams do better in best of ones. We know that some teams do better against their own region sometimes compared to international play. It's going to be tricky. You really don't know how it's going to go.
It goes back to what Jess was saying on the desk as well, in that, you know, we're getting a little bit of a glimpse here as to how these teams want to start playing with Azami and how they want to try and, you know, adapt to this new meta. Obviously, it's a charity tournament. We're not expecting them to come out here and to give us all of their secrets, but they're going to have a lot of fun along the way. And sure, as Army's available, let's play it. It's fun. It is so flexible. There are so many different locations that you can use it. You're not going to likely give too much away if you play it in one map, two maps, in a best of 3. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. All of these things are known anyway. And in 6 months' time, everybody's going to know all there is to know almost about Azami, and it will be very niche occasions when that sort of, you know, Kaiba comes out in an area that you didn't expect it to be, and you just turn around the corner and you're like, oh, not seen that one before. Is it any good? Oh yeah, actually it's not too bad. Looks like we're back into the game. Thanks for bearing with us during that short break. We join where we left off. SSG versus Parabellum. Map number 3 here on Oregon. SSG have already picked up 1 round on the basement, on that laundry site. And we head back there again.
Here we go. Downstairs, Parabellum. In terms of the lineup change, there's nothing. Same operators again. I think probably what Blaz has been the only change, I believe, from the Wamai. He was, or was he on Wamai or what was he on? Or was he on mute? I forget.
I think he was on Wamai.
Was it Wamai?
In round number 1, yeah.
Yeah. Whatever he was on. So he's changed now. He's on the Goyo. The best site for Goyo is this one right here. 100%. It's a slow bomb site. Teams take a lot of time to prep for it, a lot of time to set up. How many times do you see it come down to about 20 seconds or so, and teams are then trying to get their plant down? You pop one of those canisters, there's no plant going down. That's it. It's done.
Such an oppressive piece of utility to deal with as well.
Yeah.
You know,
you can't get that. Any like the only way you can get that is you have to roll an 8 in. There's no way you can find an angle to shoot that. You literally just have to try and nade it. That's it.
Yeah. Flores is, of course, always an option, but you've got to get it there in the first place.
And the Flores runs in there. It's tricky.
Big and loud and comfy.
And you dump it all on elbow anyway, so if you have Flores runs left over after you've done elbow, I'd be surprised.
You've got to make a decision. There comes a point where you've got to go deployable shields, you know, mirror window spots, or ADSs, or Goyos. Like, there's so much to really go through and unpack there. SSG not leaving anything to chance. A very thorough drone of tower. Nobody going to be hiding in there, however. Parabellum, as we kind of predicted, Demo, they're not looking to give anything away this time. They don't want to give any soft deaths away early. And haven't really opted for any roam presence at all. They're just giving that control over to SSG and just saying, look, just take it. We're happy. We're set up on site and we're ready for you.
Hatch is open. SSG just doing what we expected to see. We've seen a bit of a retake, attempted retake from Parabellum. Some players kind of going for a wander up the staircases, trying their hand, seeing if SSG are actually going to be covering those flanks. We've seen SSG did that very, very well. So SSG, they've got control of what they wanted, which is, of course, the hatches and towards that mid-floor. Now it gives them a minute to do everything else. This is where I'm talking about. The Goyo canisters can be massive. You have to clear out elbow, you have to take control of pillar. By the time all that happens, you're going to have, what, 10, 15 seconds left? One Goyo canister, and that's it. You're done.
Well, Blaz has already popped one, burnt a C4 as well. Shield will be removed with the nade, but look at how long the flames last for. Bosco will find one onto Eska. Blaz does have a pocket reinforcement. He's going to try and get it down. There's 30 seconds left. That's a bold move indeed. His teammates covering his back. Gunner and Penguin both picking up one apiece. Leaves us 3 versus 3. Hot and cold on pillar, looking to try and make his way in, but he too will be taken down. Gunner looking to retreat a little bit further. Blaz shuts Bosco, picks up the second onto Fultz as well. Parabellum happy to sit and wait, knowing that they had all of those time sinks available to them.
Yeah, I would say SSG probably need to be faster by about 30 seconds. I think whenever you're up against the Goyo, same way as whenever you play against a smoke, you're automatically on a timer. Exact same thing as with Goyo. Exact same thing. So yeah, SSG just need to acknowledge that whenever they attack basement again, which we know inevitably will happen. But for now, they don't have to worry about it. It will be a different bomb site choice. Up to kids is where we head to for Parabellum. And we'll see what they have in store. We're seeing again these Blaz alibis make an appearance. Gunner and that Warden again. Penguin will take up that Azami. You still happy? Does that please you? Is that a please or a displease?
I think I think this is a good site for Azami. There's a lot that you can do with it. The biggest question mark is honestly Blaz's alibi. Because we all know that alibi just doesn't really bring any utility.
Yeah, the gadget is, well, pretty useless.
Gadget is very meh.
Yeah.
It's fun. It does have a place. But does it have a place in this lineup where you haven't got a C4?
Until I see a player in any competitive format go into a room, place three of the clones in 3 different corners, and they stand in another one, until I see them get a kill doing that, not interested.
Like, not interested at all?
Until I see a hall of mirrors, I'm not interested.
I don't think that is ever going to happen. Blaz picks up the first kill onto Skies, beautifully predicted.
He's playing it for the gun, let's be real, and the shield, let's be real.
He's playing it for the gun, yeah, 100%. 3 shields on this site is very old hat. You're really thirsting for old Goyo back if you're playing 3 shields on the top floor of Oregon. But Parabellum are. And they're making it work so far. They've at least picked up an opening kill.
That's a good start for Parabellum. Nades off the board as well. Ooh, Eska, how have you allowed yourself to die? You have a shield, and you just weren't sitting behind it correctly. Never worry. Gunner, though, will respond. Finds Rampy, so still, man advantage firmly in control of Parabellum. And again, from the exact same angle, Bosco will find another. Sure, he gets traded off by Gunner, but to lose 2 players just from one guy sitting holding the same angle? What's going on, Parabellum?
A little bit wobbly from both sides, realistically. You know, Parabellum have lost a couple of soft kills there, and you could argue that SSG have done the same. Gunner's just sat inside of Attic. There's not really been anything pressured inside of Attic at all. You know, if you're going to bring a Maverick and you're going to bring a Hibana, you would expect to get Games Wall open. You would expect to get Attic open and look to, you know, mount a bit of an attack from there. You could always go underneath and try and use some nades from below. Maybe that was a bit of the intention. We're seeing Hot and Cold attempt that now. But he's not got that much to work on. Only a minute to go. Gunner will fall as he does find one of those vertical nade kills. Does something to level things out, and that's a glimmer of hope. But you got to pick your poison now. How do you want to try and advance up into the site? Attic is, of course, going to be an option to hop into. Blaz shuts Fultz down. Hot and Cold, full white flashed as he makes his way on through. Gets tanked by the Toxic Babe canister, and Blaz is ready, happy to oblige.
Easy cleanup for Parabellum. Second round goes their way. I mean, Blaz just out for blood. You know this, Bosco getting 2 kills from the exact same angle whenever the shield is still up is a big no-no. There's only really a matter of time, I feel, for Parabellum. You can just sit, lock it down. Still plenty of utility. Now they have to shift over towards the third bomb site choice. You can either go dining kitchen or kitchen meeting. I would say that more teams prefer the meeting sided than what they do the dining. Both are viable in my eyes. I think both have a lot to offer. I think meeting kind of forces you into a bit more of an upstairs hold, whereas you look towards dining, it's all about the showers control. So that's kind of where your payoff is.
It's strange, isn't it? Because you think back to when the Oregon rework came out, and it was all about meeting and it was all about kitchen and dining.
Yeah.
And now it's changed. And it's like the site that gets neglected at the start often becomes the favored one later on because players and teams just spend time thinking about it, spend time working on it. And with the way that at least Parabellum are defending here, they've even extended over into that showers area. They've got a little bit of rotation going on. They've got a couple of reinforced panels to hide behind. And they're really going for a full map hold.
Getting ready to move in now. Round number 4 is where we're at. Here comes the Jackal. It's an operator that SSG are not afraid of bringing out. Certainly would help them with the roam game, but oh dear, he's on it again. He's just everywhere and anywhere, isn't he, Ollie? 6-0. Tell you, you know,
nightmare.
The desk, we're talking all about Gunner. It's not Gunner, it's just Blaz you worry about.
Fultz can, of course, see that those footprints are fairly recent. He doesn't want to risk the track because he can't give the game away. It's nice little balance on Jackal. If you don't want to give the game away, you can always just follow the breadcrumb trail. In that instance, it didn't really lead to anything for him. SSG are still going to continue, though. You're going to try and get this stage wall open. Rampy's got a lot there on the drone. He can look to try and pre-fire through, put some good damage in onto Gunner. Fultz there to pick up the pieces. Patient Jackal upstairs pays off.
We'll find the Jaeger. That's a good ping now to assist the team. Rampy finds Blaz the nade, will connect. Diffuser is going to go down from Bosco. Nobody from Parabellum in a good position here. They have the hatch and all, everything for them. Diffuser will be stopped. But 50 seconds still left. That's more than enough time for SSG to scramble and find that last man. SSG just nice and slow. Found some kills and won the round. Nothing fancy.
Great. No, nothing fancy. Great play from Jackal there to really just concentrate in. I think Fultz did a fantastic job. Rampy as well with the drone work. Had a lot of information to go off. Tertiary site, it is almost to be expected.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
SSG did make that look particularly straightforward. The advantage SSG have got at the minute, of course, is that they were successful downstairs in laundry in round number 1. Now that didn't happen again in round number 2, but the fact that they were able to break a laundry defense means that if this all does go, you know, in typical Oregon fashion, it will have a little bit of an edge. That, of course, is provided that Parabellum don't manage to break that rotation of 3 clean sites. 4-2 splits on Oregon are fairly commonplace.
5 seconds to insertion.
So what are we up to now for Parabellum? See a different change of pace for Blaz, certainly. The guide comes into play. An operator that I did mention is open and available. Very, very strong. But SSG, they have a Maverick, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. But still, it's just going to slow them down just a little bit. Rather than Habana coming in, bang, 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 gets open all the hatches with ease. Now Maverick has to take the time, get the blowtorch out, get things opened up. And whenever SSU, we've looked at how they attacked the basement, the time management was just a little bit too slow from them last round.
It was. I think the Goyo played into that quite well.
Yeah.
Obviously, Blaz now on the Cade. It's still a time sink operator in that you're going to spend a lot of time dealing with those hatches as the Maverick, but realistically, those Goyo pockets were very valuable indeed. Opening kill onto Kool-Aid. Isn't having the best time of things, and as your smoke player, always the last person you want to be down early. Couple that with the fact that there's no Goyo, and SSG have just unlocked their full potential in this round, in that time is no longer going to be as limiting a factor.
Half the round still to go. Just again, SSG getting their prep work done. The fact that they've got that opening pick is massive for them. Whenever they know it's a smoke, it's just going to give them even more time to figure out what they want to do. SSG, they've been very good at just rotating around in towards blue and really getting that pincer applied onto the man inside of Pillar. So Parabellum, I would say if you're Parabellum, maybe you need to start looking for some fights here, Ollie, and maybe start taking it to SSG. If you give SSG the setup, if you give them that control, they'll just trample you.
There's got to be a point when a well-timed rotation could result in some success. C4 flies out of the hatch.
There we go.
Bosco goes for the repeat, but Penguin is actually playing quite aggressively. We're going to see another player fall in Gunner, as Penguin is equally traded back off. Fultz has got great control there of elbow and can cut through all the way into Freezer. Esker does something, playing just on side of that pillar.
Wow.
He's able to find one on hot and cold. That was a very difficult gunfight to win, but he manages to make it work. Still, SSG with the advantage and with the plank going down. It's going to be a nightmare. Esker doesn't have any info whatsoever. Pre-firing onto elbow. Mirror window will be popped. Esker gets a glimpse there. The Skies are trying to scurry his way back upstairs. He has no idea that somebody's inside a small. Fultz lets him know as the shots rain in into Esker's back. SSG, second round they've been successful attacking downstairs.
Great stuff from Fultz. I think being able to get that elbow control so confidently is a big boost for SSG just in that round. They had the man advantage, I think, was probably the most important thing. Being able to get that kill onto the smoke, yeah, it's huge. It gives yourself so much more time. You have that man advantage, and SSG just knocking it out of the park with that round. So one more round for this half. I would say that Parabellum, they need this next round. If they go 4-2 down on Oregon defense, it's going to be a rough ride for them.
It's a rough ride that usually ends in one way as well. Very difficult to really come back from those sort of deficits. But it's possible. Still a little bit of time left here for Parabellum to try and make something happen. They have one remaining defensive round in which to level things up.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Blaz is still sticking with this alibi.
Let him be.
It's low-key starting to stress me out a little bit.
A displeased,
but he's still
perhaps?
6-2.
Let him be. Let him do what he wants to do.
He can do what he likes as long as he's going 6-2.
How dare you attack the European? How dare you? Shame on you. I can't do that. Here we go again. SSG on the attacks. Let's see how this works out for them. LMGs, of course, always going to be a dominant factor. Just so many, isn't there? So many. It's just... When will it end? When? I just... Can we have Glaz entry? That's all I ask. You know, let's mix it up. Maybe next split. Free speed Glaz with a Burning 9. Thank you very much.
I mean, the 3-speed Glaz is going to be scary.
I can't wait.
Are you looking to get Slippy on Glass?
Of course. I am Slippy on Glass at the moment. I'll just become Slippier.
Practicing your craft.
Call me Banana Peel.
It's just not even funny, but it is.
It's that time of the night. Anything's funny if you think about it. SSG, very standard with how things have opened up. Armory control, opened up that main wall. No picks though, which is probably the only worry. They need to start looking for some kills. They haven't went through the approach of moving downstairs and try and utilize the nades, and Sky's almost finds two. He found Blaz on the flank. He's seen that Penguin was looking for a bit of a rotate. Esker eliminates hot and cold, so we're still in an even ground though. Say that, Bosco will find Gunner, and SSG slowly moving their way little by little into the bomb site, and it is a slaughter now. Parabellum have been sacrificed. SSG will get the plant down. Esker swinging every which way, but you're not beating the LMG. Great half from SSG, a 4-2 on Oregon. My oh my.
4-2, a fantastic split. The split of dreams if you're an attacking side on Oregon. SSG going to be more than happy with that one. Just seemed like Parabellum just really found it difficult to get anything together. I think after we saw the rehost and we saw them pick up that second round, I was pretty enthused. You know, they'd really corrected almost every mistake they'd made in round number 1. But now it's sort of dropped back off again, and we're starting to see some of those mistakes slip through. Starting to see that lack of togetherness. And it really did start to cost them. However, sides now switched. And the one thing that I cannot take my eyes off, Demo, is that Amaru pick. Surely that's going to get 6 picked.
Don't count your chickens. It's being stuck, isn't it?
It's being stuck.
I mean, if you see somebody pick an operator, remember there's no reveal phase. It's not like you're going to bait them in. They don't know anyway. So if you're picking Amaru, you're sticking it.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Well,
here we go.
There it is.
I mean, it's not going to do much in basement. I understand flying in kids' window makes a lot of sense if it's upstairs, but basement, what are you up to?
Yeah, nothing good is the answer. Let's see how Penguin chooses to use it. I mean, you could get yourself into tower quickly, I guess, or, you know, something along those lines, but realistically, it's kind of a bit of a meh pick, and I don't know, does it speak to how seriously Parabellum are now taking this? You know, given the fact we've commented on some of the choice operators they've been choosing to bring previously, are they just having a little bit of fun?
Could be, could be. Depends how crazy they want to get. Still haven't looked like they have, you know, some good structure here. That good time, has to be said, Ollie. 2 minutes. Hatches are open. A lot of time. Lot of time that they can now work with. No mirror windows from SSG. So that's one thing that Parabellum can look at and say, yeah, that's fantastic. Now there's not a lot really standing in our way. The way typically if you're going for laundry freezer take, which it looks as if they're trying to eye that up, is it's really easy to take control of laundry and freezer, but executing onto the bomb site is a lot more tougher compared to gaining control of pillar on the other side, which is very difficult to do, but then executing is very easy because you have a bit of a blind spot to plant in. Yeah, it's tricky to actually get into the bomb site.
And both of those really hinge on the freezer, which is where Gunnar is playing right now. One of the Goyo pockets is going to burn him out for quite a good period of time as 2 kills fly in SSG's favor. Just dancing on the edge of the flames. Gunnar manages to outplay Fultz, but is later down. Picks himself back up with his Finker ability. The adrenal surge isn't going to be enough, however. Skies and Bosco cleaning up shop there with the SMGs as Skies claims 2 to lock that one in for SSG.
Yeah, utility not good enough there from Parabellum. You can see the shield on laundry still up. If that's up, you're not moving, you're not doing anything. And of course, the Goyo pockets, we have to highlight that again. I mentioned it's so strong for this bomb site. It takes a lot of time to set things up, and whenever execution is key, whenever you fire all of that utility in, and then for it to just be stalled out, and then all that utility is on, you've nothing left.
I mean, you said it yourself, best site in the game for Goyo.
Yeah.
Especially in his current state, where it's no longer a shield, it is, you know, just a pocket. It's something that you can place down on a surface and shoot whenever you want. Burns so much time. And Parabellum really found that out there. Not that they didn't know already, but they suffered at the hands of the Flame Floor. Spacestation, not a lot seemingly getting in their way here. 5 rounds to 2. Of course, they picked up 4 of those rounds on the attack, so they really did make things rather easy for themselves. See if this continues. Fultz is trying to get himself an angle there onto the garage door. He might actually get a chance at something here, Demo.
Looking for it. Nothing at the moment. Fultz just says nope, blocks up the window. Bit of a waste because it's quite easy, I would say, for the Flores just to punch that with with ease. Drops back now out of Armory. And blocks it up again. A nade. Ooh. Will scratch him up quite heavily and just keeps firing. The kunai as it comes out. Rampy jumps out. 2 kills he finds. He got 1, which was the man repelling. Where was the second kill, Ollie? Oh, outside the garage window. They both pretty sure just lined up for each other, did they? I don't know.
Rampy and walking around the corner into a 2-piece just lined up for him has been quite the recurrence during the course of this best of 3. Fultz, he's doing a lot of work from inside of Armory. You can almost give Fultz the assist for those kills that Rampy was able to get as well because of all the distraction he was causing. And he's got the Azami in there. He's really dug in pretty hard. Blaz and Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid still yet to find a kill here. Very tough position to be in. There's still tons of time. Just under half the round. Diffuser in hand.
2 hard breachers. You know, what are they going to be able to do? Look at all the utility. Blaz is all out. Kool-Aid is all out. This, yeah, I just don't see this happening for a 2v5 right now for Parabellum. It's just, it's not a matter of if SSG will get these final 2 kills. It's when they're going to get these final 2 kills. That's a definite.
Especially when you look around the corner and you're just greeted with concrete that just isn't there when the map spawns in and the Azami has placed it there. It's just so difficult to try and combat against that. Kool-Aid is going to find a down, but it's not going to stop it being a flawless round for SSG. Skies, as he often does, collects the last kill there.
Easy enough. SSG, good hold, good solid hold. I mean, Rampy just gets 2 kills right off the rip. In moments like that, just crushes your entire attack, doesn't it? Like, losing 1 player off a play like that is bad enough, but losing 2... gut-wrencher. And the fact that he got back in? I mean, Esk is saying that he must... So there were definitely 1 player repelling who you would never have thought, okay, he's going to be able to kill the jump out. So it must have been the second player. Like, and it must was it Eska? Because Eska looks as if he's just been sent in the time warp.
Yeah, Eska's reeling at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, like, it must have been something, but couldn't see it.
The Rampy effect, 9 and 4. Now, we gassed Blaz up at the start of this one, but he has since really quietened off.
He's still holding his own. It's more the rest of his team that's struggling.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone a little bit quiet. I think he was 6 and 2 at one point, but you look at the side of SSG we got, and granted, it's not the full game. We didn't see round number 1, but it would have only been better for SSG. We got Skies 5 and 2, Fultz 9 and 3, Rampy 9 and 4. Really putting a big shift in. Match and series point for SSG. Can they get it over the line here and now? Third choice site. Into the meeting and kitchen we go. Gonna attempt a little bit of a knock-in below.
When all else fails, crouch walk.
A bomb has been located.
Oh, no, just pack up.
Failed.
Pack up your troubles.
Unsuccessful crouch walk there. Kool-Aid, it's nice of you to join us. He's found his first kill of the map.
Is indeed. 4-4. Shield still being set up now. Maybe a switch up, maybe rotating utility around, knowing that Parabellum's looking to attempt an attack stemming from Big Tower. Send in the drones, perhaps, for Penguin. Where's he up to? Where is he going? I'm trying to clear this guy. Oh, actually goes for the shield instead. That's a good use of the Flores drone. Good piece of utility gone. Eska takes a lot of damage, but Fultz also is low, and so is Sky. So it's just a bit of a scratch, bit of a knock. Blaz with that LMG looking for some swings. Very risky just to stand in the middle of the breach, and does take a bit of damage for that. But still alive and well. Rampy just lying in the middle of the bomb site. Upstairs in control of Parabellum. 3 versus 3 now as Rampy goes down.
It's not an impossible situation that Parabellum find themselves in here.
Yeah, nobody inside a meeting right now.
Well, SSG are fairly well spread. We've got Hot and Cold way downtown, Fultz inside a kitchen. Penguin gathering a bit of info. Sky's below. Yeah, the C4 is going to be a big problem here if it does come through. Penguin going to be all the way above, though. Might not be able to find an angle onto it, but he's at least going to have a chance at shooting it out should Skies choose to make that play.
I think they know. I think they know he's
downstairs.
downstairs.
A bit hesitant, don't they?
Yeah, because look at Penguin. Look at the way Penguin's looking. He's on the attic hatch, and he's looking down onto the other hatch. Look the way he's positioned himself. They know this is coming. SSG really relying on Skies to hit this, and it will go up and over, but does not connect. Penguin will find False Blaz with the replant. He's going to try and stick it down beside that bench. Skies now rotating up. Will be a trade of downs. No more Finkerstim, so down is... Actually, he's up now. Finkerstim being used. Eska is up, but straight back down he goes. 1 versus 2 for Hot and Cold. Blaz still stuck in that same corner. Will make himself known, but that LMG surely will sing out, and it will. Parabellum will take that round. So, I mean, good decision-making from Parabellum. They knew what Skies was going for. Maybe SSG too reliant on Skies to make that C4 happen.
I mean, the C4 through the hatch there is... It's not the oldest trick in the book, but it isn't the youngest. It's not the newest and freshest strat, is it? You know, if you see the hatch open, you're like, yeah, there's probably going to be someone below the C4. Like, where is everyone? Oh, we can't see everybody. Yeah, there's definitely going to be somebody there. So... Sky is maybe getting a little bit unfortunate to not get the kill, but you've kind of got to credit Parabellum, right? You know, Blaz knew exactly what was happening. He baited in a good enough place that gave him options of where he could run to when the C4 did come out. And we got the important kill from the hatch. Penguin played the hatch in attic really well. It was enough to drag Parabellum back. Not quite into it, but they didn't succumb to the match point there and then. However, the threat will continue to loom. SSG, they're not going to lose too much sleep over losing that third choice site. And they're going to waste no time taking us down to Laundry.
5 seconds to go.
Still plenty of rounds to go. Parabellum have chances. They need to get 3 in a row against this SSG side, who may have faltered there and really the third bomb site pick, but now they're going back to familiar territory. Into the basement they will head. We said how strong it was bringing in the Goyo, denied a lot of the time, Ollie, and they've kind of just reinforced that basement now with a Mira. They've substituted out one operator that will waste a lot of time, and equally Mira does the same job. You think about how much time and utility you waste going through those windows.
Everything on the defense is a time sink, really, you know, when it comes down to it. Gunner takes control of security there. Blaz is... Yeah, Blaz just poking his head down the freezer stairs as well. There's still tons for Parabellum to do here, but a minute's gone and they've already taken that top floor. Hatch is open. Sure, it's got a laser gate on it. But realistically, they can pivot off this. They don't need to place their full attention on this one location.
SSG, 2 players still inside a freezer in risky positions. Also, Falso will swing and eliminate Eska. Did not see that happening. Bosco going to try and stem the tide, but I'm sure a couple of nades will be rolling in beside him. And there goes one. A full blind will occur. Gunner maybe looking to push in right for the smoke. There goes the nade again. It will find Bosco. False with another one. Out of his mind inside a freezer. He will get down, but the damage has been done.
Not going to be the easiest one for Blaz to pull off now. We've seen him. He's had some hero plays over the course of this best of 3, but 1 versus 3. His only saving grace is that he's on the Finker and he has that LMG. Pushing through, gathering information, picks up 1. That's the game given away now, though. He should not get another. Pre-fires his way on through, picks 1 onto the mirror, eventually down, stims himself back up, but it is not enough. Rampy in position to shut him down, and with it, that's going to be the end of the series. SSG successful here on Oregon, successful on Border. They're going to take this best of 3 2-1.
No doubts from SSG. They were the expected team to come into this competition and win in this tournament. I think that the first map was just them almost just getting the probes out, you know, really scouting out how Parabellum were going to be playing it. You know, we've seen a lot of things that kind of caught SSG by surprise, but then we seen them move in towards Border and also in Oregon. Those same plays were not happening for Parabellum. SSG were ready for most of the things being tossed at them. And yeah, just a great way to finish off the night.
I think it was good, you know, a bit of a slow start potentially from SSG, maybe not expecting to come up against that much obstacle over on Cafe. And Parabellum, they've given a really good account of themselves, if I can get my words out. I think for the changes that they've made and for the fact that, you know, we're seeing this roster for the first time in its fullest, it's been great to watch. We've seen some flashy plays. They've definitely got that clutch factor, if nothing else. And they're certainly an exciting side to watch. But SSG just showing that experience tonight, Demo. And I think that, you know, Oregon there, it was written on the wall after that first phase. You know, we see SSG 4-2 off that attacking split, and they were looking pretty good.
Yeah, it was never in doubt. I think SSG, it's just a map that suits them better than Parabellum. Parabellum, probably just teamwork is what they need to really start developing in themselves. We know they have the skills. I think they've shown that. I think Blaz and Gunnar, their two new players, have worked really well. It's just how can they improve on that? It's all about wanting to be as best as you can be.
Absolutely, and there's still a long road ahead of these players. And I'm sure that they will do great things in the future. That is going to do it for us here tonight on the casting desk. We're going to throw you over to our wonderful desk of J's, Jackie, Jesse, and Jess. Enjoy.
Aww, Ollie and Demo, thank you so much for your fantastic casting as always. Sad to say bye to them, but we'll see them later. We'll see them tomorrow. But we got the highlights rolling. Let's talk about the matchup that we just saw. Map 3, Borgen. Parabellum was snoozing Jesse, and SSG rather, they were just dominating. It was a really strong showing from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was the game that we expected to see, or at least that I was expecting coming into this. Spacestation Gaming really having a dominant map over Parabellum. Even in those early rounds where PB started to get the lead, they were up 2-1 at one point in this match. It still felt like SSG was playing better Siege. We saw so many opening picks go the way of Spacestation. It felt like the roam game was always falling apart from Parabellum, and I do wonder if part of that is just maybe SSG pulling in that research. I mean, yeah, PB is a bit of a new team right now, but this is a classic map for them. Maybe not so much this year, but last year in CL, they played this map so often. They had some really unique kind of roam strategies, and it really felt like SSG were able to tear those apart in this game. And so they pulled through on that first half of the 4-2 split, and then even on attacks, Parabellum just couldn't get anything going against, you know, such a defender set a map like Oregon.
Yeah, and Jess, I mean, Parabellum, they got the first map, and I thought they were going to put SSG on their toes a little bit, but I think SSG just showed that they're coordinated, they have the experience. Again, Domination Station, I can't think of a better way to put it.
I mean, lucky this is a double Elian bracket because I want to see that nice little PB aggression go up against another team. I think we're right, SSG, a little bit fortified by the end of that third map. They just worked out what the play was going to be, what the sort of jig was going to, it was all going to be up there for PB at the end. You can only throw so much aggression at the wall and see how much sticks, and by the end, I think they could read them like a book. So I want to see it against another team, given that it is a double Elim, and I want to see SSG move up on the upper bracket. And speaking of brackets, Jackie, I believe you have something to show me because I gotta see something.
Yes. We're gonna recap today, everybody, and pull up the brackets. And Jess, why don't we start off with EU? That one ended up a little backwards. Our favorites losing. So
yeah, tier 1, more like tier none. I don't know where we're really sitting here. That was really bad. I actually made that up right on the spot there.
I was actually really good.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
I'm really happy for WYLDE. If they can run as fast as their man Usain Bolt, who is sort of leading the charge there, and they can run themselves in the grand final speed run, I would love to see that. Maybe because I'm an Aces fan, maybe because I just love what people coming out of retirement and doing great things there. And Victus was a nice surprise as well. So gonna be a little critical of Rogue, who went straight into the hot tub after their matchup. I don't know if they themselves were trying to speed run to the hot tub. So yeah, need to see the two tier 1 teams really give us a banger tomorrow, or lower semis rather, when that will be, because I gotta see something more.
Yeah, for sure. Let's move on to the LATAM bracket, though. And Jesse, it was the opposite here. FaZe and MIBR coming out on top as expected.
Yeah, that tier 1 talent didn't let us down in Brazil. FaZe Clan and MIBR, some close games. Escolinha do Bubu did manage to take a map off of FaZe Clan. Part of that may be coming from their tier 1 coaching that they are getting from Bodega, a little bit of assistance on the side. But regardless, the stronger team, I think, did prevail. FaZe Clan 2-1 over them. MIBR as well, clean sweep over the Argentina Furious team. So we're going to see that lower bracket game tomorrow, Escolinha versus Furious. I think that's a game that's definitely more winnable for Furious, and we don't often get to see kind of the lower Brazilian teams go up against the teams from Mexico or South America, Spanish South America. So really excited to see how that one goes, and then FaZe and IBR, always a banger matchup.
Yeah, that one will be really fun to watch. And finally, the NA bracket, Jess. Gaming Gladiators versus Leftovers, I believe, is still happening the last time I checked. But we just watched a great series, SSG defeating PB, so hey.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who will go up against Spacestation. That's going to be a rough game. No matter what kind of matchup and tournament you're going, you see the Spacestation logo and you're like, yeah, that's going to be a rough one. We're going to have to prepare for that one. But whoever slides down to the lower semis there against PB, that's a really good opportunity to be able to manipulate some of that aggression we saw. It's all out in the open now. You know what to expect from these. You saw 3 full maps of it. And now if you can't work out how to counter that kind of aggression, well, then maybe you aren't the one to move up that lower sort of bracket there. So we'll see how North America shapes out.
Yeah, and Gaming Gladiators and Leftovers are 5-5 right now. So they got a barn burner over there. Cannot wait to see that. But lots of great action today, everyone. And we have tons more tomorrow. So let's talk about the schedule tomorrow, which is, all of us are so messed up on our personal schedules right now. Jess is in Italy, Jesse's in Canada, I'm in Los Angeles, but okay, we got it up on your screen right now. So we start with EU, we will have WYLDE versus Victus, then LATAM, FaZe versus MIBR, and then we shall see who comes out of Gladiators versus Leftovers, and they will be playing Spacestation Gaming. So make sure you note the time. So
yeah,
there you go.
You know what time it is here right now, Jackie?
What time is it?
4:30 a.m. It's time for bed.
Oof. It's time for bed. It's time for you to go to bed. Thank you, Jess and Jesse. You all are fantastic. B-Boop is giving you one more zoom in so you guys can say bye to everybody. So
thanks, guys.
See you.
Bye.
Been a pleasure.
Nice. That was fun. And want to give a big thank you to our behind the scenes crew. You guys have been working very hard. And obviously, we want to say thank you to all of you watching at home. Thank you so much for being here, watching Gamers Without Borders. And again, make sure you tune in tomorrow. We got a lot of action ahead. Bye.